the unparalleled sovereign, the fearless hero, the invincible benevolent. Amidst the strife of humanity, the turmoil of the demon clan, and the trepidation of the divine race, myriad powers stand in contention, and the winds of fate converge. After a decade in seclusion, the youth emerges from the mountains, stepping into the mortal realm. Yet this is merely the inception of a grand conspiracy entwined with the cycles of worldly existence. Chapter 1. The Uninvited Intruder at Mount Shu. On a day of clear skies and gentle breezes, in the vast expanse of the divine land, the 3,000 miles of Shu territory are adorned with ancient trees that stretch towards the heavens, lush and verdant. White clouds drift lazily, and wisps of smoke curl gracefully, while the azure sky hangs like a celestial platter. The mountains within are imposing, their dragon veins subtly visible, sheer cliffs rising abruptly, and the perilous terrain is steeped in an aura of spirituality. The valleys resonate with the symphony of a myriad of birds, while celestial cranes gather in throngs. In the hazy distance, the divine sect reveals itself, majestic and grand, reminiscent of a celestial palace. The sounds of bells and chimes echo, stirring the soul and bringing joy to the heart. A youth clad in white emerges from the thicket, his movements agile as he traverses the forest with ease, soon arriving at the foot of Mount Shu. Raising his gaze towards the mist-shrouded mountain range, the youth feels a surge of vitality envelop him like a dancing dragon. His eyes, slightly weary from the journey, suddenly sparkle with vibrant energy. At last, I have arrived at the legendary sacred land of Shu, truly extraordinary, akin to an ethereal realm. With an expression of awe, the youth, possessing a striking visage akin to one sculpted from jade, appears to be around 15 or 16 years of age. His stature is average, yet his attire, as white as snow, remains untainted despite the journey. He adjusts his garments with a solemn demeanor, patting the long sword strapped to his back, and strides forward once more. Sacred land of Shu, no trespassers allowed. A thunderous voice booms, and 4 disciples stationed at the mountain's entrance emerge from beside a stone tablet, blocking Zhang Tianze's path. The leader, a portly individual with a face full of arrogance, stands with his arms crossed, exuding an air of superiority. Indeed, any youth fortunate enough to train at the Shu sword sect would carry an air of pride, their gazes filled with disdain and arrogance, their eyes betraying a sense of contempt. Zhang Tianze furrows his brow, discontent brewing within him. After traversing mountains and rivers for over a month, he arrives at Shu with great anticipation. Confronted by this arrogant figure, he recalls his master's teachings. Young one, as you journey to Shu, bear this token. Should you encounter obstructive disciples, feel free to teach them a lesson. The old man spoke with such bravado, as if the Shu sword sect were his own creation. According to him, he had once been a formidable figure within the sect. However, Zhang Tianze holds skepticism, for in the 16 years of his life, the old man has yet to impart even a single worthy technique. Thus, despite bringing the token, he feels it prudent to approach with courtesy. Esteemed seniors, I have come to report to Shu. Zhang Tianze bows slightly, offering a friendly smile. Report? Huh. Scram. The Shu sword sect only recruits once a year, and a month has barely passed since the last selection. What do you think you're reporting for? The selection is rigorous. Not just anyone can join. At the mention of reporting, the portly disciple immediately unleashes a torrent of humiliation. Alas, the reputation of our Shu sword sect is too grand. In previous years, many unqualified individuals came, weeping and wailing, attempting to take shortcuts. We've seen enough of that. Kid, look at your delicate frame. You appear so frail that even a gust of wind could blow you away. Best go home and eat a few more years of milk before returning. The other disciples, likely bored from their mundane duties, join in the ridicule, treating Zhang Tianze as their source of amusement. How absurd. Delicate frame? Zhang Tianze's temper flares at such unwarranted mockery, and he feels an urge to retaliate. Yet, he restrains himself. It is his first visit to Shu, and avoiding conflict while gaining entry would be ideal. Esteemed seniors, this is my token. Zhang Tianze retrieves a light golden insignia from his robe, palm-sized and adorned on one side with mountains that resemble Shu itself. The reverse side bears a single character, Xian. He extends the token towards the portly disciple, only for it to be dismissed without a glance, carelessly tossed a distance away. A worthless token? Let me tell you, the only way into Shu is through the annual selection. There has never been a system of reporting with tokens. That's just not how Shu operates. Now be gone. The portly disciple looks down from his height, delivering further reprimands. Zhang Tianze exhales a deep breath, moving aside to retrieve the token, placing it back in his robe. Regardless of its worth, the old man's gift should not be so carelessly discarded. Insult him, perhaps insult his master, absolutely not. Stretching his limbs, Zhang Tianze sighs. It seems my master's teachings hold true, he often says. Life and death are trivial matters if you're unwilling, then fight. What do you intend to do? The portly disciple narrows his eyes, glaring at Zhang Tianze. In this world, some are born beautiful, some are innately kind, and some exude an aura of dominance. Do you know which category you belong to? Zhang Tianze smiles, addressing the portly disciple with a tone that is neither warm nor cold. Which one? The portly disciple's eyes widen. You belong to the category that deserves a beating, Zhang Tianze retorts, his gaze glinting ominously. Upon arriving, he had hoped for a cordial exchange, yet these individuals, looking down upon him, had not only mocked him but also disrespected his token. Not to mention, even if he were to enter the Shu Sword Sect, he would not allow himself to be bullied. Years spent in seclusion with his master, facing fierce beasts, had never caused him to retreat. Countless beasts have perished at his blade. Compared to those savage creatures, these pampered disciples of Shu are mere lambs. How dare you, ignorant fool, come to Shu causing a ruckus, break his legs, and throw him down the mountain. The portly disciple, furious, stands as a seventh-layer master of the post-Wu realm, possessing a certain status among the disciples of the Southern Academy of Shu. To be humiliated by a mere youth who seemingly emerged from nowhere was intolerable. Seeking death, the portly disciple's companion steps forward, launching a fist towards Zhang Tianze's face. His movements are swift, the sixth-layer mastery of the post-Wu realm allowing him to unleash a punch with 500 pounds of force. This punch, lacking flourish, carries the weight of a tempest, and if it connects, it could leave Zhang Tianze severely injured. Faced with the disciple's ferocious strike, Zhang Tianze's lips curl into a slight smile. Calm and composed, he waits until the fist draws near before making his move, with a resounding thud accompanied by a pained scream. The disciple is sent hurtling backward, crashing against a boulder, his face a bloody mess, the bridge of his nose shattered. Soon after, the mountains echo with the sound of agonizing cries. What? The portly disciple and the other two disciples stand in shock, gazing at the seemingly delicate youth before them with wide eyes. Unmoving as a mountain, swift as a tiger, and elusive as a cunning rabbit. They can discern that this youth is also at the sixth layer of the post-Wu realm, yet his speed is astonishing, so swift that even the portly disciple, a master of the seventh layer, could not discern how Zhang Tianze had struck. In the path of cultivation, one first refines the body, then condenses qi, with distinctions in realms. The post-Wu realm is the stage of physical refinement, a foundational level for cultivators. This realm continuously enhances bodily strength and power, pushing the limits of human capability. Beyond the ninth layer of the post-Wu realm, one can condense innate true qi within, entering the realm of innate mastery. Zhang Tianze had secluded himself with his master in the mountains for 16 years. Beginning his battles with demonic beasts at the tender age of 5, he possessed extraordinary talents. Thus, both his combat prowess and experience far surpassed that of his peers. Now, do you still intend to obstruct my ascent? Zhang Tianze wore a smile that seemed innocent, resembling a boy next door. It was difficult to reconcile this image with the Shushan disciple lying on the ground, groaning in agony, the result of his actions. You dare to strike and still wish to ascend the mountain? In Shushan, such wild behavior is intolerable. I am eager to see just how formidable a mere sixth-tier martial artist can be. The stout man seethed with rage. Today, it was his duty to guard the mountain, and allowing an unknown youth to strike him and then ascend would spell the end of his standing in Shushan. He moved, his arms shaking and creating a resounding crack, his fists clashing together like iron. Descending tiger, he bellowed, charging at Zhang Tianze. Though his physique was portly, his combat speed was surprisingly swift. However, to Zhang Tianze, this speed left much to be desired. Is this what you call a tiger? Zhang Tianze scoffed, finding the stout man's movements utterly comical. There was not a trace of a tiger's ferocity. Zhang Tianze, on the other hand, had truly faced tigers in battle. He sprang into action, his aura sharpening abruptly, his gaze as cold as steel. In this battle-ready state, he was a different person altogether. Soaring into the air, he descended with a fist that struck down like a mountain. The stout man's expression shifted, quickly raising his fists to block. Bang! The collision resonated with a deep thud, sending him staggering backward until he collided with a stone tablet. Gasping, the stout man felt a tightness in his chest as he spat out a mouthful of blood. The fist that had met Zhang Tianze's was now completely numb, trembling uncontrollably. How is this possible? He exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face. He was a seventh-tier martial artist, but could not withstand a single blow. Zhang Tianze's punch shattered all his arrogance. With an air of superiority, he stepped forward and kicked the stout man to the ground. Remember, don't casually discard others' belongings. He patted the stout man's face, then straightened his attire and turned to the other two. Do you still wish to fight? Fight? What was there to fight? The strongest among them had already fallen. No, I suppose I shall ascend the mountain. Zhang Tianze retracted his imposing aura, resuming his previous nonchalant demeanor as he stepped over the stone tablet and made his way up the mountain. You dare to trespass in Shushan? 9 lives won't suffice for your punishment. The stout man gritted through clenched teeth. Zhang Tianze halted. Trespassing in Shushan was no trivial matter. In truth, he felt uncertain. However, recalling his master's grandiose claims and the token he bore, he reassured himself that it should not pose a significant problem. Even if his master were unreliable, he surely would not lead him into a dire situation. Moreover, the lesson to confront the mountain guards had been imparted by his master. Should anything go awry, he could easily shift the blame onto him. And with that thought, Zhang Tianze's confidence surged. Chapter 2. Recruiting Followers. At that moment, a figure soared from the distant sky towards Shushan, an elder gliding on a sword, appearing ethereal. Noticing the scene below, he turned his gaze. To fly through the air signifies one has entered the Yuan realm. I wonder when I will reach such heights, soaring freely through the skies. Zhang Tianze watched with envy, but just as he admired the Yuan realm expert, he suddenly heard the stout man's voice again. It's Elder Li Hui from the south courtyard. Elder, someone has trespassed into Shushan, please take charge. The stout man shouted toward the sky. Upon hearing of the trespasser, the elder sheathed his sword and descended. What is the matter? Li Hui's demeanor was calm, exuding authority without anger. The stout man and his companions hastily knelt before him. For ordinary disciples like them, encountering a Yuan realm elder was a rare occurrence, let alone receiving their attention. Today, they were fortunate to cross paths with Elder Li Hui, who had just returned. If such a senior could intervene on their behalf, it would be nothing short of a blessing. Elder Li Hui, this person has intruded upon Shushan and harmed us. The stout man pointed accusingly at Zhang Tianze. Intruded upon Shushan? Li Hui turned his attention to Zhang Tianze. Faced with the Yuan realm expert, Zhang Tianze dared not show any disrespect, immediately cupping his fists in greeting. Elder, I am not here to trespass. I have come to report to Shushan. They insulted and attempted to attack me, forcing me to retaliate. Li Hui scrutinized Zhang Tianze from head to toe, his eyes lighting up with interest. The young man before him showed neither deference nor fear, maintaining composure in the presence of an elder. Such fortitude was rare among young disciples in Shushan. It should be noted that even mere disciples at the later stages of martial arts would feel uncomfortable in the presence of an elder of Li Hui's caliber. While one could feign many things, one's true character could not be disguised. The enrollment for this year has concluded. Why do you wish to report? Li Hui inquired, his tone authoritative. I possess a token, Zhang Tianze replied, retrieving a medallion from his robes and presenting it to Li Hui. Internally, he felt a surge of anxiety. The stout man had clearly not recognized the token, but given Li Hui's profound cultivation, he surely would. After all, Zhang Tianze reasoned, his master might be unreliable, but he would not use Shushan to deceive him. Li Hui took the token, weighing it in his hand. Upon seeing the emblem of Shushan on the back, his expression shifted to one of grave seriousness. Throughout Shushan, there were no more than a handful of tokens bearing the Shushan emblem, each representing significant status. While Li Hui might not have seen this particular token, he had certainly heard of it. Realizing its importance, he handled it delicately, and when he glimpsed the character Xian on the other side, his face paled, and his hands trembled, nearly dropping the token. Zhang Tianze had been observing Li Hui's expression closely, and upon witnessing such a reaction, he felt a wave of calm wash over him. Clearly, Li Hui recognized the token. It appears my master possesses more influence than I imagined. This token is indeed impressive, Zhang Tianze thought to himself, feeling a rare flicker of respect for his master. Just a flicker, though he feared that too much admiration might inflate his master's ego. Li Hui regarded Zhang Tianze and asked, what is your name? Reporting to the elder, I am Zhang Tianze. Ah, Zhang Tianze, a fine name indeed, one that speaks of great fortune. When you arrived, did your master give you any particular instructions? Li Hui inquired, his tone now more amiable, resembling that of a kind elder. This caused Zhang Tianze's modest respect for the old man to increase further. The stout man and his companions watched in awe, particularly the stout man, who felt parched with anxiety. At this moment, even a fool could discern the weight of Zhang Tianze's token. It commanded respect, even from elder Li Hui. He had foolishly discarded it on the ground. Should Zhang Tianze indeed hold significant status, what would happen if he returned to suppress the stout man after entering the mountain? In an instant, The stout man was drenched in sweat, contemplating how to curry favor with Zhang Tianze. My master instructed me to practice diligently upon arriving at Shushan, to adhere to the rules and regulations, and to be a striving disciple. Zhang Tianze spoke earnestly, almost moved by his own words. However, these were not his master's actual instructions. His master had merely advised him to confront the mountain guards if obstructed. Zhang Tianze had already done so. Very well. I shall now take you to the sect leader, who will oversee your training. Li Hui nodded in approval and spoke. Oh my. Zhang Tianze's eyes sparkled with excitement. The elder intended to directly take him to meet the sect leader. Could it be that this token from his master held such tremendous power? If the sect leader of Shushan wished to accept him as a true disciple, should he decline? After all, he already had a master, albeit one of questionable reliability. While Zhang Tianze fantasized about his promising future, Li Hui's previously cheerful demeanor suddenly darkened. An influx of information surged from the token into Li Hui's mind, containing only 4 words: practice diligently. The astute Li Hui immediately grasped the underlying meaning of his master's words. In the next moment, the amiable smile vanished from Li Hui's face, replaced by a stern expression as he regarded Zhang Tianze, retracting the foot he had just moved forward. Elderly, what is the matter? Were we not to meet the sect leader? Zhang Tianze asked, bewildered. There is no need to meet the sect leader. You have just arrived at Shushan for now. You will be a registered disciple. First, report to the registration area in the southern courtyard. No, there's no need to go to the registration area. You will assist in managing the medicinal gardens at the Baichao Garden, Li Hui instructed. What? Manage the medicinal gardens? Zhang Tianze was instantly taken aback. Wasn't the plan to meet the sect leader? What on earth was Baichao Garden? This sudden change of plans was bewildering. A chill swept through him, leaving him feeling quite uncomfortable. Li Dong, take him to the Baichao Garden in the southern courtyard. Li Hui commanded the rotund figure behind him, and with a swift motion, he vanished from sight. Hey, you're leaving? What about my token? Zhang Tianze shouted, but Li Hui had already disappeared without a trace. What the hell? Zhang Tianze exclaimed, nearly choking on his frustration. What was happening here? This abrupt shift left everyone stunned, including the 3 portly companions, who could not help but burst into laughter at Zhang Tianze's dismay. What are you laughing at? Is it that amusing? Zhang Tianze glared, his mood thoroughly soured by their mockery. The 3 stout friends recoiled, laughter abruptly ceasing. Though they found some amusement in the situation, they also recognized that Zhang Tianze was not one to provoke. Should he unleash his irritation upon them, they would have no recourse for grievance. Moreover, Elder Li Hui had not punished Zhang Tianze, nor did he intervene on their behalf despite their predicament. Although Zhang Tianze was assigned to the Baichao Garden, it was evident that the token he possessed held significant importance. At the very least, Zhang Tianze was now a disciple of Shushan. You 3, from this moment on, you will follow me, Zhang Tianze declared imperiously. The trio was momentarily taken aback. What? You dare to refuse? Zhang Tianze glared, exuding an air of authority. Of course, we are willing. Li Dong, the stout one, hurriedly nodded. Under the eaves, one must bow their head. They were keenly aware of Zhang Tianze's foul mood, and any hint of dissent would likely result in a beating. Excellent. Call me Tiange, and let me hear it, Zhang Tianze said, his anger fading into a smile. Tiange. The 3 chubby companions quickly echoed, inwardly lamenting their fate. Becoming followers of a newly arrived novice while guarding the mountain was hardly a dignified tale. Now, Li Dong, tell me, what is the Baichao Garden? Zhang Tianze inquired, his mood slightly improving. His decision to gather the 3 stout companions as followers stemmed not only from a desire to vent his frustrations, but also from his utter ignorance of Shushan, necessitating their guidance. Brother Tian, the Baichao Garden is a place for cultivating medicinal herbs. Our southern courtyard's Baichao Garden is overseen by Elder Li Hui, though he seldom visits. Typically, only a few miscellaneous disciples manage it, Li Dong explained. What did you say? Miscellaneous disciples? Are you implying that I am to be an errand boy? Zhang Tianze's mind raced with exasperation. Ahem, yes, Brother Tian, the stout one coughed softly, speaking in hushed tones. Zhang Tianze stumbled, the flicker of hope he had just begun to feel extinguished in an instant. I knew that old man was unreliable. He spoke of being a remarkable figure in Shushan and how legendary his token was. I traveled a great distance, filled with high hopes, only to be assigned to menial tasks. What a farce. Zhang Tianze felt disheartened. What shall we do now, Brother Tian? The stout one asked cautiously. What else can we do? To the Baichao Garden we go, Zhang Tianze replied, regaining his composure and instructing Li Dong and the others to lead the way, striding purposefully toward the southern courtyard's Baichao Garden. Since he had come this far, he would make the best of it. Retreating in the face of difficulty was never Zhang Tianze's style. If Elder Li Hui intended to make things challenging for him, he would soon see that a mere Baijiao garden could not confine him. Chapter 3. Establishing authority in the herbal garden nestled in the embrace of towering mountains, the southern courtyard of Shushan is a tranquil haven. The melodious chirping of birds and the fragrant blossoms, accompanied by the gentle flow of water, envelop a serene villa. This is the most esteemed location within the southern courtyard. A retreat for the courtyard's head. At this moment, Elder Li Hui stands respectfully beside a middle-aged man, silent and composed. The man, approximately in his 40s, dons a light blue robe, possesses a stature of average height, and exudes an air of nobility. As he gazes at the token handed to him by Li Hui, the man's expression subtly shifts. Elder Li, you must be well aware of the significance of the Xiantian token. The courtyard head turns to Li Hui, his tone laced with gravity. Indeed, Li Hui replies with utmost respect. Yes, this youth arrives bearing the Xiantian token. We must not be remiss. You are to oversee Zhang Tianze's cultivation here in Shushan as per the token's directive, the head instructs. Li Hui comprehends. I have already sent him to the herbal garden for training. This lad possesses extraordinary talent, yet his sharpness is overly pronounced. I shall allow him to hone his temperament at the grassroots level. Very well, proceed. Remember, the reappearance of the Xiantian token must remain confidential from outsiders. The head solemnly advises. Understood, esteemed head. Li Hui bows to the man and then departs. The herbal garden, perched atop a mountain at the periphery of the southern courtyard, soon welcomes Zhang Tianze, who arrives with 3 portly companions. Brother Tian, this is the herbal garden. Despite its unassuming location, it was personally chosen by the courtyard head. It is said that the environment and climate here are exceptionally conducive to the growth of spiritual herbs. Many of the spiritual herbs in our southern courtyard originate from this very place, chimes in the rotund Lidong. Indeed, it seems to be a land of fortune. How many disciples are there in the herbal garden? Who oversees it? Are you aware? Zhang Tianze inquires, keen to familiarize himself with his new surroundings. I know well, for we frequently visit the herbal garden to exchange for necessary spiritual herbs. Elder Li Hui is in charge, but his esteemed status means he rarely visits. Typically, only a few junior disciples tend to the herb beds, Li Dong explains. And what of these junior disciples? What is their strength? Zhang Tianze probes further. They are largely of poor talent, and some come from humble beginnings, lacking any standing in Shushan, thus forced to start as menial workers. Their strength is negligible. Li Dong replies, a hint of pride creeping into his tone as he reflects on his own status as a recognized disciple at the 7th level of the martial realm. How outrageous. Zhang Tianze's temper flares. Do I truly appear so lacking in talent? Is my background so humble? He casts a fierce glare at Li Dong. No. Brother Tian, your talent is exceptional and your demeanor remarkable. I suspect Elder Li has sent you here to cultivate your abilities. Even in this modest herbal garden, you shall undoubtedly shine, and your brilliance cannot be obscured. Li Dong hastily flatters, sensing Zhang Tianze's irritation. Flattery aside, you speak truthfully. I hold you in high regard. Let us ascend, Zhang Tianze replies, patting Li Dong on the shoulder as he strides confidently into the herbal garden. Li Dong leaps to follow, his ample frame jostling with each step. Ah, Brother Tian, there is one formidable character in the herbal garden, a fellow named Wang San. His cultivation is not high, at the 6th level of the martial realm, yet he is quite the nuisance. His brother, Wang Long, ranks 8th among the recognized disciples and has reached the pinnacle of the martial realm. Wang San uses his connections to dominate the herbal garden, often extorting us for spirit stones when we come to exchange herbs. Now that you are here, I wonder if he will show you any respect. Just a layabout living off the land, Zhang Tianze scoffs. His comfortable existence ends now. Upon entering the herbal garden, Zhang Tianze is greeted by a rich aroma of herbs that invigorates the senses. Before him, several herb beds are meticulously arranged, each tended by 2 disciples. Zhang Tianze's expression transforms, the earlier gloom vanishing as he surveys the scene. His gaze flits over the herb beds: clematis, fire spirit fruit, pure water lotus, white bamboo lotus. Names of spiritual herbs flash through his mind. Years spent in the mountains with the elder have left him well versed in their characteristics and effects. Even if he had never seen them before, the sight of so many spiritual herbs stirs excitement within him. What a fortuitous place. If only I could freely utilize these herbs, how delightful that would be, Zhang Tianze muses with a grin. His comment sends a shiver down the spines of his companions. Brother Tian, you mustn't tea. Each spiritual herb is meticulously recorded. Even if a disciple takes a herb, it is precisely logged. The consequences of theft are severe. Li Dong warns urgently. Yet Zhang Tianze appears unfazed by the cautionary words. Let's introduce ourselves, he declares. Li Dong steps forward, clearing his throat theatrically before shouting, everyone, stop your work and come meet your new leader. Li Dong's booming voice reverberates through the herbal garden, drawing the attention of the working disciples, who look on with confusion. Brother Tian, these people have likely been bullied by Wang San for so long that many only recognize him as their leader. To establish your presence here, you must first deal with Wang San, Li Dong advises. As if on cue, a brash voice echoes through the garden. Who dares to shout so loudly here? A figure resembling Li Dong approaches, swaggering with an air of arrogance, flanked by two lackeys. Wang San, what are you doing shouting in the herbal garden? Can't you see we are working? If you wish to exchange herbs, the old rule applies. Produce a low-grade spirit stone, he demands, clearly relishing his self-appointed authority. Li Dong, taken aback, prepares to respond, but Zhang Tianze intervenes. Zhang Tianze steps forward, a playful smile on his face. Wang San, I presume? I am Zhang Tianze, here to report for duty. From this moment onward, this place is under my management. I look forward to your guidance. Wang San stands stunned, his eyes narrowing as he sizes up Zhang Tianze. A stranger, clearly, and one who seems intent on encroaching upon his territory. Young man, what nonsense are you spouting? Since you have come to report at the 100 Herb Garden, you should work diligently. Your abilities are not to be underestimated. Quickly apologize to Third Master. If he is in a good mood, he might take you on as a follower, which could lead to a promising future. A sharp-faced youth beside Wang San chimed in, his demeanor obsequious. Well, if your ears are not functioning properly, I shall repeat myself. From this moment forth, this place is under my jurisdiction. As for this Third Master, he is rather corpulent and has lost his figure. He ought to work harder to shed some weight. After all, maintaining the image of our 100 Herb Garden is essential. How about this? You shall manage half of the medicinal garden from now on. What do you think? Zhang Tianze stated earnestly. Upon hearing this arrangement, even the notoriously arrogant Wang San was utterly bewildered. Was this young upstart attempting to usurp his business? Who did he think he was? You seek your own demise. Wang San roared, swinging a fist the size of a bowl towards Zhang Tianze's face. Though he was merely a laborer at the 100 Herb Garden, no registered disciple of the back martial realm dared to act so brazenly in his presence. Get lost. Zhang Tianze countered with blinding speed, delivering a kick that landed squarely on Wang San's ample belly. With a yelp, Wang San's corpulent form was sent sprawling 2 or 3 paces away, akin to an inflated balloon. How refreshing, Zhang Tianze mused, shaking his foot as a sense of frustration lifted from his heart. He had journeyed thousands of miles to Shushan to showcase his talents, only to find himself reduced to a mere errand boy, his token of identity taken from him. Having been in a foul mood from the foot of the mountain to this point, Wang San bouncing around before him was like a free punching bag. You dare strike me? Wang San bellowed from the ground, clutching his belly, unable to muster the strength to rise. The portly Li Dong behind Zhang Tianze chuckled. Many of the registered disciples had long endured Wang San's tyranny, Li Dong included. Due to Wang San's brother's influence, no one dared provoke him. But witnessing Wang San being bested by Zhang Tianze was indeed satisfying. You too, what are you standing there for? And you lot, come greet Brother Tian, Li Dong bellowed, pointing at Wang San's 2 companions and the disciples laboring in the medicinal garden. In a flurry, the group rushed forward, bowing deeply as they respectfully called out, Brother Tian. These individuals were low-ranking disciples of Shushan, possessing little in the way of rights. Here, one must learn to bow their heads. They could only submit to the strong, and neither Wang San nor this newcomer was someone they could afford to offend. You too, help Third Master up. When he is rested, remind him to get back to work, Zhang Tianze said with a smile, then strode confidently into the depths of the 100 Herb Garden. Chapter 4. The Little Thief of the Back Mountain on his very first day at Shushan. Zhang Tianze displayed his dominance by first confronting the mountain guards and then thrashing the local bully of the 100 Herb Garden. Now, seated comfortably in a rattan chair within the garden, he relaxed with his legs crossed, enjoying tea, water, shoulder rubs, and leg massages, his spirits buoyed. Ahead of him, a laboring disciple of the 100 Herb Garden was meticulously explaining everything to Zhang Tianze. Brother Tian, we have a total of 366 types of medicinal herbs recorded here, including their quantities and maturation statuses. Regularly, disciples and elders come to exchange herbs, and the pricing is clearly marked. Occasionally, when elders and higher-ups reward disciples, the herbs taken must also be recorded. Furthermore, there is a patch of medicinal garden on the back mountain, but it is personally managed by Elder Li Hui, and we laborers are strictly forbidden from entering. The back mountain? Zhang Tianze's peripheral vision was irresistibly drawn towards that direction. If Elder Li Hui personally tended to those herbs, they must be extraordinarily precious spiritual medicines. The thought of such treasures stirred excitement within him. Very well, I have understood. You may leave now. Zhang Tianze waved his hand, and the disciple bowed before departing to continue his work in the garden. Brother Tian, that Wang San was humiliated today. He will likely not let it rest easily. His brother has many fierce characters under his command, and I fear they may come looking for trouble, Li Dong said, standing nearby with a hint of concern. A bit of trouble would be welcome. Otherwise, life would be dreadfully dull. Zhang Tianze shrugged nonchalantly. Li Dong, clearly anxious, believed there were those who eagerly awaited trouble. He assumed Zhang Tianze, being a newcomer, was ignorant of Wang Long's fearsome reputation among the registered disciples. Li Dong, I have heard there exists a small secret realm within our Shu Mountain Sword Sect, where all sword techniques originate. Are you familiar with the secret realm? Zhang Tianze inquired. Before his arrival, his master had mentioned certain aspects of Shu Shan, known for its formidable sword techniques that had nurtured countless heroes over the ages. The renowned sword domain, of course, is known to every disciple of Shu Shan. It is said that within the sword domain lies a celestial sword, the origin of all profound sword techniques of our sect. Regrettably, my cultivation is too weak, and my status too lowly to have the opportunity to enter the sword domain. Li Dong replied, his face a mix of dejection and admiration for the sacred place. Is there any chance to enter the sword domain? Zhang Tianze asked curiously. There is indeed a chance. The opening of the sword domain is selective. For instance, in our south courtyard, core disciples of the Yuan Dan realm can enter the sword domain at any time to comprehend sword techniques. Inner disciples of the Yuan realm can enter once every 7 days, while outer disciples of the congenital realm get one chance a month. As for registered disciples of the back martial realm, it is quite harsh. The sword domain only opens to them once every 6 months, and only one person may enter each time. This competitive format greatly motivates disciples to fervently pursue their training. Hence, a grand competition is held among registered disciples every 6 months, with the victor earning the chance to enter the sword domain. By the way, the next grand competition is in 3 days, Li Dong elaborated, detailing the conditions regarding the sword domain. In 3 days? Zhang Tianze's eyes lit up. Do laborers have the eligibility to participate in the grand competition? This question caught Li Dong off guard. Historically, laborers had never participated in the grand competition. Their status was simply too low. Even if they were granted permission, no one would be foolish enough to challenge themselves for a spot they deemed unattainable. Brother Tian, theoretically, laborers are considered registered disciples and are eligible to participate in the grand competition. You don't mean to say that you intend to join the competition in 3 days, do you? Li Dong, not being naive, quickly discerned Zhang Tianze's intent. Is that a problem? Zhang Tianze affirmed this intent. Over the years, the old man had only imparted to him some basic sword techniques, which were hardly noteworthy. As the old man had said, many things needed to be fought for by himself. The sword domain was one of Zhang Tianze's primary objectives, and now that he had the opportunity to enter and comprehend profound sword techniques, there was no reason to pass it up. While it is possible, I must candidly express that your cultivation level may make it quite difficult for you to obtain a spot in the sword domain. The corpulent individual spoke with subtlety, yet the meaning was unmistakable. Although Zhang Tianze possessed commendable talent and skills, he was surrounded by a multitude of genius disciples, many of whom had already ascended to the pinnacle of the post-Wu realm, with some nearly stepping into the innate stage. How could Zhang Tianze, merely at the 6th level of the post-Wu realm, contend with them? Isn't there still 3 days left? Zhang Tianze murmured, his gaze involuntarily drifting towards the back mountain. Under the cloak of night, as the moon hid behind dark clouds, a shadow flitted silently through the back mountain of the Baijiao Garden, a place strictly off-limits to ordinary disciples, governed by the stringent rules of Shu Shan. Naturally, no disciple dared to breach such protocols, especially in a location belonging to Li Hui. The figure moved with remarkable agility, making no sound as it leaped. Ahead lay a medicinal garden, beyond which stood a secluded residence, presumably Li Hui's abode. The fragrance of medicinal herbs here was more potent, undoubtedly indicating treasures within. There were no signs of life in the residence. Li Hui was likely absent. Humph, that rascal has made me a servant. I shall not hold back. Zhang Tianze stealthily approached the medicinal garden. Ever since Li Dong had informed him about the upcoming competition for named disciples in 3 days, he could hardly contain his excitement. However, he was acutely aware of his own limitations. He could manage against an average opponent at the 8th level of the post-Wu realm, but if he encountered someone formidable, he would be at a disadvantage. Facing a ninth-level opponent was entirely beyond his capabilities. He was not so arrogant as to think he could compete in the tournament as a sixth-level disciple. The immediate priority was to enhance his strength, and the only means to achieve rapid improvement lay within the back mountain of the Baichao Garden. Upon entering the medicinal garden, Zhang Tianze's eyes sparkled with wonder. The spiritual herbs here were far more precious in both quality and age than those outside. His attention was particularly drawn to a blood ginseng at the center of the garden. This ginseng, entirely crimson, appeared as if it had been sculpted from pure blood. It was no larger than a palm, exuding a faint aura of dragon energy, and the rich sanguine essence invigorated him. Just inhaling a few breaths of its essence made him feel on the verge of breaking through to the 7th level of the post-Wu realm. This ginseng must have been at least 30 years old. If he consumed it, not only would it enhance his foundational blood energy and refine his physical body, but it could also elevate his cultivation to the 7th level, perhaps even to its zenith. Overjoyed, Zhang Tianze seized the blood ginseng without a moment's hesitation and dashed away, vanishing into the night. Unbeknownst to him, what he had taken was not merely blood ginseng, but a far more superior dragon ginseng, aged over a century. Cherished by Li Hui. Li Hui could scarcely fathom that someone would dare to steal his treasured century-old ginseng. Upon returning to his dwelling, Zhang Tianze secured the door and settled down cross-legged on the floor. This space, once occupied by Wang San, was now comfortably his own. He produced the palm-sized blood ginseng, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he licked his lips. The old man had advised him that cultivation should be gradual and that relying on herbs for rapid advancement was unstable. However, this blood ginseng was unlike ordinary herbs. It was a treasure that nourished blood energy, promising benefits without detriment. Consuming it would not undermine his foundation, but rather significantly enhance his essence. With the ginseng, his cultivation could easily rise to the 7th level of the post-Wu realm. Delighted, Zhang Tianze thought, this is Li Hui's treasure. That old coot made me a servant, so taking one ginseng seems only fair. Yes, that balances things out. With a clear conscience, he prepared himself optimally, then devoured the ginseng in a single, ravenous bite. In an instant, as the ginseng entered his body, an overwhelming torrent of energy erupted within him, surging like a tidal wave. The potent medicinal power and fierce blood energy collided violently against his limbs, organs, and bones. Zhang Tianze, unable to withstand the onslaught, coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body trembling violently. Oh no, I underestimated this ginseng. He braced himself on the ground as veins throbbed on his forehead, the fierce blood energy spilling out in crimson threads. At that moment, he felt a tempest raging within him, threatening to tear him apart. Realizing the gravity of his miscalculation, he coughed up another mouthful of blood. The energy was too ferocious. With his current capabilities, he could not control such rampant power. The ginseng was only beginning to be refined, and even more terrifying energy was being unleashed. For a practitioner at the post-Wu realm to consume a century-old dragon ginseng, the consequences were unimaginable. Even with Zhang Tianze's formidable physique, he risked exploding from the inside, his organs being obliterated. This is no trivial matter. Fear gripped Zhang Tianze. For over a decade, he had trained under his master's guidance in the deep mountains, establishing an incredibly solid foundation. His physical strength rivaled that of ferocious beasts, and his temperament had been honed through countless battles. Yet, facing the energy of the ginseng, he found himself utterly helpless for the first time in his life. The energy rampaged through him, his bones cracking audibly, his skin bulging dangerously, threatening to burst at any moment. His eyes turned blood red. The energy was beyond his control, and the hellish pain was consuming his sanity. Master, save me. Zhang Tianze felt death was imminent, and in that desperate moment, the only figure that came to mind was the old man who often made his life difficult. Just as Zhang Tianze's body teetered on the brink of collapse, a mysterious force suddenly surged from within him. This enigmatic energy seemed to emanate from the void. Zhang Tianze sensed its strangeness, yet upon its arrival, it seamlessly integrated with his being, as if it were always meant to be. He realized that his bloodline was undergoing a profound transformation. An unprecedented aura of dominance radiated from this mysterious power, suppressing the chaotic energy of the ginseng. In an instant, the pain ceased. All the medicinal potency of the ginseng began to be absorbed by Zhang Tianze, propelling his cultivation from the peak of the 6th level of the post-Wu realm to the 7th level. A tumultuous surge of energy erupted from within him, a sensation of unparalleled exhilaration. In that moment, Zhang Tianze felt an extraordinary transformation within himself. He could subconsciously perceive that his blood was being purified by the mysterious force. the once crimson liquid now shimmering with streaks of golden hues, resembling serpents of gold. His eyes gleamed with brilliance as the ginseng's potency continued to be refined and absorbed, his cultivation steadily increasing. Alongside this growth came an uncontrollable surge of battle intent, an overwhelming desire to fight. Fight, fight, fight. Zhang Tianze now yearned for combat, craving the thrill of an exhilarating battle. This notion was utterly insuppressible. His hands trembled, the essence of power rippling around him. He abruptly rose from the ground. Seizing the battle sword he always carried, an overwhelming aura suffusing the entire room. His bones and bloodlines were undergoing transformation, the awakening of a mysterious power altering everything about him. Zhang Tianze understood that it was a bloodline, a hidden, enigmatic lineage within him, awakened by the frenzied energy of the blood ginseng. The awakening of the fierce bloodline, constantly stimulated by the energy of the ginseng, plunged him into an uncontrollable state of combat. At that moment, Zhang Tianze yearned desperately for a formidable opponent. If he could not battle, the overwhelming force within him would remain unbridled, suffocating him. Zhang Tianze, come out. Suddenly, a boisterous shout reverberated within the herb garden, a familiar voice belonging to Wang San, whom he had kicked to the ground earlier in the day. Without hesitation, Zhang Tianze kicked down the door, radiating a bloody light as he charged out like a wild beast. The herb garden emitted a faint glow, sufficient to illuminate everything before him. Wang San approached with two young men, brimming with aggression, while the trio of portly individuals bore bruises from their earlier beating. Tian, brother Tian. Wang San has come looking for trouble. The portly one spoke, his words slurred from a heavy punch, though his expression conveyed profound grievance. Brother Tian. Those two are Fang Yu and Chen Chong, both at the 8th level of the martial realm, and they're subordinates of Wang Long. They are not to be trifled with, another added, his voice laden with despair. Upon seeing Zhang Tianze emerge, Wang San's fury surged, recalling the humiliation he endured earlier. He nearly leaped in rage. Pointing at Zhang Tianze, he arrogantly declared, Zhang Tianze, I command you to kneel before me immediately. Remember, kneel and then crawl between my legs. Perhaps it will soothe my anger, and I might let you off lightly. Zhang Tianze's lips curled into a slight smile as his fervent gaze bypassed Wang San, focusing instead on Fang Yu and Chen Chong, his battle intent intensifying. Fang Yu, break his legs and make him kneel before me. Wang San ground his teeth in rage. Given his brother's influence, he thrived among the named disciples, accustomed to being given face. The humiliation he suffered earlier, coupled with Wang San's vengeful nature, would not be easily forgotten. Very well. Fang Yu stepped forward, exuding an intimidating presence as he approached Zhang Tianze, raising his hand to strike him across the face. Bang! A dull thud echoed as Fang Yu was sent sprawling backward, landing several paces away, wailing in pain. This scene left Wang San, who had been boasting, momentarily stunned. He had witnessed how Fang Yu, much like himself earlier, was struck down by a sudden kick to the abdomen, leaving him with a lingering sense of dread. Brother Tian, you've advanced. The portly one exclaimed, astonished to realize Zhang Tianze's aura had already reached the 7th level of the martial realm. Chen Chong, initially a mere spectator, now felt a shift in his demeanor as he observed the fallen Fang Yu, his expression betraying a hint of trepidation. Zhang Tianze radiated an overwhelming presence. Having gained the upper hand in aura alone, his strength was on par with Fang Yu's, and if Fang Yu was unable to withstand a single strike, Chen Chong feared he would fare no better. Perhaps Fang Yu had simply underestimated his opponent, but such a miscalculation was no mere accident. In that moment of distraction, Chen Chong felt a searing gaze upon him, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Lifting his eyes, he found Zhang Tianze's gaze fixed intently on him. You, wield your sword and engage me in battle, Zhang Tianze commanded, his tone brooking no argument. Awakened by the fierce bloodline and fueled by the energy of the dragon ginseng, he found himself in a state of berserk, craving combat to unleash his pent-up energy. In the herb garden, only Chen Chong possessed the strength to engage him in a duel. Zhang Tianze, do not be so arrogant. Consider the consequences of crossing me, Wang San interjected, once again making a nuisance of himself. Zhang Tianze shook his head, his figure a blur as he swiftly approached Wang San, delivering a slap that sent him flying like a broken kite. Throughout, Zhang Tianze cast not a single glance at Wang San, deeming him an insignificant pest. The overwhelming aura emanating from Zhang Tianze compelled Chen Chong to take 2 steps back, astonished by the presence of such a formidable figure in this humble herb garden. Even within the ranks of named disciples, such prowess was exceedingly rare. Strike! Zhang Tianze commanded coldly. Clang! Influenced by Zhang Tianze's imposing presence, Chun Chong felt an involuntary urge to comply, drawing his sword with a resonant sound. Fool, Feng Yu was careless. I refuse to believe a mere 7th-level martial realm could be so formidable, Chun Chong declared, launching a strike that sent forth a flurry of sword flowers, his blade darting toward Zhang Tianze like a venomous serpent. This strike, demonstrating considerable skill, was rooted in the swordplay of the Shu Mountain Sect. Zhang Tianze, however, regarded Chun Chong with indifference, allowing him to attack merely to observe the foundational techniques of the sect. Yet, to Zhang Tianze, Chun Chong's skilled strike seemed to unfold in slow motion. Following the awakening of the fierce bloodline, Zhang Tianze felt qualitatively transformed from within. His physique had grown more robust, his presence more commanding, his bones more resilient, and even his sight had sharpened. Buzz! Zhang Tianze's aura surged, his sword humming with energy, exuding a chill. He raised his sword, bearing down on Chun Chong with a straightforward yet forceful strike. Clang! As their swords clashed, sparks flew. Zhang Tianze's brutal force shattered Chun Chong's technique. The latter unable to withstand the tremendous impact, his sword flying from his grasp as he stumbled back 5 steps, pale and bloodied, his breath ragged. In a single blow, Chun Chong found himself utterly defeated. Zhang Tianze shook his head. The sword in his hand, a gift from his master, bore no edge nor sheath, appearing unremarkable. Yet, it weighed 800 pounds, harder than refined iron, and even a casual swing was beyond Chun Chong's capacity to withstand. Impossible. How can he be this strong? This boy's explosive power is unprecedented. Chun Chong's face was a mask of shock, fully acknowledging his defeat in that exchange. Crack! Zhang Tianze's bones continued to crackle as his eyes brimmed with blood. Although he had struck Chun Chong, it did little to quell the raging battle intent within him, which surged like an uncontrollable tide. He was desperate for a fight, without an outlet for the energy generated by the fierce blood and dragon ginseng. He risked losing himself to madness. Young man, you, a mere lowly servant disciple, have dared to injure a true named disciple. This is a blatant provocation against us, the followers of Brother Wang Long. Not only have you harmed us, but you have also inflicted injury upon his younger brother. Have you considered the consequences? Chun Chong gritted his teeth, intent on leveraging the identities of the named disciples and Wang Long to intimidate Zhang Tianze, hoping to instill fear in him. Little did he know, Zhang Tianze was in a state where such threats fell on deaf ears. Are the true named disciples truly formidable? Is Wang Long so powerful? If that is the case, then tonight, I shall challenge all you so-called true named disciples. After defeating Wang San, I will also confront Wang Long. Zhang Tianze exuded an aura of unmatched dominance, filled with a fierce bravado. What do you intend to do? Chun Chong stammered, sensing the overwhelming ferocity radiating from Zhang Tianze. His composure faltering. Your name is Chun Chong, is it not? Lead me to the named area. Tonight, I shall confront every named disciple there. Zhang Tianze declared with unwavering resolve. What? At this proclamation, Chun Chong and his plump companion Li Dong gasped in astonishment, while even the servants from the Baichao Garden stared at Zhang Tianze in disbelief, questioning their own hearing. A mere servant disciple at the 7th level of the post-Wu realm dares to challenge the entire named area? This was indeed absurd. Yet, the expression on Zhang Tianze's face betrayed no hint of jest. Are you certain? Chun Chong cautiously regarded Zhang Tianze, swallowing hard. Lead the way. Zhang Tianze seized Chun Chong by the collar and strode out of the Baichao Garden, consumed by an insatiable desire for battle. Moreover, to secure the sole opportunity to enter the sword domain, he must vanquish all named disciples within the post-Wu realm. What better time to seize this chance than now? With the awakening of his bloodline? Oh heavens, something monumental is about to occur. The plump companions finally grasped the gravity of the situation and hurriedly pursued. Chapter 7. The emergence of brilliance. The Shu Mountain Sect is divided into 5 divisions: the Southern Courtyard, Northern Courtyard, Western Courtyard, Eastern Courtyard, and the Inner Courtyard. The disciples of the Southern Courtyard also adhere to a strict hierarchy, comprising post-Wu realm named disciples, innate realm outer disciples, Yuan realm inner disciples, and core disciples at the Yuan Dan realm. The named disciples area is situated at the outermost periphery of the Southern Courtyard, adjacent to the Baichao Garden. At this hour, the night is deep and silent, with the moon concealed behind dark clouds, and a chilling wind howls through Shushan, imparting an air of solemnity. Within the tranquil martial arts arena of the named area, several figures gradually approached. At the forefront was a young man, limping slightly, his expression grim. Beside him strode a white-clad youth, exuding an overwhelming aura of dominance. The youth's eyes were bloodshot, and with each step he took, he emanated a fierce battle intent. akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. The heavy sword in his hand resonated in harmony with his fervor. Following them were a few others, all having come from the Baichao Garden. This is the martial arts arena of the named area. Ahead lies the accommodation zone. At this hour, many are already resting or in seclusion, Qin Chong explained, gesturing towards a row of orderly houses before them. Go and summon everyone. I intend to defeat all who dwell here, Zhang Tianze proclaimed with brazen arrogance. Very well, wait here. Qin Chong nodded and marched toward the accommodation zone. Having endured a beating at Zhang Tianze's hands, it was impossible for him to harbor no resentment. Since Zhang Tianze had so foolishly chosen to challenge the named area, Qin Chong was more than willing to oblige, confident that the numerous experts within would soon put Zhang Tianze in his place. The plump companions stood at a distance behind Zhang Tianze, contemplating whether to intervene, but ultimately refrained. The aura emanating from Zhang Tianze had transformed entirely, cold, haughty, and domineering, rendering them hesitant to approach. Wang San and Feng Yu also approached, limping slightly. This fool has no idea of his own mortality. Challenging the entire named area as a mere servant disciple, Wang San scoffed, his words laced with disdain. Just wait and see. Someone will teach him a lesson. Feng Yu wore a smirk, his expression one of cold amusement. After a brief absence, the previously tranquil accommodation zone erupted into commotion, with numerous figures hastening toward the martial arts arena. What audacity! A servant disciple dares to challenge the named area? I must witness who possesses such boldness. The derision echoed, as a dozen named disciples were the first to arrive at the arena, including Qin Chong. The leader among them was a towering figure with a thick beard and fierce eyes, exuding an intimidating presence. His cultivation was formidable. At the peak of the 8th level of the post-Wu realm, a level far beyond that of Qin Chong and Feng Yu. Are you the one challenging the named area? The bearded youth called out to Zhang Tianze. You are not my match. None of you are my match. Let those capable come forth, Zhang Tianze replied dismissively, casting a casual glance at the bearded youth and the others. How dare you? The bearded youth's fury ignited. He had never been so openly disrespected. With a swift motion, he unleashed a powerful strike, his inner strength surging as he aimed a punch at Zhang Tianze. Despite the speed and ferocity of his attack, in Zhang Tianze's eyes, it was utterly trivial. Zhang Tianze raised his heavy sword and swung it horizontally, delivering a resounding blow to the bearded youth's head. The youth let out a pained howl, akin to a kite with its strings severed, sent flying several feet away, writhing momentarily before falling silent. Zhang Tianze had, with a single swing, rendered him unconscious. What? The assembled named disciples gasped in unison, their expressions freezing in shock as they gazed at Zhang Tianze, as if witnessing a ghost. Although he possessed only the 7th level of the post-Wu realm, he had knocked out a peak 8th level expert with a single strike. It was evident he had shown restraint. Had he struck to kill, the bearded youth would be dead. Qin Chong, though somewhat prepared, could not help but be astonished. Join forces and defend the dignity of the named disciples. Someone shouted, prompting a surge of 10 or more disciples to surround Zhang Tianze. Having witnessed his overwhelming strength, none dared to underestimate him as they drew their swords. In an instant, the arena was illuminated by the glint of blades. Haha, let us all come at me. Zhang Tianze laughed heartily, his battle spirit uncontainable. He struck first, his heavy sword slicing through the air. The ensuing chaos was overwhelmingly one-sided. None could withstand Zhang Tianze's blade. Each swing of his 800-gene sword sent adversaries sprawling to the ground, cries of anguish echoing as one by one the named disciples fell before him. The commotion quickly attracted a swarm of named disciples from the entire area, who rushed to the martial arts arena. Upon witnessing the disarray of bodies strewn across the ground, a mix of astonishment and rage spread among them. A mere servant disciple comes here to injure us. Thinking the named area is without protectors? A newly arrived disciple clad in blue exclaimed in fury. His own cultivation at the peak of the 8th level of the post-Wu realm, yet still not having ascended to the 9th. Indeed, it is because you believe us to be defenseless that you dare to challenge me. Zhang Tianze exuded an air of unparalleled arrogance, dismissing everyone around him with disdain. He stood resolutely, prepared for battle, undeterred by the absence of any formidable opponent from the 9th layer of the post-Wu realm. You seek defeat, do you? I hope you won't beg for mercy later. Form the 9-star sword formation. The young man in blue shouted, and in a flash, 9 figures emerged from the crowd, encircling Zhang Tianze completely. Kill! The young man in blue, positioned at the forefront of the sword formation, commanded, while the other 8, all at the pinnacle of the 8th layer of the post-Wu realm, displayed an extraordinary synchronicity in their movements, seamlessly completing the formation. With a clamor, 9 swords moved in unison, their energies intertwining. The 9 individuals occupying the 9-star positions combined their strengths, creating a formidable force. It was said that this 9-star sword formation formed the foundation of the Shu Mountain Sword Sect, though its true power remained uncertain. Zhang Tianze's eyes sparkled as he brandished his sword, unleashing a dazzling dragon of sword energy. He stood firm against this sword energy dragon, showing no inclination to retreat. With a thunderous roar, his strike was devoid of embellishments, a heavy sword without an edge, yet powerful enough to move mountains. Amidst the surge of blood, his mighty sword descended like a mountain, shattering the sword energy dragon before the astonished gazes of many. The immense recoil rendered the 9 practitioners unable to maintain their formation, sending them flying backward, with some coughing up blood from the backlash. Too weak. Is there no one stronger? Zhang Tianze's flowing black hair gave him an imposing presence, resembling a demon king. Chapter 8. Seeking defeat forceful, domineering. On this chilly night, Zhang Tianze stood firm in the martial arts arena, his aura akin to a dragon, radiating like a brilliant star and capturing the attention of all. The number of spectators rapidly grew, surrounding the arena. With blood surging and a fighting spirit that defied all odds, he stood alone, unafraid of 1,000 challengers. The Shu Mountain Sword Sect had existed for countless years, giving rise to numerous prodigies, with many legendary events etched into history atop this mountain. Yet, this was the first time one man dared to challenge an entire area. Tonight was destined to be sleepless. Tonight was destined to be extraordinary. Tonight, the young man's brilliance would emerge, ensuring his name would be etched in glory through battle. Countless eyes fixated on Zhang Tianze, filled with shock, fear, anger, and eagerness. How could such a genius emerge among the mundane disciples? Such talent should not be relegated to menial tasks. Whispers suggested he was a newcomer, having just arrived in the daytime. Regardless of whether he was new or how gifted he was, he remained a mere auxiliary disciple, and the dignity of the named area must not be tarnished. Should he sweep through the named area, what face would they have left? However, with the 8th layer of the post-Wu realm proving no match for him, and the 9 united in the 9-star sword formation being easily defeated, only a master from the 9th layer could contend with him. No one was not astonished. Those who had fallen were a disgrace to the named area, and at this moment, a powerful figure must intervene. I will fight you. A voice rang out, and the crowd parted to reveal a young man in a green robe striding forward with confidence. Many in the audience brightened at the sight. It's brother Liang Xiaoyu. Finally, someone is stepping up. Liang, ranked 18th in the named area and nearly at the peak of the post-Wu realm, was expected to easily defeat Zhang Tianze. Indeed, brother Liang's swift sword strikes like lightning, leaving no trace. His 18th ranking is merely a reflection of the past. In 3 days, he will rise even higher. Liang Xiaoyu's arrival ignited excitement. Some of his admirers envisioned Zhang Tianze begging for mercy on his knees. Zhang Tianze's eyes sparkled as a smile graced his lips. You are formidable. Liang Xiaoyu glanced at the fallen individuals, a flicker of surprise in his gaze, but it was quickly overshadowed by pride and determination. With a swift motion, Liang drew his sword, its cold glimmer evident. His blade, a mere finger's width and 5 feet long, was supple like a sharp iron whip. If you can withstand 3 of my strikes, you may claim victory. Liang's arrogance stemmed from his immense self-confidence. With a whoosh, Liang Xiaoyu lunged at Zhang Tianze with blinding speed, akin to a venomous serpent. His strike unleashed dozens of sword lights, each resembling a snake, sealing off Zhang Tianze's escape routes from various angles. Yet, Zhang Tianze remained unhurried, his sword dancing gracefully in response. He had not studied any profound sword techniques. His moves were born from relentless battles with demonic beasts. He believed in the philosophy of no fixed form, adapting to each situation. Zhang Tianze possessed immense strength. The 800-pound sword felt weightless in his grasp. He swung the sword in a circle, unleashing a compelling wave of sword energy. Clang, clang, clang. The clash of sword lights sparked brilliant flames, and Zhang Tianze adeptly countered Liang Xiaoyu's onslaught. While Liang's sword was undeniably swift, Zhang Tianze's reflexes proved even swifter. You can actually block me? Liang Xiaoyu's expression shifted, astonishment growing in his eyes. He was acutely aware of his swift sword's power. Not only was it unmatched by mere practitioners of the 7th layer, but even those in the 9th layer seldom posed a challenge. At this moment, Zhang Tianze's cultivation, propelled by the surge of and dragon ginseng, had reached the pinnacle of the 7th layer of the post-Wu realm, advancing toward the 8th layer. Each battle invigorated him, releasing the pent-up power within, allowing his dominance to flourish. Try to block one of my strikes, Zhang Tianze declared, his spirit soaring as he leaped over a meter high. Gripping the sword hilt tightly, the heavy sword emitted a resonant hum, reaching the peak of excitement. This sword, passed down by his master, had always seemed unremarkable apart from its weight. It lacked even a sharpened edge. Zhang Tianze had once thought his master was merely deceiving him with a piece of scrap metal. Yet, his master had solemnly declared that this sword would accompany him throughout his life. Zhang Tianze had always doubted his master's words until this moment, when the awakening of made the once dull heavy sword feel alive, as if imbued with a spirit, executing moves with unprecedented ease. Furthermore, the power of the unsharpened heavy sword was now far more formidable than before. With a resounding crash, the sword sliced through the air, emanating a low rumble as waves of ordinary sword energy cascaded down upon Liang Qiaoyu. The weight of the sword pressed down on Liang Qiaoyu, who felt an unprecedented pressure, as if a mountain were bearing down on him, making it difficult to breathe, a sensation he had only experienced during fierce competitions for rank. Liang Qiaoyu had no time for astonishment, as the heavy sword was already descending. With no choice, he raised his soft sword in defense. Infused with his inner energy, the soft sword hardened, colliding fiercely with Zhang Tianze's heavy sword. Bang! The ferocious power coursing through Zhang Tianze, bolstered by his blood of dominance, nearly doubled his physical strength. As his sword descended, Liang Qiaoyu's weapon slipped from his grasp, propelled by an overwhelming force. Liang was violently shaken, unable to steady himself, and staggered back 5 or 6 steps before regaining his balance. His complexion turned ashen, and the hand that once wielded the sword trembled uncontrollably. No, this is impossible. Liang was struck as if by lightning. All his previous pride evaporated in that moment. Who else could stand against me? I, Zhang Tianze, seek only a single defeat today. Undeterred, Zhang's fighting spirit surged. He felt his battle blood boiling. If he could not fight vigorously today, he would not relent. The 18th ranked swordsman had fallen. The gazes of the onlooking disciples turned from mere astonishment to something deeper. Quickly, summon the top 10 experts from the rankings, lest today's events tarnish the reputation of the designated area. Someone called out, and no one dared to underestimate this young lad. Merely at the 7th level of the late martial realm, nor regard him as a mere lowly servant disciple. Only the appearance of the top 10 experts could hope to suppress Zhang Tianze. Chapter 9. The defeated Wang Long. The entire designated area stirred with excitement. The training grounds were overcrowded. It had been ages since such a commotion had occurred here. Even during daylight training hours, such a crowd had never gathered. This scene was typically reserved for the biannual grand competition. With Liang Qiaoyu defeated, Zhang Tianze became the focal point of the training grounds. Everyone knew that this servant disciple had come to shake things up. Countless designated disciples felt the stirrings of combat enthusiasm, yet none dared to step forward. After all, if even Liang Qiaoyu had been vanquished, what chance did they possess? The only viable course of action was to summon the true experts ranked within the top 10 of the designated area to engage him. Damn, this is exhilarating. From the back, the stout Li Dong stomped his feet in excitement. He had known Zhang Tianze was strong, but to this extent still surprised him. Li did not worry that Zhang's actions would disrupt the rules of Mount Shu. With countless disciples, rivalries were a normal occurrence. Competition fostered growth, and the higher-ups of Mount Shu not only tolerated but actively encouraged such rivalries. The crowd stirred again, parting to make way for a young man clad in yellow robes, who approached under the gaze of all. The appearance of the yellow-robed youth incited a greater uproar than Liang Qiaoyu's. Brother Wang Long has arrived. This is splendid. Brother Wang Long, ranked 8th, possessed strength far surpassing Liang Qiaoyu, and was but a step away from transcending to the innate level. Defeating this arrogant youth would pose no challenge. Wang Long was tall and robust, emanating an intimidating aura, his face marked by a scar that added an edge to his presence. Brother, a voice cried out from behind, tinged with desperation as if mourning a loss. It was Wang San, limping and wiping tears from his face as he approached Wang Long. Countless eyes fell upon Wang San, all reflecting disdain. Wang Long was considered a genius, a notable figure within the designated area. How could he have such a pathetic younger brother? Brother, this scoundrel has beaten me to this state. You must avenge me. Wang San wailed, completely disregarding his own dignity, presenting himself as a colossal infant before Wang Long. Useless fellow, go away. Wang Long snapped irritably. Oh, Wang San acknowledged, lumbering to the side, evidently accustomed to his brother's reprimands. You've injured my brother and several designated disciples, challenging the dignity of our area. Speak, how do you wish to die? Wang Long's arrogance knew no bounds. Indeed, he had the credentials to be proud. Ranked 8th, a title not merely for show. If you cannot defeat me, then do not speak of dignity or face. How I die is not for you to decide. It must be with your sword. Zhang Tianze's fighting spirit was unparalleled. Invigorated by the blood of dominance, he feared no formidable opponent. Conversely, the stronger his enemy, the more it ignited his fervor, elevating his excitement. Ah, it has been ages since someone so audacious emerged from the southern courtyard. I hope you possess the means to back up your arrogance. Wang Long scoffed, swiftly drawing his sword, the sound ringing out incessantly. His speed was astonishing. Many witnesses hardly perceived how he unsheathed his weapon. At that moment, upon a hillside outside the accommodation area, 3 young men stood solemnly, their gazes fixed upon the duel between Wang Long and Zhang Tianze on the training field. How long do you think this lad can withstand Wang Long's sword? One inquired with a chuckle. Within 10 strikes, he shall surely fall, another declared with utmost confidence. The third, standing between them, remained silent, yet his eyes shone brightly, seemingly attempting to see through Zhang Tianze. Brother Yi, what do you think? One asked. Wang Long is no match for him, Yi Qian stated. What? Brother Yi, you cannot be jesting. Wang Long's swordplay is intricate and difficult to counter. This youth, while possessing some talent, is still merely at the peak of the 7th level of the late martial realm, 2 levels below Wang Long. Just watch, Yi Qian replied calmly. On the training ground, Wang Long and Zhang Tianze faced each other, poised for combat. With a swift motion, Wang Long struck first. His sword moved like lightning, exuding an icy chill. The strikes were both peculiar and unpredictable. One thrust ostensibly aimed at Zhang Tianze's left shoulder, yet as it neared, the blade coiled like a serpent, redirecting towards Zhang's abdomen. Indeed, he possesses skill, but it is not enough. Zhang Tianze's eyes gleamed as his own formidable aura rippled outward. He had not practiced any particularly sophisticated sword techniques, but his extensive combat experience allowed for instinctive reactions of remarkable precision. For 16 years, under the strict and rigorous training of his mentor, Zhang Tianze had concentrated on physical cultivation, spending countless hours battling the beasts of the mountains. He had encountered every form of offensive maneuver imaginable. According to his mentor, the more gifted a person, the more critical the foundation. Zhang Tianze's departure from the mountains at 16 was a testament to his solid groundwork, enabling him to progress seamlessly into true cultivation, like a swift current flowing effortlessly. With a resounding clash, Wang Long's cunning strike was met head-on by Zhang Tianze's heavy sword, perfectly deflected. This surprised Wang Long, but what astonished him more was that the force of his strike, upon meeting Zhang's blade, failed to budge him even an inch. Zhang stood firm as a mountain. Not enough, try again. Zhang Tianze shook his head defiantly. Seeking death, you will be riddled with wounds. Wang Long was furious. Having failed to best Zhang Tianze with a single strike, he felt deeply humiliated. In the next instant, Wang Long transformed into a whirlwind, his internal energy surging, and his sword became animated, launching a flurry of at least 10 strikes in quick succession. Each strike emerged from a different angle, ultimately landing at various other angles, embodying the concept of leaving an enemy riddled with holes, an onslaught that left Zhang Tianze's every vital point under threat, attacking left while wounding right, striking high while injuring low. Such swordsmanship is truly formidable. Even the slightest delay in response could result in dire consequences, if not death, then certainly severe injury. Witnessing this display of skill, many felt a chill of apprehension for Zhang Tianze. It was undeniably powerful. Had they been in his place against Wang Long, evading such a strike would have been impossible, leading to their immediate downfall. However, Zhang Tianze remained composed, deftly maneuvering his body while parrying with his sword, his inner energy harmonizing with a dominating force. Each strike he executed was precise, effectively countering Wang Long's lethal attacks. The clangs of their blades echoed, and after a flurry of strikes, Zhang Tianze remained unscathed, while Wang Long's rapid assaults barely grazed him, leaving not even a thread of his garment untouched. This sight elicited gasps from the onlookers, particularly from Wang Long, whose eyes widened in disbelief as he regarded Zhang Tianze as if he were a specter. Where did this extraordinary individual come from? Few could withstand Wang Long's previous barrage of strikes, let alone do so with such ease. On the hillside, Yi Qian's eyes sparkled with intrigue as an intangible battle spirit began to envelop him. This individual was indeed formidable, possessing merely the 7th heaven of the post-Wu realm. Brother Yi, did you notice his evasive technique against Wang Long's swift sword? It appeared effortless and graceful. Can you discern its nature? Inquired his companions. Yi Qian shook his head. The technique is peculiar, devoid of any discernible pattern. It seems to stem from instinct. Instinct? Such a reaction seems implausibly astonishing, said a young man beside him, his eyes filled with astonishment. If it were indeed instinct, then it was a terrifying one. In the training arena, Wang Long raised his sword again, this time without any unnecessary flourishes. Gripping the hilt with both hands, he elevated the blade high, infusing it with his inner energy, causing the sword's aura to illuminate the night. This time, he intended to engage Zhang Tianze in a direct confrontation. Zhang Tianze, brimming with confidence, mirrored Wang Long's stance. Raising his heavy sword, though dull-edged, it was capable of cleaving mountains and stones. This straightforward confrontation was precisely what Zhang Tianze desired. A vigorous battle was the ultimate expression of his martial spirit, with fervor igniting in the air under the scrutiny of ardent gazes. The two swords clashed with an undeniable force. At that moment of impact, Wang Long's expression shifted drastically. Zhang Tianze exuded an unparalleled dominance, his blood-red eyes radiating a tempestuous battle spirit akin to a fierce beast. The immense power emanating from him bore down on Wang Long like a mountain, making it hard for him to breathe. Step by step, under the might of this overwhelming energy, Wang Long was forced to retreat, stumbling back several paces until he was steadied by a few fellow disciples from behind. With a gasp, he spat a mouthful of blood, his sword hand numb and unresponsive. The point of collision with Zhang Tianze's sword bore a deep dent. Though his blade remained intact, it was rendered useless. How could this be? My sword is forged from true cold iron, virtually indestructible. How could you possibly damage it? Wang Long was astounded, his mind in turmoil. The training arena buzzed with renewed energy. Every gaze directed at Zhang Tianze grew more fervent. With Wang Long, ranked 8th, having been defeated, an invisible pressure began to mount among the other disciples. What manner of anomaly is this? His strength is extraordinary. Indeed, it is said he is a newcomer, having just arrived today. The named area of the southern courtyard would likely not remain tranquil any longer. Chapter 10. The Sword of Severance. Zhang Tianze was not the only one taken aback by the destruction of Wang Long's sword. He raised his heavy sword, scrutinizing it with newfound appreciation. This sword, bestowed by his master, had accompanied him since he first acquired the strength to wield it. Its unadorned, ancient form lacked luster, and apart from its weight, it bore no sharpness. Yet, over the years, Zhang Tianze had grown accustomed to its heft, and, sentimental about his master's gift, had never considered replacing it. Until now, when he shattered Wang Long's cold iron sword with a single strike, while his own sword remained flawless, without even a trace of damage. Zhang Tianze suddenly realized that his master had not been misleading him. This seemingly cumbersome sword was likely far more extraordinary than it appeared. Perhaps it was indeed a treasured blade. For the first time, Zhang Tianze felt an unprecedented kinship with the heavy sword. As if sensing Zhang Tianze's thoughts and intentions, the sword trembled slightly in his grasp, emitting a low, resonant hum, exuding an aura of excitement. Is there anyone else who dares to challenge me? Zhang Tianze declared, holding the sword across his chest, his dominating presence undiminished. The potency of the dragon ginseng still surged through his body. The awakened blood of the dragon coursed through his veins, and his indomitable battle spirit showed no sign of waning, even after his victory over Wang Long. The pinnacle of the seventh heaven of the post-Wu realm no longer impeded Zhang Tianze's ascent. His cultivation surged amid the ongoing battles, propelled by the dragon ginseng's potency. As he surged toward the 8th heaven of the post-Wu realm, his challenge echoed through the training arena, silencing the entire area. A mere newcomer dared to proclaim such defiance within the prestigious realm of named disciples, leaving many with expressions of incredulity. Yet, Zhang Tianze's might commanded respect, and most refrained from challenging him further. In this world where power reigns supreme, only formidable strength grants one the authority to speak. Brother, continue to strike him. You must have been holding back earlier, Wang Xin urged his brother Wang Long, uttering words that drew laughter from the crowd, earning him a multitude of incredulous stares. Shut up, you fool, Wang Long retorted, swinging a hand toward Wang Xin's chubby face, unable to bear the humiliation any longer. After being defeated by Zhang Tianze, he now faced ridicule from his own brother. Wang Xin, feeling utterly humiliated, broke down in tears, his sorrow resembling that of a wilting flower. Unable to tolerate the sight of his pathetic brother, Wang Long kicked him in the rear before turning away in disgust. What a disgrace. On the hillside above the dormitory area, the three individuals regarded Zhang Tianze with a newfound perspective. What had initially been astonishment had morphed into sheer shock. It seems it is our turn to take action, one suggested. Let me handle it. You are no match for him, Yi Chen asserted, straightening his attire as he strode down the hillside toward the training arena. Brother Yi, you may be overestimating him. This fellow has ignited my fighting spirit, replied a young man, brimming with arrogance and defiance. Naturally, he had the right to be proud. He was Qin Liao, ranked 5th among the named disciples. Those who ranked within the top 5 were anything but ordinary. From the moment Zhang Tianze defeated Wang Long, Qin Liao's competitive spirit had been stirred. Very well. Go ahead and test your mettle, Yi Qian smirked, shrugging his shoulders in playful mockery. Zhang Tianze stood resolutely in the martial arts arena, gripping his battle sword like a conqueror, eagerly awaiting the emergence of a formidable opponent. He understood that while Wang Long was indeed powerful, he merely ranked 8th. Today, his objective was to defeat the foremost disciple among the named students. Not only to test his own combat prowess and unleash his overwhelming fighting spirit, but also to secure the sole qualification to enter the sword domain in 3 days. At this moment, in the back mountains of the Herb Garden, Li Hui returned leisurely, only to sense something amiss. As his gaze fell upon the center of one of the herb patches, his eyes widened in shock. "Where's my dragon ginseng?" Li Hui leaped into the herb patch, searching frantically multiple times, ultimately confirming that the dragon ginseng was indeed missing. Who did this? Who stole my dragon ginseng? It must be that rascal. Damn it. My hard work. As a respectable elder of the Yuan realm, Li Hui could not restrain his ire, his mind racing with a torrent of expletives. With a determined stride, he headed towards the front of the Herb Garden, knowing full well who had pilfered his prized ginseng. The Herb Garden had never lost any medicinal materials over the years, and the lowly attendants responsible for its care would never dare to step into the back mountains, let alone steal something as precious as the dragon ginseng. Ever since that unruly boy arrived, his dragon ginseng had vanished. Who else could it be? Within the Herb Garden, several attendant disciples were examining the growth of the spiritual herbs while discussing the events of the day. Upon seeing elderly Hui's sudden arrival, they quickly knelt in fear. "Where is Zhang Tianze? Bring him to me," Li Hui demanded, his cheeks puffed in anger. He went to the named area?" One disciple stammered, trembling in the presence of an irate Li Hui, who was known for his gentleness but now radiated fury. "What does he intend to do there?" Li Hui inquired. "He went to challenge," the disciple replied, recounting the day's events in detail, leaving Li Hui feeling overwhelmed. "Alas, this Xian Lao has indeed taken in a little demon king." Li Hui sighed. On the very first day, such a ruckus had already been stirred. What would the future of Shushan be like? As Li Hui made his way towards the named area, his expression softened slightly. Though Zhang Tianze's theft of the dragon ginseng incensed him, the young man's courage to challenge in the named area commanded Li Hui's admiration. Naturally, a disciple nurtured by Xian Lao over 16 years could hardly be one to remain docile. Upon arriving at the martial arts arena, Li Hui beheld Zhang Tianze and Qin Liao standing opposite each other, both exuding tremendous aura as they engaged in a battle of wills. At the pinnacle of the 7th layer of the martial realm, it appeared that his dragon ginseng had indeed proven beneficial. However, this fellow exuded a rare and overwhelming dominance, a quality that had been absent earlier in the day. Li Hui scrutinized Zhang Tianze, recognizing the fundamental transformation that had occurred within him, a change that astonished him. Even more surprising was the familiar sensation of the overwhelming aura emanating from Zhang Tianze, reminiscent of someone he felt he had encountered before, yet he could not place it. "This little rascal, I shall see if he can truly challenge the named area. If he secures that qualification to enter the sword domain, I might just forgive him for the dragon ginseng," Li Hui mused, now harboring greater expectations for this young man, trained by Xian Lao in seclusion for 16 years. The emergence of another prodigious talent within the Shushan sword sect would indeed be a fortuitous event. The appearance of Qin Liao in the martial arts arena sent the named disciple's spirits soaring with anticipation for this imminent clash. As the 5th-ranked disciple, defeating this young man should pose no challenge for Qin Liao. His breaking flow sword was said to possess the terrifying ability to sever flowing water. While some anticipated a swift victory, the memory of Zhang Tianze's formidable strength tempered their expectations. "Zhang Tianze, I shall only strike once. If you can withstand it, I shall concede defeat," Qin Liao declared, brimming with arrogance and confidence. His sword, shimmering like rippling water, appeared gentle yet harbored tremendous lethality. The more serene the sword seemed, the more terrifying its eruption. In contrast, Zhang Tianze's heavy sword, seemingly ordinary, had previously shattered Wang Long's cold iron sword. "I, too, shall strike but once," Zhang Tianze asserted, his confidence unwavering. "Be cautious, a single strike will sever the flow." With that, Qin Liao moved, unleashing a series of sword waves from his weapon, each layer resembling the undulating surface of water, creating continuous ripples. As he struck, brilliance radiated forth, accompanied by an icy chill that enveloped the spectators, reminiscent of a cool waterfall cascading towards them, chilling their very souls. This strike was dazzling, causing many to instinctively shut their eyes against the overwhelming cold, which felt as though they were plummeting into an icy abyss. The sword's trajectory was both constricted and expansive, slicing through the water with greater swiftness than Wang Long's blade. The intertwining sword energies induced a momentary confusion, leaving little room for evasion. Regrettably, due to Qin Liao's limited cultivation, his strike lacked any sword intent. Otherwise, it would have reached unparalleled heights, rendering it insurmountable. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that Qin Liao's ability to execute such swordsmanship without having reached innate perfection was indeed formidable, justifying his rank. Should the named area hold another ranking session, Qin Liao's position would surely ascend beyond fifth. From a distance, Li Hui's eyes gleamed with intensity as he fixated on the martial arts arena. He was eager to witness whether Zhang Tianze, with cultivation 2 levels beneath Qin Liao's, could withstand this breaking flow sword. More so, he yearned to discern the extraordinary capabilities of a disciple whom Xian Lao had devoted 16 years to train. Zhang Tianze observed Qin Liao's every move, his own eyes sparkling with admiration. What excellent swordsmanship! He could not help but exclaim. Qin Liao, indeed worthy of his 5th rank, possessed strength far superior to Wang Long. This strike had the potential to disturb one's mental state. Had Zhang Tianze not cultivated his composure to an exceptional level, he might have been severely affected and succumbed to defeat. In a contest of masters, hesitation could spell doom. Even a fleeting moment of distraction could lead to one's downfall. Zhang Tianze understood this all too well. Although his master had not imparted any formidable sword techniques or methods over the past 16 years, he had honed his fierce disposition and instincts through continuous battles with the mountain's beasts. Unreservedly, Zhang Tianze's solid foundation and capabilities were far beyond the reach of an ordinary disciple of the Shu Mountain Sect. Clang! Zhang Tianze moved, swinging his heavy sword in a wide arc. As his body swayed, he leaned slightly, his gaze flickering as he discerned the weakness in Qin Liao's breaking flow sword. Subsequently, Zhang Tianze thrust forth a strike, perfectly aligning with the fundamental position of the breaking flow sword amidst the myriad of sword lights. This was an instinctual strike, dismantling the opponent's technique. Bang! The two swords clashed, generating a violent surge of sword energy that shattered the icy sword aura akin to a cascading waterfall. The shattered energy surged towards Zhang Tianze, yet he deftly evaded it by weaving left and right. With a casual stroke of his sword, Zhang Tianze effortlessly shattered Qin Liao's broken water sword. This spectacle left many in a state of astonishment once again. Such swordsmanship, no. This young man did not even employ a technique. That stroke was entirely instinctual, spontaneous. It was terrifying. If this were indeed a reflex born of instinct, the implications were daunting. How could the world harbor such formidable instincts? Li Hui, for the first time, found it difficult to maintain his composure. As an elder of the Southern Academy of Shushan, he had witnessed countless prodigies. Yet it had been a long time since he had encountered someone who evoked such a sense of awe. Zhang Tianze's brilliance undoubtedly struck a chord within him. With a heavy sword in hand, Zhang Tianze moved again after breaking the broken water sword. He swung the 800-pound blade horizontally, channeling his fierce and potent energy into the sword, moving with astonishing speed as he aimed it at Qin Liao. This is bad. Nearby, Yi Qian silently acknowledged the danger. With a swift motion of his arm, he drew a fiery battle sword, launching it toward Zhang Tianze's heavy blade. Though Qin Liao was formidable, his combat experience was no match for Zhang Tianze. Stunned by the shattering of the broken water sword, Qin Liao stood dazed. When Zhang Tianze unleashed his fierce strike, Qin Liao, still in a state of shock, was utterly unable to defend himself. Had Zhang Tianze not restrained his might, that blow could have cleaved Qin Liao in two. Clang! Yi Qian moved with incredible speed, his sword meeting Zhang Tianze's just as it was about to collide with Qin Liao, precisely blocking the attack. Qin Liao shuddered, snapping back to reality. As he comprehended the scene before him, cold sweat trickled down his forehead. That moment had been perilously close. Even if you had not intervened, I would not have killed him. Zhang Tianze sheathed his heavy sword, regarding Qin Liao with indifference. With your temperament, in the face of life and death battles, you would not know how many times you would perish. A lack of practical experience renders even the most skilled cultivator merely a lamb. Only through continuous real-world challenges can one transform into an indomitable tiger. Every word Zhang Tianze uttered was not only directed at Qin Liao, but resonated with everyone present. Thank you. Qin Liao sheathed his broken water sword and clasped his fists in gratitude. His thanks were genuine and heartfelt. The earlier confrontation had illuminated his shortcomings. It was not his cultivation or strength that he lacked, but rather true combat experience and the right mindset in facing an opponent. Zhang Tianze's words sparked an epiphany for him, as well as for many others present. I understand now. Although Elder Xian appeared to teach me nothing, he imparted knowledge beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Li Hui sighed, gazing at Zhang Tianze with admiration, seemingly having momentarily forgotten about the matter of the dragon ginseng. Very well, I find you quite intriguing. Yi Qian smiled as he regarded Zhang Tianze. The latter's handsome visage exuded an air of composure, and one could discern from his profound gaze that he was no ordinary individual. His character was unmatched by the likes of Wang Long or Qin Liao. Who are you? Zhang Tianze inquired, looking at Yi Qian. Yi Qian, the second-ranked disciple among the named students, came the calm reply. You are quite capable. Zhang Tianze nodded. Observing a person's demeanor and gaze reveals much. Yi Qian was undoubtedly extraordinary. To Zhang Tianze, a talent like Yi Qian should rightfully hold the top rank among named disciples, yet he found himself in second place, which only intensified his curiosity about the one who ranked first. A wave of fervent energy emanated from Yi Qian, causing the onlooking disciples to instinctively step back several paces, clearing a larger space for the battlefield. Every gaze was fixed upon Yi Qian, filled with admiration, pride, and envy. The fire sword Yi Qian was renowned not without reason. It had been a long time since anyone had witnessed him in action. Fire sword, I request your guidance. Yi Qian raised his battle sword, flames erupting from its blade, resembling serpents of fire dancing about. Come forth. Zhang Tianze exuded an unmatched aura, filled with eagerness for the duel. He had every reason to believe that Yi Qian would not disappoint him. His visit to this named disciple area would not be in vain. Chapter 12. A refreshing encounter. The scorching sword energy surged forth. Yi Qian's sword transformed into a fiery dragon, undulating freely. With a thrust, the surrounding air ignited, and the ferocious sword energy swept through like a tornado, enveloping everything in its path. The crimson flames shone brilliantly against the night sky. Zhang Tianze felt a shift in his senses. Although Yi Qian's strike seemed casual, it was nearly impossible to find a flaw, and the overwhelming sword energy was suffocating. Under the pressure of the fire dragon, Zhang Tianze could not help but take a step back, raising his heavy sword. Zhang Tianze exerted force through his legs and leaped to a height of 10 feet. In midair, he gripped the sword's hilt tightly, descending in a spiraling motion with incredible speed. The rapid rotation of the sword blurred its outline, making it difficult for his opponent to discern its trajectory. This technique unleashed a powerful gust, maximizing the sword's potential. Surrounded by the fierce winds, Zhang Tianze transformed into a whirlwind, the swirling sword energy converging as he charged downward toward Yi Qian. Zhang Tianze had scarcely trained in any refined sword techniques. The swordplay he exhibited was entirely instinctual, a product of his own realizations during practice. The spiraling motion, seemingly devoid of structure, paradoxically maximized its power, an impressive display of insight. In the distance, Li Hui watched in awe as Zhang Tianze's combat prowess continually surprised him. Boom! The spiraling heavy sword descended with the force of a mountain, obliterating Yi Qian's fiery dragon of sword energy. In an instant, flames erupted, illuminating the darkness with a dazzling crimson light, akin to a spectacular firework display. Yi Qian leaned slightly, raising his fire sword with a gentle upward motion, effortlessly dissipating Zhang Tianze's overwhelming force. He then stood poised with his sword, as nonchalant as before. Zhang Tianze's spiraling strike posed no threat or impact on him. What sword technique is that? Yi Qian inquired with genuine interest, his demeanor now more respectful than before. True masters only hold admiration for other masters. Zhang Tianze's ability to break through Yi Qian's previous strike, despite being at the 7th level of martial cultivation, was enough to earn Yi Qian's respect. In Yi Qian's heart, Zhang Tianze had qualified himself as a worthy opponent. Spontaneous and unstructured, Zhang Tianze replied nonchalantly. Such spontaneity is remarkable. Zhang Tianze, I concede that you are a rare talent. However, as the leader among the named disciples, I have every reason to defend the honor of this named disciple area. My fire sword duel technique has just reached its 6th form yesterday. If you can withstand 6 of my strikes, I shall concede defeat, Yi Qian declared, the flames on his sword flaring more fiercely, his confidence surpassing that of Qin Liao. Yi Qian's aura began to shift. His long black hair danced in the wind, the crimson flames surrounding him giving him the appearance of a fire deity. His battle sword hummed, imbued with a formidable fighting spirit. The essence of the fire sword duel technique lay in channeling one's fighting will into the swordplay, imbued with an unstoppable dominance. First form of the fire sword duel technique. Yi Qianjian moved with the grace of a dragon. as he unleashed a sword strike that conjured a blazing fire dragon. The battle dragon let out a fierce roar, twisting its body to illuminate the night. Swiftly closing in on Zhang Tianze. Zhang Tianze retreated 3 steps, a grave expression etched upon his face. Faced with Yi Qian's fiery swordplay, even he dared not exhibit a trace of negligence. Yet, Zhang Tianze felt no fear. Instead, he was invigorated, the awakening of his bloodline granting him a fierce resolve. The more formidable the opponent, the more exhilarated he became. With his heavy sword, he executed simple horizontal and vertical slashes, embodying the most fundamental swordsmanship, unadorned yet effective. Boom! Zhang Tianze's internal energy surged, his heavy sword striking down upon the fiery dragon, obliterating it. The second, third, fourth, and fifth forms followed in quick succession. Yi Qian erupted, transforming into a tempest of fury, a stark contrast to his previously genteel demeanor. The latter forms of the fiery swordplay were unleashed in an instant, flooding the arena with dragon-shaped sword energy, the searing heat threatening to scorch the darkness. Countless fire dragon sword energies intertwined, ensnaring Zhang Tianze within their grasp. Armed with his heavy sword, he maneuvered through the fiery onslaught, unleashing a flurry of strikes that countered the dragon's breath. Confronted with true mastery of swordsmanship, Zhang Tianze now grasped an essential truth, the significance of sword techniques. Relying solely on instinct and combat experience against Yi Qian's fiery swordplay rendered him inadequate and perilously exposed, particularly within the confines of the searing sword energy. In this moment, Zhang Tianze found himself in a defensive stance, devoid of any power to retaliate. I must secure a position in the sword domain to comprehend profound sword techniques. If I possessed formidable swordsmanship, I would not be so thoroughly cornered by Yi Qian. He gritted his teeth. Yet, he relished this state of battle. The overwhelming pressure invigorated him, awakening his potential once more. Under the influence of his bloodline and dragon ginseng, he was on the cusp of advancing to the 8th heaven of the post-martial realm. Haha! Zhang Tianze laughed heartily, embodying a sovereign. His heavy sword moved with fluidity, mirroring the exhilaration of battle. The thrill of matching a worthy opponent allowed him to vent the colossal combat intent brewing within. Only by releasing this intent could he better assimilate the enhancements bestowed by his bloodline and dragon ginseng. Swoosh! A sword energy grazed Zhang Tianze's left shoulder, leaving a scar. Yet he remained oblivious, undeterred in his fervor. Swoosh! Another blade of energy sliced through his arm, but it did not impede his performance. His strike speed remained unbroken. In the blink of an eye, the fire dragon's sword energies had etched numerous wounds upon him, staining his pristine garment with blood. Nonetheless, Zhang Tianze remained defiant. His commanding aura undiminished by injury, his internal energy seemingly inexhaustible. The 800-pound heavy sword in his grasp felt weightless, as he systematically dismantled the fiery sword energies. He was a madman. All spectators murmured in amazement, recognizing that Zhang Tianze had entered a unique state, entirely immersed in his own world of combat. Despite his injuries, he radiated a sense of enjoyment. He appeared both deranged and domineering, fluid yet powerful. Covered in scars, he wielded his sword with ease, seemingly engaged in a desperate struggle, yet exuding an air of effortless grace. It was a state that evoked envy and admiration, a profound immersion in self. Chapter 13. Assist me in breaking through. Such a gifted individual had only appeared once in the annals of Shushan. Li Hui's eyes sparkled, unable to conceal his admiration for Zhang Tianze. In the arena, flames danced and sword energies intertwined, with Zhang Tianze resembling a dancer, delivering an intense visual impact. Bang! As the final fire dragon's sword energy was shattered, the overwhelming aura emanating from Zhang Tianze reached its zenith. Yi Qian, do you possess anything more formidable? Zhang Tianze shouted, disregarding his wounds. All could sense the battle intent emanating from his very core, a longing for combat. He was wholly absorbed in his state, unable to extricate himself. A warrior of such fervor existed in this world. Those obsessed with martial arts were termed martial fanatics. Those captivated by the sword path were known as sword lunatics. In this moment, Zhang Tianze was regarded as a madman by those observing. Well done, Zhang Tianze. To withstand 5 moves of my fiery swordplay without faltering is commendable. Now, prepare yourself for the 6th form I have just comprehended, twin dragons spitting pearls. Yi Qian was also stirred by Zhang Tianze's fighting spirit. His swordsmanship inherently carried the essence of combat will, and at this moment, retreat was not an option. Moreover, Yi Qian had just perfected the 6th form of the fiery swordplay, eager to unleash it amidst the fray and test its might. Whoosh! Yi Qian leaped gracefully, buoyed by the flames, pausing midair. For one at the post-martial realm, such an ability was formidable, as only those who attained the Yuan realm could fly. The path of cultivation begins at the foundation. The post-martial realm is a phase of physical refinement, where one develops their potential and condenses internal energy, known as postnatal energy. After reaching the ninth heaven of the post-martial realm, one can break through to the innate stage, opening the mind and upgrading their internal energy to innate energy, thus becoming an innate master. Beyond the pinnacle of innate, the body becomes exceptionally solid and potential is fully realized. At this stage, the innate energy connects with the external Yuan Qi, placing the individual in an expansive state, transforming innate energy into pure Yuan force, known as the entry into Yuan realm. Masters of the entry into Yuan realm can manipulate the energies of heaven and earth, soaring through the skies like Li Hui, embodying the true essence of Yuan cultivation. Yi Qian's ability to hover at such heights evoked envy from many, as he wielded his fiery sword. Streams of sword shadows danced with such speed that they dazzled the onlookers. Roar! Under the astonished gazes, two fire dragons, entirely formed from sword energy, emerged. These dragons appeared vividly alive, intertwining their tails in a grinding motion as they surged toward Zhang Tianze. Zhang Tianze's pupils constricted, his eyes alight with excitement. The power of this sixth form was nearly the culmination of the preceding five, presenting an immense pressure upon him. What a formidable strike! Zhang Tianze is doomed. The spectators mused, realizing that Yi Qian's fiery swordplay had reached unprecedented heights. If the stoic prodigy Zhou Yuqian did not experience a direct breakthrough, he might not stand a chance against Yi Qian. Indeed, in 3 days, a grand competition awaits, where Yi Qian and Zhou Yuqian will undoubtedly engage in a fierce contest of dragons and tigers. For now, let us set aside Zhou Yuqian, who is still away on his training journey, and observe how Zhang Tianze confronts Yi Qian's formidable sword technique. The countless registered disciples are ablaze with excitement over Yi Qian's sixth form, all hoping for his victory over Zhang Tianze. After all, should Yi Qian falter, none present would emerge with their dignity intact. In the vast expanse of the registered disciple area, thousands are overshadowed by a mere newcomer, a servant disciple, and it would indeed be a source of embarrassment for them all. Come forth, with the strength to topple mountains. I shall shatter your twin dragon sword technique. Zhang Tianze, undaunted, was invigorated to the utmost, his formidable opponent igniting every ounce of his combat spirit. He relished this state of being. With his heavy sword, he unleashed a flurry of slashes, leaping into the air, charging directly towards Yi Qian's twin dragon sword energy. Zhang Tianze, possessing a physique rivaling that of a beast, and bolstered by the awakening of his blood dominance, commanded a strength beyond the ordinary. Confidently, he relied on instinct and power to counter Yi Qian's strike. The pressure it exerted upon him was significant, presenting an opportunity for breakthrough. With a thunderous roar, amid countless astonished gazes, Zhang Tianze's heavy sword collided violently with the twin dragon sword energy. A tempest of energy erupted, illuminating the night with a resplendent glow, casting clear reflections upon the astonished faces. The residual force of the battle surged forth, sending some tumbling to the ground, while many retreated in fear of collateral damage. The intensity of this clash at the post-martial realm was indeed terrifying, surpassing the imagination of many. Bang! Zhang Tianze was struck by the scattered sword energy, plummeting from the air, staggering and pale, feeling a surge of blood rising in his throat, which he could not suppress, and he coughed violently, leaning heavily upon his sword. He appeared quite disheveled. Yet, despite his plight, the brilliance in his eyes remained unmasked, radiating a blend of defiance and exhilaration. What was the source of his excitement? No one could ascertain, but it was clear that he would not be disheartened by a defeat at Yi Qian's hands. Ah, Brother Yi is indeed formidable. This arrogant lad has finally succumbed to the sword of a fellow brother. Young man, remember this. Beyond the heavens, there are more heavens. Beyond man, there are greater men. If you wish to challenge the registered area at the 7th level of the post-martial realm, you best return and train harder. The long-restrained training ground erupted in fervor, countless registered disciples cheering in jubilation. After all, since Zhang Tianze's arrival, he had been invincible, continuously besting the elite of the registered area, quelling their spirits. In this moment, Yi Qian's victory over Zhang Tianze felt like a long-awaited sigh of relief for them, and naturally, there was ample reason for celebration. However, Yi Qian, who should have been reveling in triumph, furrowed his brow, sensing an unsettling shift emanating from Zhang Tianze. This fellow, who had ostensibly been defeated, bore an expression of excitement and brightness in his eyes, a slight smile gracing his lips, Anyone could see he was reveling in this moment. To declare defeat now would be premature. A broad smile stretched across Zhang Tianze's face, and in the next instant, a tidal wave of momentum surged forth from within him. What? Yi Qian gasped, unable to maintain his composure. He was horrified to realize that Zhang Tianze had broken through, ascending to the 8th level of the post-martial realm. This fellow was utilizing the pressure from my 6th form to propel his own breakthrough. Yi Qian, astute as he was, recognized that Zhang Tianze's timely advancement was indeed catalyzed by the fervor of his own fiery sword technique. Blood vitality erupted from Zhang Tianze's crown, evidencing a swift recovery from the injuries sustained beneath the fiery sword technique, his aura intensifying beyond its previous state. In the following moment, Zhang Tianze successfully ascended, reaching the 8th level of the post-martial realm. An unparalleled aura of dominance enveloped Zhang Tianze, rendering him akin to a king. Within him, even a trace of regal presence lingered. A mere 16-year-old disciple, with only post-martial prowess, emanated the essence of a ruler. Though faint, it was undeniably formidable. Could this young man exhibit any greater excellence? Li Hui felt that he had exhausted his capacity for astonishment in the years to come, as Zhang Tianze continuously shattered his perceptions and summoned miracles. Although he had felt a tinge of disappointment at Zhang Tianze's earlier defeat, that sentiment was now entirely dissipated, and his regard for Zhang Tianze soared anew. With his strength, he could have relied on combat experience and instinctive reactions to counter Yi Qian's strike. Yet he chose the most direct confrontation. It became evident that he aimed to leverage the pressure from Yi Qian's strike to elevate himself. A mere brute could only be a warrior, but someone who possessed both courage and strategy could achieve greatness. It had been long since Li Hui had genuinely praised anyone. But today, Zhang Tianze's performance truly opened his eyes. The discerning gaze of Elder Xian remained as sharp as ever. Li Hui recalled the token and couldn't help but chuckle, shaking his head in disbelief. The training ground erupted once more, many leaping with uncontainable joy. Their elation over Yi Qian's victory had not yet faded, nor had they begun to truly celebrate, when Zhang Tianze doused them with a cold wave of reality. What is this? Is he even human? How can one break through so effortlessly? It's utterly outrageous. I have toiled for so long, striving to reach the 8th level of the post-martial realm, expending countless efforts, while this rascal simply advances at will. Where is the justice in that? It was clear, with Zhang Tianze's ascension to the 8th level of the post-martial realm, Yi Qian would undoubtedly be no match for him. No one remained unshaken. None had anticipated Zhang Tianze's advancement in such a state. While there had been tales of breakthroughs during battle, they were exceedingly rare, as one could not afford to be distracted amidst combat, requiring full immersion in the fight. Consequently, one would continuously deplete their true energy, leading to fatigue and diminishing their combat efficacy. Under such circumstances, seeking a breakthrough would be akin to climbing a mountain. Yet, Zhang Tianze's breakthrough was not mere happenstance. Setting aside the fact that the power of the dragon ginseng had not yet been fully absorbed, even the recently awakened blood dominance bestowed upon him unimaginable enhancements. His burgeoning aura of dominance had never waned, and his strength was steadily rising amidst ongoing battles. The innate combat spirit within him yearned to encounter a formidable adversary, and Yi Qian was precisely that. Under the pressure of fierce combat, both the blood dominance and the dragon ginseng's potency were fully harnessed, facilitating his ascent to the 8th level of the post-martial realm, a natural progression that aligned with Zhang Tianze's own ambitions. Come again. Zhang Tianze's momentum surged like a raging tide, and even his unremarkable heavy sword began to shine with an extraordinary brilliance. Zhang Tianze, brimming with ambition, gripped his heavy sword and, in the blink of an eye, approached Yi Qian. The sword was raised high and came crashing down. I concede, Yi Qian admitted, sweat pouring down his face. In that fleeting moment, he sensed an overwhelming aura of danger. Even with his pride, he could not afford to yield. Despite his arrogance, Yi Qian possessed the self-awareness to recognize that Zhang Tianze, now at the 8th level of martial arts after his advancement, was beyond his reach. His flame dual sword technique had only been mastered to the 6th form. Even if he had perfected it to the 9th, he still would not stand a chance against Zhang Tianze, unless he truly transcended into the innate realm. The heavy sword halted just 3 inches from Yi Qian's forehead, the razor-sharp blade severing a strand of hair, which fell gracefully across Yi Qian's face, evoking a moment of sheer terror that even he could not escape without breaking into a cold sweat. Brother Zhang, your prowess is truly remarkable, and I am in awe, Yi Qian said, cupping his fist in respect, fully accepting his defeat. You too are commendable. Given time, your potential is limitless. Zhang Tianze replied calmly as he sheathed his sword. Yi Qian smiled silently, choosing not to respond. He was a person who could accept defeat. A fleeting setback could not define his entire life. Moreover, he had gained insight from his battle with Zhang Tianze. If all went well, he believed he could break through to the innate realm within 2 months, becoming an outer disciple of the Southern Academy of Mount Shu. Alas, Brother Yi has also fallen. Now, there is no one left in the registered disciples area capable of challenging Zhang Tianze. Today has truly been a disgrace, came a lamentation. Indeed, where has Zhou Yuqin gone? If he were here, with his abilities, perhaps we would have had a chance, another voice chimed in. Our defeat is not unjust. Zhang Tianze is indeed formidable. What a pity that such a talent is relegated to menial tasks, they remarked. Reflecting on the awkward atmosphere in the training arena, as Yi Qian's loss signified that no one remained to confront Zhang Tianze. Where are the top-ranked disciples? Why do they not come forth? Zhang Tianze's fighting spirit remained unabated. He yearned for another challenge. He must defeat the first-ranked disciple to secure the sole opportunity to enter the sword domain. Brother Zhang, the first-ranked, the cold-faced demon child Zhou Yuqin, has been away on a journey for over a month and has yet to return, having bested me. There is no one left in this area who can stand against you, Yi Qian said with a bittersweet smile, acknowledging the undeniable truth. On a journey, you say? Zhang Tianze furrowed his brow, somewhat disappointed at the lack of a duel with the top-ranked disciple, feeling that the evening would not be perfect without it. Who says there is no one to challenge you? Just as Yi Qian finished speaking, a vibrant voice rang out from a distance. Everyone turned to see a young man clad in blue gracefully approaching from the opposite end of the arena. His fair face was as ethereal as the wind, exquisitely sculpted as if carved from jade, wielding a folding fan and with long hair cascading down, his countenance resembling that of a crowned gem. His eyes, deep and dark blue like a hidden spring in the mountains, exuded a cold, aloof demeanor, indifferent to those around him. Yet a hint of cunning flickered beneath his frosty gaze. This fellow is almost too beautiful, Zhang Tianze thought, blinking in astonishment as the young man, more radiant than any woman, approached, making it hard for him to look away. Damn it, I'm not interested in men. He chastised himself, shaking his head to regain focus. Chapter 15. The scoundrel. The dashing young man strode confidently into the arena, causing a ripple of excitement as onlookers instinctively stepped back, clearing a path. Brother Yi, who is this pretty boy? Could he possibly be the cold-faced demon child you mentioned? Zhang Tianze inquired with curiosity. Ahem, Brother Zhang. This one is far more formidable than the cold-faced demon child. You'd best be cautious, Yi Qian replied, coughing lightly as he stepped aside. Zhang Tianze felt a twinge of concern at the pity he sensed in Yi Qian's gaze. Why would Yi Qian feel pity for him? Did this pretty boy possess remarkable skills? He looked as though he was merely at the peak of the post-martial realm. How could he possibly match Yi Qian? Now that he had advanced to the 8th level of martial arts, he believed it would be difficult to find a worthy opponent below the innate realm. Even if Zhou Yuqin were present, Zhang Tianze would harbor no fear. In the distance, Li Hui, upon seeing the blue-clad young man appear, couldn't he help but smack his forehead in exasperation, muttering to himself, "Oh, my head hurts." Soon, the blue-clad youth stood proudly opposite Zhang Tianze, fanning himself with an air of nonchalance. Zhang Tianze crinkled his nose, catching the scent of a fragrant aroma. When he realized it emanated from this young man, he felt even more bemused. Great, even men have a pleasant scent now. Is he even a man? The blue-clad youth elegantly closed his fan and pointed it towards Zhang Tianze. Newcomer, do not be overly arrogant. Let's spar a few rounds before we talk. What a delicate fellow, Zhang Tianze chuckled, finding amusement in the situation. Who are you calling delicate? The blue-clad youth retorted angrily. I refuse to spar with someone so ambiguous. When the cold-faced demon child arrives, have him seek me out. Farewell, Zhang Tianze said, turning to leave. In that instant, the blue-clad youth moved with astonishing speed, blocking Zhang Tianze's path like a phantom. Incredible speed, Zhang Tianze thought, startled by the youth's sudden burst of agility. Realizing he had underestimated him. You dare to disrespect me? Today, I shall teach you a lesson, the blue-clad youth declared, a hint of anger gracing his delicate features. And without awaiting Zhang Tianze's consent, he lunged forward with a punch. With no alternative, Zhang Tianze met the attack with his own punch, and the two fists collided in a resounding thud. Both were forced to take a step back from the forceful impact. Such formidable true energy and physical strength. Zhang Tianze's eyes widened in realization. Despite the blue-clad youth's effeminate appearance, his prowess was undeniably impressive. Well done, you can withstand a punch from me, the blue-clad youth remarked, his gaze towards Zhang Tianze shifting with newfound respect. The onlookers sensed the excitement brewing. understanding that this blue-clad youth was among the most formidable individuals in the Southern Academy. A force to be reckoned with, even by core disciples. You, young man, dare to fight without a sword? The blue-clad youth challenged. That suits me perfectly. Zhang Tianze thrust his heavy sword fiercely into the ground. He excelled in battles of strength, especially since he had not cultivated any formidable sword techniques. His previous encounter with Yi Qian had left him at a disadvantage. Moreover, his direct confrontation with the blue-clad young master had ignited his anticipation. This night, with his blood awakened and the influence of the dragon ginseng, his fighting spirit surged. Having ascended 2 levels in this designated area, Zhang Tianze had achieved his objective and awaited Zhou Yuqian's return for a duel to secure a place in the sword domain. However, after defeating Yi Qian and reaching the 8th realm of martial arts, Zhang Tianze still craved a more formidable opponent. And the seemingly delicate blue-clad young master was just the right match. With the tiger's subduing stance, the blue-clad young master moved forward, his body leaning in, hands thrusting out like a fierce tiger descending a mountain, attacking Zhang Tianze. The tiger's subduing stance, though a fundamental technique of Shushan, was not easily mastered to its full potential. In Zhang Tianze's eyes, the blue-clad young master's execution was merely superficial, as he had never encountered a true tiger. Had he witnessed one in action, the true might of the stance would be unleashed, its power exponentially greater. Although Zhang Tianze was not versed in techniques, he had genuinely fought against a tiger. He pulled his hands outward with the swiftness of a dragon, moving at lightning speed. His eyes sparkled as his formidable instincts and extensive combat experience allowed him to pinpoint his opponent's openings and weaknesses with precision. At that moment, he regarded the blue-clad young master as a genuine tiger, and as his body swayed, he seized the young master's wrist with remarkable accuracy. Upon contact, Zhang Tianze felt the young master's palm was smooth, almost boneless. The close proximity allowed the fragrant scent to envelop him, momentarily distracting his mind. This brief lapse afforded the blue-clad young master an excellent opportunity. With one hand under Zhang Tianze's control, the other swiftly grasped Zhang Tianze's chest, lifting him up and executing a mountain-hugging throw to slam him to the ground. At that instant, Zhang Tianze snapped back to reality. As he was hoisted overhead, he extended his other hand from his position of vulnerability. He excelled in close combat. His physical coordination surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Reacting swiftly, he aimed for the young master's chest, intending to secure control over him. If he could grasp his opponent, the one who would suffer the fall would not be him, but the blue-clad young master. Yet, as Zhang Tianze reached out, he felt as though he had grabbed onto a sponge. His hand encountered softness at the young master's chest, an unexpectedly pleasant sensation. "Ah!" the blue-clad young master exclaimed in surprise. Zhang Tianze quickly withdrew his hand, realizing with a sudden clarity that this individual was a woman. Pervert. The blue-clad young master's face flushed crimson, and in a fit of rage, she hurled Zhang Tianze away. Chapter 16. The most fearsome is a woman bang. The blue-clad young master, rather, the blue-clad young lady, erupted in fury. Despite her petite stature, she possessed tremendous strength, her physical prowess rivaling that of Zhang Tianze. Having never before been assaulted in such a sensitive manner, she was filled with indignation and would not let Zhang Tianze off easily. Accompanied by a pained shout, Zhang Tianze crashed to the ground, the impact leaving him disoriented and in a disheveled state. Scoundrel! The blue-clad young lady was not yet appeased. She lunged forward, swiftly reaching Zhang Tianze and seizing him once more. Whoosh! In her grasp, Zhang Tianze felt weightless, akin to a kite with its string cut, and was thrown down again, landing heavily on the ground in a most pitiful manner. However, Zhang Tianze was not as weak as he appeared. Had he fought with all his might, the blue-clad young lady would not have stood a chance, let alone be able to treat him in such a manner. He simply recognized his misstep in a public setting, grasping the young lady's chest, and felt it necessary to allow her some reprieve. Moreover, it was his first experience of such close contact with a woman, having touched a sensitive area, which even someone as composed as him could not help but feel flustered. Still, the softness of that moment lingered in his memory. Ouch! That could have killed me. Zhang Tianze grimaced in pain, attempting to rise from the ground when he saw the blue-clad young lady charging at him once more. Without a word, she seized his arm and lifted him again. Is this never ending? Zhang Tianze nearly spat blood in frustration. The blue-clad young lady was indifferent to his plight. This time, she hurled him headfirst to the ground, executing a dog-eat-dog throw. Oh no! From a distance, Li Hui watched with an open mouth, exclaiming, "That looked painful. This rascal stole my dragon ginseng. And now this little girl is teaching him a lesson." Elder Li Hui crossed his arms, thoroughly enjoying the spectacle. If Zhang Tianze were aware of this, he might very well be furious enough to spit blood. On the training grounds, the named disciples watched in anxious sweat, witnessing the wild young lady unleash her fury. It was painful just to observe, let alone for Zhang Tianze, who was being repeatedly thrown. Zhang Tianze's tough exterior allowed him to withstand the onslaught. Otherwise, an ordinary person might have been severely injured. This fellow is quite audacious, daring to offend even the second young lady. If word of this spreads, Zhang Tianze is finished. The second young lady is cherished by many in our southern courtyard, especially the eldest young lady. Zhang Tianze's boldness in publicly grasping the second young lady's chest would spell his doom. The thought was grim. The blue-clad young lady, in a fit of rage, approached Zhang Tianze once more, intent on lifting him again. But this time, Zhang Tianze would not permit it. He swiftly rolled to his feet, evading her grasp with the agility of an elusive loach. All right, that's enough. You've vented your anger. If you keep this up, I might just retaliate. Zhang Tianze declared loudly. Even a clay figurine has its limits, let alone someone like him, a notorious troublemaker. Though the blue-clad young lady was strong, the few throws had not seriously harmed him. His robust physique could withstand such treatment. Do you expect me to show you leniency? The blue-clad young lady bristled at Zhang Tianze's words, confident in her strength. She took his remark as an affront, interpreting it as an implication that she needed to be coddled. This only fueled her fury further. With a swift movement, the blue-clad young lady closed the distance once more, unleashing the tiger's subduing stance with formidable ferocity. How could a girl possess such strength? Zhang Tianze wore a sullen expression, yet he could only raise his fists in response. Although he had no desire to stoop to the level of a woman, he was equally unwilling to be thrown around by this unruly maiden. Thud, thud, thud. Zhang Tianze unleashed 3 consecutive punches to fend off the assault of the girl in blue. The ferocious battle intent within him, ignited by the domineering blood, had dissipated entirely at this moment. As he wished to avoid further entanglement with her, he began to contemplate retreating. After all, engaging in a prolonged struggle with a woman would tarnish his masculine dignity. Moreover, he was at fault from the outset, and it would be inappropriate to strike too hard. My dear lady, it seems you've vented your frustration sufficiently. Why not let me concede gracefully, and we can put an end to this? What do you think? Zhang Tianze proposed. Concede outright? Who compelled you to surrender? I intend to defeat you head-on. I have yet to fully express my anger, the girl in blue insisted stubbornly. If you persist in this manner, I shall no longer hold back. Zhang Tianze understood a fundamental truth. There was no reasoning with women. Very well, show me your mettle. If you can best me, I shall forgive you, the girl in blue replied, her confidence in her abilities palpable. That's your word, Zhang Tianze declared, a surge of energy coursing through him. His bones crackled as he moved with remarkable agility, executing a spinning kick in midair. Watch closely, this is the tiger's tail swipe. He shouted, although he was unfamiliar with the tiger's subduing form she employed. His keen eye and intellect allowed him to discern that it was an attack mimicking a tiger's posture. Zhang Tianze's strike embodied the essence of a tiger, a creature he had once battled for his life, making him exceedingly familiar with its form. The execution of his technique momentarily stunned the girl in blue. You can perform the tiger subduing form? She exclaimed, astonished. Zhang Tianze's tiger's tail swipe far surpassed her own practiced attempts. Despite her relentless training, she had only scratched the surface. She yearned to venture into the deep mountains to observe a real tiger, but her lack of skill and physical limitations, along with her father's and sister's disapproval, had thwarted her aspirations. Zhang Tianze's movements were swift, leaving the girl in blue no time to recover. She extended her hands, claw-like, aiming to grasp his leg and pull him down from the air for a harsh throw. Alas, Zhang Tianze, now fully engaged, was not so easily captured. Upon contact with his leg, the girl felt as though she had been jolted by electricity. The force was overwhelming, swift, and fierce, far exceeding her own strength. Chapter 17. Shao Feier Ah. The girl cried out, stumbling backward and retreating several steps before finally stabilizing herself. Her flushed face, a blend of surprise and frustration, rendered her utterly charming. I have triumphed. As you said, we shall consider this settled, Zhang Tianze remarked, clapping his hands in amusement. Bah! Hitting a woman is disgraceful. A true man does not strike a woman. A chorus of disdainful voices erupted, leaving Zhang Tianze utterly bewildered. Hitting a woman? Which of you witnessed me striking her? This was merely a fair contest, he retorted. And this woman is as fierce as a tiger. Were you all blind? You seemed to revel in my earlier plight when I was thrown about like a rag doll, yet now that I've gained the upper hand without even injuring her, I am deemed shameful. Sighing heavily, Zhang Tianze gazed skyward, bereft of tears. Zhang Tianze, what are you so proud of? Save your arrogance for when you defeat that little rascal Zhou Yuchen. The girl in blue huffed before turning to leave, keeping her word to depart after her defeat. Once she had gone, Zhang Tianze exhaled deeply, relieved that she did not continue to pester him. He could hardly bear the thought of further conflict, especially when accusations of disgrace were thrown about. The cold-faced demon Zhou Yuchen, I find myself rather intrigued. I hope he does not disappoint, Zhang Tianze mused. Recognizing that this top-ranking disciple possessed strength surpassing Yi Qian, and the girl in blue's confidence in him only reinforced this notion. At that moment, Yi Qian approached with a smile. Brother Zhang, today you have made quite a name for yourself by sweeping through the designated area. Should you defeat Zhou Yuchen in 3 days, you will earn the unique privilege to enter the sword domain. I am but a newcomer to Mount Shu, merely a servant in the vegetable garden, yet I still consider myself a named disciple. Thus, this battle today does not tarnish the reputation of the named disciples. Zhang Tianze replied, his voice raised just enough for the gathered named disciples to hear. His words served as a reprieve for the named disciples, who found solace in the idea that Zhang Tianze's triumph was merely a reshuffling of their ranks. Undoubtedly, by defeating Yi Qian, he had at least secured the second position. The grand competition in the designated area is in 3 days. Zhou Yuchen will certainly return by then. Brother Zhang, it would be best for you to come back then. Moreover, after your altercation with the second miss today, your future days may not be easy. Best of luck. Yi Qian patted Zhang Tianze on the shoulder before departing. What does best of luck mean? Who is the second miss? Zhang Tianze was left perplexed as Yi Qian walked away. Brother Tian, your valor is truly commendable. You have bested both Yi Qian and the second miss. I, Li Dong, am utterly in awe of you. My admiration flows like an unending river. The portly fellow waddled over, showering praises with practiced ease. Let us return home, Zhang Tianze said, retrieving his heavy sword from the ground and making his way toward the vegetable garden. The effects of the dragon ginseng were nearly exhausted, and his cultivation had stabilized at the 8th tier of the martial realm, with the frenzied battle intent from the domineering blood dissipated, restoring him to the appearance of a graceful youth. However, Brother Tian, you dared to touch the second miss's chest. Your audacity knows no bounds. This will surely spread, and trouble will come your way, the portly fellow warned. That girl disguised as a boy is the second miss? Zhang Tianze inquired, recalling Yi Qian's parting words about impending trouble. Brother Tian, please do not tell me you did not realize she was a girl in disguise from the start. Well, it is understandable. Being your first day at Mount Shu's South Courtyard, it is only natural that you are unfamiliar with the second miss, the portly fellow explained. That girl in blue is the pride of our South Courtyard, the second daughter of the courtyard head, Xiao Feier. She is known for her cunning and wild nature, and no one dares provoke her, not just in the designated area, but even in the outer and inner sections. Damn, Zhang Tianze was momentarily speechless. It seemed he had unwittingly entangled himself with a privileged scion. And what of the second miss? I did not act with malice, and besides, she herself stated that if I defeated her, we would consider the matter resolved, Zhang Tianze insisted. Brother Tian, you are far too naive. When I spoke of trouble, I was not referring to the second miss herself, but rather to her admirers. The second miss is a paragon of beauty. It is not just us in the southern courtyard who admire her, but there are many secret admirers from the other 3 courtyards as well. You have offended those who hold her in esteem. How could that bode well for you? The chubby fellow cast a look of pity towards Zhang Tianze. Is that so? Zhang Tianze replied, feigning innocence. You'll see for yourself soon enough. Besides, even if those admirers do not seek trouble with you, the eldest lady will not let this matter rest easily. Speaking of our eldest lady, Xiao Ruoxue, she is the unrivaled beauty of our southern courtyard. Not only is she stunningly beautiful, but her talents are exceptional as well. At a young age, she has already become a core disciple, a genius at the Yuan Dan realm, and it won't be long before she enters our Shushan inner court. The eldest lady dotes on the second miss. If she were to discover what you have done today, she would surely have a reckoning with you. The chubby fellow chuckled. Goodness, if that's the case, I'm doomed. In that moment, Zhang Tianze felt as if the world had turned dim. He sensed that his future was bleak. Your fate is in your own hands. The chubby fellow sighed, shaking his head. Get lost, Zhang Tianze exclaimed, giving the chubby fellow a playful kick. I'm not dead yet. I didn't mean to take liberties. But I must admit, you're quite soft. For someone as carefree as Zhang Tianze, once a deed is done, it is done. Regretting it serves no purpose. And he possessed a remarkably sanguine disposition. I'll deal with the trouble when it arises, he mused. However, the thought of the Yuan Dan realm eldest lady left him in awe. The thought of reaching such heights seemed a distant dream. Chubby, I believe the second miss also possesses extraordinary talent. having reached the pinnacle of the post-martial realm and wielding such formidable power. Yet, the disparity between her and her sister seems rather vast. Given their talents, it would be reasonable for the second miss to be at least in the Yuan realm, or at the very least, a natural-born talent. Why is she still in the post-martial realm? Zhang Tianze queried, perplexed. After battling with Xiao Fei'er, he could sense her terrifying aptitude. Compared to the eldest lady Xiao Ruoxue, who is the jewel of Shushan, one would expect her to have abundant cultivation resources. Thus, such a stark contrast in their abilities seemed inexplicable. Frankly, had Zhang Tianze been cultivating in Shushan since childhood, with his talents, he might have already crossed into the Yuan realm by now. The reason he has not entered the innate realm is that his master had him focus solely on building a foundation for many years, aiming for a future breakthrough. Chapter 18. After the meal, speaking of the second miss, she was once acknowledged as a genius in our Shushan, even attracting the attention of the inner courtyard's headmaster. The chubby fellow declared, "Oh, pray tell." Zhang Tianze's interest was piqued. "Brother Tian, I have only been at the Shushan sword sect for 2 years. So much of what I know is hearsay, especially regarding the second Mississippi. Few are privy to the specifics," the chubby fellow explained. "Quit being so long-winded and get to the point," Zhang Tianze urged impatiently. It is said that on the day the second miss was born, dark clouds loomed over Shushan, and an ominous aura enveloped the area for hundreds of miles. Witnesses claim that a ray of light broke through the gloom, descending upon Shushan. Many believed this to be an ill omen, while others saw it as an auspicious sign, for that solitary beam of light amidst the darkness was strikingly vivid. The chubby fellow paused before continuing. Regardless of its nature, all attention was drawn to the second Mississippi. She was intelligent and full of spirit from a young age. At merely 8 years old, she possessed strength akin to a mountain, reaching the 9th level of the post-martial realm. To put this in context, it is common for humans on the Yuan-Tian continent to begin their cultivation at the age of 6. This means that the second miss achieved what many take years to accomplish within a mere 2 years. Such prowess is nothing short of terrifying. Her emergence caused a sensation throughout Shushan, not just within our southern courtyard. Even the headmaster was astounded. A prodigy of such caliber was on the verge of becoming the second human warrior of Shushan. The thought of an 8-year-old at the 9th level of the post-martial realm is simply unfathomable. The chubby fellow sighed, his gaze filled with admiration. At 8 years old, she reached the 9th level of the post-martial realm. Zhang Tianze was equally astonished. At that age, I was still trudging through the mountains, carrying stones. I hadn't even begun to cultivate my innate energy. To imagine reaching such heights at that tender age is truly beyond comprehension. Yet, no one anticipated that after the second miss reached the 9th level of the post-martial realm at age 8, her progress would stagnate. Now at 15, she remains at the pinnacle of the post-martial realm, without any advancement. A true pity. What could be the reason? Zhang Tianze furrowed his brow. No one knows for certain. There are various speculations. Some suggest it relates to the celestial phenomenon on the day of her birth, while others believe there may be issues with her body. Many theories abound, yet they remain mere conjecture. Over the years, the second miss has become a beloved figure in our southern courtyard. Though she is mischievous and unruly, her cheerful disposition endears her to many elders and disciples of Shushan. It is said that had this fallen upon an ordinary person, experiencing such a downfall from a prodigy to an ordinary individual would be unbearable. If it were me, I could hardly accept it, the chubby fellow lamented. Zhang Tianze walked in silence, lost in thought, recalling the proud figure of a handsome young man in blue, holding a folding fan. A flicker of sympathy crossed his heart. Sometimes, those who appear cheerful may harbor unspoken pains within. Noticing Zhang Tianze's silence, the chubby fellow refrained from further chatter. As the commotion in the designated area unfolded that night, the chubby fellow found himself in awe of Zhang Tianze. While he had initially acknowledged him begrudgingly, he now felt a genuine respect for him. "Get over here, you rascal." A thunderous voice startled Zhang Tianze as he stepped into the vegetable garden. Looking up, he saw Li Hui, his expression dark with anger, glaring at him. Zhang Tianze instinctively recoiled. If looks could kill, he imagined he would be reduced to mere ashes. "Oh, elderly, what brings your esteemed self to the vegetable garden?" Zhang Tianze feigned flattery, nudging the chubby fellow with his foot. "Why don't you fetch tea for elderly?" "Tea? Get over here." Li Hui waved his sleeve dismissively and turned toward the residence ahead. Zhang Tianze stuck out his tongue, following at a leisurely pace. He knew all too well why the elder was furious. He must have discovered that the blood ginseng had been stolen. Inside the room, a loud smack echoed as Li Hui shattered a nearby table with his hand, glaring fiercely at Zhang Tianze. "Elderly, what has you so riled up?" Anger is detrimental to your health, especially at your age. It is better to remain calm, Zhang Tianze chuckled. You think you can laugh this off? How can you still find humor in this situation? Li Hui was nearly shaking with rage. Perhaps I should weep for you instead? Zhang Tianze replied with utmost seriousness. Stop your flattery. Speak. Did you steal my blood ginseng? Li Hui barked. Blood ginseng? What blood ginseng? I merely took a single ginseng root to eat. It's just a ginseng. No need to be so stingy. I can always return it later, Zhang Tianze shrugged. Zhang Tianze was taken aback, finally comprehending the source of the old man's fury. After all this time, he realized that what he had consumed was not blood ginseng, but rather dragon ginseng, though the names differed by a mere character. Their values were worlds apart. What? How are you going to repay me? Li Hui exclaimed, exasperated. It turned out that this young rascal had devoured the dragon ginseng without even recognizing it. Damn it, a century-old dragon ginseng. No wonder its potency was so overwhelming that it nearly killed me, and you still dare to speak. Zhang Tianze leapt up, reflecting on the near calamity he had narrowly avoided. Had he known beforehand that it was a century-old dragon ginseng, he would never have dared to swallow it whole. He could only count himself fortunate to be alive. Are you implying that I am at fault? Li Hui laughed in disbelief, realizing that the thief was now attempting to shift the blame onto him. Disciples should not act recklessly, Zhang Tianze stated with a serious expression. You ventured into the back mountain of the herb garden without permission, violating the rules. As your elder, I should impose a punishment upon you. However, before that, you must return the remnants of the dragon ginseng to me. Li Hui reached out. Remnants? There was barely any left. I consumed it in one bite. Zhang Tianze replied with utmost honesty. What? You finished it all? Are you joking? With your cultivation level, how could you have ingested an entire century-old dragon ginseng without perishing? Li Hui's eyes widened in disbelief. I truly didn't know it was dragon ginseng. I thought it was merely ordinary blood ginseng, so I ate it. As you said, I nearly exploded from its potency, Zhang Tianze protested, looking aggrieved. Did you really finish it all? Li Hui still found it hard to believe. He stepped closer, seizing Zhang Tianze's wrist. Your cultivation has improved by 2 levels, and there remains residual potency. How did you withstand such power? Li Hui was astonished. He understood all too well the overwhelming energy contained within a century-old dragon ginseng. It was not something a mere 6th-level martial artist could handle, let alone consume entirely. Just lucky, I suppose, Zhang Tianze shrugged. Chapter 19. Who is more shameless? What? Luck? For the first time, Li Hui began to believe in luck. A 6th-level martial artist had perfectly withstood and absorbed the energy from a century-old dragon ginseng. There seemed to be no better explanation than sheer fortune. The mysterious elder must have found a prodigy. Given time, this young man would undoubtedly become a brilliant new star of Shushan. Li Hui felt a mixture of admiration and astonishment for Zhang Tianze, who had once again surprised him. He had already been impressed when Zhang Tianze had made a name for himself in the recognition area. In truth, even though Zhang Tianze had secretly consumed his dragon ginseng, Li Hui would not truly hold it against him, as he was a bearer of the Xiantian token. Who would dare disrespect someone bearing that? Certainly not Li Hui, who lacked the authority to do so. More importantly, he held a profound admiration for this seemingly slick young man. After all, Zhang Tianze was a disciple he had taken under his wing, and if he performed exceptionally, it would reflect positively upon him. Humph, you truly have stumbled upon great fortune. But my dragon ginseng is worth a fortune. Speak, how do you intend to compensate me? Li Hui snorted. With his current abilities, he could not detect the presence of the blood essence within Zhang Tianze, nor could he sense the earth-shattering changes brought about by its awakening. Regardless, since the ginseng was already consumed, there was no point in demanding money or a life. Zhang Tianze shrugged, adopting an attitude of indifference. Of course, he was adept at reading the room, having spent 16 years in the mountains with a cunning old man. He could discern that while Li Hui appeared angry, he still held a certain appreciation for him. If Li Hui truly intended to punish him for the dragon ginseng, given his elder status and his cultivation level, he could easily dictate Zhang Tianze's fate without needing to engage in idle chatter. Zhang Tianze was unsure why Li Hui had suddenly decided to allow him to serve as an errand boy, but he clearly noticed the surprise on Li Hui's face upon seeing the Master S token. The promise to introduce him to the sect leader was not made lightly. Thus, Zhang Tianze believed the Master S token held some significance, evident from Li Hui's attitude towards him, which emboldened him to brazenly pluck herbs from Li Hui's domain. Are you trying to play tricks on me? Do you think I can't handle you? Li Hui exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Today, he had witnessed what it truly meant to be shameless. With no shame, are you invincible? How could Elder Xian have produced such a rogue? Shall I drag you out? I'll kick you to death. Li Hui could no longer contain himself and kicked Zhang Tianze. Are you going to dodge? I'll make sure you don't. The sounds of fists meeting flesh and anguished cries echoed within the room, causing the other errand disciples in the herb garden to wince. It was the first time they had seen the usually amiable elderly so furious. Zhang Tianze must possess remarkable skills to provoke such a reaction. Inside the room, Zhang Tianze sat on the ground, bruised and battered, cursing under his breath. Meanwhile, Li Hui wore a smile reminiscent of a spring breeze as he finally felt a sense of relief. Unfair. If I were your level, I could beat you to a pulp. Zhang Tianze protested indignantly. Hey, kid, where does fairness come into play in this world? I must admit, it feels much better to give you a good thrashing, Li Hui chuckled. However, you stealing my dragon ginseng is far from over. Old man, don't go too far. Don't underestimate the young and poor. Be careful. One day I might beat you until you question your existence. Zhang Tianze ground his teeth. You still have a long way to go. If you can defeat Zhou Yuqin in 3 days, I'll consider it a point of pride. You, after all, are my disciple. If you can win in the upcoming competition in the recognition area, I won't pursue the matter of the dragon ginseng any further, Li Hui declared. I will definitely defeat Zhou Yuqin, but it certainly won't be because of your threats, Zhang Tianze spat. Feeling resentful that he had been beaten into such a state, yet was expected to bring glory to Li Hui. All right, you're still young and petty. It was just a beating, after all. You weren't seriously injured. You're tough enough to handle it. It was nothing, Li Hui said dismissively, feigning a playful demeanor. Should I give you a taste of your own medicine? Zhang Tianze held back a surge of anger. The old man had just accused him of being shameless. Yet it was he who was truly lacking in dignity. Go ahead and try, Li Hui said, rolling up his sleeves. Forget it. I'll let this one slide. Zhang Tianze quickly capitulated, acutely aware that he was light years away from Li Hui's level. In the presence of authority, one must bow down. Good. At least you know your place, Li Hui replied, satisfaction evident on his face. By the way, where's my token? Zhang Tianze stood up, brushing off his clothes and reaching out for the token. The token is with the head of the courtyard. It's of little use to you anyway. It was merely a token of identification, Li Hui explained. The head of the courtyard? Old man, be honest with me. Is my Master-S token really that impressive? Zhang Tianze's eyes lit up. The fact that the token had been handed directly to the head of the courtyard made him skeptical of its insignificance. Did your master not inform you? Li Hui retorted. Zhang Tianze shook his head. His master had raised him in the depths of the mountains for 16 years and seldom spoke of his own matters. Zhang Tianze knew only that the old man's surname was Xian and nothing else. He had inquired about his lineage more than once, but the old man merely stated that he had found him as an abandoned infant during his travels. Not long ago, the old man had instructed him to bring a token to Mount Shu for cultivation, which was how Zhang Tianze arrived at the Shu Mountain Sect. Since your master does not divulge information, there must be a reason for it. Your master has sent you to Mount Shu to cultivate diligently, so do not overthink it. Focus on your training. Of course, with your current meager cultivation, dwelling on it is futile, Li Hui remarked. Shut up. Zhang Tianze nearly raised a middle finger at Li Hui. Enough. Soon you will be a well-known figure in the southern courtyard. However, fame brings its troubles, so work hard. Young man. Li Hui patted Zhang Tianze on the shoulder and strode toward the door. Wait, old man. Zhang Tianze tugged at Li Hui's sleeve. What? After I gave you a beating, you've developed a sense of familiarity with me? Li Hui shamelessly replied. Ridiculous narcissism, Zhang Tianze spat. I wanted to ask about Zhou Yuqin. I hear this fellow is quite formidable, known as the cold-faced demon child. Indeed, knowing one's adversary is crucial. This cold-faced demon child is indeed a challenging opponent. If you seek to defeat him as you did with Yi Qian, I fear it may be impossible, Li Hui stated. Chapter 20. Unmatched beauty. Oh, that sounds intriguing. Zhang Tianze's eyes brightened. He relished strong opponents. If an adversary were too weak, it would fail to kindle his fighting spirit. Zhou Yuqin was ranked first among the registered disciples, venerated by many. Prior to Xiao Fei's departure, she had also spoken of Zhou Yuqin. And now Li Hui spoke of him with considerable admiration, indicating that this cold-faced demon child was indeed exceptional. In truth, this young man had previously possessed mediocre talent, only rising to prominence in the past 2 years. If memory served, Zhou Yuqin was merely 14 this year. 2 years ago, his cultivation was only at the 3rd layer of the post-Wu realm, hardly remarkable. However, he possessed a divine physique that awakened the Heaven-S demonic pupil, unleashing a powerful bloodline and propelling his cultivation to new heights, Li Hui explained. Heaven-S demonic pupil? Zhang Tianze inquired. Indeed, on the Yuan-Tian continent. The 3 clans share dominion over the 9 provinces, the human clan, the demon clan, and the divine clan. Within the world, many rare physiques exist, and numerous divine physiques have emerged among the human clan. Each appearance of a divine physique is bound to attract attention, for those who possess such physiques are destined for immeasurable achievements. Zhou Yuqin's Heaven's Eye demonic pupil is one of these rare divine physiques, and once awakened, the enhancements it brings are beyond imagination, Li Hui elaborated. I see. I wonder if my recently awakened dominant blood counts as a divine physique, Zhang Tianze pondered silently. He was uncertain whether his dominant blood was considered a rare constitution, but its awakening had indeed provided him with unimaginable enhancements, leading to a transformation akin to rebirth. Had he not consumed a century-old dragon ginseng, and if it weren't for the pivotal moment when his dominant blood awakened, as Li Hui suggested, he would likely have perished by now. Moreover, Zhou Yuqin recently ventured out to hone his skills, seeking to break through to the innate realm. Upon his return, he may very well have achieved that breakthrough. Of course, if Zhou Yuqin did break through to the innate realm, it would bode well for you, Li Hui remarked. How so? Zhang Tianze was taken aback. According to the regulations of Shu Mountain, disciples who reach the innate realm must report to the outer sect, thereby truly becoming outer sect disciples. Consequently, you would be exempt from participating in the upcoming competition among registered disciples. And that coveted spot in the sword domain would belong to you, Li Hui smiled. I still yearn for a battle with him, Zhang Tianze declared, his fighting spirit surging. He had an inherent love for combat, especially after awakening his dominant blood, and craved exhilarating encounters. Focus on your training. The potency of the dragon ginseng has yet to diminish. If you can continue to harness its effects over the next 3 days, your cultivation could reach the pinnacle of the 8th layer of the post-Wu realm. Only then will your battle with Zhou Yuqin be truly noteworthy. Li Hui concluded before turning to leave. Zhang Tianze firmly closed the door and chose to enter seclusion. The battle that night had proven immensely beneficial for him, allowing him to ascend 2 levels without compromising his foundation, instead fortifying it even further. Thanks to the dominant blood and the dragon ginseng, Zhang Tianze's physique was now vastly strengthened compared to before. With his current foundation, his future achievements seemed boundless. My bloodline has indeed undergone some changes. However, from where did this dominant blood originate? Zhang Tianze pondered quietly. While rare and powerful bloodlines existed in the world, they could not simply appear without reason. His master had explained to him that powerful bloodlines were often inherited. So how did his own bloodline come to be? For 16 years, life had been tranquil. Yet it took a dragon ginseng to awaken his formidable bloodline. If this were merely luck, Zhang Tianze was not inclined to believe it. Forget it. I shall not dwell on matters that elude my understanding. Regardless, the strength of my bloodline is undoubtedly advantageous for me. Zhang Tianze shook his head, realizing that some mysteries in this world were simply beyond comprehension. As for the bloodline issue, he resolved to inquire with his master when the opportunity arose, as it might provide clarity. The pressing concern was to elevate his strength. Upon arriving at Shu Mountain, Zhang Tianze recognized that he was still too weak, far from being noteworthy, and he would not settle for being merely a registered disciple, not even qualifying as an outer sect member. He eagerly anticipated his battle with Zhou Yuqin in 3 days. As Li Hui had said, he needed to enhance his cultivation further, striving for the pinnacle of the 8th layer of the post-Wu realm, thereby increasing his chances of overcoming Zhou Yuqin. The sword domain was the foundation of the Shu Mountain Sword Sect, the source of countless sword techniques. As a disciple of Shu Mountain, failing to enter the sword domain and witness the sacred sword would be a tremendous regret. Seated in meditation, Zhang Tianze swiftly entered a profound state of cultivation. This development surprised him. Previously, it took at least half an hour to reach such a deep state during seclusion. But now he felt capable of entering that perfect state at any moment. With a focused mind and a clear essence, Zhang Tianze mused. Could this be a result of the dominant blood? Moreover, my 6 senses have become sharper, and my perception surpasses previous levels. The speed at which I enter deep cultivation has also significantly increased. Elated by these changes, Zhang Tianze recognized the immense benefits bestowed by the dominant blood, realizing that his transformation was about to commence. Unbeknownst to him, Zhang Tianze became entirely immersed in the ecstasy of cultivation, akin to a meditative monk. The residual potency of the dragon ginseng was continuously refined and absorbed, and his cultivation gradually advanced without his awareness. The true qi within his dantian grew increasingly substantial, nearly forming a colossal vortex. More importantly, due to the dominant blood, his true qi now inherently carried a fierce, domineering aura, surpassing that of ordinary individuals. Furthermore, the true energy he wielded at the 8th level of the post-Wu realm was incomparably more profound than that of an average 9th level expert. rivaling even that of those in the innate realm. The herb garden was indeed a suitable place for seclusion, with its serene environment and absence of disturbances. Not to mention that Zhang Tianze had already established dominance in this herb garden, usurping Wang San's position. Following his recent battle that brought him fame, who would dare to disturb him? Unbeknownst to him, a night had passed, and the dawn's light spread across the herb garden, where the chirping of birds and the fragrance of flowers filled the air, maintaining its usual tranquility. However, this tranquility was soon shattered. A woman clad in snow white descended from the skies. Her beauty was so striking that even the term stunning seemed inadequate. She floated gracefully, resembling a celestial being. Yet her ethereal beauty emanated a chilling detachment. Proud and frigid, like an ice lotus, she kept others at bay. Upon landing in the herb garden, she spoke in a voice as cold as her demeanor, demanding to know, "Who is Zhang Tianze? Step forward." Chapter 21. Unreasonable. The white-clad woman's voice, though not loud, resonated with a profound force, stirring a tempest within the herb garden. The disciples present, startled, fell silent, collapsing to the ground beneath her overwhelming pressure. Too frightened to utter a word, this formidable force naturally caught the attention of Zhang Tianze, who was in seclusion within his chamber. He shuddered slightly before slowly opening the door and stepping outside. What a beautiful woman, Zhang Tianze thought, his gaze drawn to the white-clad figure, his heart racing at her breathtaking beauty. Just as he beheld her, she turned her gaze upon him. The moment their eyes met, he felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, a numbing chill enveloping him. Yet, the next instant, the blood within him surged, dispelling that icy sensation entirely. How terrifying. This woman possesses extraordinary strength, Zhang Tianze thought, realizing that this celestial-like figure was no ordinary being. Are you Zhang Tianze? The woman in white inquired. Yes, Zhang Tianze affirmed, unashamed to acknowledge his identity. You possess remarkable audacity, she retorted, her aura intensifying as an invisible pressure descended like a tempest upon the herb garden. Under her formidable presence, all present trembled and cowered, too terrified to speak. Zhang Tianze stumbled, feeling his legs weaken, nearly collapsing to the ground. Kneeling was not an option for him. He had only knelt before one person in his life. As the pressure surged, the blood within him instinctively retaliated. Zhang Tianze sensed an illusory blood dragon manifesting within his dantian, swiftly coursing through his limbs. The once overwhelming pressure became insignificant, unable to affect him in the slightest. Pressure is an intangible force, a spiritual oppression exerted by those of higher status over those beneath them. However, when such superiority is inverted, the essence of that pressure vanishes. In this moment, the white-clad woman's might paled in comparison to the extraordinary blood within Zhang Tianze, rendering her claims of superiority moot. The woman's gaze flickered, her expression shifting dramatically as she regarded Zhang Tianze. As a master of the Yuan Dan realm, her prowess far surpassed his. A disparity that could be likened to the heavens above and the earth below. Yet, despite her imposing pressure, Zhang Tianze remained unaffected, leaving her astonished. This young man harbors secrets, she mused, contemplating her initial intention to incapacitate him and expel him from Shushan. However, witnessing Zhang Tianze's extraordinary nature made her reconsider. Nonetheless, even if she were to change her mind, it would not spare him. An expert's sudden arrival could not go unnoticed, prompting Li Hui to rush over and position himself protectively in front of Zhang Tianze. He bowed deeply to the white-clad woman, saying, "I apologize for not welcoming you properly." Mississippi Li Hui then turned to Zhang Tianze and barked, "You insolent brat, quickly pay your respects to the young lady." Zhang Tianze felt a jolt of anxiety and hastily clasped his fists. "Disciple Zhang Tianze, greetings to you, Mississippi." In truth, even without Li Hui's prompt, he had surmised that in the entire south courtyard of Shushan, such an extraordinary beauty could only be the renowned Miss Xiao Ruoxue, as mentioned by the previously portly man. Zhang Tianze understood the gravity of the situation. He had inadvertently caused trouble that had escalated to involving the illustrious Miss of Shushan. "Zhang Tianze, how bold of you to disrespect my sister." Xiao Ruoxue's voice was as frosty as the winter's chill. Miss Tianze did not mean it. The circumstances were silence. Li Hui's attempt to clarify was abruptly interrupted by Xiao Ruoxue. He broke into a cold sweat, fully aware of her temperament. She was as aloof as a celestial snow lotus, ignoring the advances of countless talented suitors. Yet, she held a particular affection for her sister. Zhang Tianze's unintentional offense toward Xiao Feier the night before, although inadvertent, was still a reality, and he knew this formidable lady would not entertain any excuses. "Miss." The second miss was disguised as a man. "I had no intention of offending her." and she has already stated that the matter is resolved, Zhang Tianze explained. Who in the south courtyard does not know that Fei enjoys dressing as a man? Your ignorance does not excuse your transgression. While she may choose not to hold it against you, I cannot. Considering you are new to Shushan and perhaps unaware, I shall spare your life. But you must sever the hand that offended Fei as punishment, Xiao Ruoxue declared, her words leaving no room for dissent. This is troublesome. I must find a way to inform the sect leader. This young man possesses the Xiantian order. If the miss is unaware and any issues arise, Elder Xian will not be forgiving, Li Hui thought, growing increasingly anxious. In the south courtyard, few dared to defy the miss, but in the entire Shushan, how many would dare to oppose the Xiantian order? Zhang Tianze, act on your own accord. I shall grant you 10 breaths of time, should you not comply. I will take action to incapacitate you and cast you out of Shushan. Xiao Ruoxue fixed her gaze on Zhang Tianze, her exquisite countenance betraying no emotion. It was certain that her words were not to be taken lightly. Heavens, this woman is breathtaking yet possesses a heart of ice. To demand that I sever my own hand, she must be dreaming. Zhang Tianze gritted his teeth in silence, realizing that today's events could not conclude amicably. However, the pride of Ba Shui was not something an ordinary person could comprehend. It was impossible to expect him to cripple his own hand. Moreover, the situation was not entirely his fault. Even if he had known Xiao Fei was a woman beforehand, in close combat, physical contact was unavoidable. Yet, he found himself in an exceedingly awkward predicament, unable to fight back or escape, feeling like a fish at the mercy of a butcher, which left Zhang Tianze exceedingly displeased. Since you show no remorse, I shall take action to incapacitate you, Xiao Ruoxue declared, exuding a formidable aura as she conjured a massive hand of elemental force, akin to a heavenly barrier, reaching towards Zhang Tianze. Miss, please wait, Li Hui exclaimed in shock, not expecting Xiao Ruoxue to act so decisively. With his own strength, he dared not obstruct her, and even if he wished to, he lacked the power to do so. As he watched Zhang Tianze seemingly destined to perish under Xiao Ruoxue's grasp, he felt utterly powerless. Even if he were to present the Xiantian order at that moment, it would be too late. Furthermore, the Xiantian order was of grave importance. The academy head had specifically instructed that matters concerning Zhang Tianze and the Xiantian order must never be disclosed to outsiders. Chapter 22. From servant to attendant, alas. I feel as though my life is nearing its end. Zhang Tianze despaired, convinced he was doomed. The strike of a master at the Yuandan realm was beyond his capacity to withstand. At that moment, under the oppressive force of Xiao Ruoxue's energy, he felt ensnared in an invisible cage, unable to resist or even move. Stop, sister. At that instant, a delicate voice rang out, and a figure, like a ghost, appeared before Zhang Tianze. The familiar fragrance wafted into his nostrils. This sudden appearance of the young man in blue was none other than Xiao Fei, disguised as a boy. Xiao Ruoxue's icy gaze flickered as she realized her attack was about to strike her sister. With lightning speed, she retracted her assault. How reckless! Do you not understand the danger? Xiao Ruoxue chided, approaching Xiao Fei with a reproachful tone. Sister, how could you bear to harm me? Xiao Fei giggled, linking her arm with Xiao Ruoxue's, playfully swaying as if she were a well-behaved child, entirely unlike her wild demeanor from the previous night. Let go. I was just about to avenge you, Xiao Ruoxue retorted, yet her gaze softened from its previous frostiness to one filled with affection. What vengeance? I have already vented my anger. I gave that scoundrel a good beating last night, Xiao Fei declared. Upon hearing this, both Li Hui and Zhang Tianze secretly breathed a sigh of relief, thankful for the turn of events. Especially Zhang Tianze, who had not anticipated Xiao Fei's timely arrival. He initially thought Xiao Ruoxue was seeking trouble at her sister's behest, but it now appeared he had wronged her. Humph, this scoundrel has wronged you. He must receive his due punishment, Xiao Ruoxue huffed, unyielding. But sister, he did not know I am a girl, so how could it be called wrongdoing? Moreover, I already stated in front of so many people that as long as he defeats me, everything will be forgiven. I can take a loss, but sister, your actions jeopardize my credibility. How can I continue to survive in Shushan after this? Xiao Fei argued. Fine, I cannot contend with you. You are always right, Xiao Ruoxue said with an exasperated glare at her sister, her eyes shimmering with boundless beauty. This woman was excessively beautiful. Zhang Tianze dared not let his gaze linger on her, fearing that if he did, he would be unable to avert his eyes. Thank you, sister, Xiao Fei said playfully, contrasting sharply with the icy demeanor of Xiao Ruoxue, showcasing two extreme personalities. However, while the death penalty may be avoided, the living punishment cannot be escaped, Xiao Ruoxue remarked. her gaze turning cold once more as she focused on Zhang Tianze. Zhang Tianze inwardly cursed. You wretched woman, one day you will submit to my might. Of course, such thoughts remained unspoken. This woman was indeed someone not to be trifled with. Sister is right. I have already conceived a suitable punishment for him, Xiao Feier interjected. And what punishment might that be? Xiao Ruoxue inquired. I want Zhang Tianze to serve as my attendant. Attendant? Indeed, this fellow is tough and resilient. When I am in a foul mood, I shall take my frustrations out on him. A living punching bag, Xiao Feier laughed gleefully, looking at Zhang Tianze. Zhang Tianze felt as though he had sustained a severe internal injury, nearly spitting out blood. Indeed, women could be the most ruthless of beings. Any flicker of newfound fondness for Xiao Feier vanished without a trace. It appeared this second young lady had not come to rescue him. Rather, she had an ulterior motive. Zhang Tianze, do you accept? You must understand that throughout the entire Southern Academy of Shushan, countless individuals wished to serve as Xiao Feier as attendant. You have turned misfortune into fortune, Xiao Ruoxue stated. I'd rather not. Zhang Tianze cursed inwardly, yet outwardly he wore a smile. I am honored to serve as the second young lady's punching bag. The words punching bag were nearly forced through his clenched teeth. Alas, circumstances dictate one's actions. One must bow one's head beneath the eaves. Zhang Tianze lamented. A true man must be able to bend and stretch. After all, one cannot contend with a woman. Moreover, the leap from servant to attendant did not seem like a demotion. Indeed, servants held little room for decline. After Xiao Ruoxue took flight, leaving the Herbal Garden, she couldn't help but glance back at Zhang Tianze, vividly remembering the moment he withstood her pressure. This led her to believe that this new disciple was far from ordinary. Furthermore, she was well aware of Zhang Tianze's prowess, having single-handedly defeated all challengers in the named area, including her sister, Xiao Feier. Although Xiao Feier could not break through to the innate realm due to physical reasons, it was difficult to find an opponent below that level. Even an ordinary innate realm warrior might struggle against her. It had been a long time since such a talent had emerged in Shushan's named area. Xiao Ruoxue thought to herself, feeling somewhat grateful that Xiao Feier had intervened at a crucial moment. Otherwise, given her character of following through with her words, she might have truly incapacitated Zhang Tianze, which would have been a pity. Haha. In the Herbal Garden, Li Hui laughed heartily. Kid, to become the second young lady's attendant. Your luck is truly remarkable. Li Hui was elated, having at least saved Zhang Tianze. Remarkable? Why don't you try it? Zhang Tianze shot Li Hui a glare. Unappreciative fool. If this news spreads, countless people in the Southern Academy will envy and resent you, Li Hui scoffed. What? Envy? Resent? Zhang Tianze felt a wave of confusion wash over him, yet he knew Li Hui spoke the truth. After all, the second young lady had far too many admirers in the Southern Academy. For most, becoming her attendant was a stroke of incredible fortune. Even a stroke of luck that could bring calamity. It was likely that this incident would turn Zhang Tianze into a target of jealousy, becoming the object of public rivalry. Who can fathom the intentions of the second young lady? And if she truly considers herself a mere punching bag, how tragic it would be. Not only would she fail to grasp the essence of happiness, but she would also endure the ostracism of her fellow disciples. Alas, Zhang Tianze gazed skyward, bereft of tears. The brat must be feeling an overwhelming sense of joy that brings one to tears. Xiao Feier stood before Zhang Tianze, hands on her hips, her large eyes blinking incessantly. I feel like crying, but it is not due to happiness, Zhang Tianze replied candidly. Elderly, you may all withdraw. I have something to discuss with Zhang Tianze, Xiao Feier instructed Li Hui. Yes, second young lady, Li Hui responded with a respectful gesture before vanishing. The other servant disciples, fearing any semblance of delay, hastily disappeared without a trace. Chapter 23. The disobedient retainer. Everyone has left. Xiao Feier suddenly smiled at Yuni. What do you intend to do? Zhang Tianze retreated a couple of steps, though her smile was breathtaking. To him, it bore an unsettling undertone. Fear not. My mood is good today, and I shan't strike you. However, I must ask, have you ever encountered a true ferocious tiger? Xiao Feier's bright eyes sparkled with anticipation. In truth, Xiao Feier had come to the Baichao Garden today with the genuine purpose of mastering the tiger-subduing technique. She had cultivated it to an extraordinarily pure level. Yet her battle with Zhang Tianze last night revealed the technique's shortcomings. Having practiced the technique for so long, she understood its essence. To elevate the tiger-subduing technique to its pinnacle, mere form is insufficient. One must visualize a true tiger. Initially, she had trained by observing a painting of a tiger descending a mountain. Although the depiction appeared vividly formidable, it paled in comparison to an actual tiger, lacking its true spirit. Last night, Zhang Tianze's execution of the tiger technique surpassed her own, exuding the might of a true king. This indicated that he had undoubtedly encountered real tigers, perhaps even engaged them in combat. Upon returning home, Xiao Feier was unable to sleep, prompting her to rush to the Baijiao Garden at dawn to discuss the essence of real tigers with Zhang Tianze. As for the incident of Zhang Tianze's playful advances, she had long dismissed it, recognizing her own shortcomings. In this world, strength is revered. Powerful individuals command respect wherever they go. Xiao Feier, as the second young lady of the South Courtyard, held a lofty pride. Among the talented disciples of the rear martial realm, only Zhou Yuqin could rival her. Yet, after her defeat at Zhang Tianze's hands, she felt a sincere admiration for him. Her interest piqued rather than diminished by her loss. After all, among the registered disciples of the South Courtyard, he was the first to defeat her through sheer physical prowess. Indeed, I have encountered no fewer than 5 tigers that fell to my hands, Zhang Tianze stated, his keen intellect allowing him to discern Xiao Feier's intentions. This realization slightly softened his perception of the headstrong young lady before him. What? You have slain tigers? Is that true? Xiao Feier exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. My dear second young lady, slaying a tiger is not such an extraordinary feat like us humans. Beasts possess their own cultivation levels. A typical tiger relies on its natural strength and agility in combat, comparable to our own rear martial realm practitioners. However, as the king of beasts, the tiger embodies an indomitable spirit. Many martial techniques we humans practice have evolved from the forms of these beasts, such as your tiger subduing technique, Zhang Tianze elaborated, his words flowing effortlessly. Xiao Feier listened intently, her large, watery eyes fixed on him, resembling a diligent student absorbing a lesson from her master. Your tiger subduing technique is merely superficial. In actual combat, it is but a facade. To truly master it, one must witness a real tiger, observe its form, and meditate upon it. Engaging in a fight with a tiger would yield even greater results, he continued. Very well, I shall take you with me to seek a tiger, Xiao Feier declared, her excitement palpable at the prospect of facing a true ferocious beast. What? Zhang Tianze regarded the exhilarated Xiao Feier with disbelief. Are you jesting? Second young lady? Not a jest. You are now my retainer and must heed my commands. 100 miles from Mount Shu lies the 10,000 Beasts Mountain. After your battle with Zhou Yuqin, you will accompany me there, Xiao Feier commanded assertively. 10,000 Beasts Mountain? No, that is out of the question. Zhang Tianze shook his head vigorously. Though he was unaware of the mountain's true nature, its ominous name suggested danger. He would be thrilled to explore it on his own. But bringing the young lady along filled him with trepidation. Neither of them had yet reached a foundational state. Should anything happen to her, he feared the consequences. Recalling the icy demeanor of Xiao Ruoxue, what are you afraid of? Where is that fierce spirit from last night? Xiao Feier huffed. Now you are timid. Zhang Tianze crossed his arms, shaking his head vigorously. I know you are concerned for my safety. You understand that much, at least. But it is not you I am worried about. I am considering my own interests, Zhang Tianze replied earnestly. You Xiao Feier bristled, her silver teeth grinding audibly as Zhang Tianze remained nonchalant, one leg swinging idly. I am adored by all, blooming like flowers in spring. Countless talented disciples in the South Courtyard revere me. You are merely a servant. How dare you act so proud in front of me? Xiao Feier felt deeply wronged, her eyes blazing with indignation. She was undoubtedly stunning, holding the status of the South Courtyard's young lady, raised amidst admiration. The talented disciples, from inner disciples to registered ones, idolized her. Yet Zhang Tianze was the first to treat her with such indifference. His demeanor had dealt a serious blow to her pride. Ironically, the more he disregarded her, the greater her curiosity about him became. People often find that when they are accustomed to being admired, they take it for granted. However, when faced with someone who dares to reject them, intrigue arises. If you were so popular, why not seek out someone else? Perhaps an inner disciple of the Yuan realm would be a safer companion, Zhang Tianze suggested. What do you know? Xiao Feier fumed. She had no interest in those who admired her. She was acutely aware of her own worth. Moreover, with her father's and sister's explicit warnings, she had never considered leaving Mount Shu. Until last night, when Zhang Tianze, a mere registered disciple with lesser cultivation, defeated her, he had forever etched himself in her memory. More importantly, Zhang Tianze possessed an unparalleled wealth of combat experience, incomparable to that of an ordinary disciple of Mount Shu. It was evident that he had undergone genuine trials. Most crucially, during their confrontation, Zhang Tianze exhibited the true ferocity of a tiger, making her realize that her own mastery of the tiger subduing style had barely scratched the surface of its essence. Xiao Fei'er had long reveled in her prowess with the tiger-subduing style, feeling nearly invincible below the innate realm. Yet she was acutely aware that even those disciples of Mount Shu who surpassed her in strength seldom dared to challenge her fully. However, her battle against Zhang Tianze the previous night felt entirely different. Despite her physical ailments, her martial spirit remained unyieldingly resilient. She yearned to grow stronger, desiring to escape the shadows cast by her father and sister. Thus, for the first time, Xiao Fei'er contemplated leaving Mount Shu to encounter a true tiger and seek her own opportunity. The first person she wished to accompany her was Zhang Tianze. If he hesitated, others would undoubtedly lack the courage. Chapter 24. The suppression of dominance. Xiao Fei'er's fierce and determined demeanor tugged at Zhang Tianze's heartstrings. This fleeting pang of sympathy did not stem from any fondness for her. He could at most say he did not dislike her. Rather, it was due to his awareness of her past, a once-in-a-lifetime prodigy, a figure deemed extraordinary by the entirety of Mount Shu. Suddenly unable to break through due to certain personal reasons, stagnating for years. The fall from the pinnacle of success was a burden few could endure. Xiao Fei'er, with her bright disposition, had not succumbed to despair, which was indeed rare. Yet, Zhang Tianze could discern a hint of stubbornness and an unwillingness to concede within her eyes. This was precisely why she sought him out for their journey to Wanyao Mountain. He understood that her desire to go there was not merely for enjoyment. Xiao Fei'er had been striving relentlessly, and although her cultivation had not progressed in years, she remained undeterred. Her gaze was still filled with longing and anticipation, much like her eagerness upon hearing Zhang Tianze had slain a ferocious tiger. However, Zhang Tianze truly could not take her to Wanyao Mountain. If anything were to happen to her, not only would that cold woman not spare him, but he would also bear a heavy burden of guilt. Zhang Tianze, are you truly not going? Xiao Fei'er ground her teeth in frustration. Truly not going. This lady commands you to go. This is an order, do you understand? You are my attendant, and you must obey my orders unconditionally. Xiao Fei'er bellowed. Zhang Tianze shrugged, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. Well, I suppose I'm just a coward by nature. He admitted, nodding quickly, setting aside any notions of masculinity. You scoundrel. Xiao Fei'er was exasperated, at a loss for words against such a rogue. Indeed, I was born timid, Zhang Tianze quickly agreed, prioritizing his own comfort over bravado. You jerk. The disappointment in Xiao Fei'er's eyes was palpable. The previous night, Zhang Tianze's commanding presence and audacious feats had left her in awe, yet today she found herself confronted by a shameless individual, impervious to both persuasion and intimidation. As she observed Zhang Tianze's carefree demeanor, her eyes reddened, and tears began to cascade down her cheeks. Goodness, please don't cry. Zhang Tianze's smile vanished, leaving him flustered and unsure. Xiao Fei'er stared at him, her big eyes brimming with tears, silently pleading, her expression so pitiful it was heart-wrenching. Please don't cry. Zhang Tianze reached out to wipe her tears, but hesitated, fidgeting nervously, feeling utterly helpless. Xiao Fei'er, abandoning her previous playful spirit, wept uncontrollably, her sorrow evident as she fixed her gaze on Zhang Tianze, who felt increasingly uncomfortable under her intense stare. All right, you win. I concede. Zhang Tianze surrendered completely. He had been prepared for various tactics from Xiao Fei'er, threats, insults, or even leveraging her status as the second young lady to intimidate him. Yet, he found himself utterly defenseless against her tears. In the presence of a woman, tears wield an unparalleled power, and Zhang Tianze was no exception. To his surprise, Xiao Fei'er wiped her tears and suddenly burst into laughter, completely shedding her previous sorrowful demeanor, revealing herself to be a clever trickster. Are you kidding me? Zhang Tianze rolled his eyes, feeling thoroughly defeated. If you had just agreed earlier, none of this would have happened. Look at all these tears. My eyes are sore now. All your fault. Xiao Fei'er resumed her usual self. Rest assured, Wanyao Mountain is not as terrifying as imagined. It serves as a training ground for disciples from the 4 branches of Mount Shu. The sect organizes collective training activities there annually, and the higher-ups have long divided the mountain into sections, with fixed levels of beast encounters, with our respective levels of cultivation. A casual stroll around the outskirts of Wanyao Mountain should pose no danger as long as we do not venture too deep, Xiao Fei'er reassured him. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tianze's initial apprehension eased considerably. If what she said was accurate, then Wanyao Mountain was akin to Mount Shu's backyard, already well regulated by the sect leaders, which certainly alleviated concerns. With this realization, Zhang Tianze found himself unexpectedly looking forward to Wanyao Mountain. He was not one to remain idle, and given his current low level of strength, he needed to venture out to seek opportunities for advancement. Very well, I shall not disturb you further. In 2 days, There will be the competition in the named area. I am quite eager to see whether you can defeat that three-eyed fellow, Zhou Yuchen, Xiao Feier said, patting Zhang Tianze on the shoulder before bouncing away. Have I been outsmarted? Zhang Tianze watched her retreating figure, feeling a mix of frustration and admiration. Yet, he could not harbor any resentment towards Xiao Feier. He understood that beneath her cheerful facade lay an untold story of struggle. In truth, Xiao Feier, unable to break through her limits, was likely in a better position than he, a forsaken child whose parentage remained a mystery. In the following 2 days, Zhang Tianze confined himself within the herb garden, not stepping out, focusing solely on his cultivation in an attempt to break through to the 9th layer of the post-Wu realm. Achieving this breakthrough would bolster his chances against Zhou Yuchen. His desire for strength intensified, fueled by the need to ensure Xiao Feier's safety. Thus, he was resolute in his determination to defeat Zhou Yuchen and secure the sole qualification for entry into the sword domain. He held great interest in the sword domain, believing that if he could grasp the essence of its fierce sword techniques, his strength would reach new heights, making their journey to Wanyao Mountain all the more secure. 2 days swiftly passed, yet Zhang Tianze's cultivation remained stuck at the peak of the 8th layer of the post-Wu realm, failing to break through to the 9th layer. Within my being, the energy was undoubtedly sufficient for me to ascend to the 9th level of the post-martial realm. It must be the influence of the blood of domination, which has once again begun to stir within me. Each time it awakens an insatiable thirst for battle, a fervent desire to engage in combat. The last time the blood of domination surged, the intensity of my battle instincts nearly drove me to the brink of madness. Once again, I find myself in a similar state. It seems I must face Zhou Yuchen in a direct confrontation to achieve my breakthrough. Zhang Tianze mused, his eyes sharp and his spirit ignited with the fires of battle. The blood of domination seemed intent on suppressing him, compelling him towards combat as a means of advancement. Zhang Tianze did not resent this feeling. On the contrary, he relished it. The fervor, the ambition, the exhilarating thrill that battle bestowed upon him was utterly irresistible. Chapter 25. The Grand Tournament. The dawn's light sliced through the eastern horizon, casting a mystical veil over the mist-laden peaks of Mount Shu, resembling an ethereal paradise. Zhang Tianze pushed open his door and stretched languidly, feeling a refreshing clarity wash over him, an indescribable comfort. After 2 consecutive days of seclusion, while he had not successfully ascended to the 9th level of the post-martial realm, his cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the 8th level. Moreover, Zhang Tianze's profound foundation and robust roots far surpassed those of his peers. Now, with the blood of domination in turmoil, the aura of dominance emanating from him was undeniable. The battle intent it imparted had drastically altered his presence, reminiscent of the state he had achieved 3 days prior during his solo challenge in the designated area. Tiangu, you've emerged from seclusion? The rotund Li Dong exclaimed, waddling eagerly towards Zhang Tianze. To the plump fellow, Zhang Tianze was a figure of great fortune, blessed with luck and destiny. After all, just 2 days ago, he had effortlessly defused the crisis when Miss Xiao Ruoxue sought to punish him, and had even been fortunate enough to become the attendant of the second miss, a source of envy for many. Today is indeed the day of the tournament in the designated area, correct? Zhang Tianze inquired. Yes, indeed. Today's grand contest will not only re-rank the participants, but will also select the sole individual who will qualify for entry into the sword domain, the rotund one replied. Has Zhou Yuchen returned? Zhang Tianze asked, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. Li Dong shivered slightly, unable to meet Zhang Tianze's gaze, for he could discern that today, Zhang Tianze's eyes bore a different intensity from 2 days prior, radiating an aura reminiscent of that fateful solo challenge. The invisible dominance he exuded easily conjured images of the unruly little demon king. He has returned. Zhou Yuchen came back last night. It seems his strength has also grown, and he could break through to the innate stage at any moment, Li Dong remarked, his voice infused with admiration and reverence. Then he has yet to break through. That is excellent, Zhang Tianze said, a faint smile gracing his lips. He had genuinely worried that upon returning from his training, Zhou Yuchen would directly ascend to the innate stage. According to the rules of Mount Shu, disciples at the innate stage were no longer considered designated disciples, but rather outer disciples, required to report to the outer sect. Naturally, such individuals would not be eligible to participate in the tournament, which would be unfair to the other designated disciples. Zhang Tianze was eager for a confrontation with Zhou Yuchen. Today, he was determined to seize the opportunity to defeat him and claim the solitary qualification to enter the sword domain. Tiangu, the tournament will commence shortly. Shall we proceed now? Li Dong inquired. Yes, let us go, Zhang Tianze replied, placing one hand behind his back and striding purposefully towards the designated area. By the way, Tianze, you are quite the celebrity now, having become the second Miss S attendant. Countless talented disciples of Mount Shu are likely itching to challenge you, Li Dong added. Trailing behind Zhang Tianze. Zhang Tianze stumbled slightly, his brow furrowing in discontent. What had initially been a splendid mood plummeted in an instant. He had thought Li Dong's reference to his newfound fame was due to his solo challenge in the designated area 3 days ago, which had made him somewhat smug. To his dismay, it was merely because of his status as an attendant. How absurd. I was coerced into this position, a mere attendant, and yet people are envious. Zhang Tianze lamented silently. Tianze, don't you find that infuriating? Being the second Miss S attendant is something countless talented disciples in the South Courtyard dream of. Our two beauties in the South Courtyard, the eldest Miss, cold and proud as blood snow, are hard to approach. Naturally, the second Miss has become an object of admiration for many talented disciples. Now that you are her close attendant, it's not just those disciples who envy you. Even I am quite envious, Li Dong exclaimed, his face reflecting a mix of envy and admiration. He had initially considered confronting Zhang Tianze, but recognizing his own limitations, he refrained from making such a foolish move. Zhang Tianze sighed deeply, a look of disillusionment clouding his features. A mere attendant had become a source of envy, yet he was indeed coerced into this role. Furthermore, for Zhang Tianze, the object of admiration, Xiao Fei felt like a double-edged sword, an enticing yet burdensome responsibility. The thought of having to take Xiao Fei to the perilous Wanyao Mountain after the tournament filled him with trepidation. The designated area's martial arts arena spanned a vast expanse of nearly 100 feet, immense and sprawling. At the center of the arena stood dozens of battle platforms, each constructed from black stone and rising a yard high. At this moment, the arena was teeming with spectators. The semi-annual grand tournament of the designated area was an eagerly anticipated event for many. Each tournament not only selected an individual to enter the sword domain, but also rewarded the top 10 disciples with various prizes. Whether participating or spectating, none wished to miss such a grand spectacle. Particularly, the fierce battles showcased during the strongest competitions provided endless benefits, allowing ordinary post-martial disciples to glean profound insights from the encounters. The tournament in the designated area was overseen by several elders of the innate stage, who were also responsible for the management of the area. At that moment, the chief overseer, Yuan Yi, stood with an air of calm authority. His cultivation was formidable, having reached the 5th level of the innate stage. Given his age, it was unlikely he would ascend to the Yuan stage, making his position as a manager in Mount Shu quite commendable. When Zhang Tianze arrived at the martial arts arena, the tournament had already commenced. Battles were unfolding on the platforms, creating a lively atmosphere. Look, Zhang Tianze has arrived, someone in the crowd exclaimed. This prodigy, of course, would come. He is here to face Zhou Yuchen. Today, it is destined to be a fierce competition. I wonder who will ultimately prevail. I believe Zhou Yuchen has the upper hand. He is only 14 years old, and since awakening the Celestial Eye 2 years ago, his progress has been astonishing. The Celestial Eye is a divine bloodline, far beyond what Zhang Tianze can compare to. I, too, hope Zhou Yuchen triumphs. Zhang Tianze has been rather arrogant. He disgraced us 3 days ago during his solo challenge in the designated area. Today, we rely on Zhou Yuchen to uphold our honor. I heard this fellow has also struck it lucky by becoming the second Miss S attendant. Envy and resentment abound. Just looking at that infuriating face makes me want to punch him, yet I fear I would not stand a chance. Zhang Tianze's presence immediately stirred the crowd. For despite having been at Mount Shu for only 3 days, he had already become a figure of renown. His name had spread beyond the designated area, even reaching the outer sect, where many had heard of him. After learning that Zhang Tianze had become the attendant of the second Miss, admirers of hers had already declared their intent to show him a thing or two. Chapter 26. The Cold-Faced Demon Boy. Zhou Yuchen Zhang Tianze crossed his arms over his chest, indifferent to the myriad complex gazes directed at him. Today, he had but one objective, to engage Zhou Yuchen in battle. The competition continued for more than 2 hours, and the rankings had begun to take shape. Yi Qian undoubtedly outshone everyone, his fire sword technique unparalleled. Particularly after his battle with Zhang Tianze, Yi Qian had gained profound insights, reaping significant benefits and further enhancing his strength. If all went as expected, within a month, Yi Qian would successfully break through to the innate stage and become an outer disciple. Standing on the arena, he was the center of attention. Suddenly, a shadow leaped from the crowd and landed on the stage, facing Yi Qian. It was a young lad, merely 13 or 14 years old, clad in a black robe. Though his stature was not particularly imposing, comparable to Zhang Tianze, his aura was deeply profound, exuding the arrogance characteristic of youth. The boy had delicate features, a smile gracing his lips, and an overall amiable presence. However, a vertical scar marred his forehead, resembling a blood-red mark, suffused with an aura of malevolence. It was Zhou Yuchen, and he had grown stronger, already emanating a hint of innate true qi, just a step away from the innate realm. Yi Qian realized he could not possibly defeat him. Zhou Yuchen had made his appearance, and Zhang Tianze's gaze burned intensely upon him. This renowned figure in the named disciple circle finally unveiled before him. I concede, Yi Qian said, cupping his fists in a gesture of respect, acknowledging his defeat. Yi Qian was an exceedingly proud individual, rarely conceding defeat willingly. To compel him to do so signified the extraordinary prowess of his opponent. He understood Zhou Yuchen's capabilities. Even if he fought with all his might, defeat was inevitable. Why, then, should he subject himself to humiliation? Moreover, Yi Qian knew there would be others eager to challenge Zhou Yuchen. Today, the true protagonists were Zhang Tianze and Zhou Yuchen. Thus, Yi Qian graciously made way for the two, eager to witness who would ultimately prevail between the two remarkable individuals. The gathered named disciples were not surprised by Yi Qian's immediate concession, nor did any of them look down upon him, for Zhou Yuchen's strength was well known. When Zhou Yuchen awakened his demonic eyes, it had stirred the entire southern courtyard, with the head of the courtyard himself proclaiming that Zhou Yuchen would be one of the most promising disciples. Furthermore, Zhou Yuchen was only 14 this year. Yi Qian leaped down from the arena, leaving Zhou Yuchen standing atop like a king. Is there anyone willing to challenge Zhou Yuchen? The overseer, Yuan Yi, called out, his sharp gaze sweeping over the disciples in the training ground. I will, a commanding voice echoed. Countless gazes turned to the source, revealing a young man in white. Elegant as jade, striding confidently towards the arena with a heavy sword slung over his back. His aura was unmatched. With each step, his imposing presence intensified, accompanied by a palpable battle intent. Once again, this overwhelming aura. Yi Qian observed Zhang Tianze approach the stage. The battle intent and dominance emanating from him had evidently become his hallmark. In such a state, Zhang Tianze was undoubtedly formidable. Is this the lad who defeated Yi Qian in a one-on-one match 3 days ago? Yuan Yi questioned, surprise evident in his tone. Although he had not been present for that battle, he had certainly heard of it afterwards. Indeed, this must be him, a new disciple brought in by Elder Li Hui, serving as a laborer in the Herb Garden. Who would have thought he possessed such exceptional talent? His cultivation is merely at the 8th level of the post-martial realm. To defeat Yi Qian at a lower level is already impressive. It seems our southern courtyard has yet another prodigious seed, but defeating Zhou Yuchen may still be a tall order. Indeed, unless he advances to the 9th level of the post-martial realm, he might only then truly contend with Zhou Yuchen. Zhou Yuchen's demonic eyes grant him a remarkable advantage. Several elders at the innate stage spoke, their words leaning towards Zhou Yuchen, given his extraordinary innate body and the formidable nature of his demonic eyes. Zhang Tianze reached the foot of the stage, leaping onto the elevated platform, standing opposite Zhou Yuchen. You are Zhang Tianze? Zhou Yuchen inquired, his expression arrogant, his indifferent gaze clearly dismissive of Zhang Tianze. Zhang Tianze's blood surged with excitement, his eyes filled with battle intent as he disregarded further conversation with Zhou Yuchen. Gripping the hilt of his sword, he slowly drew the heavy blade from his back. I shall secure the sword domain slot, Zhang Tianze declared with unwavering confidence, as if the opportunity were already his. I shall secure it as well, Zhou Yuchen replied with equal assurance, his black hair dancing in the wind, exuding fierce battle intent. The scar on his forehead beginning to glow ominously. Both their auras surged, each striving to suppress the other. Clearly, before any actual combat commenced, both were intent on claiming the upper hand through sheer presence. On the hillside outside the martial arena, Li Hui stood straight, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the two on the stage. On the other side, Xiao Feier, donned in a blue attire with her hair pulled back, disguised as a boy, appeared equally engrossed in the impending clash. I am eager to see if this fellow can truly defeat Zhou Yuchen, Xiao Feier mused, her beautiful eyes glimmering with anticipation. Though she, like others, doubted Zhang Tianze's ability to overcome Zhou Yuchen, the more they believed so, the greater her hopes grew. Miracles always inspire hope. The two combatants' auras continued to ascend, their presence surpassing even that of typical first-level innate experts. The entire martial arena fell into a hushed silence. All eyes fixated on the stage, each gaze fervent with expectation. This battle promised to be nothing short of spectacular. For the multitude of named disciples, Witnessing a peak clash between geniuses was immensely beneficial, akin to the encounters of Yi Qian and Qin Liao. Even the slightest insight could lead to breakthroughs, yielding boundless rewards. Very well, Zhang Tianze, I am surprised that you can match me in presence. You have earned your place here as my opponent, Zhou Yuqian remarked, still brimming with arrogance. But his gaze towards Zhang Tianze had shifted from dismissive to one of newfound respect, accompanied by unparalleled battle intent. The innate divine body is undoubtedly combative. While Zhang Tianze's bloodline is of the utmost combative nature, when his blood surges, it transforms into an insatiable thirst for battle. Dragon capture hand. Zhou Yuqian made his move, opting to forego his weapon. He paused, causing the stage to tremble. Then, like a swift arrow, Zhou Yuqian lunged at Zhang Tianze, employing the powerful dragon capture hand. Infused with surging true qi, aimed directly at the heavy sword in Zhang Tianze's grip. Zhou Yuqian's intentions were clear, to seize the initiative and utilize the sharpness of the dragon capture hand to snatch Zhang Tianze's battle sword. Chapter 27. The instantaneous capture of the dragon hand. Zhang Tianze possessed an unparalleled wealth of combat experience, far surpassing that of Zhou Yuqian. Naturally, he discerned Zhou Yuqian's intentions at a glance. However, seizing the heavy sword from his grasp was no simple endeavor. Zhang Tianze stood his ground, giving his sword a slight shake as he met Zhou Yuqian's dragon capture hand head-on. A resounding crack echoed through the air as Zhou Yuqian's palm precisely grasped the blade of Zhang Tianze's sword. He had succeeded. Remarkably, Zhou Yuqian proved himself formidable. The dragon capture hand was an exquisitely refined technique within postnatal martial arts, and once ensnared, escape was virtually impossible. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. Expectations had been set for a breathtaking duel, yet the normally fierce Zhang Tianze appeared to falter against Zhou Yuqian, nearly losing his sword with the very first move. For a swordsman, having one sword taken was akin to losing their foundation. How could one continue to fight thereafter? Such a fool, Xiao Feier fumed, stamping her foot and inwardly chastising Zhang Tianze for underestimating his opponent. Almost everyone deemed Zhang Tianze's defeat a foregone conclusion. Zhou Yuqian's mastery of the dragon capture hand was famed, and the consequences of being caught in it were dire. Yet, Li Hui maintained an air of calm, a hint of amusement flickering at the corners of his eyes. His perceptive abilities, honed to a level beyond that of ordinary individuals, coupled with his deep understanding of Zhang Tianze, led him to believe that it was nearly impossible for Zhou Yuqian to seize the heavy sword so easily. If such an effortless capture had indeed occurred, it was not due to Zhou Yuqian's exceptional prowess, but rather Zhang Tianze's deliberate choice, or perhaps he simply did not regard the dragon capture hand as a threat. As predicted, the battle did not unfold as the crowd had anticipated. The moment Zhou Yuqian attempted to pull the sword away, he found himself unable to do so. Zhou Yuqian furrowed his brow. It was the first time he encountered such an anomaly with the dragon capture hand, which was typically unbreakable. You wish to take my heavy sword? The dragon capture hand is insufficient, Zhang Tianze declared, shaking his head. A surge of overwhelming force erupted from the heavy sword, radiating an intense heat that was not of the fire element, yet felt even more searing. This was a manifestation of his dominating aura, an unparalleled force that coursed from Zhang Tianze into his sword, as if the sword itself embodied this overwhelming might. Zhou Yuqian was taken aback. The sword in Zhang Tianze's hand appeared unremarkable, an ordinary postnatal weapon. Such a sword, no matter how powerful its wielder, could not possess sentience. Only weapons forged from one's life essence or those of a transcendent level could achieve such a feat, yet Zhang Tianze had accomplished this. In that moment, he was one with the sword, and the sword was one with him. While exceptional swordsmen might achieve unity with their blades through mastery of swordplay, Zhang Tianze's connection was instinctual and unrelated to technique. It was a fundamental bond. The heavy sword had accompanied him for many years, ever since he was capable of wielding it. Following the awakening of his domineering blood 3 days prior, an extraordinary bond had developed between him and the heavy sword, earning its unwavering loyalty. This was not merely unity of man and sword, it was a fusion of souls. It was this inexplicable connection that emboldened Zhang Tianze to allow Zhou Yuqian to grasp his sword without hesitation. With a powerful shockwave, Zhou Yuqian's hand was forcefully repelled, revealing the sheer strength of the impact. You can actually break my dragon capture hand? Zhou Yuqian exclaimed in astonishment. The dragon capture hand was a pinnacle technique among postnatal martial arts, renowned for its invincibility in close combat. Zhou Yuqian had previously crushed a wolf demon that had condensed innate true energy with this very technique, and he had never before failed. It was shocking to find himself bested by a mere servant disciple whose cultivation was inferior to his own. You're not too shabby yourself, Zhang Tianze replied with a smile. The fact that Zhou Yuqin managed to withstand the force emanating from his heavy sword without injury spoke volumes about his capabilities. Most others would have been severely harmed from attempting to grasp such a weapon. What an astonishing individual! He effortlessly countered Zhou Yuqin's dragon capture hand. This fellow is indeed a prodigy, the onlookers mused. It became apparent that Zhang Tianze possessed the strength to contend with Zhou Yuqin. Zhou Yuqin, with his innate divine body and exceptional talent, had advanced 6 realms in merely 2 years, poised to reach the innate stage at the tender age of 14. He was regarded as the most promising genius in the Southern Academy of Shushan, drawing significant attention from the Academy's leaders. Yet here was Zhang Tianze who, despite being of lesser cultivation, could stand toe-to-toe with Zhou Yuqin, suggesting that his innate talent and potential might even surpass that of his opponent. Indeed, this is truly alarming. How could Elder Li Hui allow such a talent to be relegated to menial tasks? Everyone was astounded. They were acutely aware of the prowess of Zhou Yuqin's dragon capture hand, especially Yi Qian, who had once fallen victim to its might, fully grasping its formidable capabilities. Witnessing Zhang Tianze effortlessly dismantle the dragon capture hand stirred profound emotions within Yi Qian. With a clang, Zhou Yuqin summoned a battle sword, its icy gleam reflecting the surrounding light. For cultivators, it was customary to utilize storage bags or spatial rings to carry their treasured possessions. Zhou Yuqin's sword, broad and exuding an air of frost, was clearly a weapon of innate caliber. In the realm of Yuantian, weapons and techniques were classified into various ranks: postnatal, innate, earth grade, yuan grade, and heaven grade, corresponding to their respective martial realms. Beyond these lay the king grade, a level presumably only found within the inner sanctum of Shushan. Dragon summoning sword technique, Zhou Yuqin declared as he moved, his expression cold and taciturn. Particularly during battle, he uttered not a word. With a flourish, the sword was raised, emanating a chilling aura. The sword energy surged like a dragon, and Zhou Yuqin lunged toward Zhang Tianze with the ferocity of a primordial dragon emerging from the depths. Come at me. Zhang Tianze felt the surge of energy within him, the blood of the domineering coursing anew, as the sword in his hand began to hum with anticipation. Though he lacked sophisticated sword techniques, his extraordinary instincts allowed him to perceive his opponent's movements with unparalleled clarity, enabling him to counter with sheer instinct. Exuding an aura of dominance, Zhang Tianze stepped forward like an arrow released from its bow, the 800-pound heavy sword in his grasp seeming weightless as he aimed it directly at the dragon-shaped sword energy. Chapter 28. The divine light of the heavenly eye. With a thunderous roar, the arena trembled as the ferocious sword energy swept across the battlefield, enveloping the surroundings. The nearby named disciples, sensing the overwhelming aftermath of the battle, hastily retreated, fearful of becoming collateral damage. On the stage, the sword energies intertwined, 2 distinctly opposing forces, one blazing and the other frigid, one akin to a blazing sun, the other resembling an icy abyss. One was unyieldingly domineering, while the other exuded a wild, demonic fervor. The 2 combatants clashed, both stepping back, unable to gain the upper hand against one another. Once more, Zhou Yuqin's interest had been ignited. He was no longer as indifferent as before. His fantastical gaze radiated a flicker of fervent light, embodying a fierce battle spirit. The encounter between worthy adversaries had stirred him deeply. For a combative genius, the greatest fear is to lack formidable opponents. At this moment, both Zhang Tianze and Zhou Yuqin were in a state of extreme exhilaration, clearly satisfied with their rivals. They yearned for a confrontation, reveling in the joy of such an encounter during the grand competition. Regardless of who would ultimately triumph, they were no longer fixated on the outcome, but rather on the exhilarating process of battle. On the battlefield, the air was thick with sword energy, akin to flowing water, as the 2 prodigies engaged in a relentless clash. The harmonious sounds of their swords colliding produced dazzling sparks, accompanied by layers upon layers of sword chi. Their movements were incredibly swift, resembling 2 shadows entwined in combat. Within mere minutes, they had exchanged blows hundreds of times, growing more valiant with each strike. Neither yielding an inch, Zhang Tianze's aggressive bloodlust intensified, the veins in his eyes reddening, a manifestation of his burgeoning fury. The blood within him craved battle, longing for breakthroughs through combat, with the exhilaration of conflict ensnaring him in its grasp. Zhou Yuqin, too, was similarly affected. His innate divine physique filled him with an insatiable desire for combat. How captivating this spectacle was! Zhang Tianze wielded his sword with an erratic grace, seemingly devoid of rules. Yet each strike perfectly countered Zhou Yuqin's dragon-inducing sword technique, as if by chance. This was the most terrifying aspect. While Zhou Yuqin's technique followed a discernible pattern, Zhang Tianze's unorthodox strikes left no openings, creating a true contest of skill. In the renowned area of the Southern Academy, this was undoubtedly one of the most exquisite battles ever witnessed. Regardless of the eventual victor, the duel would be etched into the annals of the Academy's history. The future achievements of these two were boundless. The spectators were ablaze with excitement, even though they stood apart from the fray. They could still feel the thrill of the battle. Such a contest deeply inspired all present. The clash of their energies was deafening, transforming sword qi into something almost tangible. As Zhang Tianze wielded his heavy sword with both force and finesse, the dragon-inducing sword technique was unparalleled. Each strike resonated with a dragon's roar, both audacious and frigid. As the blood vessels in Zhang Tianze's eyes surged, it mirrored the awakening of his fierce bloodline. Zhou Yuqin's brow bore a flickering blood mark, suggesting the imminent activation of his third eye, a sign of overwhelming excitement. Both warriors were entirely absorbed in this frenzied state of combat, detached from the world around them. It was evident that the result of the duel mattered little to them. They were immersed in the experience itself. This fellow's bloodline is rather peculiar. That innate ferocity seems familiar. Li Hui furrowed his brow, his discerning gaze fixed on Zhang Tianze, who fought instinctively yet accurately, each move perfectly timed. This young man had yet to cultivate any formal sword techniques, but if he were to enter the sword domain, his innate talent and insight would surely allow him to grasp extraordinary swordsmanship. The thought was indeed formidable. Li Hui sighed, realizing that Zhang Tianze had redefined his understanding of genius within the mere 3 days since his arrival at Mount Shu. The battle raged on, captivating both combatants and spectators alike, who lost track of time. Zhang Tianze and Zhou Yuqin had been locked in combat for 2 hours. When this fact dawned upon the audience, even the elders of the innate realm were genuinely astonished. How could these two sustain such profound levels of energy expenditure? One elder exclaimed in disbelief. It is terrifying. Not even we in the innate realm could endure 2 hours of relentless combat. Another elder echoed, equally astounded. Geniuses cannot be fathomed by ordinary standards. They had entered a remarkably unique state of battle, relying solely on instinct, enabling an inexhaustible flow of energy within them, truly fearsome. Yuan Yi mused wistfully, sensing that the Southern Academy was on the verge of a breakthrough. For too long, they had been overshadowed by the other 3 academies. But these 2 potential stars would undoubtedly bring unparalleled glory to their institution in the near future. The elders were astounded. This continuous battle had attracted the attention of the Outer Doors elders, who gathered at a distance to observe. The sun blazed high overhead, and unbeknownst to them, it had already reached noon, yet the fierce showdown persisted unabated. Goodness, what talent lies within the renowned area? An elder of the innate realm expressed his surprise. With a thunderous clash, the tempestuous sword energies collided once more, forcing Zhang Tianze and Zhou Yuqin to retreat until they steadied themselves at the edge of the arena. At this moment, both ceased their offensive and locked gazes with one another. After 3 solid hours of intense combat, the onlookers finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, this moment of respite was short-lived, as all understood that the battle had not yet determined a victor, signifying that the duel was far from over. What followed would surely be a final showdown, a decisive contest to establish supremacy. On the battlefield, the two exchanged knowing smiles, their eyes devoid of animosity, filled instead with exhilaration and mutual admiration. To be revered by one's opponent is a mark of honor, a glory belonging solely to them. We could duel endlessly without resolution. Next, I shall activate the third eye. Should you withstand its divine light, I shall concede, Zhou Yuqin declared, inciting a renewed fervor among the spectators. Chapter 29. The resurgence of the dominant body excitement surged. The third eye was about to awaken. Zhou Yuqin was finally poised to unleash his potential. It was said that the divine light of the third eye was a terrifying innate skill, and since Zhou Yuqin had awakened his third eye, he had yet to demonstrate this ability. Indeed, Zhang Tianze's ability to compel Zhou Yuqin to reveal this skill was a point of pride. Oh, the true climax is upon us. I have yet to witness the divine light of the third eye, having only heard tales. I wonder how Zhang Tianze will withstand it. The moment of decision had arrived, and the crowd erupted with anticipation. Everyone knew of Zhou Yuqin's formidable innate skill, yet none had ever seen it unleashed. For no one in this renowned area had forced him to do so. This little madman is still weak. He hasn't ascended to the innate realm, making it ill-suited for him to employ the third eye's divine light, Yuan Yi remarked. Indeed, activating the third eye's divine light at his current level will leave him in a state of vulnerability. However, having fought to this extent. Two proud individuals must determine a victor, another elder added. Bring it on. I am eager to witness your divine light, Zhang Tianze replied. Zhang Tianze stood resolutely, his spirit aflame with the fervor of battle. With a determined step, he ascended the combat platform, which trembled beneath his weight, resonating with his unparalleled fighting spirit and overwhelming presence. The fervent energy coursing through him was a manifestation of his indomitable will. On the opposite side, Zhou Yuqin mirrored his advance, causing the platform to shake once more. Constructed from incredibly resilient rock and fortified by a simple formation laid down by a master of the Yuan realm, the platform could withstand the relentless clashes of these two formidable warriors. Otherwise, it would have long since collapsed under their ferocity. Do not disappoint me, Xiao Feier thought to herself, her tiny fists instinctively clenching. Unbeknownst to her, she had been drawn in by Zhang Tianze's commanding aura in the heat of battle, her heart inexplicably leaning towards him, wishing for his triumph over Zhou Yuqin and his successful entry into the sword domain. For any registered disciple, entering the sword domain was a mark of supreme honor. History has shown that every genius who achieved this during their registration became a luminary in the illustrious annals of Shushan. The stringent criteria for entering the sword domain meant that each individual who succeeded possessed extraordinary talent, standing out as the true elite. As there was but one chance every 6 months, Zhou Yuqin's brow furrowed as a crimson line appeared on his forehead, expanding under his command, bathing him in a sinister glow that accentuated his demonic aura. Gradually, his celestial eye opened, revealing a vertical eye of blood from which an infinite crimson light surged forth, engulfing the entire platform and transforming Zhou Yuqin into a figure of malevolence, his dark hair billowing, exuding an air of unparalleled arrogance. This is dire. The power of the celestial eye is overwhelming. It is an innate divine ability that Zhang Tianze cannot hope to withstand, Li Hui thought, his expression shifting dramatically. This was the first time he had witnessed the third eye of the celestial eye, and its terrifying might exceeded his expectations. Despite Zhang Tianze's prowess, he was still at a disadvantage in cultivation level, unless he possessed a divine body like Zhou Yuqin. He would find it exceedingly difficult to resist the divine light emanating from the celestial eye. It could very well inflict irreparable harm upon him. Li Hui's energy surged. His gaze sharpened with resolve. He had made up his mind. Should Zhang Tianze falter, he would act immediately to prevent his demise beneath the celestial radiance. The entire martial arena buzzed with tension, the platform suffused with bloodlight, as many held their breath in astonishment. Imagining how they would fare in Zhou Yuqin's presence under such oppressive divine light, they would be paralyzed with fear, devoid of any courage to confront it. The innate divine abilities of those with divine bodies were indeed unfathomable and overwhelmingly powerful. The crowd murmured in awe, having never witnessed such a display of divine body prowess. The impact was beyond comprehension. The formidable celestial light could spell doom even for those at the innate level of mastery. The atmosphere was charged with terror. The moment the demonic eye opened, it seemed invincible, and Zhang Tianze appeared utterly incapable of mounting a defense. Almost no one believed Zhang Tianze could withstand the celestial light. Even Xiao Feier clenched her fists, her expression betraying her anxiety. On the platform, feeling the oppressive weight of the bloodlight, Zhang Tianze displayed no hint of trepidation. Instead, he became even more exhilarated. His eyes transformed into a vivid crimson, a clear manifestation of his bloodlust. The blood within him surged with a ferocity that seemed to respond to the provocation of the bloodlight, igniting an uncontrollable rage. A wild and sovereign aura erupted from Zhang Tianze, amplifying his presence several-fold compared to before. In that moment, enveloped by the essence of his blood, he became a figure of unparalleled might, his aura rivaling that of Zhou Yuqin's celestial eye. The blood, a manifestation of his dominance over the heavens and unmatched in all realms, could not be suppressed without the risk of it rebounding with greater force. Zhang Tianze, consumed by this primal energy, raised his sword high, the blade trembling violently, causing the very air to ripple. A dragon of blood essence surged from the crown of his head, coiling and dancing with life. The overwhelming dominance and the intertwining bloodlight engulfed the entire platform. What was this? Such a domineering aura. Could this young man also possess a divine body, successfully resisting the pressure of the celestial eye? He appeared to be undergoing a transformation, his aura entirely altered, resembling a god of war, imperious and unmatched. The crowd erupted in renewed excitement. No one anticipated that under the oppressive bloodlight, Zhang Tianze would not only refuse to submit, but grow stronger in the face of adversity, displaying a ferocious spirit that was unwavering. Was this the legendary dominant body? No, it was impossible. The dominant body was one of a kind, having only appeared once in the entire Yuan-Tian continent. Yet this young man's aura mirrored that of the legendary figure, strikingly similar. Li Hui was utterly astounded, his eyes nearly popping from their sockets. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside him, ethereal and elusive, its presence almost imperceptible. Li Hui thought, his shock deepening as he recognized the arrival, confirming his suspicions. Zhang Tianze's overwhelming aura had even caught the attention of the South Courtyard's leader. South Courtyard leader Xiao Qingfeng paid no heed to Li Hui, his gaze fixed intently on the white-clad youth on the platform. His pupils narrowed as he sensed the astonishing aura of dominance. Even as a master of the god origin realm, he felt his emotions stir. Zhang Tianze's overwhelming aura is reminiscent of that person, Li Hui whispered, but his words were cut short by Xiao Qingfeng's sharp gesture. Do not utter that name. Xiao Qingfeng warned, his gaze fierce. Li Hui's body trembled, sweat pouring down his brow. Yes, that individual had become a taboo in the entire Daxia dynasty 16 years ago, a topic too dangerous to discuss. Not only was it forbidden in the lofty Shushan, but even among the common folk, no one dared to speak of it. However, they recalled that Zhang Tianze had arrived bearing the Xiantian order, and that Master Xian had vanished into seclusion 16 years ago, his whereabouts unknown. Many speculated that Master Xian's retreat was linked to that incident. Now, after 16 years, the youth he had taken under his wing had seemingly manifested the dominant body once more. Let us see if he can withstand the celestial eye, Xiao Qingfeng remarked. Boom. On the platform, Zhou Yuqian unleashed his power, a blood-red radiance erupting from the third eye on his forehead, accelerating to an unimaginable speed. The divine light, once unleashed, rendered many unable to open their eyes, a shockwave sweeping through, transforming into the singularity of the universe. This beam of light could pierce through all that existed. Rather than being called divine light, it was more aptly termed the light of slaughter. In that moment, the crowd collectively held their breath, even Xiao Qingfeng displaying traces of anxiety and anticipation. As the divine light burst forth like a released arrow, it hurtled towards Zhang Tianze, firmly locking onto his aura, the terrifying pressure ensnaring him, leaving no opportunity for escape or struggle. In essence, against this formidable celestial light, Zhang Tianze had no choice but to confront it head-on, with no possibility of evasion. In truth, Zhang Tianze never considered evasion. Rather, he yearned for this moment, eagerly anticipating it. Come forth, he bellowed, his voice reverberating through the martial arena. Under the scrutiny of countless astonished gazes, he raised his battle sword high, channeling the essence of the blood dragon above him into the blade, which erupted in a roar reminiscent of a dragon's cry. The once unsharpened sword now radiated a dazzling light, exuding an overwhelming sword intent. A boundless aura of dominance surged forth, reaching its zenith. Zhang Tianze's veins swelled. His pupils turned crimson, and an unparalleled fighting spirit surged within him, fearless and unyielding. For the first time, he sensed the essence of his bloodline, experiencing the tremendous amplification it bestowed. An invincible conviction coursed through him, rendering him impervious to fear. Flash! Zhang Tianze shouted again, his heavy sword striking fiercely against the divine radiance that approached. A massive wave of crimson energy rippled through the air, causing the indomitable battle platform to crack under the strain, emitting ominous sounds that suggested imminent collapse. The ferocity of the power was so overwhelming that the expressions of all present shifted dramatically. Witnessing such destruction of the battle platform in the designated area was unprecedented. Regardless of the outcome, this battle would undoubtedly become a renowned tale within the Southern Academy of Mount Shu. The arena was engulfed in a thick crimson light, obscuring the state of the conflict, rendering the figures of the two combatants nearly invisible. Gasps of astonishment echoed as the martial arena descended into an unprecedented fervor. The manifestation of the dominance body was confirmed. Xiao Qingfeng, visibly shaken, became fully aware of the reality of its appearance. He hoped fervently that this young man bore no connection to that individual. Otherwise, Li Hui wore a frown of deep concern. The matter of the Xiantian order must never be disclosed. Mount Shu owed far too much to that person. Xiao Qingfeng spoke earnestly, emphasizing that the debt extended beyond Mount Shu, for that individual had once saved his life. I understand, Li Hui nodded, fully cognizant that once the dominance body erupted, concealment would be impossible. In the near future, its resurgence would surely cause a stir across the realm. As long as Zhang Tianze was not linked to the Xiantian order, the origins of this dominance body would remain unknown. Xiao Qingfeng vanished in a flash, and as the blood light on the platform began to dissipate, The figures of the two combatants gradually came into view. Zhang Tianze stood at one end of the platform, his attire tattered and stained with blood, his breath ragged, clearly sustaining significant injuries. On the opposite side, Zhou Yuchen fared little better. His third eye had closed, blood seeping from his brow. His pupils unfocused as he gasped for air, his entire body trembling. Who emerged victorious? Both appeared to have suffered equally, leaving the outcome unresolved. The battle was nothing short of extraordinary. Zhang Tianze had managed to withstand the onslaught of the heavenly divine light, an astonishing feat. His final display of unparalleled dominance was profoundly impactful. His physique was evidently extraordinary, perhaps even akin to a divine body. Indeed, his constitution seemed to surpass Zhou Yuchen's heavenly demon pupil, especially considering that Zhang Tianze's cultivation was a level lower than Zhou Yuchen's. As Zhou Yuchen began to exude innate true energy, it was evident that if Zhang Tianze were at the 9th layer of the post-Wu realm, Zhou Yuchen would undoubtedly face defeat. From this perspective, Zhang Tianze held a slight advantage. No one was unshaken by the outcome. None anticipated such a conclusion to the fierce clash that had unfolded. Yet, there was no doubt that the spectacle had been immensely captivating. A display of unparalleled skill that opened the eyes of all present. Not only the named disciples, but even elders of the innate realm, including those who had come to spectate, were left in awe. Though Zhang Tianze and Zhou Yuchen were still comparatively weak, their talent and potential clearly surpassed that of most disciples at Mount Shu, marking them as prime candidates for future cultivation. They exchanged smiles, and in that moment, they were no longer rivals, but rather close friends. Subsequently, they both sat down cross-legged, their true energy surging once more, transforming their previously waning vitality into a formidable force. What were they doing? It appeared they were on the verge of a breakthrough. My goodness, even after such a fierce battle, they were poised to transcend their limits. This was truly extraordinary. Such prodigious talent was beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. This was the essence of their distinction. They had gained immense benefits and insights from their combat, breaking through their own limitations. If all went as expected, Zhang Tianze would ascend to the 9th layer of the post-Wu realm, while Zhou Yuchen would genuinely step into the innate realm. Remarkable, indeed. In Chapter 31, an exception. 2 slots, their astonishing performance during such an intense confrontation, achieving simultaneous breakthroughs, was almost unbelievable without witnessing it firsthand. The arena buzzed with excitement. Yet none dared to disturb the two combatants upon the platform. There, Zhang Tianze and Zhou Yuchen stood, their energies growing increasingly potent. Their injuries visibly healing at an astonishing rate, a result of the amplification brought forth by their ascensions. After all, their injuries had not touched their essence. And being born as divine bodies, their recovery capabilities far exceeded those of ordinary persons. Crack! A sharp sound emanated from within Zhang Tianze, as his true energy surged forth like a tidal wave. In that moment, he broke through once more. Reaching the 9th layer of the post-Wu realm, his aura now far more formidable than before. This was the true essence of a prodigy. It was known that he had only arrived at Mount Shu 3 days prior, starting at the 6th layer of the post-Wu realm. In 3 days, he had ascended 3 levels to reach the 9th layer, an astonishing rate of advancement rarely seen throughout the entire Mount Shu sword sect. Indeed, this was beyond mere abnormality. It was almost inhuman. If he continued to ascend at such a pace, would anyone else have a chance to thrive? Look, Zhou Yuchen has also broken through, someone exclaimed. Noting the transformation of Zhou Yuchen's innate true energy, now rich and profound. All present marveled. To rise 3 levels in 3 days was a speed that, for most disciples, was beyond even the realm of dreams. At the instant Zhang Tianze ascended to the 9th layer of the post-Wu realm, Zhou Yuchen too experienced a qualitative transformation in his innate true energy, fully transitioning into the realm of innate energy. This meant that Zhou Yuchen had completed a true breakthrough, successfully advancing into the innate realm, surpassing the named area, and qualifying to become an outer disciple of the Southern Academy. Both exhaled deeply, slowly rising to their feet and exchanging smiles. Shall we fight again? Zhou Yuchen inquired, amused. It was quite a challenge to provoke a smile from this seemingly cold-hearted individual. What do you think? Zhang Tianze replied, grinning, though the fervor of battle had dissipated from his demeanor. Continuing their bout would likely yield no clear victor, as they had both advanced a level and remained evenly matched in strength. Moreover, the celestial light of Zhou Yuchen cannot be summoned continuously, and Zhang Tianze's formidable bloodline cannot unleash its previous ferocity without the stimulation of the celestial light. Thus, even if the two were to continue battling, the outcome would remain indistinguishable from before. There is no need for further conflict. At that moment, a voice resonated. It was Yuan Yi, the chief steward of the designated area. I hereby declare that the contest between Zhang Tianze and Zhou Yuqin concludes without a victor, Yuan Yi proclaimed loudly. But if there is no winner, to whom shall the quota for entering the sword domain be awarded? An elder inquired. For the pinnacle duel between Zhang Tianze and Zhou Yuqin aimed solely at securing the singular opportunity to enter the sword domain. The outcome of a tie was unforeseen, marking the first occurrence of such a stalemate in the history of the designated area's grand competition. Since it is a tie, to whom shall the entry into the sword domain be granted? Another elder suggested. I believe it should be awarded to Zhang Tianze. For Zhou Yuqin has already ascended to the innate realm and is considered an outer sect disciple, another elder opined. Yet, to deprive Zhou Yuqin of his chance would not be just, for he achieved his breakthrough during combat, and having just risen, he is still a designated disciple before officially reporting to the outer sect, someone else countered. Yuan Yi furrowed his brow, feeling somewhat troubled by the predicament. In my view, both shall enter the sword domain together. At this juncture, Li Hui stepped forward, asserting his stance. Yuan Yi and the others promptly bowed to Li Hui, who, as an adept in the Yuan realm and an alchemist, held considerable standing within the Southern Academy of Shushan. His words carried weight not only in the designated area, but also in the outer and inner sections. Elderly, there has never been a precedent for two individuals entering the sword domain together, Yuan Yi remarked. Since it is a draw, and no victor has been discerned, both are deemed first place. According to Shushan's regulations, the first place from the biannual competition may enter the sword domain. Thus, if there are two first places, both should rightfully be allowed entry. I shall take responsibility for this matter, Li Hui declared. Understood, Yuan Yi nodded, relieved that Li Hui had resolved the matter, sparing him the trouble. He wished to offend neither Zhang Tianze nor Zhou Yuqin, both of whom were prodigies among prodigies. If both could enter the sword domain, it would be the most ideal outcome, though Yuan Yi lacked the privilege to decide such matters. You too, prepare yourselves, you shall depart for the sword domain tomorrow. Li Hui instructed Zhang Tianze and Zhou Yuqin. Yes, the two replied, their faces alight with joy. The opportunity, occurring once every 6 months, had finally materialized, and both were immensely satisfied with the outcome. Subsequently, Zhang Tianze returned to the Herb Garden amidst the adulation of his companions, feeling quite elated from the flattering praises. Just as Zhang Tianze arrived, Xiao Feier followed closely behind. Little Emperor, you have not disappointed me. To be evenly matched with Zhou Yuqin is commendable, and I suppose having you as my attendant is tolerable, Xiao Feier remarked, jovially patting Zhang Tianze on the shoulder while praising herself. I say, miss, if you find it so burdensome, feel free to dismiss me at any time. Zhou Yuqin could serve as your attendant instead, Zhang Tianze replied, a look of annoyance on his face. Moreover, Little Emperor sounds rather awkward, he added. You seem to have quite a temper. What would you prefer me to call you? Xiao Feier teased. They all call me Tiange, Zhang Tianze replied earnestly. Dream on, Tiange. You must always remember your place. Before me, you are but an attendant. Humph, Xiao Feier exclaimed, pulling Zhang Tianze's ear and twisting it playfully. A gentleman speaks without resorting to violence. Let us converse amicably. Little Emperor it is, Zhang Tianze retorted. Am I not a gentleman? Shouldn't I be allowed to admit my faults? He added. That's more like it, Xiao Feier chuckled, releasing her grip with a triumphant smile. Tomorrow, as we head to the sword domain, remember to seize the opportunity and deeply comprehend the sword techniques. Upon our return, we shall journey to the 10,000 Demon Mountain, she instructed before striding away confidently. Ah, truly a handful, Zhang Tianze sighed, feeling that he was destined to be entangled with this young lady for life. In the evening, Zhou Yuqin arrived at the Herb Garden, carrying wine as he made his way to Zhang Tianze's courtyard. Boredom has brought me here to drink with you, Zhou Yuqin stated with an impassive expression. If we are to drink, then do so without such a lofty demeanor. If you smiled more often, you would surely captivate many women, Zhang Tianze retorted, taking a seat at the stone table. Though today was their first meeting, the battle they shared had forged a bond of mutual respect, rendering their conversation devoid of any sense of unfamiliarity, as if they were long-standing friends. The saying no fight, no acquaintance held true. The intensity of their duel had left a profound impact on both. Zhou Yuqin remained silent, placing a jade wine vessel on the stone table with a resounding thud. With a flourish of his hand, he produced 2 crystal-clear wine cups, akin to a magic trick. Your equipment is quite complete, but what is wine without food? Zhang Tianze remarked, inhaling the fragrant aroma of the wine, feeling invigorated by the serene ambience of drinking atop the mountain at dusk, a luxury he had never experienced before. Fatty, Go fetch some snacks to accompany the wine. Zhang Tianze called out loudly towards the entrance of the courtyard. Yes, Tiangu, fatty, ever diligent, scampered off to fulfill the order. Your bloodline is exceedingly domineering, reminiscent of the legendary dominant body, Zhou Yuchen observed, turning his gaze towards Zhang Tianze. Dominant body. Zhang Tianze recalled hearing about this rare physique from his master, a body so powerful that none could rival it. The dominant body is unparalleled, radiating an aura that rivals the heavens, renowned as the supreme body of humanity. After my bloodline awakened, I pondered if my physique might be the legendary dominant body. Yet its strength seemed beyond my imagination, Zhang Tianze admitted. Indeed, my celestial magical eyes are exceedingly rare, far surpassing ordinary divine bodies. You not only withstand my celestial light, but also fought me to a draw while being a level below me in cultivation. Such feats are beyond the capabilities of any ordinary physique, save for the dominant body, Zhou Yuchen asserted with unwavering confidence. It is said that when the dominant body emerges, none can contend. Humanity flourishes, and now two dominant bodies have appeared, Zhou Yuchen continued. Who is the other? Zhang Tianze inquired, intrigued. Have you not heard the legends of the war god of humanity? Zhou Yuchen was taken aback, for the war god's name was legendary. Having once held the top position on the heavenly ranking, how could Zhang Tianze not have heard of him? Zhang Tianze shrugged, explaining that he had come from the depths of the mountains. His master had indeed shared numerous tales about the Yuan-Tian continent, recounting the struggles among humanity, demonkind, and divine beings. Yet he had never heard of the dominant body or the war god legend. The legendary war god has always been my lifelong idol. Though he has now become a taboo topic among humanity, I, Zhou Yuchen, fear not, for I unabashedly express my admiration for the war god. As far as I know, he was once a disciple of Mount Shu. Over 30 years ago, the unparalleled dominator body emerged from Mount Shu, rising to prominence with the swiftness of a blazing sun, achieving the terrifying status of a half-step saint at a young age, and securing his place as the foremost figure on the human ranking. He made significant contributions to the human race, defending against the fierce incursions of the divine and demon clans, reclaiming lost territories for humanity, and becoming the most revered war god, while also being the target of the divine and demon clans' relentless pursuit. Zhou Yuchen's emotions surged as he spoke of the war god, his eyes filled with boundless reverence. Zhang Tianze's eyes sparkled with excitement, unable to suppress the fervor within him. He could envision the heroic ambition of a single individual standing against the world, embodying the true spirit of manhood. It was no wonder that Zhou Yuchen held the war god in such high esteem. Even he would regard him as a lifelong idol. Where is the war god now? How did he become a taboo topic among humanity? Zhang Tianze inquired curiously. Given the war god's tremendous contributions, he should be revered like a deity among us. How did he become a figure that inspires such fear? I cannot say for certain, as I am but a youth who did not live in that era. There are many rumors. It is said that he betrayed humanity, leading to a joint effort by the experts of the human ranking to eradicate him. The Great Xia dynasty then erased all records of his accomplishments and declared that discussions of the war god were forbidden. No one knows if he truly perished. But since then, he has vanished completely from sight, and the topic of the war god has become a taboo that none dare to broach. Zhou Yuchen's voice carried a hint of sorrow as he spoke of a legend that had faded into obscurity. But why would the war god betray humanity? Zhang Tianze questioned, perplexed. I know not, for there are too many rumors, few of which are credible. Regardless, it has all become a thing of the past. Now that I have shared this with you, I implore you not to mention the war god in front of others, lest you invite disaster upon yourself. Zhou Yuchen declared. With the return of the dominator body, perhaps the human race can once again achieve the brilliance of yesteryears. Who knows? It may depend on you. The ambition to conquer the world is what every man yearns for, and if in this life I could stand proud like the war god, even if only for a fleeting moment, it would be worth it. Zhang Tianze, holding his cup, gazed with rapture. Perhaps it was due to their shared affinity for the dominator body that he felt a profound connection to the war god, despite hearing of him for the first time. His admiration rivaled that of Zhou Yuchen. The two continued to drink late into the night, their spirits entwined as they became blissfully intoxicated. As the bright moonlight illuminated the courtyard, they lay with their heads resting on the stone table, which had long since been soaked with wine. Neither showed any disdain for the situation. I, Zhou Yuchen, have no friends. I am but a solitary wanderer. My father despises me, and my half-brothers bully me. I have no desire to return to that wretched place. I need neither kin nor friends. Zhou Yuchen, having drunk too much, weakly shook Zhang Tianze's shoulder. His face pressed against the cold stone table, tears, whether of sorrow or drink, trickling from his eyes. A man of few words seemed to have found a kindred spirit and became loquacious. Unbeknownst to him, the words he uttered that night far surpassed those he had spoken in the past year. He let down his guard, deliberately allowing the alcohol to numb him, transforming from a proud, taciturn prodigy into a chatterbox, unrecognizable even to himself. No, you have a friend. From this moment on, I am your friend, your brother. Come, call me Tianze, Zhang Tianze said, somewhat dazed. Tianze, Zhou Yuqin called out, and the two of them fell asleep on the stone table, oblivious until dawn. Chapter 33. The first sword domain. In the early morning, atop Mount Shu, birds soared and the fragrance of herbs wafted through the vegetable gardens. In this southern courtyard, it was indeed a rather suitable place for cultivation. Li Hui pushed open the door to Zhang Tianze's courtyard, only to find the two slumbering figures sprawled on the stone table, and he couldn't help but shake his head. They hardly resembled the two promising talents of the southern courtyard. Striding over, Li Hui gave each of them a gentle kick. The sun is already high. Are you two planning to skip the sword domain? Zhang Tianze and Zhou Yuqin instantly awoke, lifting their heads to see each other's disheveled state, and burst into laughter. Let us go to the sword domain, Zhang Tianze said, rising with a refreshing sense of clarity. In truth, with their cultivation levels, it was difficult for them to become truly intoxicated. As long as they wished to remain sober, no amount of alcohol could impair them. However, the act of drinking is greatly influenced by one's mood. When sharing wine with a kindred spirit, one finds that even 1,000 cups are too few. Conversely, one may seek intoxication, yet find it elusive. Last night, they sought genuine inebriation, and thus, they were indeed drunk. To be intoxicated is to reveal the essence of manhood. How many opportunities in life present themselves for such revelry? And how many possess the willingness to cast aside all burdens for a night of indulgence? Allow me to explain the sword domain to you. Li Hui began, pleased to see the two restored to their usual selves, as their bond had deepened following their shared experience the previous day. Undoubtedly, these two youths would achieve immeasurable greatness in the future, becoming the pride of Mount Shu. If they could coexist harmoniously, it would undoubtedly be a boon. The sword domain of Mount Shu was established around an ancient celestial sword, which stood tall in the center of the domain, reaching heights unseen. All sword techniques of the Mount Shu sword sect originated from this celestial sword, its blade etched with countless inscriptions. However, with my current strength, I can only comprehend sword techniques within the third sword domain and cannot truly behold the celestial sword's form, much less discern the inscriptions upon it. Li Hui spoke with utmost seriousness, his admiration for this legendary sword evident. The sword domain is divided into 9 levels. Tianze, being at the late martial stage, can only enter the first sword domain to comprehend sword techniques. Zhou Yuqin, at the innate stage, can enter the second sword domain for the same purpose. As for me, being at the origin stage, I can access the third sword domain. The sword techniques and manuals within the Mount Shu Sword Pavilion are all derived from this celestial sword. During ordinary times, the elders of Mount Shu frequently enter the sword domain to gain insights into sword techniques, which they then categorize and place in the sword pavilion for disciples to study. Zhou Yuqin's dragon-invoking sword art, for instance, is a technique I once extracted from the sword domain. To select sword techniques from the sword pavilion, disciples must pay a price, either undertake tasks for the sect or present equivalent wealth, most commonly in the form of yuan stones. However, yuan stones are essential for our cultivation, and you may not yet grasp their importance. Once your internal true energy transforms into yuan power, elevating you to the origin stage, you will come to understand your reliance on yuan stones. Moreover, entering the sword domain to gain personal insights far surpasses merely selecting sword techniques and combat skills from the sword pavilion. The feeling of having discovered sword techniques on one's own is entirely different, and the power they wield is incomparable. Thus, Mount Shu often holds competitions to select outstanding individuals to enter the sword domain and personally experience the might of the celestial sword. For us, sword cultivators of Mount Shu, each entry into the sword domain is akin to receiving a baptism from the celestial sword. Li Hui's explanation of the sword domain ignited a peculiar brilliance in the eyes of Zhang Tianze and Zhou Yuqin. Although Zhou Yuqin had spent several years at Shushan, he had never encountered such a detailed discourse on the sword domain. After all, before one qualifies to enter the sword domain, obtaining information about it is nearly impossible. Typically, the elders refrain from mentioning the sword domain, and every time a prodigy secures a spot in the sword domain due to their exceptional performance in the grand competition, they emerge having directly broken through to the innate realm, promptly reporting to the outer sect. The mere opportunity to enter the sword domain and achieve such a breakthrough speaks volumes about its immense benefits, making it an irresistible allure for any disciple of Shushan. Moreover, the sword domain is divided into 9 levels, representing an endless temptation for every disciple, especially those who have previously entered it. Those who have experienced the first level of the sword domain will strive to gain access to the second, while those who have accessed the second aspire to reach the third, and so forth. Disciples and elders of all cultivation levels are fervently pursuing the sword domain. Undoubtedly, the sword domain has become the very foundation of Shushan, a belief that propels its practitioners forward without end. After all, the closer one is to the heavenly sword within the sword domain, the greater the benefits they can reap. The journey to the sword domain spans 3 days. And at the end of this period, regardless of your gains, you will be automatically transported back from the sword domain. Are you prepared? Li Hui gazed at the two, who were brimming with excitement. They neither spoke nor hesitated, merely nodding vigorously. Excellent. Li Hui acknowledged with a nod, then turned his palm to reveal 2 yellow talismans, resonating with an aura of spatial energy. These are the spatial talismans leading to the first and second levels of the sword domain, capable of opening the gates to both realms. As he spoke, he infused his essence into the talismans, causing ripples of spatial waves to undulate in the air above the courtyard, accompanied by a resonant humming sound. Subsequently, 2 illusory gates materialized before them. Go forth, Li Hui urged. Thank you, Elder. The 2 clasped their fists in gratitude before leaping into the spatial gates. One last reminder. Within the heavenly sword, there not only lies swordsmanship, but also countless martial techniques. However, disciples of Shushan are accustomed to focusing solely on sword cultivation, often neglecting the exploration of martial skills. Yet for you too, endowed with exceptional innate physiques, martial techniques may unleash powers surpassing swordsmanship. Since you are going, it would be prudent to experiment. If you can comprehend formidable martial techniques, it would certainly not be a loss. Zhou Yuchen's dragon grasp is a prime example, Li Hui concluded. Just as the ethereal portals closed, tranquility returned to the courtyard, and Zhang Tianze and Zhou Yuchen vanished without a trace. The manifestation of the dominant body, who knows if it will revive the glory of yesteryears? Li Hui mused, his eyes glimmering with a hint of anticipation. He would not forget the commotion caused when the previous dominant body first entered the sword domain. However, even among those with the dominant body, individuals differ. Such excitement belonged to a miracle, and miracles of that magnitude are unlikely to occur again. Chapter 34. Utter nonsense inside the first level of the sword domain. Zhang Tianze stepped through the spatial gate and descended to the ground. The crystal-clear surface beneath his feet felt ethereal, akin to walking on clouds, an exhilarating sensation enveloping him. The first level of the sword domain was not expansive, merely spanning a dozen or so paces, significantly smaller than the training grounds in the southern courtyard. However, this compact space was more than sufficient for movement. What captivated Zhang Tianze upon entering the first level was the magnificent heavenly sword at the farthest end of the boundless void. From a distance, it appeared to be leagues away, separated by an insurmountable chasm, yet the heavenly sword exuded an uncanny clarity. Its ancient and unadorned form was astonishingly large. The sword's tip was embedded in the ground while its hilt soared into the clouds, seemingly without end, the blade resembling a celestial bridge that spanned the heavens and the earth. In that singular moment, Zhang Tianze was utterly entranced by the heavenly sword. Within this vast expanse of the sword domain, it stood as the unequivocal focal point, emanating divine authority that compelled all beings to submit. What a magnificent heavenly sword! Zhang Tianze pondered its origins, wondering from whence it came and whose weapon it was. This sword encapsulated the supreme Tao, inscribed with countless sword techniques and martial skills. As if born from the very fabric of the universe, eliciting awe, his heart swelled with excitement. This visit to Shushan, if nothing else, was worth it simply to behold such a formidable sword of the heavens. As he became lost in admiration for the heavenly sword, the heavy sword at his back suddenly stirred, emitting a low hum of excitement. Zhang Tianze quickly grasped the hilt of the heavy sword, channeling calming energy into it to restore its tranquility. He believed the pressure from the heavenly sword had caused the heavy sword to tremble in submission, and he hurried to soothe it, fearing it might offend the heavenly sword's majesty. What Zhang Tianze failed to realize was that the heavy sword's agitation did not stem from reverence for the heavenly sword, but rather from genuine exhilaration. The aura of the heavenly sword permeated the entire sword domain, with varying reflections yielding different insights, thus creating the distinction of 9 levels. A few paces ahead lay a transparent light curtain, marking the end of the first level of the sword domain and the closest point to the heavenly sword. Before the light curtain were 4 meditation cushions, radiating a rainbow of colors. Zhang Tianze understood that these cushions were the true conduits to the heavenly sword. Only by sitting upon them could one genuinely grasp the sword techniques and martial skills inscribed upon the heavenly sword. The 4 cushions were arranged in a specific manner, a solitary cushion at the front, with 3 more aligned 2 paces behind it. Zhang Tianze strode directly toward the first cushion, as it was evident that the closer a cushion was to the front, the more advantageous its position. In the sword domain, even a slight proximity to the heavenly sword could yield differing benefits. That position belongs to me. A domineering voice suddenly interrupted as Zhang Tianze prepared to sit. He turned to see a young man in a yellow robe approaching with an air of arrogance. "Who are you?" Zhang Tianze inquired. "Tian from the northern courtyard," the young man declared, crossing his arms defiantly. In an instant, Zhang Tianze understood. The grand competition in the named area involved all 4 courtyards simultaneously, with each selecting a prodigious disciple to enter the first level of the sword domain. This explained the presence of 4 cushions in the first level. The arrangement of the cushions was blatantly strategical. Rather than placing all 4 at the forefront, 3 were positioned further back, leaving only 1 at the front. The intention was all too clear to incite competition. Zhang Tianze sighed, recognizing that conflict was ubiquitous within Shushan. Nevertheless, this suited him well. He relished competition, particularly against the other 3 courtyards. He had heard Li Hui and the plump fellow speak of how the southern courtyard was perpetually at a disadvantage. Whenever the 4 courtyards convened, the southern courtyard became the target of oppression. Thus, he would not hold back if Tian sought to dominate him. He had indeed chosen the wrong opponent. Only those with the capability may occupy that position. It is not for just anyone. Indeed, I have come here with the intention of claiming this position. As those words echoed, 2 exceptionally arrogant young men entered, completing the assembly of the 4. From the west, Huang Bo. From the east, Lu Zhan. They introduced themselves with a sense of pride, their gazes immediately locking onto Zhang Tianze, who was already standing beside the first. The south has truly declined. A mere youth who has just stepped into the 9th layer of the post-martial realm dares to be present here. Huang Bo did not conceal his disdain, launching into a scornful tirade. Indeed, we are all beings on the brink of the innate realm, already possessing innate true energy. And sharing the first sword domain with someone who has barely entered the post-martial realm is nothing short of a humiliation. Lu Zhan wore a derisive grin. "What is your name, boy?" Tian inquired. "South, Zhang Tianze," he replied, a faint smile gracing his lips. At that moment, retreat was not an option for him, especially not in the presence of these 3, whom he regarded with utter contempt. Though they were on the verge of the innate realm, their disparity compared to Zhou Yuchen, who had not yet stepped into the innate realm, was immeasurable. Zhang Tianze, even at the 8th layer of the post-martial realm, had been able to hold his own against Zhou Yuchen. Frankly speaking, in Zhang Tianze's eyes, Tian and his companions were as insignificant as refuse. "Zhang Tianze, you ought to recognize your place and vacate that spot immediately. Choose one of the 3 behind you to sit on. Simply watch us 3 contend. Our battle will be spectacular, a privilege most cannot witness. Your fortune today is to behold it," Lu Zhan proclaimed, his eyes brimming with arrogant pride. "Ah," Zhang Tianze sighed, shaking his head. "I truly do not comprehend the source of your inflated sense of superiority." "What did you say?" Lu Zhan's eyes widened in disbelief, clearly taken aback by Zhang Tianze's audacity. "Utter nonsense," Zhang Tianze scoffed, determined to assert the dignity of the South. These 3 wished to trample over him, but he would not allow it. "What did you say? Who are you calling nonsense?" Lu Zhan fumed, his fists cracking ominously. "No, do not misunderstand. I am not referring to you, but rather to the 3 of you." "Nonsense," Zhang Tianze stated, disregarding Lu Zhan's fury, enunciating each word with clarity. Chapter 35. Exiting the sword domain. Boom. The moment those words fell, the 3 erupted in rage, their eyes blazing with fury. Simultaneously, they wore expressions of utter shock. They could not fathom where Zhang Tianze found the audacity to utter such words, akin to courting death. "Boy, it seems you do not wish to remain in the sword domain. Do you understand that if we inflict severe injury upon you, you will lose the ability to comprehend the heavenly sword? A person devoid of comprehension in swordsmanship will be directly expelled from the sword domain," Tian threatened venomously. "Oh, is that so? That is splendid. I find the 3 of you exceedingly irksome. If you remain here, it will severely disrupt my pursuit of swordsmanship," Zhang Tianze replied, feigning enlightenment. "Let me handle this. I will cripple his hands and feet and expel him from the first sword domain. Lu Zhan stepped forward, his fury palpable. The South has truly lost its sense of self-awareness. The sword domain is a precious opportunity, and while it may seem excessive to expel him, given this boy's talent, he would likely gain nothing even if he stayed. His disrespect towards us warrants punishment, teaching him who is worthy of respect and who is not. He should not assume this is the South. Indeed, it has been said that in the past, those from the South who entered the sword domain were self-aware, choosing to sit on the periphery, allowing for peaceful coexistence. Since this boy is so oblivious and has the audacity to insult us, we need not concern ourselves with the South's reputation. After all, the South has long since lost any standing before us. In every annual competition among the four, whether inner or outer sect, the South always ranks last. Huang Bo jeered. No need for further discussion. Expel him from the sword domain. His humiliation is self-inflicted. Lu Zhan declared dominantly, raising a finger to point at Zhang Tianze, arrogantly proclaiming, "Boy, do not say I did not give you a chance. I shall grant you 3 moves to leave in good grace. Then, I shall indulge you." Zhang Tianze replied, and in an instant, he launched himself forward like a released arrow, delivering a punch directly to Lu Zhan's face. The strike was swift and fierce, akin to lightning. At the moment Zhang Tianze made his move, Lu Zhan's expression shifted entirely. His eyes widened in horror, realizing he had grossly underestimated this youth who had merely stepped into the 9th layer of the post-martial realm. However, Zhang Tianze's speed was overwhelming, and the force of his presence left Lu Zhan unable even to evade. Smack! Ah! A piercing scream echoed as Zhang Tianze's powerful punch landed squarely on Lu Zhan's proud visage, sending him crashing to the transparent ground. The impact left Lu Zhan's face bloodied, his nose shattered, as he clutched his face and cried out in agony. What? Tianze and Huang Bo gasped in unison, their expressions mirroring sheer disbelief. Looking at Zhang Tianze, it was as if they had seen a ghost. The arrogance they once possessed vanished without a trace. They were not fools. At least they had the discernment to recognize that with a single blow, Zhang Tianze's prowess far exceeded their expectations. This young man in white was far more formidable than they had imagined. With this mere ability, you dare demand 3 moves? Nonsense. Zhang Tianze's gaze remained cold, his expression one of disdain. Scoundrel! Lu Zhan struggled to rise from the ground, disregarding the blood marring his face, drawing his battle sword as he charged at Zhang Tianze once more. In Lu Zhan's mind, he had merely let his guard down. Despite the blow he had received, he still possessed the strength to fight back. Let the 3 of you come at me together. From this day forth, the South shall no longer be oppressed. Zhang Tianze's aura surged, exuding an overwhelming presence akin to a war god descending, suffocating the 3 with his sheer might. Tian, let us strike together and expel this boy from the sword domain. Huang Bo bellowed, drawing his sword as he joined Lu Zhan in the assault. Tianze, too, could not afford to be complacent. This was no longer merely a matter of the reputation of their, but also concerned their own standing and future. The conflict had arisen. If they did not expel Zhang Tianze from the sword domain, he would surely do the same to them. The opportunity to cultivate within the sword domain was hard-earned. If they were expelled upon entry, it would be humiliating, not to mention the greater loss they would suffer. Within the sword domain, 3 days of cultivation could yield boundless benefits, and historically, among 10 peak disciples from the post-martial realm who entered the sword domain, at least 9 would successfully break through to the innate realm after 3 days. The 3 coordinated their assault on Zhang Tianze, their sword energies intertwining to form a web of lethal intent, aiming to ensnare him. Yet, regrettably, the swordsmanship they prided themselves on appeared to Zhang Tianze as nothing more than a slow-motion display, utterly trivial and ineffective. The trio united, leaving Zhang Tianze with no opportunity to draw his sword. With keen reflexes, Zhang Tianze swiftly sidestepped to the left, his body tilting slightly, expertly evading the blades of Tianze and Huang Bo. In a sudden burst of action, he seized Lu Zhan's wrist, wielding the sword, and with a forceful twist, he heard a sickening crack as Lu Zhan's wrist broke, the sword clattering to the ground. The excruciating pain surged through Lu Zhan's limbs. Yet before he could emit a scream, Zhang Tianze delivered a powerful punch to his abdomen. The strength behind this strike was exponentially greater than before, causing Lu Zhan to wail in agony, blood spurting from his mouth as he was sent hurtling backward, collapsing onto the ground, unable to rise again. It's your turn, Zhang Tianze declared dominantly, emulating Zhou Yuchen's dragon-grabbing technique with precision as he deftly snatched Tianze's sword, yanking it from his grasp. I've heard you intend to cripple my hands and feet. With a cold expression, the moment he seized Tianzong's sword. His other hand clutched Tianzong's shoulder and wrenched it violently, contorting the entire arm. Zhang Tianze's successive actions were fluid. He grasped Tianzong by the nape of his neck and, with overwhelming strength, lifted him off the ground before slamming him down with tremendous force. Bang! Tianzong was sent reeling, disoriented and rolling on the ground. This was a stark contrast to when Xiao Fei'er had thrown Zhang Tianze. His formidable physique was unmatched, toughened by his training. Compared to Xiao Fei'er, her strength was no match for Zhang Tianze in this moment. Thus, a few tumbles did little harm to him. But when he threw Tianzong, the outcome was markedly different. He was fortunate not to have been killed outright. With a swift turn, Zhang Tianze's piercing gaze fell upon Huang Bo. A mere glance sent Huang Bo stumbling back, nearly losing his grip on his sword. What do you intend to do? He stammered, drenched in cold sweat. Despite being a half-step into the innate realm, a top-tier expert in the named area of the West Courtyard, he felt as if he were facing a monstrous beast when contending with Zhang Tianze. What am I doing? Naturally, I'm going to expel you from the sword domain. To spare myself the sight of you here. As Zhang Tianze spoke, he advanced, his sharp fist aimed at Huang Bo. Once he had initiated his attack, retreat was not an option. Whether tackling 2 or 3, he would confront them all. This time, it was time for the South Courtyard to revel in its glory. Bang! Bewildered and terrified, Huang Bo stood no chance against the ferocious Zhang Tianze, who sent him crashing to the ground with a single kick. Yet Zhang Tianze was not finished. He gathered the fallen trio and unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, their cries of pain echoing as they suffered grievously, their faces bruised and battered. A sight of utter despair. For the three, this spectacle was profoundly humiliating. If word spread, their reputations within Shushan would be irreparably tarnished. In the named area of the East, West, and North Courtyards, they were regarded as elite talents, holding the top ranks, which had granted them entry into the sword domain. Their overwhelming pride had blinded them to the vulnerabilities of the South Courtyard, yet today they found themselves at the mercy of Zhang Tianze. Zhang Tianze's assault was unrelenting, each strike landing with gratifying force. He had no intention of holding back, fully aware that had the roles been reversed, he would not have fared any better in their company. The South Courtyard had long been accustomed to bullying, and it was for this very reason that Zhang Tianze sought to restore its honor, for he was now a disciple of the South Courtyard. Regardless of the internal rivalries within the South Courtyard, they could not afford to lose face, especially before the disciples of the other 3 courtyards. Buzzing. An intangible force rippled through the air as a void opened beside the 3, drawing them into its depths. As Tianzong had previously stated, losing the ability to comprehend sword techniques and battle skills meant forfeiting their right to remain in the sword domain, leading to their immediate expulsion. No, please, Tianzong screamed. Struggling against the pull, the opportunity to enter the sword domain was too precious. He had waited so long for this day, only to be thrown out without truly experiencing it, and to be expelled by someone else was utterly disgraceful. Damn it, Zhang Tianze, this isn't over. I will have my revenge. Lu Zhan mumbled threats, but Zhang Tianze regarded them as mere empty words, dismissing them entirely. The figures of the 3 faded, and with a smile, Zhang Tianze waved goodbye. Farewell, my esteemed guests. In the next moment, the sword domain returned to tranquility, leaving Zhang Tianze alone in the expansive arena. He stretched his limbs, relishing the newfound peace. The misfortunes of Tianzong and his companions were tragic. They could have coexisted harmoniously with Zhang Tianze. Upon entering the sword domain, he had approached it with a calm demeanor, seeking only the sword techniques and battle skills within, never intending to engage in conflict. However, Tianzong and his companions chose to provoke him, seeking trouble, and Zhang Tianze was more than willing to impart a profound lesson. As a formidable body, one of the most tenacious physiques in existence, they had unwisely decided to challenge him. The 3 from the other courtyards had grown accustomed to bullying the South Courtyard, but they had met their match today, and Zhang Tianze silently vowed that henceforth, the South Courtyard would not be easily trifled with. With the advantage of his robust physique, Zhang Tianze soon entered a state of perfect meditation. Astonishingly, he felt an overwhelming surge of celestial energy flooding into him from the cushion. The richness of the energy was unparalleled, and he sensed his cultivation ascending rapidly. It was at least tenfold that of the outside world. No wonder those who had previously entered the sword domain had managed to break through to the innate realm. Such an optimal environment for cultivation was a rarity. Zhang Tianze's eyes sparkled with excitement. He adjusted his focus, absorbing the celestial energy and converting it into his own true qi, while simultaneously attempting to commune with the distant heavenly sword to grasp its techniques. Time passed swiftly. and soon 2 hours had elapsed. Zhang Tianze was enveloped in a haze of true qi, as it gradually transitioned into innate true qi, fully immersing himself in deep cultivation. With Tianze and his companions gone, he was free from distractions, making this environment utterly perfect for him. Meanwhile, in the south courtyard's named area, 3 majestic black eagles soared from different directions, hovering above the space. The black eagle, a most ordinary beast of the demon realm, is a flying creature reared within the confines of Mount Shu. Upon the back of this majestic bird stood 2 figures, an elder and a young man, while 3 other youths bore the marks of a recent scuffle, their faces bruised and battered. "Yuanyi, come out here," bellowed a portly elder, his voice brimming with rage. "Who dares to shout so brazenly in our midst?" Yuanyi emerged, followed by several elders from the designated area, roused by the uproar. The commotion had attracted the attention of all the registered disciples, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Isn't that the head steward from the east, west, and north designated areas? What brings them here in such a furious state? How audacious. Do they think our South Academy is easy prey? Murmured the crowd. Those 3 bruised youths appear to be the prodigies from the Third Academy. Who could have dealt such a gratifying blow? I recognize them. Tianze from the North Academy, Lu Zhan from the east, and Huang Bo from the west. They are all ranked first among their respective designated areas. After yesterday's competition, they were supposed to enter the sword domain alongside Zhang Tianze today. How did they end up in such a pitiful state? The crowd buzzed with astonishment, speculating on the reasons behind the fury of the 3 stewards and their prodigious disciples, sensing their ill intent. 3 stewards, what brings you to our South Academy? Shouting and causing a ruckus? Yuanyi inquired coolly, harboring no fondness for his rivals, especially given their apparent hostility. Your disciple, Zhang Tianze, expelled our students from the first sword domain. What is the meaning of this? The North Academy steward retorted, his face flushed with indignation. This is outrageous. While we may have our disputes among the 4 academies, such behavior is uncalled for. You know well the significance of the sword domain to them. Is this your doing, Yuanyi? The West Academy steward exclaimed, equally distraught. It was no wonder they were incensed. The expulsion from the first sword domain not only jeopardized the futures of those 3 disciples, but also tarnished the reputations of their stewards. What did you say? Zhang Tianze expelled them from the first sword domain. Yuanyi was taken aback, momentarily suppressing laughter at the sight of the 3, who looked utterly unrecognizable, as if they had faced a fierce storm. Indeed, it was your Zhang Tianze who did this. Just look at how he has reduced them to such a state. We are all of the same sect. How could one be so ruthless? What manner of disciples are you nurturing in the South Academy? This is sheer wickedness. Fumed the East Academy steward, particularly incensed as Lu Zhan was his own grandson. The glory of entering the sword domain at such a tender age was now marred by this disgraceful expulsion. The words of the 3 stewards ignited a frenzy among the South Academy's registered disciples, who began to cheer. Ha ha ha, Zhang Tianze truly is ruthless, and I admire that. He delivered a well-deserved thrashing. For too long, the other academies have looked down upon us, treating us with scorn. Zhang Tianze has done us a great service. Absolutely. These 3 thought themselves superior and sought to bully Zhang Tianze. In previous instances, our disciples entering the first sword domain have endured humiliation, but they encountered Zhang Tianze, who is not one to be trifled with. This is the consequence of their arrogance. Indeed, to have 3 prodigies simultaneously expelled, without a shred of dignity left. Only Zhang Tianze could achieve such a feat. They have truly met their match. The registered disciples of the South Academy reveled in the misfortune of their rivals, especially those familiar with Tianze and his companions, who knew all too well how arrogant these 3 had been. Observing their current humbled state, like defeated dogs, was a source of great amusement. Ha ha, I must say, your disciples from the other academies were bested, and now you come to accuse me? What sense does that make? It seems you are here to seek humiliation. Yuanyi laughed uncontrollably, secretly giving a thumbs up to Zhang Tianze. With the 3 academies losing their chance to enter the sword domain and their prodigies reduced to mere caricatures, Yuanyi felt no remorse. Rather, he basked in his triumph. Is the South Academy truly so shameless? The North Academy steward exclaimed, unable to restrain himself. They had intended to confront Yuanyi for an explanation or, at the very least, some form of compensation, as it was unprecedented for disciples to be expelled from the sword domain, let alone for 3 from different academies to be humiliated simultaneously. Yuanyi, as the head steward of the designated area, you must provide an explanation. The sword domain occurs once every 6 months. This cannot simply be overlooked, the East Academy steward declared, seemingly unyielding. What else do you wish for? If you have the capability, let them expel Zhang Tianze as well. Yuan Yi, filled with glee, relished their frustration, feeling a long-lost joy. The three coming to him for an explanation was nothing short of entertainment. Very well, Yuan Yi, since you are so shameless. We shall take this matter to the head of the South Academy. The West Academy's steward replied, their true intention being to salvage their dignity. After all, as stewards of the designated areas, they could not bear the disgrace of having their students expelled from the sword domain by a disciple of the South Academy. Such an event was a grave affront to their honor, especially considering that the designated area was meant to cultivate talent for the sect. To have produced such talented disciples was something they could have taken pride in, but now, rather than basking in glory, they were left with the humiliation of having their students expelled, particularly at the hands of the South Academy, an indignity that was unbearable. As they simmered with pent-up frustration, the need for release became increasingly urgent. There's no need to seek out the head, a voice interrupted, as Elder Li Hui descended from the skies, embodying a figure of authority. Elder Li Hui was a unique character within the South Academy. As an alchemist, his close proximity to the medicinal herb garden allowed him to be privy to the happenings within the designated areas of Mount Shu. His attention was particularly drawn to matters concerning Zhang Tianze, compelling him to intervene. Greetings, Elder Li Hui. The stewards from the three academies addressed him respectfully, recognizing his superior cultivation level as they stood before him, aware of the high esteem afforded to alchemists in the realm. I am aware of the situation. The fault lies with them, not Zhang Tianze, Elder Li Hui stated plainly, evidently defending Zhang Tianze. The North Academy's steward wore a displeased expression, questioning why Elder Li Hui would take such a stance when it was Zhang Tianze who had expelled them from the first sword domain. You can see for yourselves. This is the recorded image imprinted within the first sword domain. With a sweeping gesture, Li Hui conjured a luminous screen in the void, displaying all that had transpired in the first sword domain. The sword domain is a unique space that, should Mount Shu desire it, can imprint any event that occurs within. In the image, Tian Song and his companions insulted Zhang Tianze, speaking with contempt towards the southern courtyard and even boasting of expelling Zhang Tianze from the sword domain. How outrageous! They hold us in utter disregard. It is evident that their arrogance provoked Zhang Tianze's retaliation. He delivered a well-deserved beating, restoring pride to our southern courtyard. The other three courtyards have always bullied us, and this time they sought to intimidate Zhang Tianze. They deserve their fate. The disciples and elders of the southern courtyard were filled with indignation, for Zhang Tianze had not sought trouble but had been the target of their provocations. With the trio expelled from the sword domain, the people of the southern courtyard felt a surge of vindication and pride. The three overseers watched the image with grim expressions, unable to utter a word, while Tian Song and his companions felt utterly humiliated, wishing for a crevice to hide in. The image revealed their joint attack, which had been utterly thwarted by Zhang Tianze, an embarrassment they could scarcely bear. The three overseers were left to ponder how it felt for their top talents from the three courtyards to be unable to best a single Zhang Tianze. Yuan Yi seized the opportunity to mock them. Chapter 38. The Rakshasa seal Li Hui, with another wave of his hand, dismissed the image and spoke with righteous authority. You three have witnessed the events unfold. Tian Song and his companions instigated the conflict, and their combined efforts seem rather excessive. I believe that, had Zhang Tianze not possessed such formidable strength, it would have been him who was expelled. Would you wish for Yuan Yi to furiously seek an explanation from you? Take heed. With that, Li Hui turned and departed, leaving the three overseers in a state of brooding silence. I say, since you are here, why not join me for a cup of tea? Yuan Yi suggested with a sly grin. Humph, I take my leave. The elder from the northern courtyard huffed and departed on his black eagle. Tea, what a farce. The humiliation was unbearable. Setting aside all other matters, the mere fact that Tian Song and his companions could not defeat a single Zhang Tianze was disgraceful enough. How could they possibly face anyone to demand an explanation? The overseers from the western and eastern courtyards also found the situation disheartening and made their exit, with the western overseer angrily gesturing at Huangbo, clearly blaming him for the incident. If the trio had been honest about their defeat at the hands of Zhang Tianze, the overseers would not have come seeking answers. 3 against 1 and still losing. What right did they have to demand an explanation? Yuan Yi was in high spirits, laughing heartily, for it had been long since he had felt such joy. As a steward of the named area, he had often encountered the overseers from the other 3 courtyards, rarely enjoying their company without facing mockery. Today was a rare opportunity to bask in triumph. At this moment, within the first sword domain, Zhang Tianze sat immobile upon a meditation mat, surrounded by flickering streams of energy, a black wind swirling around him. The mat was specially designed to connect directly to the heavenly sword. Within the sword domain, not only was the elemental energy of heaven and earth abundant, but those seated upon the mat, especially those entering for the first time, could unconsciously absorb a fragment of the heavenly sword's essence, which would be invaluable to anyone at the post-celestial or innate realms. Zhang Tianze, with his unparalleled physique, indicated that his progress in cultivation would be accelerated. Within merely 2 or 3 hours of entering the first sword domain, he had already accumulated a significant amount of innate true qi, with more post-celestial qi gradually transforming into innate true qi. Once the transformation was complete, Zhang Tianze would successfully break through to the innate realm, a process that would not take long. With a singular focus, Zhang Tianze endeavored to break through to the innate level while striving to comprehend the essence of the heavenly sword. The advantages of his overwhelming physique were profound. Within his mind, an ethereal sword began to take shape, initially indistinct but gradually becoming clearer, perhaps due to his earlier confrontation with Tian Song and his cohorts. Zhang Tianze experienced a fleeting influence on his temperament. Regardless, he had harmed those three, and such actions inevitably birthed a trace of aggression within him, a sentiment so subtle that he remained unaware of it. Yet this aggression undeniably existed. Any elemental cultivator, after fierce battles, especially after wounding their foes, would harbor a latent aggression within their hearts. This aggression would not linger for long, soon fading away without the individual perceiving it. However, the aggression stemming from his unparalleled physique was particularly potent, capable of awakening the darker aspects of existence. In that moment, the color of the heavenly sword in Zhang Tianze's mind shifted, transforming into a black blade that suddenly animated, twisting and contorting until it morphed into an imposing seal. This black imprint exuded a chilling aura, as if heralding the arrival of death itself. In that instant, a torrent of information surged into Zhang Tianze's mind. Rakshasa seal, an innate dark battle technique, a manifestation of Hell's descent. With a start, Zhang Tianze opened his eyes wide, his pupils as dark as ink, and his aura turned frigid. What a formidable Rakshasa seal! Its very presence could alter one's demeanor, instilling in enemies the sensation of confronting a hellish demon, a force imbued with the essence of death. Zhang Tianze was exhilarated. There was no reason for him not to be. In his inaugural visit to the sword domain, he had grasped the Rakshasa seal, a technique of the highest caliber among innate battle arts. If mastered to perfection, it would surpass even ordinary earth-level techniques. His superior physique had allowed him to manifest an aggression he was previously unaware of, which in turn led him to comprehend the Rakshasa seal, a dark and ruthless technique, yet immensely powerful. Few disciples entering the sword domain could grasp the Rakshasa seal, making Zhang Tianze a remarkable exception. He was utterly captivated by the Rakshasa seal and was eager to begin his cultivation. Due to his formidable physique, his pursuit of martial techniques often eclipsed his interest in swordplay. He relished the exhilarating feeling of unleashing his physical prowess to its fullest in battle. Having learned the incantation and cultivation method for the Rakshasa seal, he resolved to practice it after exiting the sword domain. To do so here would be a waste of time. Zhang Tianze collected his thoughts and resumed his focused training state. He had only 3 days within the sword domain, and practicing the Rakshasa seal now would be a true squander. His priority was to continue his understanding of sword techniques. To date, aside from his heavy sword, he had not yet practiced any advanced sword arts. The old man trains relentlessly every day, honing his instincts without imparting any martial skills or sword techniques to Zhang Tianze. This led Zhang to initially believe that the old man was merely a figure of empty reputation, possibly lacking in genuine ability. However, the old man's prowess in boasting before him was undeniably exceptional. As the dark mark vanished, the resplendent sword of heaven re-emerged in Zhang Tianze's mind. He endeavored to discern the true form of the sword, while continuously converting his acquired true energy into innate true energy, propelling his cultivation swiftly towards the innate realm. Yet, after comprehending the Rakshasa seal, he found himself desperately trying to decipher the true appearance of the sword, yearning to grasp the characters inscribed upon it. The more he strove, the more elusive the sword became, as if it lay light years away from him. This feeling of inaccessibility plagued Zhang Tianze, making him uncomfortable. It was as if the sword was perpetually out of reach, despite being so near. Suddenly, a dazzling array of characters flashed through his mind, all of which were sword technique mantras. However, their speed was astonishingly rapid, rendering Zhang incapable of seizing any of them. Frustrated, Zhang Tianze cursed under his breath, realizing that under such conditions, capturing the sword mantras would be nearly impossible. Nevertheless, he possessed an indomitable spirit, the more arduous the task. The more he felt compelled to confront it. With a calm demeanor, he focused intently on capturing the fleeting characters in his mind. Before long, 2 days had passed, and Zhang had achieved nothing. He was drenched in sweat, his face etched with fatigue. This intense mental exertion drained an immense amount of energy. Not merely the true energy, but his willpower, pushing him to the brink of collapse. At that moment, he felt dizzy, his vital energy nearly depleted. With only 3 days remaining, the thought of concluding his journey in the sword domain without any gains, aside from the Rakshasa seal, left him deeply unsatisfied. The more anxious he became, the faster the flickering characters raced by, akin to bolts of lightning in his mind. The more fervently he sought to grasp them, the more unattainable they became. In a fit of rage, Zhang Tianze's blood surged violently within him, and in his turmoil, he spat a mouthful of blood. As he sat before the meditation cushion, positioning his heavy sword before him, this blood was unlike any he had shed before. The depletion of his will over the past 2 days had left him in a state of near exhaustion, and combined with the chaotic energy within, this blood could be considered his primal essence. This essence fell precisely upon the heavy sword. Buzz! The once unadorned heavy sword began to vibrate intensely, absorbing the essence in an instant. Zhang was oblivious to this change, yet the sword began to hover autonomously, glowing brilliantly as it circled around him, displaying an unusual excitement and affinity. In the next moment, a dragon of blood energy erupted from the top of Zhang Tianze's head, embodying the formidable aura of the dominant body, a manifestation only achievable by the unique dominant body itself. Whoosh! The blood energy dragon surged forth, diving into the heavy sword. Roar! In the following moment, the heavy sword emitted a deafening shriek. Roar! Following the heavy sword's cry, the elusive sword of heaven began to tremble violently, producing a thunderous resonance, as if responding to the heavy sword's call. The heavy sword's 8 cries were echoed by the sword of heaven's 8 cries, culminating in a total of 9 resonant calls. Zhang Tianze stood in stunned silence, witnessing the heavy sword's extraordinary display for the first time. What astounded him the most was the heavy sword's ability to evoke a response from the sword of heaven. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. What was the origin of this heavy sword? Zhang's eyes sparkled with excitement as he reached out to grasp the floating heavy sword. It seemed to respond to some unseen summons, settling gently into his hand, falling into a profound stillness. Boom! However, as the heavy sword quieted, the sword of heaven became agitated, shaking violently, as if startled. Instantly, the entire sword domain trembled, from the first sword domain to the 9th, all caught in a frenzy, akin to a cataclysmic earthquake. What was happening? Why had the sword of heaven suddenly erupted in such a commotion? Within the 2nd sword domain, Zhou Yuqin looked on in horror at the violently thrashing sword of heaven, perplexed by the unfolding events. What had transpired? The sword domain had never before exhibited such turbulence. The sword of heaven had remained dormant for many years. Something significant must have occurred. The last time the sword had stirred was when that madman first entered the sword domain. At this moment, all disciples and elders within the sword domain were engulfed in shock. It was well known that the sword of heaven was the foundation of Shushan. Its presence was what gave rise to the sword domain. Historically, the sword had remained there, unmoving. Even the head of Shushan or those on the heavenly rankings could not incite its agitation. Frankly speaking, to rouse the sword of heaven was beyond human capability. It could only respond of its own volition. In the center of the southern courtyard, the head of the academy, Shao Qingfeng, was startled and promptly activated the visual projections within the sword domain. Simultaneously, leaders from the northern, western, and eastern courtyards, as well as all high-ranking figures within the Shushan inner courtyard, were likewise alerted. The agitation of the sword domain was no trivial matter. The sword of heaven's disturbance signaled that something monumental was about to unfold. Throughout Shushan, countless locations activated their visual projections, observing the unfolding situation within the sword domain. The sword of heaven's agitation must have a reason. The head of Shushan, Yujizi, fixed his penetrating gaze on the images, quickly noticing Zhang Tianze, a figure on the heavenly rankings, who had already transcended to an extraordinary level. Nothing could elude his keen perception. The dominant body had emerged once more within Shushan. Even Yujizi, a figure on the brink of sainthood, could not contain his emotions. The reappearance of the dominant body would undoubtedly be earth-shattering. The last time the dominant body appeared, it had also incited the sword of heaven's agitation. Could it be that Shushan was capable of producing 2 dominant bodies? Yujizi's eyes gleamed with intrigue as he attempted to calculate the situation, renowned for his ability to discern heavenly secrets. Yet, When he sought to probe Zhang Tianze, he found a veil of mist obscuring his true essence, even eluding his scrutiny. This individual is extraordinary. Ujizi closed his eyes, his fingers weaving through the air, currents flickering at his fingertips, elusive like a spirit snake. Moments later, he opened his eyes. This world shall not remain tranquil. In the southern courtyard, he indeed roused the sword of heaven. His aura bore a striking resemblance to that of a certain individual from the past. Whether this was a blessing or a curse remained uncertain. Xiao Qingfeng's mind was heavy, a mixture of joy and concern in his eyes. At this moment, within the first sword domain, Zhang Tianze sat cross-legged on the meditation cushion, undisturbed by the tumult of the sword domain, once again entering a state of profound tranquility. A surge of overwhelming dominance emanated from within him, as a beam of light burst forth from the heavenly sword, traversing the ninefold sword domain and landing upon Zhang Tianze, pouring into him. Chapter 40. The reappearance of Tianjue in an instant, the entire sword domain was set ablaze with agitation. Zhang Tianze gathered all his brilliance, and at the moment the radiant beam entered his body, he was lifted off the ground. In that fleeting moment, his aura began to undergo a cataclysmic transformation, propelling his cultivation from the ninth heaven of the martial realm to the first heaven of the innate realm in an instant. His ascent continued unimpeded until he reached the pinnacle of the first heaven of the innate realm, with the potential to break through to the second heaven at any moment. Such progress was truly astonishing. The emergence of that light once again stirred unprecedented excitement atop Mount Shu. A similar phenomenon had occurred in the past. It was this very beam that had once entered the body of a certain individual, bestowing upon him the legendary title of a war god. Could it be that the Tianjue sword technique is re-emerging? It is said that the heavenly sword harbors a sword technique unparalleled in the world, known as Tianjue. Cultivating it to its zenith grants one the power to devastate heaven and earth. The war god of your had acquired the Tianjue sword technique and roamed the world, rarely encountering worthy opponents. The resurgence of the dominant body and the agitation of the heavenly sword suggest that the Tianjue will not reappear, will it? Are we to witness the same scene and the same opportunity once more? Have you noticed? The aura of this youth bears a striking resemblance to that of that individual. Where did this young man come from? Previously unnoticed, he appears to be a disciple from the southern courtyard, with a dominant body and unparalleled talent. It would be a matter of great excitement if he could join our eastern courtyard. Mount Shu trembled, and no one remained unshaken. The sword domain had been peaceful for far too long. The last time it stirred was over 30 years ago, coinciding with the emergence of the dominant body. Within the first sword domain, Zhang Tianze remained entirely absorbed in his cultivation, oblivious to the attention he had garnered. After the beam of light entered his body, a wave of information surged into his mind like a tide. Tianjue 9 swords, absolute heaven, annihilating earth, peerless dominance. The sword is divided into 3 tiers: the sword of absolute emotion, the sword of absolute intention, and the sword of absolute heart. The essence of the Tianjue sword technique flooded Zhang Tianze's mind, leaving him in a state of profound tranquility. The Tianjue sword technique, with its 3 tiers and 9 swords, each tier comprising 3 swords, was truly unparalleled. More importantly, this sword technique transcended levels. It seemed to be a heavenly sword art accessible only to those fated to comprehend it. Throughout the countless ages of Mount Shu, only 2 individuals had ever acquired the Tianjue. Both were dominant bodies. Even the once mighty master of the Xiantian order ranked 5th on the celestial list, and the sagacious Ujizi had been unable to glean the Tianjue from the heavenly sword. This sword technique was singular, bestowed only upon the dominant body, who alone possessed the qualifications to receive it. Zhang Tianze was utterly engrossed in the profundity of the Tianjue sword technique, unable to extricate himself. Once the beam of light vanished within him, the heavenly sword returned to its former tranquility, and the entire sword domain resumed its initial state. At the center of the southern courtyard, Xiao Qingfeng observed the scene before him, his emotions fluctuating greatly. Suddenly, an ethereal figure appeared silently in the room. Upon seeing the spectral elder, Xiao Qingfeng's expression changed dramatically, and he hurriedly bowed in respect. Xianlao. Xiao Qingfeng dared not show the slightest hint of negligence. Though this figure was merely a shadow, not the true form, it commanded his utmost reverence. Who is aware of the matters concerning the Xiantian order? The elder inquired, his voice imbued with an imposing authority. Only I and Elder Li Hui, Xiao Qingfeng replied, not daring to withhold the truth. Li Hui, that old fellow is somewhat reliable. I have come today to inform you that Zhang Tianze possesses the Xiantian order. This matter must not be disclosed to a third party. The elder's tone brooked no dissent. Qing Feng understood and had previously instructed Li Hui accordingly. Very well, hand me the Xiantian order. The elder extended his hand. Yes. Xiao Qingfeng reverently produced the Xiantian order and presented it to the elder's palm. Remember, the Xiantian order has never appeared in Mount Shu. Zhang Tianze has no connection to it, nor have I ever returned to Mount Shu. The elder stated. Understood, Xianlao. Xiao Qingfeng did not dare to delay. Knowing that the resurgence of the dominant body was likely related to that individual, such matters were not to be spoken of lightly. The elder gazed upon the image of Zhang Tianze, a hint of fondness mingled with deeper sorrow in his eyes. I did not expect you to truly awaken your dominant body. It is the will of heaven. I nearly made a grave mistake by bringing you the Xiantian order to Mount Shu. If outsiders were to learn of your connection to him, how could this world ever accommodate you? Child, grow swiftly, grow. The elder's heart was heavy with melancholy, yet the awakening of the dominant body exhilarated him. Gradually, his form faded away, leaving the room in serene stillness, as if he had never been there. The winds of change are poised to sweep the world anew. Mount Shu is destined to remain entangled in the unfolding events. Xiao Qingfeng sighed as he waved his hand to close the image, standing there in a daze, speechless. Within the first sword domain, Zhang Tianze remained lost in the intricacies of the Tianju's sword technique when suddenly, the surrounding void stirred, and a passage to the ethereal realm abruptly opened. Time was at hand. Zhang Tianze's eyes flew open. He realized that 3 days had passed and hurriedly grasped his heavy sword, stepping into the spatial passage. Before entering, Zhang Tianze glanced back at the heavenly sword. This journey into the sword domain had been immensely rewarding. Not only had his cultivation ascended to the pinnacle of the first heaven of the innate realm, but he had also obtained the Rakshasa seal and the Tianju's sword technique. Unbeknownst to him, his actions within the sword domain had already stirred the entire Mount Shu. In the Herbal Garden, where Zhang Tianze and Zhou Yuqin had previously entered the sword domain, the two suddenly reappeared at their original location. Brother Tian, you've reached the innate realm. Congratulations. Zhou Yuqin, usually reticent, was genuinely elated to see Zhang Tianze's successful breakthrough. You're not so bad yourself. At the second heaven of the innate realm, the sword domain is indeed a marvelous place. It's a pity that the duration of each entry is too brief. If only we could stay for a month, or even half a year, that would be perfect. Zhang Tianze lamented the short duration of their time within the sword domain, imagining the unimaginable benefits of prolonged cultivation in such an environment. What are you thinking? The sword domain is not a place for casual cultivation. As named disciples, being able to stay there for 3 days is already quite fortunate. Li Hui appeared mysteriously beside them, his gaze scrutinizing Zhang Tianze with evident surprise. I say, old man, your shifty eyes make me quite uncomfortable, Zhang Tianze retorted with annoyance. You are now truly a renowned figure in Mount Shu. I suspect even the sect leader has been stirred, Li Hui remarked. Oh, how so? Zhou Yuqin inquired, curiosity evident on his face. How so? This rascal awakened his dominant body, triggering the heavenly sword, causing the entire sword domain to tremble. The manifestation of the dominant body naturally draws attention, Li Hui explained. I wondered why the sword domain suddenly shook. It was due to your dominant body. Impressive. Quickly, tell me, what insights did you gain from the heavenly sword? Zhou Yuqin exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. Li Hui's interest was piqued as he turned to Zhang Tianze, eager to hear about his newfound understanding. Chapter 41. The tall tree attracts the wind, a congenital dark martial art, the Rosh Hashanah seal, and an unknown level sword technique, the heavenly absolute 9 swords. Zhang Tianze stated this matter with sincerity. What? The heavenly absolute sword technique? Li Hui exclaimed as if someone had stepped on his tail, his voice rising in surprise. You nearly frightened me to death, Zhang Tianze scoffed. It is said that within the Shushan heavenly sword lies a remarkable sword technique known as the heavenly absolute. Once it emerges, the world trembles. Who would have thought that on your very first entry into the sword domain, and especially in the first sword domain, you would comprehend the heavenly absolute sword technique? This is truly a marvel. Zhou Yuqin was utterly astonished. It was no wonder that Li Hui reacted so dramatically. The heavenly absolute sword technique was renowned throughout history. The human race's war god had once dominated the world with this very technique. Is it truly that formidable? Zhang Tianze was taken aback as well. After acquiring the heavenly absolute sword technique, he only knew it was extraordinarily profound. The incantation did not specify its level. Yet he had not anticipated that the heavenly absolute sword technique was the highest scripture contained within the heavenly sword. Observing Li Hui's reaction and listening to Zhou Yuqin's words, Zhang Tianze's heart began to stir with an indescribable excitement that words could scarcely convey. Young man, I advise you not to speak of the heavenly absolute sword technique to outsiders. The saying "the tall tree attracts the wind" holds true. News of your dominating body will soon spread. A dominating body alone is enough to alarm the world. If coupled with the heavenly absolute sword technique, it would not bode well for you. Remember, while others may not be able to strip you of your dominating body, this sword technique could incite malice in countless hearts. The saying, "a common man is innocent but bears the guilt of possessing treasure" encapsulates this truth. You possess an unparalleled dominating body and a supreme sword technique. Yet your cultivation level is insufficient to support your gains. Do you understand my words? Li Hui spoke gravely. Old Li speaks wisely. Zhang Tianze internalized these words. Zhang Tianze clasped his fist in respect towards Li Hui, fully aware that this advice was genuinely for his benefit. It was akin to a beggar suddenly acquiring immense wealth. If he were to flaunt it brazenly, he would inevitably attract calamity. Well then, devote yourself to your training. Li Hui patted Zhang Tianze on the shoulder before turning to leave. Yuqin, what sword technique did you acquire from the sword domain? Zhang Tianze inquired. The 6 swords of demonic sorrow, the pinnacle of congenital swordsmanship. Its power is comparable to earth-level techniques. It should relate to my body attributes. My heavenly eye demon pupil possesses a rather dark nature. The 6 swords of demonic sorrow should be similar to your Rosh Hashanah seal, belonging to the realm of darkness. Zhou Yuchen explained. Excellent. The world is replete with myriad sword arts and martial techniques, each with their own peculiarities. As Yuan cultivators, it is paramount that we seek what is most suitable for ourselves. Zhang Tianze nodded, recognizing that Zhou Yuchen's 6 swords of demonic sorrow would undoubtedly bring him immense benefits. By the way, Tiange, you have now reached the congenital realm. According to past customs, once we exit the sword domain, we should report to the outer sect. Why don't we go together? Zhou Yuchen suggested. There's no rush. I have other matters to attend to. You go ahead and report to the outer sect. And I will find you once I'm done, Zhang Tianze replied. Very well, then I shall take my leave, Zhou Yuchen said before departing. Shortly after Zhou Yuchen left, a striking figure appeared in the courtyard of the Herbal Garden. Young prince, you are simply remarkable. Who would have thought you possess a dominating body? Impressive indeed. Having a dominating body as my attendant would certainly elevate my status, Xiao Feier exclaimed cheerfully, jumping with delight. She approached Zhang Tianze closely, the enticing fragrance wafting towards him. With her exquisitely perfect face, Zhang Tianze nearly succumbed to the urge to kiss her. Maintain your distance. It would be wise not to come so close. Beware. I might take liberties, Zhang Tianze warned. Come on, you can take liberties with me. Xiao Feier retorted fearlessly, taking a step closer. You win. Zhang Tianze stepped back, creating distance between himself and this fearless young lady, feeling utterly at a loss against her daring demeanor. The sword domain has concluded, and your cultivation has ascended to the congenital level. Shall you accompany me to the Wanyao Mountain? When shall we depart? Xiao Feier shifted the conversation back to the main topic. Give me 3 more days. We shall set off for Wanyao Mountain then, Zhang Tianze affirmed. Although he had acquired the Rosh Hashanah seal and the heavenly absolute sword technique within the sword domain, he required time to cultivate them. 3 days should suffice to grasp the basics. Wanyao Mountain is fraught with peril, and I must accompany the precious gem of the South Courtyard. I cannot afford to be careless, Zhang Tianze reasoned. All right, I will wait for you for 3 days. My life and fortune depend on you, Xiao Feier said nonchalantly before turning to leave. After Zhou Yuchen and Xiao Feier departed, Zhang Tianze summoned his companion to arrange for the next 3 days, instructing that no one should disturb him. Closing the door to the courtyard, Zhang Tianze felt an overwhelming anticipation. The allure of both the Rosh Hashanah seal and the heavenly absolute sword technique was immensely powerful. He decided to start with the Rosh Hashanah seal, a congenital martial art whose mastery would yield tremendous destructive power. Zhang Tianze recited the incantation for the Rosh Hashanah seal, feeling his innate energy begin to flow within him. As it was a dark martial art, the energy needed to be circulated in reverse, indicating that one's control over their energy must be exceptionally strong and refined. When it came to mastering energy, Zhang Tianze was undoubtedly adept. To put it bluntly, with the dominating body, he possessed an unparalleled advantage in practicing any martial art in the world. The energy swirled around Zhang Tianze's body, and his entire aura began to shift, becoming chilling, profound, and fearsome. Dark energy surged from his palms, intertwining to create an atmosphere of immense weight and oppression within the courtyard. With a forceful push of his hands, a sharp crack echoed through the air, yet the dark energy dissipated immediately. Not yet. I am far from sufficient. According to the incantation, when the Rosh Hashanah seal is mastered to its fullest, It can manifest a deathly form akin to that of a reaper. Currently, I cannot even produce a basic seal, let alone grasp the fundamentals. Zhang Tianze shook his head. However, he was not disheartened. During the years spent training in the mountains with his master, while he had not practiced sword techniques or martial arts, he had laid a perfect foundation, continuously honing his character and instincts. Patient and composed, his heart as steadfast as a rock, Zhang Tianze was able to maintain his calm even in critical moments. In cultivating the Rosh Hashanah seal, he was in no hurry. He understood that dark martial arts possessed boundless power, yet were notably challenging to master. Impatience would yield no results. Everything must be approached step by step. Chapter 42. Heartless. Yet not heartless. A day later, within the courtyard at the center of the Herbal Garden, a deafening roar suddenly erupted, startling several disciples tending to the herbal plots. They turned their gazes toward the courtyard. Even from a distance, they could sense a chilling, eerie presence hovering above the courtyard, instilling fear in their hearts. Who knows what Tiangu is practicing? It truly is frightening, the chubby disciple remarked. Word of Zhang Tianze's dominating body had already spread throughout Shushan, and the chubby disciple proudly identified himself as Zhang Tianze's subordinate, exuding an air of confidence as he walked. To acknowledge the dominating body as a brother was a matter of great honor. In the secluded courtyard, Zhang Tianze stood with an air of chilling intensity, emanating a dark aura as black true energy swirled between his palms, rendering him akin to a reaper. He gazed at the boulder shattered into dust before him, a faint smile gracing his lips. After a day's effort, he had finally grazed the surface of the Rakshasa seal, enabling him to wield true dark magic. Yet, he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. After all, a whole day had passed. However, if word of his achievement were to spread, it would undoubtedly infuriate many. To conjure the genuine Rakshasa seal in just a single day, was that even human? It was the mark of a true prodigy. The Rakshasa seal was a pinnacle among innate martial techniques, nearly rivaling earth-grade combat skills. It was inconceivable for a first-level innate practitioner, let alone a master at the 6th level, to manifest the authentic Rakshasa seal without at least a month's dedication. One could not deny the overwhelming strength of his body. With the unparalleled dominance of the overlord body, Zhang Tianze transcended ordinary martial arts training, mastering techniques almost instantaneously. Having achieved the Rakshasa seal, he knew it would only grow more refined and powerful through combat practice. Now, it was time to delve into the celestial absolute sword technique. Zhang Tianze composed himself and retrieved the heavy sword he had thrust into the ground. Weighing 800 pounds, the sword felt weightless in his hands. Yet his gaze upon it had transformed entirely, as he recalled its remarkable performance in the first sword domain. Due to his overlord body, he had attracted heavenly tribulation, and the heavy sword had resonated with the heavenly sword. This alone signified its extraordinary nature. Since the celestial absolute sword technique was renowned as a world-shaking sword art, it seemed fitting for him to practice it with this remarkable sword. He casually swung the heavy sword, the whooshing sound echoing as a faint glow emanated from it, as if it were brimming with excitement. The celestial absolute sword technique, also known as the 9 absolute swords, was divided into 3 levels. The first level, the heartless sword, seemed overly extreme. After all, Zhang Tianze valued loyalty and affection deeply, and to ask him to embody heartlessness was simply impossible. Furrowing his brow, he pondered the essence of the celestial absolute sword technique. The notion of a heartless sword troubled him greatly. In the realm of swordsmanship, the focus lay on intention and perception. The more profound the technique, the more exceptional its essence, demanding higher standards of sword intent. For the heartless sword, Zhang Tianze believed that without true heartlessness, grasping its profound meaning would be unattainable. Perhaps, heartlessness was not a necessity. Rather, it could represent a state of selflessness, a unique realm of understanding. As he visualized the moves of the heartless sword, he raised the heavy sword and began to swing it side to side. Yet, as the day faded, he made no progress, drenched in sweat and simmering with frustration. Something was amiss. He could not find a breakthrough. The heavy sword felt increasingly sluggish, devoid of any trace of the celestial absolute's essence. Shaking his head in exasperation, he wondered if he truly needed to become heartless to master the heartless sword. Consequently, Zhang Tianze ceased his futile swordplay and instead sought tranquility. He sat cross-legged, focusing intently, striving to enter a state of selflessness, as if to forget everything and solidify his heart. Forget everything, forget everything. In the blink of an eye, another day had passed, and 3 days slipped away in this manner. Zhang Tianze endeavored to forget all while practicing, yet a white-haired elder perpetually haunted his mind, sometimes teasing, sometimes scolding, occasionally striking him. Overwhelmed, Zhang Tianze abruptly opened his eyes, raising the heavy sword and fiercely slashing it forward, cleaving the ground with a deep gash. Heartless! Heartless! How could one possibly be heartless? How could he forget his master? He shouted, despair washing over him. Master, tell me what to do. For the first time in his life, he felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness. What nonsense was this so-called world-shattering sword art? It was utterly unsuitable for him. I shall not practice anymore. Let those devoid of affection pursue this art. In a fit of anger, he resolved to abandon his training, dismissing it entirely. At that moment, the heavy sword in his grasp stirred once more, a warm current flowing into his body, enveloping him in comfort and warmth. Zhang Tianze sensed the sword's dependency on him. Even a sword could possess emotions. How could a person lack them? He chuckled wryly, tenderly caressing the sword that had accompanied him for so many years. As he stroked the heavy sword, 5 words suddenly flashed in his mind. Heartless, yet not heartless. These words shone like a brilliant light, illuminating the darkness in Zhang Tianze's thoughts, causing his eyes to brighten with clarity. Heartless, yet not heartless, he understood. Zhang Tianze felt a rush of enlightenment, realizing that only those deeply devoted to loyalty and righteousness were worthy of mastering the celestial absolute sword technique. The essence of heartlessness was not the abandonment of one's own feelings, but the eradication of the enemy's emotions, an authentic killing intent. This technique was designed to prevent hesitation in the face of slaughter, cultivating true ruthlessness towards foes. Zhang Tianze was elated, having finally grasped the essence of the celestial absolute sword technique. The arduous days of training had not been in vain. It was through his struggle with the notion of heartlessness and his unshakable bond with his master that the heavy sword had imparted warmth, leading him to this profound understanding. In other words, had he truly achieved heartlessness, forgetting even his own master, he would have not only failed to master the celestial absolute sword technique, but also faced its backlash, risking the path to madness. Chapter 43. The Mountain of 10,000 Beasts. Zhang Tianze stood resolutely, the sword resting against the ground, his eyes narrowed as his black hair danced in the wind, his aura shifting dramatically. Suddenly, he moved, thrusting the heavy sword forward with seamless precision. This strike sent ripples through the air, chilling the atmosphere of the courtyard. And where the sword pierced, the air solidified, creating a black fissure. Had a master stood witness at that moment, they would have been left speechless. For Zhang Tianze's strike had cleaved the very air in twain, a testament to its unparalleled speed. The sword's speed was as swift as lightning, as fine as a silk thread, cold as frost, and ruthless as a demon. Truly the heartless sword. Who could withstand such a blow? Zhang Tianze grinned, an enchanting smile gracing his features. He is now filled with confidence regarding the heavenly absolute 9 swords. Currently, he can barely wield the first sword of the heartless sword. Yet it possesses such terrifying power. If one day he masters the heavenly absolute 9 swords, the horror it could unleash would be akin to the very words of the sword technique itself, capable of annihilating heaven and earth. Little prince, are you ready? A bothersome voice echoed from outside. Zhang Tianze rubbed his forehead, casually slinging his heavy sword onto his back before opening the door to the courtyard. Xiao Feier, disguised as a man, stood at the threshold. Let us go, Zhang Tianze said. Yay! Xiao Feier exclaimed with uncontainable excitement. I can finally leave Mount Shu. The demon beast mountain, here I come. Demon beasts of the mountain, prepare yourselves for slaughter. Miss, do you think demon beasts are like ants on the ground, that you can just trample on them? Zhang Tianze replied, speechless. This young girl, having lived in luxury on Mount Shu, knew nothing of the true terror of those bloodthirsty beasts. Though she was brimming with enthusiasm now, it would be a miracle if she didn't cry when faced with a real battle. Anyway, with you protecting me, I'm not afraid, Xiao Feier said proudly, a smirk on her face. The pressure is immense, Zhang Tianze lamented. Soon, they arrived at the foot of Mount Shu. Zhang Tianze glanced back at the endless expanse of the Shu Immortal Gate, then at the exuberant young lady beside him, feeling as though his future was to be buried under her whims. If your sister finds out that I secretly took you to the demon beast mountain, I'd be flayed alive, he remarked, shivering at the thought of Xiao Ruoshua's icy demeanor. Last time, if Xiao Feier hadn't appeared at a critical moment, his hand would have been ruined. Thinking of his nearly ruined hand, Zhang Tianze's gaze unconsciously drifted to the prominent curves of Xiao Feier's figure, an unforgettable sensation. You're too young, yet so developed, he muttered. Pervert. What did you say? Xiao Feier retorted angrily. And nothing. Let us hurry, Zhang Tianze stammered, dashing ahead. Hey, you rogue. Stop. Xiao Feier shouted, chasing after him and delivering a flurry of punches and kicks. Miss, I'm at least a body cultivator. Isn't it a bit excessive to beat me like this? Who told you to be lewd? I wasn't. Stop making excuses. I heard you say I'm developed. That was meant as a compliment. Less chatter. You're my attendant, so I can hit you whenever I want. What? Do you intend to resist? You win. With bright eyes, the pair traversed the mountain path, their playful banter echoing through the hills. Little prince, why are you carrying a sword? Let me gift you a spatial ring to store it, the second miss suggested. No need. I already have a storage bag. I'm used to carrying the sword. It feels uncomfortable without it, Zhang Tianze replied. Ever since he was capable of wielding the heavy sword, he had been carrying it as per his master's instruction. Initially, it was merely for physical training, as carrying 800 pounds daily was no trivial feat over time. That weight became trivial to him. Yet he had grown accustomed to its presence. Without it, he felt oddly unbalanced. Second miss. I heard you reached the 9th level of the post-martial realm before you turned 8. Why haven't you advanced since? Zhang Tianze asked curiously, having learned about her situation from a friend. It's a personal issue, but I'm confident I can overcome it, Xiao Fei replied. A fleeting shadow of melancholy crossing her bright eyes. She did not wish to elaborate, and Zhang Tianze, respecting her silence, refrained from probing further. Everyone has their secrets and hidden pains. Though Xiao Fei could not cultivate due to her physical condition, she was cherished and protected by her father and sister. A beloved jewel of the southern courtyard of Mount Shu. As for Zhang Tianze, he did not even know who his biological parents were. His master had merely said he was an abandoned infant found in the mountains. Over the years, every time he attempted to inquire about his parents, he would receive a scolding, leading him to resign himself to silence. Perhaps he truly was just an abandoned child. The distance from Mount Shu to the Demon Beast Mountain was little over 100 miles, a trivial distance for Zhang Tianze, who was a master of innate realm. What should have been a one-hour journey turned into an evening arrival due to Xiao Fei's leisurely pace. We've arrived, Zhang Tianze announced, gazing at the towering mountains ahead. His heart swelling with anticipation. Compared to the cultivation on Mount Shu, he favored the thrill of external battles, having grown up in such an environment. Roar. From within the Demon Beast Mountain, deep, resonant roars occasionally echoed, tightening their nerves in the eerie atmosphere. It's my first time at the Demon Beast Mountain, Xiao Fei said, her face alight with excitement. The Demon Beast Mountain is a domain controlled by the Shu Sword Sect. It is said that powerful demon beasts exist here. But don't worry, as a training ground for Shu disciples, the beasts are well regulated. Most of the outer areas are home to lesser demon beasts, and the innate realm beasts are rare. That sounds reassuring, Zhang Tianze replied, inwardly relieved. With such regulations in place, he felt more at ease. If he were alone, he might have boldly explored the depths of the mountain, but with Xiao Fei by his side, his primary concern was to ensure her safety. As night fell, the two entered the outskirts of the Demon Beast Mountain. Upon entering the forest, they spotted a massive python coiling around a great tree. Its green eyes fixed intently on Zhang Tianze and Xiao Fei, its crimson tongue flicking menacingly. This place, known as the Demon Beast Mountain, certainly lived up to its name as a gathering of numerous beasts, a truly perilous territory. Xiao Fei gasped at the sight of the giant python. Unable to contain her shock, it was understandable. Having lived a sheltered life on Mount Shu, she had never encountered such a sinister creature. Though she yearned for the outside world and was intrigued by the Demon Beast Mountain, her pinnacle of post-martial realm strength did little to quell her fear in the face of such a terrifying sight. Don't be afraid. This is just an ordinary python, non-venomous, albeit quite ferocious and capable of devouring a person whole. But it appears to be only at the 8th level of the post-martial realm, posing no threat to us. Zhang Tianze reassured, his demeanor unflinching. Having trained deep in the mountains, he had encountered all manner of beasts. With a slight smirk, he approached the massive python, which seemed to sense his provocation and instinctively launched an attack, its gaping maw directed at Zhang Tianze. In an instant, a dagger appeared in Zhang Tianze's hand, as if conjured by magic. With a swift motion, the blade plunged into the giant python's head, then glided downwards, cleaving through its flesh with a hissing sound as blood gushed forth, carrying a pungent scent. In the next moment, Zhang Tianze withdrew the blade, simultaneously extracting a precious snake gall. Such a gall is a valuable treasure, immensely beneficial. However, the demon beasts of the later martial realm have yet to condense their essence, existing only in the innate realm. The essence of a demon beast is the culmination of its vitality and strength, providing even greater advantages. Zhang Tianze methodically placed the gall into his storage bag, disregarding the slain python, and turned to Xiao Fei, saying, "Let us go." At this moment, Xiao Fei appeared somewhat pale. She glanced at the python's head, nearly severed in two and lying in a pool of blood, and with the overwhelming stench of carnage. Her throat tingled, and she felt a wave of nausea wash over her. It was an indescribable discomfort. How cruel, she thought, her gaze shifting toward Zhang Tianze. Her perception of the sunny youth who often endured her whims, altering subtly. The boy capable of such slaughter was far more terrifying than she had ever imagined. If I were devoured by this snake, would you not consider it cruel? This world operates on the principle of survival of the fittest. Some realities must eventually be confronted. Next time, it will be your turn to kill, Zhang Tianze remarked, fully understanding Xiao Feier's current feelings. Despite her usual arrogance and defiance in Shushan, she had never witnessed true bloodshed. Even having slain a giant python, she found it brutal. Regardless of her typical demeanor, deep down, she possessed a kind heart. Having a kind heart is not a flaw, but in this cruel world, kindness must be selective. When dealing with enemies, one must be ruthless. Zhang Tianze believed that Xiao Feier would eventually overcome her physical limitations. The girl would inevitably mature. The world was never truly peaceful, and she could not remain in Shushan forever. Many encounters awaited her. A rumbling growl echoed as a colossal creature emerged from the thicket. Its deathly gaze fixated on Zhang Tianze and Xiao Feier, who had just arrived. It was a fierce tiger, its yellow body adorned with stripes of black, exuding an aura of ferocity. Do you not wish to witness a true tiger? Here it is, Zhang Tianze declared. Xiao Feier felt a chill at the sight of the tiger's menacing glare. The reality of this beast starkly contrasted with the one depicted in paintings, which lacked the true essence of a tiger. This was pure primal instinct, cold and unfeeling. This is an iron-lined tiger, as hard as iron itself. Observe the black stripes. They provide perfect protection. Its strength is comparable to yours, at the peak of the later martial realm, yet its physical power is formidable. Ordinary innate realm practitioners cannot contend with it. Utilize the tiger's fury technique to engage it in battle, Zhang Tianze instructed. The tiger, incensed by Zhang Tianze's gestures, roared in fury. Go. Remember, the tiger is merciless. It is now your enemy, a life-and-death adversary. It seeks to devour you. You must eliminate it. If you do not kill it, it will consume you. This is the essence of survival, Zhang Tianze emphasized, his gaze fixed upon Xiao Feier. Survival, I must survive. Xiao Feier murmured, her resolve gradually solidifying. She understood that they were in Wanyao Mountain, not Shushan, a realm defined by slaughter, where sentimentality towards demon beasts was futile. Stepping out of Shushan meant entering a wholly different world, devoid of stability and harmony, where survival of the fittest reigned supreme. Step by step, Xiao Feier approached the iron-lined tiger, daring to meet its icy gaze, slowly conquering her fear. The tiger roared and lunged, its massive jaws wide open, sharp fangs glistening with a menacing mist as it charged at her. Observe the iron-lined tiger's form. The tiger's fury technique is inherently a visualization combat skill. To execute it effectively, one must scrutinize the true tiger, Zhang Tianze instructed from behind, resembling a mentor guiding a pupil. Good, Xiao Feier shouted, as if unleashing all her pin-up emotions in that moment. She assumed a stance, her beautiful eyes locked onto the iron-lined tiger, absorbing its every movement as if imprinting its essence into her mind. In the next moment, she leapt into the air, soaring higher than the tiger itself, evading its clawed attack. As the tiger swung its tail, Xiao Feier deftly twisted in midair, executing a kick that struck the tiger's back with the force of a whip. The collision resonated like metal on metal. Xiao Feier, with immense strength, did not hold back. The tiger's massive form was sent crashing to the ground. However, in an instant, the iron-lined tiger regained its footing, shaking its slightly dazed head and roaring in outrage. Iron-lined tigers are tough-skinned and resilient. Aim for its head, Zhang Tianze advised. Steadying herself on the ground, Xiao Feier had no time to catch her breath before the tiger charged again, its claws extended and its body twisting, its sword-like tail sweeping towards her. If struck, even a great tree would be cleaved in two. Xiao Feier, undaunted, had reached the peak of her martial prowess at the age of 8. Though her cultivation had stagnated over the years, her physical strength had been honed to an extraordinary degree, aptly described as strength akin to a mountain. In this regard, she and Zhang Tianze shared similarities. Both possessed remarkable bodily coordination. At that moment, each movement of the iron-lined tiger slowed in Xiao Feier's eyes, etching a vivid image into her mind, allowing her to meld it with her tiger's fury technique to unleash a more potent force. As the tiger's enormous tail swung, Xiao Feier pivoted her body, preparing to counter with a front kick. This maneuver, known as the tiger's tail strike within the tiger's fury technique, was executed with fluid grace. her petite form radiating an unexpected aura of ferocity. To put it plainly, when Xiao Fei'er unleashed this technique with full force, its power was at least doubled compared to before. Previously, the tiger's fury technique had merely been a form to her, devoid of its deeper essence. The clash of the tiger's massive tail and her leg reverberated with an astonishing force, almost sparking flames. In this fierce encounter, Xiao Fei'er managed to push the iron-lined tiger back, its robust form staggering as it retreated a full 10 feet, issuing a pained howl. Observing the trembling tail, streaked with blood, revealed that it had suffered significant injury. Witnessing this, Zhang Tianze secretly exhaled in relief, and his gaze toward Xiao Fei'er shifted subtly. The young girl's comprehension is truly remarkable, particularly in the art of combat. Her understanding rivals my own. She observes the form of the iron wire tiger and swiftly applies her knowledge, enhancing her power by more than double. Moreover, Xiao Fei'er possesses exceptional physical conditioning, with a level of coordination that makes her ideally suited for the practice of the tiger subduing style. If not for her physical affliction preventing her from breaking through to the innate realm, she might well be the greatest prodigy of Mount Shu, eclipsing even her sister. Alas, it is a lamentable fate. Zhang Tianze sighed, feeling immense regret for Xiao Fei'er. Her potential is undeniably extraordinary, as evidenced by her continuous improvement during her battles with the iron wire tiger. He was unaware of the circumstances that had thwarted her advancement over the years, an unfair impediment to her growth. Watching her persistently engage with the iron wire tiger, her resolute gaze and unwavering determination elicited a pang of sympathy within him. As night fell and the dark forest echoed with the roars of the tiger, the fierce clash between Xiao Fei'er and the iron wire tiger reached a boiling point. With the surrounding trees succumbing to their battle, the iron wire tiger, with its formidable physique and immense combat prowess, was no match for an ordinary innate realm practitioner. Yet, upon encountering Xiao Fei'er, who wielded the tiger subduing style, it had met a worthy adversary. In a state of exhilaration, she was wholly engrossed in the euphoria of combat, experiencing a fervor she had never felt before at Mount Shu. After battling for so long, her mastery of the tiger subduing technique had escalated to a terrifying level, and she had completely subdued the iron wire tiger. With a resounding thud, the iron wire tiger was once again thrown to the ground, blood spewing from its mouth. As it struggled to rise, its gaze towards the seemingly frail human girl transformed dramatically. Though still fierce, it was now laced with fear. Demonic beasts possess a certain sentience, and the higher their cultivation, the more intelligent they become. Upon reaching the innate realm, their intellect parallels that of humans, and those in the elemental realm can even take on human forms. The iron wire tiger before her was on the verge of breaking through, its intelligence now nearly human-like. Realizing it could not defeat her, the iron wire tiger harbored thoughts of retreat, turning to flee deeper into the forest. Do not let it escape, Zhang Tianze commanded. Without needing his urging, Xiao Fei'er was already in motion, her spirit soaring. This battle was an outlet for the pent-up emotions she had harbored over the years. Her speed was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, she caught up with the iron wire tiger. Enraged and seeing no other option, it lunged at her once more. Tiger's subduing style, vital energy transformed into blades, tiger claws shattering stone. With an aura like a raging tempest, Xiao Fei'er formed her hands into claws, her fingers shimmering with tangible vital energy, sharp enough to pierce through solid stone. With a swift motion, she seized the approaching tiger claw with one hand while the other aimed for the creature's head. The speed was breathtaking, coupled with the overwhelming power of the tiger subduing style, which had vastly surpassed her previous capabilities. The iron wire tiger, already wounded from their earlier exchanges, stood no chance against her. With a decisive strike, Xiao Fei'er unleashed her stored energy, targeting the tiger's most vulnerable point. A sickening sound echoed as her claws, akin to 5 razor-sharp blades, penetrated its skull, blood gushing forth. The iron wire tiger let out a mournful cry before collapsing to the ground, its mighty body thrashing a few times before falling silent. Xiao Fei'er finally snapped back to reality, her heart racing as she withdrew her bloodied hand from the tiger's head, stepping back in shock. I have taken a life. Staring at her crimson-stained hands, she felt an overwhelming sense of confusion and distress. This was her first kill, an act performed almost involuntarily, and the acrid scent of blood was nauseating. Zhang Tianze approached, producing a handkerchief and gently taking her hand to wipe away the blood. The first time is always unsettling. With time, it becomes easier, he stated nonchalantly. Xiao Fei'er remained silent, her gaze fixed on the lifeless iron wire tiger, its eyes wide open in eternal stare. This is the 10,000 Beasts Mountain, merely a small corner of this world. Today, you have slain but a tiger. Should the day come when you must take a human life, you cannot afford to show mercy, for if you do not slay them, you shall fall victim to their hands, just as with the iron wire tiger. Had you hesitated, it would have devoured you without a second thought, devoid of any guilt, Zhang Tianze admonished. Xiao Feier, if you do not wish to lead a sheltered existence as a pampered young lady at Mount Shu, prepare yourself to embrace the trials of this world. Chapter 46. The flying squirrel. Xiao Feier gazed into Zhang Tianze's calm eyes, her own expression gradually solidifying with resolve as her trembling form began to steady. Indeed, my father and sister have warned me of the dangers of the outside world, urging me to remain at Mount Shu. Yet, I do not wish to be a caged bird. I yearn to soar, to transcend my current state. I do not desire a life of luxury. I aspire to break through my limits and become a genius admired by all, a source of pride for my father. Xiao Feier felt the weight of her repressed desires finally lifting. Today, she would transform herself. Second miss, do you believe in destiny? Zhang Tianze inquired gently. Yes, she nodded in affirmation. But do you accept it? He pressed further. No, I cannot resign myself to fate. I shall grow stronger. I refuse to believe I am incapable of breaking through to the innate realm, she declared, shaking her head. The notion of surrendering felt akin to unearthing a long-buried wound within her. For years, her father had indulged her sister had shielded her, suitors had pursued her, admirers had cherished her, and some had even feared her. Yet, no one truly understood her desires, except for Zhang Tianze. Xiao Feier realized it was time for a change. Not for anyone else, but for the unwavering hope that had resided deep within her heart for years, a hope she had never relinquished. Over the next 2 days, Zhang Tianze guided Xiao Feier through the outer regions of the 10,000 Beasts Mountain. Throughout their journey, she transformed, engaging in combat relentlessly and mastering the tiger-subduing style to an extraordinary degree. This intense and life-threatening environment was the ultimate crucible for her development. The battles here far surpassed the sparring matches of the Mount Shu Sword Sect, where each encounter was a fight for survival and vastly enriched her combat experience. Zhang Tianze bore witness to a woman's relentless pursuit of strength. He could keenly sense her fervent desire to grow. And these 2 days of fighting represented a rare opportunity for Xiao Feier, a profound awakening from within. Your strength has undergone a qualitative leap, in both combat prowess and experience. It has more than doubled compared to your time at Mount Shu. With your current capabilities, you stand at the pinnacle of the post-martial realm, your power surpassing its limits. Even an innate realm practitioner would be no match for you in a duel. Zhang Tianze spoke earnestly, yet he found himself unable to transcend his innate limitations. Xiao Feier pouted, her face filled with helplessness. What precisely is constraining your body? With your talent and foundational abilities, one would think that transcending the innate realm, or even reaching the Yuan Dan realm, like your sister, would pose no challenge at all. Zhang Tianze's curiosity was piqued. Xiao Feier shook her head. I am uncertain myself. My father mentioned that there exists a mysterious power within me, one that restrains my abilities. Yet I feel no awareness of it. A mysterious power? Zhang Tianze furrowed his brow, recalling his master's teachings about the wonders of this world. Many prodigies are born with extraordinary gifts. Some can absorb innate energies even in the womb, entering the innate realm upon birth, while others possess otherworldly abilities that propel them to greatness. However, individuals like Xiao Feier, hindered by an enigmatic force within, are exceedingly rare. Zhang Tianze wished to assist her, yet felt powerless. Even the numerous experts of Shushan could not resolve Xiao Feier's predicament, let alone someone as inexperienced as himself. Enough of this. I have been quite pleased these past few days. I believe the periphery poses no challenge for us anymore. Why not venture deeper? Even if we encounter an innate realm beast, we could test our mettle, Xiao Feier declared with renewed excitement. Deeper? Surely you jest. We have been out for quite some time. We ought to return swiftly. What if your sister cannot find you? She would be quite worried, Zhang Tianze replied, his expression reflecting his concern. Dealing with this spoiled young lady was indeed a challenge. During their time at Wanyao Mountain, they had encountered no danger. Not even a single innate realm beast, which secretly delighted Zhang Tianze. He knew Xiao Feier was right. This area of Wanyao Mountain had indeed been isolated by Shushan. Yet, Xiao Feier was undeterred, displaying an unwavering resolve to delve deeper until she encountered an innate realm beast, stirring Zhang Tianze's previously relaxed demeanor back into a state of tension. Very well, but we must exercise caution, he said. Come now, little prince. How is it that the formidable Bati has suddenly become so timid? You hardly resemble a man, Xiao Feier scoffed at Zhang Tianze. Indeed, I am timid and fearful. Let us return at once, he hastily agreed. Zhang Tianze adhered to a principle when dealing with Xiao Fei'er. When it was time to yield, one must unequivocally yield. Not a chance. I have ventured out at great effort and have yet to enjoy myself. Xiao Fei'er protested, striding forward with confidence. After an internal transformation, she had reverted to her willful and capricious self. Observing her spirited demeanor reassured Zhang Tianze. He did not wish for the lively and charming young lady to become a bitter and resentful figure akin to her sister, cold as ice. As night fell and darkness enveloped the surroundings, Zhang Tianze and Xiao Fei'er pressed deeper into Wanyao Mountain, traversing several miles. Here, Zhang Tianze's expression grew increasingly solemn. His innate perception was keen, and having grown up in the mountains, he was acutely aware of his surroundings. Upon entering this area, he sensed the aura of innate beings, accompanied by a dense demonic energy. Suddenly, from the thick black foliage ahead, a sharp sound echoed. In the next instant, a shadow shot forth like lightning from the leaves. Lunging towards Xiao Fei'er. Be careful. Zhang Tianze reacted swiftly, pushing Xiao Fei'er aside. Even so, the shadow left a mark on her left shoulder, tearing her garment. Such speed. Xiao Fei'er gasped in fright. The creature had approached silently and without warning, its velocity astonishing. Behind them, a black beast, about 3 feet long, leapt upon the ground. Its fangs bared and eyes menacing. Upon closer inspection, it was a rat that had attained sentience. This is a flying hare mouse, known for its incredible speed. Its teeth and claws are exceptionally sharp, capable of shattering even the hardest rocks, Zhang Tianze explained. It looks utterly repulsive, Xiao Fei'er remarked. Her face contorted in disgust at the sight of the agile creature. While the flying hare mouse was smaller than the previous iron thread tiger, it proved to be far more formidable. With a cultivation level that had reached the first stage of the innate realm, Xiao Fei'er lacked the experience to confront such an opponent effectively. I refuse to believe it, Xiao Fei'er declared, her competitive spirit ignited. With a flourish, she produced a sharp blade that gleamed coldly, adorned with intricate runes, clearly an extraordinary weapon, likely of the innate battle weapon grade. As the second young lady of Shu Shan's Southern Academy, it was hardly surprising for her to possess such a weapon. With a swift motion, Xiao Fei'er launched her attack, her graceful form slicing through the air towards the flying hare mouse. Yet, the creature evaded her strike effortlessly, darting away with remarkable agility. The mouse, now behind her, prepared to strike with its lethal claws aimed at her head. If it landed a blow, her skull would surely be crushed, as even a solid stone could be reduced to dust under its grip. Xiao Fei'er reacted quickly, spinning around to counter with her blade, but once again, the mouse dodged her attack with ease. As the mouse flitted around her, leaving a flurry of afterimages, Xiao Fei'er's frustration mounted. She unleashed her energy, her eyes blazing with intensity as she hurled her blade at the creature. Alas, despite the force behind her throw, the flying hare mouse evaded it once more, the blade embedding itself in a nearby tree. Zhang Tianze sighed from a distance, recognizing that Xiao Fei'er had succumbed to frustration. In battle, maintaining composure is of utmost importance. The mouse had unsettled her focus, leading to a flurry of ineffective strikes that ultimately disrupted her clarity of thought. In a contest of equals, losing one's composure equates to defeat. The nimble flying mouse, sharp-witted and astute, sensed the chaos as Xiao Fei'er's blade slipped from her grasp. In a state of disarray, it bared its fangs and circled her thrice before lunging at her neck from an exceptionally cunning angle. In an instant, the creature was mere inches away from her, poised to strike. Xiao Fei'er let out a startled cry. It was too late for her to evade. Bang! Just as the flying mouse was about to sink its teeth into her, a fist, imbued with a ferocious force, unexpectedly descended upon it. Howling in pain, the creature felt as though it had been struck by a mountain, its internal organs rattling from the impact. Unable to regain control, it hurtled backward like a severed kite, crashing violently into a towering tree. Crack! The tree splintered in half, and the mouse tumbled to the ground, spewing blood. The one who intervened was, of course, Zhang Tianze, whose unmatched strength had delivered a fearsome blow. It was a testament to his prowess that not even the first level of the innate realm could withstand such a strike. The fact that the flying mouse had not been instantly killed was merely a stroke of luck. Without affording the creature a moment to react, Zhang Tianze strode forward, his iron fist descending once more. This time, it met the mouse's head, obliterating it without a chance of escape. A spirit, crystalline in appearance, soared from the remains of the mouse's skull, only to be captured deftly by Zhang Tianze. This was indeed a prized possession. Zhang Tianze meticulously stowed the spirit in his storage pouch. The spirit contained the essence of the beast, a treasure of immeasurable worth. The higher the spirit's grade, the greater its value, and each spirit had diverse applications depending on its attributes. Some could be used in alchemy, others for array formations, while some could even be directly refined. However, refining a spirit to convert its energy for personal use was no simple feat. It required the removal of impurities left by the beast, as the essence of beasts and humans fundamentally differed. Forcing the process could result in severe adverse effects. "You truly are formidable," Xiao Fei remarked, approaching and giving Zhang Tianze an appreciative pat on the shoulder. However, having narrowly escaped the mouse's deadly grasp, she could not mask the hint of despondency in her gaze. "Do not be disheartened. What you lack is merely experience in facing adversaries," Zhang Tianze reassured her. Boom. As his words faded, a resounding roar echoed from afar. Both Zhang Tianze and Xiao Fei turned toward the source of the sound, witnessing two beams of sword light flickering in the distance. The brilliance of the swords was glaring against the night sky, making it impossible for either of them to miss. "It seems a battle is underway," Xiao Fei observed. "At this late hour, who could be at Wanyao Mountain?" Zhang Tianze pondered with a furrowed brow. As a training ground controlled by the Shu Mountain Sect, Wanyao Mountain often saw disciples practicing, yet it was unusual for ordinary individuals to be present at such an hour. "Let us investigate. Perhaps they are disciples from Shu Mountain," Xiao Fei suggested. "Very well, but let us proceed quietly." Zhang Tianze nodded in agreement. The two made their way toward the fluctuations of battle. A few miles ahead lay a bamboo grove, at the heart of which was an open space strewn with bamboo leaves. The cold breeze rustled the leaves, creating a haunting melody. In this clearing stood three figures locked in a tense standoff. Two young disciples of the southern courtyard, their faces pale and battered, blood seeping from serious wounds. On the ground beside them lay a comrade, lifeless in a pool of blood. Opposing them was a young man clad in a black robe, his face etched with dark runes, radiating an aura of malevolence. "Those injured are disciples from our southern courtyard, and the one on the ground is one of ours," Xiao Fei declared, her complexion paling upon seeing her fallen comrade. "Who is that person?" Zhang Tianze inquired, his brow furrowed in concern. "The sinister figure could not possibly be a disciple of Shu Mountain. I do not know, but he is certainly not one of us. Shu Mountain is a righteous sect. Such evil cannot possibly belong here." Xiao Fei shook her head. "Let us observe for now," Zhang Tianze suggested. Within the clearing, the two Shu Mountain disciples were panting heavily, one gravely injured with blood gushing from his chest. Why has a member of the Corpsine sect come to Shu Mountain's domain to commit such atrocities? Do they not fear retribution? One of the injured youths spoke vehemently. At this hour, how could Shu Mountain possibly notice? You unfortunate souls have encountered me while training in the dead of night, the malevolent youth sneered, his gaze lewdly roaming over the female disciple. "If you hand over that beauty, perhaps I may spare your life." "Scoundrel!" The female disciple trembled with rage. In the shadows, Zhang Tianze and Xiao Fei absorbed the exchange, prompting Zhang Tianze to ask, "What is the Corpsine sect?" In the realm of the 9 provinces, humanity claimed 5, with the Divine Province being the most prosperous, ruled by the Xia dynasty. Within the Divine Province existed 6 major sects and 4 prominent families, of which Shu Mountain was one. The Corpsine sect was another, notorious for practicing dark arts, manipulating human corpses to create puppets. They had long been reviled by other factions and were infamous for their heinous deeds. It was shocking that disciples of the Corpsine sect had the audacity to cause trouble in Wanyao Mountain. Indeed, the audacity is remarkable. But why does the Xia dynasty not eradicate such an evil sect? Surely, other sects and families could unite to eliminate them entirely, Zhang Tianze queried, perplexed. It is said that the ancestors of Xia once had a significant relationship with the Corpsine sect's founder, which has allowed the sect to thrive. Now, they are nearly on par with Shu Mountain, and their ruthless tactics, coupled with their defensible position, make them difficult to eradicate. Given the infighting among the various sects, true cooperation is rare, and it is nearly impossible for a single faction to eliminate the Corpsine sect, Xiao Fei explained. Their evil knows no bounds. They do not even spare the dead, defying the natural order. Zhang Tianze's eyes glinted with cold resolve. Young and impetuous, he harbored a deep disdain for such malevolence. The fact that the Corpsine sect had already slain disciples of Shu Mountain and sought to violate their female disciple incited a burning desire within him to eradicate them and uphold justice. In the clearing, the Corpsine sect's youth, radiating malice, took deliberate steps toward the Shu Mountain disciples. The youth from the Corpsine sect has already attained the 3rd level of the innate realm, while the 2 disciples from Shu Mountain. The male disciple is merely at the initial stage of the 3rd level, and the female disciple is only at the 2nd level. In a contest of equal cultivation levels, It is exceedingly difficult for the Shushan disciples to contend with the members of the Corpsine sect, who are notoriously cunning and treacherous. Moreover, this particular youth from the Corpsine sect is at the pinnacle of the third level of the innate realm. Since you refuse to acknowledge your place, do not blame me for being impolite. In your current state, it would be as easy as pie for me to take your life, and afterward, I shall relish the company of this exquisite beauty. The youth from the Corpsine sect chuckled sinisterly. How dare you? Shushan will not let you off. The male disciple trembled with rage. Who would know? No one will know it was I who did it. You will all perish, and the dead do not speak. Who would suspect that members of the Corpsine sect would venture to Wanyao Mountain in the dead of night? The youth from the Corpsine sect seemed entirely in control, believing that the fate of these two was firmly in his grasp. I can hardly wait. Prepare to meet your end, he exclaimed, his figure flickering as the chilling innate energy surged forth towards the two disciples. Stop! A commanding voice rang out from a distance. The disciple from the Corpsine sect paused momentarily, turning to see a pair of young figures rushing towards them in anger. Although the girl was dressed as a boy, it was evident to discerning eyes that she was a lady. Ah, another beauty has arrived. This little beauty is simply too alluring, a true gem of the mortal realm. I, Tang Chong, am truly fortunate. It seems this journey to Wanyao Mountain has not been in vain. The youth from the Corpsine sect's gaze fell upon Xiao Feier, appraising her with a fervent gaze that nearly ignited into flames. Her beauty far surpassed that of the female disciple beside her. Your words alone are enough to warrant your demise 100 times over, Zhang Tianze replied nonchalantly. Humph, a mere first-level innate cultivator dares to speak so boldly? The disciples of Shushan are growing increasingly oblivious to their own limitations. Very well. I shall send you all to the afterlife. Tang Chong glanced dismissively at Zhang Tianze, unconcerned after sensing his cultivation. Second miss, what are you doing here? The male disciple from Shushan was taken aback upon seeing Xiao Feier. Fear not. With me here, the scum of the Corpsine sect will not dare to act recklessly, Xiao Feier assured him, stepping closer and producing a medicinal pill. Take this pill. Thank you, second miss. The disciple gratefully accepted the pill and swallowed it hastily. Second miss. This person is formidable. I will hold him off while you escape, the male disciple warned, recognizing the gravity of their situation. He was elated to see a Shushan disciple. Yet he understood the terror that Tang Chong represented. The second miss's cultivation was merely at the post-martial realm, and bringing along a youth at the first level of the innate realm seemed perilous. Rest assured, I have stated that this place belongs to Shushan, and the scum of the Corpsine sect shall not have their way here. Little heavenly son, eliminate him, Xiao Feier commanded confidently, calling out to Zhang Tianze. Her trust in him was unwavering. Otherwise, she would not have acted so recklessly. Just you? Tang Chong scrutinized Zhang Tianze, unable to contain his laughter. Go on. Laugh as much as you wish. If you do not laugh now, soon you may find there will be no chance to weep. Zhang Tianze shrugged, his demeanor unaffected. At that moment, the two Shushan disciples turned their attention to Zhang Tianze. Second miss, who is this youth? I have never seen him before. Surely, he cannot be a match for Tang Chong, the male disciple inquired, his concern evident. Zhang Tianze was merely at the first level of the innate realm. And though he was at the pinnacle of that level, he was still 2 ranks below Tang Chong. Do not worry, just watch, Xiao Feier replied with a smile. The two Shushan disciples remained skeptical. They had never heard of such a talented individual from the Southern Academy. However, given the second miss's confidence, they assumed there must be a reason for it. Seeking death, Tang Chong's fury ignited. Never had a first-level innate cultivator dared to be so brazen before him. He did not wish to waste time, and swiftly unleashed a powerful palm strike towards Zhang Tianze. To Tang Chong's surprise, his malevolent strike met only empty air. Tang Chong's expression shifted slightly. At such a close distance, his speed was supposed to be overwhelming, yet his opponent had evaded him with ease. Before Tang Chong could process this, Zhang Tianze retaliated with a sudden punch from behind. Feeling the rush of wind, Tang Chong's face changed. His opponent's reflexes exceeded his own. Yet, as a master of the third level of the innate realm, Tang Chong was not to be trifled with. He leaned forward, pivoting to block the punch with his own. Boom! Their fists collided with a resounding impact, and Tang Chong felt an overwhelming force crashing against him, as if his fist had slammed into steel, leaving him momentarily numb. Staggering back several steps, he finally regained his balance. What? The exclamations of disbelief erupted from the two Shushan disciples, their eyes wide with incredulity. To have repelled Tang Chong with a single punch was beyond their wildest beliefs. Such a prodigy existed in Shushan? Tang Chong was truly astonished. While he had been somewhat dismissive, there was no way he should have been forced back by a first-level innate cultivator. This was a profound humiliation. Reveal your true skills, otherwise, you may not have the opportunity to demonstrate them, Zhang Tianze declared, exuding confidence. The battle body, a warrior's essence, always brought exhilaration, particularly in life or death struggles. Humph. You were merely fortunate. Now prepare to experience my corpse-eaten sect's breaking kill palm. Tang Chong retorted, maintaining his arrogance despite the previous setback. He began to unleash his energy, his palms dancing as waves of innate power radiated outward, creating icy whirlpools in the air. Breaking kill palm, kill, Tang Chong bellowed. His palms infused with relentless killing intent as they surged towards Zhang Tianze once more. Seeing this, the two Shushan disciples grew tense. Even Xiao Feier clenched her fists. Though she believed in Zhang Tianze's capabilities, the stakes of their duel were life and death, far surpassing the sparring matches of Shushan's martial arena. Leaving no room for error. Come at me. It's the perfect opportunity to test the Rakshasa seal. Zhang Tianze readied himself, feeling invigorated as he gathered dark energy between his palms, swiftly forming the Rakshasa seal. In contrast to the battles on the Shushan stage, Zhang Tianze reveled in this raw, unrestrained combat, relishing every moment of the fierce struggle. As the Rakshasa seal manifested, an aura of death permeated the air. This pure dark technique was far beyond the reach of the breaking kill palm. With a thunderous roar, Zhang Tianze propelled his palms forward, sending the Rakshasa seal hurtling from his grasp to collide forcefully with Tang Chong, who was advancing head-on. The shockwaves of battle surged outward, and with a crack, Tang Chong's palms met the Rakshasa seal directly, obliterating the destructive energy between them in an instant. The subsequent sound of bones fracturing rang out, accompanied by Tang Chong's anguished scream as he was sent flying once more, his hands grotesquely twisted, both arms rendered useless by the Rakshasa seal. With merely a single strike, the Rakshasa seal had nearly stripped Tang Chong of his combat prowess. My heavens! Exclaimed the two disciples from Shushan, their eyes widening in disbelief as they gazed at Zhang Tianze. How could this young man in white possess such extraordinary talent, effortlessly defeating an opponent 2 levels above him? Well done, little prince, cheered Xiao Feier from the sidelines, her eyes brimming with admiration. In truth, even Zhang Tianze himself was somewhat astonished by the overwhelming power of the Rakshasa seal. He had anticipated defeating Tang Chong, but did not expect to incapacitate him with a single move. No, this cannot be. Are you even human? Tang Chong's arms trembled, blood trickling from his lips, but the shock within him eclipsed his physical pain. This seemingly scholarly youth unleashed an explosive force in battle that was astonishing. Prepare to meet your demise, Zhang Tianze declared, disregarding Tang Chong's disbelief, his aura brimming with murderous intent as he advanced step by step toward Tang Chong. Corpse puppet, Tang Chong shouted, summoning a shadowy figure that appeared like a wraith beside him, a nearly desiccated corpse, devoid of any vitality, yet possessing the strength of a third-layer innate realm. Young brother, this is a corpse puppet from the Corpse-eaten sect, lifeless and devoid of consciousness, a true killing machine, warned a male disciple of Shushan. To forge such a body, denying peace to the deceased, contravenes the natural order. I shall destroy this corpse puppet and grant it rebirth. A cold glint flickered in Zhang Tianze's eyes as he unsheathed his heavy sword, the sound echoing ominously. With a grip on the sword, he struck with lightning speed, so swift that Tang Chong had no time to issue commands to the corpse puppet before Zhang Tianze cleaved it in two. Although the corpse puppet could unleash the power of a third-layer innate realm, its inability to cultivate martial techniques rendered it significantly weaker, making it utterly defenseless against Zhang Tianze's might. The practitioners of the Corpse-eaten sect often commanded corpse puppets in battle, allowing for perfect synergy that left opponents vulnerable. However, Tang Chong had been overly confident and failed to deploy the corpse puppet during their earlier confrontation. By the time he sought to utilize it, it was already too late. With a splatter of blood, Tang Chong's complexion turned ashen upon the destruction of the corpse puppet. The creation of such a puppet required immense effort from its master, establishing an inexplicable bond. Thus, its destruction inflicted considerable harm upon the creator. Tang Chong, having already been defeated by Zhang Tianze, now faced additional injury from the demise of his corpse puppet, truly a compounding of his misfortunes. Zhang Tianze stepped closer, dragging his heavy sword across the ground, producing a sound that resonated like a death knell in Tang Chong's ears, sending his heart plummeting. Please, spare my life, Tang Chong pleaded. Provide a reason I should not kill you, Zhang Tianze retorted. I have a secret to share. Just promise me you won't kill me, Tang Chong hastily replied. Speak, Zhang Tianze commanded coldly. First, promise you won't kill me, and then I will tell you, Tang Chong insisted. I have no interest in negotiations. especially with someone of your standing. Speak, and you may live. Remain silent, and you shall die immediately, Zhang Tianze replied, his impatience evident. Tang Chong sensed the lethal intent emanating from Zhang Tianze, realizing he had encountered a formidable opponent. As the latter asserted, if he did not speak now, he might not even have the chance to plead for his life. Fine, I will speak. I am not the only one who came to Wanyao Mountain. There are 5 of us in total, following my elder brother Tang Xian. We seek the innate blood lotus, which will mature at noon tomorrow. If you spare me, I will lead you to it, Tang Chong divulged. The innate blood lotus. Zhang Tianze's eyes glimmered with interest. Over the years, his training in the deep mountains and his mentor's teachings had equipped him with extensive knowledge of the world's rare treasures and mystical beasts. The innate blood lotus was indeed a celestial rarity, an innate great spirit herb known to nourish one's blood and enhance foundational strength, capable of transforming one's very being, especially enticing for masters of the innate realm. A single innate blood lotus can produce 9 blossoms, each containing a lotus heart, the greatest benefits residing within it. For instance, consuming a lotus heart could elevate Zhang Tianze's cultivation directly to the 2nd or even 3rd layer of the innate realm. Essentially, a single lotus heart could elevate any practitioner of the innate realm by 1 tier. Wanyao Mountain is our domain. How could the Corpsine sect be aware of the innate blood lotus here? Xiao Feier inquired. Could it be that a disciple of Shushan colluded with them? I cannot say. I merely followed my brother here. As for how he learned of the innate blood lotus, he has not disclosed that information. We have located its growing site and await its maturation tomorrow, Tang Chong replied. What is your brother's cultivation level? Zhang Tianze asked, now solely interested in the innate blood lotus, dismissing the circumstances of the Corpsine sect's knowledge. My brother is at the 4th layer of the innate realm. If you spare me, I can exchange my life for a portion of the innate blood lotus, Tang Chong offered. The 4th layer of the innate realm, you say? A smile tugged at Zhang Tianze's lips, a surge of battle intent coursing through him. With his current strength, opponents at the 3rd layer of the innate realm posed no challenge, and he yearned for a more formidable adversary to test his skill with the unfeeling sword. Tang Xian appeared to be the perfect match. What shall we do now, little prince? Xiao Feier asked Zhang Tianze, her usual defiance subdued as she prepared to follow his lead. Since we have encountered this opportunity, we must seize it. The innate blood lotus grows on our Shushan territory. It would be a disgrace if the Corpsine sect were to claim it, Zhang Tianze declared. Very well, Xiao Feier nodded eagerly, her expression filled with excitement. This young girl, having faced unprecedented thrills on Wanyao Mountain, had begun to admire Zhang Tianze. After battling fierce beasts for 2 days, the prospect of confronting the Corpsine sect with the chance to seize treasure was exhilarating beyond measure. I am Lu Tong, a disciple of the outer sect from the southern courtyard. I thank you for saving my life, young brother. May I know your name? The male disciple clasped his fists in gratitude towards Zhang Tianze, his face full of appreciation. He was none other than Zhang Tianze, the recently emerged dominator from Shushan, who had caused quite a stir in the sword domain. Before Zhang Tianze could utter a word, Xiao Feier interjected. You are the one who has stirred the sword domain with your prowess. Lu Tong, taken aback, finally comprehended the source of Zhang Tianze's formidable strength. If he was indeed a dominator, everything fell into place. The incident involving Zhang Tianze had transpired several days prior, during which Lu Tong was still at Shushan and had not ventured to Wanyao Mountain for training. Such a significant event would certainly have reached the ears of Shushan disciples. However, hearing about it and witnessing it firsthand were 2 entirely different matters. The legendary status of the dominator had always been something spoken of, yet no one truly understood its magnitude until Lu Tong beheld Zhang Tianze's divine might, leading him to a newfound appreciation of the dominator's capabilities. Such a prodigy could only be described as a monstrous talent. Indeed, he is my attendant, and only a dominator could fulfill such a role, Xiao Feier declared proudly, as if the dominator were an extension of her own being. The emergence of another dominator from Shushan astonished Tang Chong, who overheard their conversation. The arrival of a dominator was bound to incite considerable commotion. He began to grasp why he had been defeated despite having a 2-level advantage. Losing to a dominator was hardly unjust. Let us proceed. Guide us, Zhang Tianze commanded, lifting Tang Chong from the ground to lead the way. He had no fear of any tricks from Tang Chong. At his current state, if he could escape Zhang Tianze's grasp, then Zhang Tianze would have no place in the world. Very well, I shall lead you, Tang Chong replied without resistance, fully aware that defying a dominator would lead to his demise. However, he had his own plans. He understood the strength of his brother. Although Zhang Tianze was a dominator, his cultivation was still insufficient, and he would undoubtedly be defeated if he faced Tang Xian. Furthermore, there were 3 other disciples from the Corpsine sect, along with several corpse puppets, making it clear that even 2 Zhang Tianzes would be walking into a trap. Now under Zhang Tianze's control, Tang Chong had no choice but to comply, with his life precariously held in Zhang Tianze's hands. His only hope rested with his brother when he regained his freedom. It would be the moment Zhang Tianze met his end. As for the innate blood lotus, he feared he would be left with nothing. Beneath the cover of night, the group, led by Tang Chong, navigated through the treacherous terrain towards a secluded area of Wanyao Mountain. Chapter 51. The mantis stalks the cicada. Unaware of the oriole behind upon crossing a ridge, they encountered a swampy expanse, the air thick with a pungent odor, and a faint miasma hovering above the mire. What kind of cursed place is this? You better not be playing tricks, Xiao Feier frowned. I wouldn't dare play tricks with my life in your hands. The place where the innate blood lotus grows is quite hidden. Beyond this swamp lies a cliff, and beneath it, a valley where the innate blood lotus resides. Tang Chong explained. This area must be where the outer disciples train. I have been to Wanyao Mountain once, yet I was unaware of the valley ahead. It seems that due to the treacherous terrain, many have overlooked it. Otherwise, the existence of the innate blood lotus would have been known long ago, Lu Tong remarked. Tang Chong, how is it that your Corpsine sect is so well informed about such a secretive location, one even the Shushan disciples are unaware of? Xiao Feier inquired. For Wanyao Mountain was considered Shushan territory, and the Corpsine sect would not dare encroach upon it. The existence of the innate blood lotus was unknown even to them. Yet they had come stealthily to seize it. Could it be that some Shushan disciples were colluding with outsiders? I have said all I know. I came to Wanyao Mountain under my brother's guidance. As for how he learned of the innate blood lotus, I truly do not know, Tang Chong replied. Enough. Let us proceed cautiously. The miasma ahead is toxic. Once it enters the body, it is not to be trifled with. Fortunately, the miasma is relatively weak, and we can resist it with our innate true energy. Just be careful, Zhang Tianze advised. Disinterested in how the Corpsine sect knew of the innate blood lotus in Wanyao Mountain. In his mind, he had already sentenced the members of the Corpsine sect to death. Having killed members of Shushan, he would not allow them to leave alive. A dense wave of innate true energy radiated from Zhang Tianze, forming an invisible protective barrier around Xiao Feier. Ensuring her safety was his foremost priority. Xiao Feier giggled, deliberately inching closer to Zhang Tianze. In this perilous and violent environment, the presence of this exceptionally handsome young man beside her instilled a genuine sense of security within her. Unbeknownst to her, after days of interaction, she had developed an unspoken dependency on Zhang Tianze. The swamp was treacherous, with the ground yielding beneath their feet, and the air thick with miasma. The conditions were severely harsh. Fortunately, there were no formidable beasts lurking in the swamp. For if they were to be ambushed by a fierce creature, the battle conditions would be entirely disadvantageous for Zhang Tianze and his companions. It was no wonder that the existence of the innate blood lotus in Wanyao Mountain remained a secret. The environment was simply too hostile. Even for those seeking to train, few would choose to traverse such a path. Due to the unfamiliar terrain and Tang Chong's injuries, the group moved slowly. By the time they crossed the swamp and descended into the valley, dawn was beginning to break. Of course, safety was paramount. Zhang Tianze was in no rush, as Tang Chong had mentioned that the innate blood lotus would not mature until noon. The valley was neither too small nor too large, with a river flowing and lush trees thriving, while mist hung in the air, creating a pleasant environment. The spiritual energy of this place was abundant, making it suitable not only for cultivation but also for the growth of rare treasures. Beyond that low hill lies the area where the innate blood lotus grows. Tang Chong pointed towards a nearby hill. Let us go, Zhang Tianze said, gripping Tang Chong by the neck as one would a chicken, striding confidently towards the hill. Before long, they reached the summit, where they lay low and surveyed the scene below. The site was laid bare before them, an expanse of ground blanketed in moss, with several large, vividly red stones naturally arranged in the center. At the heart of these stones stood a blood lotus, towering and exuding a rich crimson light, its aura intoxicating. This was the innate blood lotus, and the stones had turned red from long exposure to its essence. Surrounding the stones were 7 or 8 ravenous wolves, poised to guard the blood lotus fiercely. These wolves were massive, resembling fierce tigers, their bodies entirely crimson, their eyes gleaming red. Not far away, 4 individuals stood side by side, all of them young and adept in innate cultivation, dressed in black robes and exuding an aura of malevolence. They were undoubtedly the members of the Corpsine sect that Tang Chong had mentioned. Upon seeing the Corpsine sect members, Tang Chong opened his mouth to shout, but Zhang Tianze swiftly covered his mouth. If you dare to shout, I will snap your neck, Zhang Tianze warned coldly. I have brought you here, and you promised not to kill me. Tang's face was filled with dread. I have not killed you yet. I merely ask you to remain silent. And it seems I never promised not to kill you, so you would do well to behave. Zhang Tianze spoke with a fierce demeanor, asserting that when dealing with the vicious members of the Corpsine sect, one must combat evil with evil. The current situation was evident. A pack of wolves guarded the ripening blood lotus, while the members of the Corpsine sect awaited its maturity. Once the blood lotus reached full bloom, a deadly battle between the Corpsine sect and the wolves was inevitable. Zhang Tianze, being astute, recognized that this was an opportune moment to act as a mantis stalking a cicada, waiting for the right moment to reap the benefits. Tang, terrified of Zhang Tianze's ferocity, dared not speak. It was true that the wicked feared those even more ruthless than themselves. Little Emperor, look at those wolves. All are of the innate realm. Xiao Feier whispered. Those are blood wolves, fiercely bloodthirsty. In this realm, many rare treasures are guarded by beasts whose attributes align with those treasures, preventing outsiders from encroaching. These innate blood wolves are the guardians of the innate blood lotus. The members of the Corpsine sect must contend with the blood wolves to obtain it. Let us wait until they have fought enough before we make our move, Zhang Tianze advised. Ha, little Emperor, how shameless you are, but I like it. Xiao Feier laughed. I call it strategy. Do you not understand the mantis stalking the cicada? How did it become shameless in your words? Do I appear to be a scoundrel? Zhang Tianze replied, his expression one of frustration. Unexpectedly, Xiao Feier nodded gravely. When you are shameless, you truly are shameless. As time passed, the valley was eerily silent, save for the occasional howls of the wolves. Zhang Tianze and his companions concealed themselves on the hillside, patiently awaiting the opportunity to seize the advantage. The 4 members of the Corpsine sect were poised for action, yet they would not engage until the blood lotus matured. The multitude of beasts in the myriad demon mountains made them wary of attracting too much attention. Even if they were to eliminate the blood wolves, they would still need to wait for the lotus to ripen. Their battle could attract unforeseen complications, which was not something Tang Xian desired. For the blood wolves, their primary purpose was to protect the blood lotus. Thus, they encircled it, fiercely guarding it. They would not act unless provoked, and if the enemy attacked, they would defend with their lives. For the blood wolves, safeguarding the innate blood lotus was not merely about its value and efficacy. It was a matter of pride. Where has Tang Chong gone? Why hasn't he returned yet? Tang Xian furrowed his brow. I do not know. He said he would take a stroll yesterday. Perhaps he has lost his way, someone replied. That useless fellow. This is the myriad demon mountain, the territory of Mount Shu. Wandering here is practically seeking death. Let us ignore him for now and focus on obtaining the blood lotus, Tang Xian scolded, clearly disappointed in his brother. On the hillside, Tang Chong heard his brother's words and felt tears welling in his eyes. He wished to appear, but his life was in the hands of others, rendering him powerless. He deeply regretted not heeding his elder brother's advice to stay put. Had he done so, he would not have encountered the monstrous Zhang Tianze. As sunlight pierced through the mist, the fog in the valley gradually dissipated, and all 3 factions awaited the arrival of noon with patience. At last, the blazing sun hung high in the sky, dispersing the fog. Suddenly, a surge of blood-red light erupted from the stone where the wolves stood guard, enveloping the entire valley. It has matured, one member of the Corpsine sect proclaimed. Move quickly. Remember, we seek to resolve this swiftly, not to slay these blood wolves, but to seize the lotus and depart. Tang Xian decisively issued his command, brandishing a chillingly crafted large blade adorned with skulls, radiating an ominous aura. He struck first, unleashing the full force of his innate realm power with overwhelming might. The other 3 members, like Tang Chong, had similarly attained the pinnacle of the innate realm, making them formidable opponents. The blood wolves howled in response, their fierce battle readiness evident. 8 blood wolves attacked simultaneously, launching themselves at Tang Xian and his companions with ferocity. Blood wolves excel in group combat, making them particularly challenging foes, and among them were 4 at the peak of the innate realm's 3rd layer, with the remaining 4 at the 2nd layer's pinnacle. Such a display of power was indeed formidable. It was no exaggeration to say that a single blood wolf of the 3rd layer could easily overpower a human expert of the 4th. Of course, Tang Xian and his companions, as disciples of the Corpsine sect, were not to be trifled with. Had they not possessed a modicum of confidence, they would not have remained to engage with the blood wolves after assessing their strength. Break and slay, Tang Xian exclaimed, his blade descending with tremendous force, cleaving one of the blood wolves in half. How impressive! Xiao Feier marveled at the display. Indeed, my elder brother is a powerhouse. What are these wolves to him? Tang Chong replied with pride. Silence. Xiao Feier slapped Tang Chong across the face, harboring no fondness for the members of the Corpsine sect, especially the lecherous Tang Chong, who had previously made advances toward her. The valley resounded with the howls of the wolves, bloodlight flashing as the battle raged fiercely. Nonetheless, the members of the Corpsine sect had evidently come prepared, their cooperation seamless. Just as the battle commenced, 5 blood wolves fell to their might, leaving only 3 to desperately defend before the blood lotus. Wolves are inherently proud creatures, and blood wolves are the nobility among them. They are fierce warriors who will not retreat an inch to protect the blood lotus. A blood wolf continued to howl, its crimson eyes nearly bleeding, and the other 2, influenced by its call, also raised their voices in defiance, their fighting spirits soaring. Let us strike together and swiftly eliminate them, Tang Xian commanded as the 4 launched their assault on the last 3 blood wolves. At that very moment, Zhang Tianze, perched on the hillside, narrowed his eyes, a chilling smile gracing his lips. Keep an eye on him. I shall retrieve the blood lotus. With that, Zhang Tianze leaped down into the valley, unperturbed by any potential interference from Tang Chong, who was nearly incapacitated under his assault and could not muster even a fraction of his strength, while Lu Tong, a genuine innate realm expert, had nearly fully recovered after consuming Xiao Feier's healing elixir. Controlling Tang Chong was no challenge at all. In the valley, a figure streaked like lightning, unnoticed by Tang Xian and the others locked in combat with the blood wolves, and they could not fathom that someone lurked in the shadows, poised to seize their hard-won triumph at a critical moment. A mournful howl echoed as the last blood wolf fell into a pool of crimson. Tang Xian raised his gaze towards the blood lotus, only to discover a figure had unexpectedly appeared beside it, having crossed their path without notice. The man's large hand had already grasped the blood lotus. Bastard! Tang Xian seethed with fury, stepping forward to cleave with his large blade. Unfortunately, he was a moment too late. His strike split a boulder in 2 while the mysterious figure had already fled with the blood lotus to a distance. With a fierce roar, Tang Xian and his companions encircled Zhang Tianze. Unfazed by the threats surrounding him, Zhang Tianze leisurely placed the blood lotus into his storage bag, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Hand over the blood lotus, or you shall meet a grave end. Tang Xian's rage was palpable. Who was this scoundrel who dared to seize what was rightfully his? After tirelessly waiting a day and a night and battling the blood wolves, he was so close to claiming the treasure, only to have it snatched away, leaving him with nothing but frustration. Handing over the blood lotus is out of the question. The treasures of Mount Shu are not for your Corpsine sect to covet. Zhang Tianze gripped his heavy sword, his fighting spirit unabated. Is he a disciple of Mount Shu? One asked. Could I not tell? Tang Xian shot a glare at the speaker. A mere first-layer innate realm dares to challenge me? I had no intention of confronting Mount Shu disciples on this expedition to the Myriad Demons Mountain, but since you are courting death, do not blame me for being ungracious. Brother Tang, a trifling first-layer innate realm does not warrant your attention. Allow me to eliminate him and reclaim the blood lotus, boasted a disciple from the Corpsine sect, who was at the 3rd-layer innate realm. He lunged at Zhang Tianze with a single hand. Tang Chong, atop the slope, witnessed the entire scene and sighed heavily, realizing his companion was foolish enough to engage without employing their combat techniques. They were unaware of Zhang Tianze's prowess. Tang Chong understood all too well the legends surrounding the dominant body. This was no trivial matter. He believed only Tang Xian could potentially defeat Zhang Tianze. As the 3rd-layer innate disciple reached for Zhang Tianze, Tang Chong could scarcely bear to watch the outcome. With a swift motion, the disciple acted. But even faster was Zhang Tianze. A glimmer of cold light flashed, and in an instant, the disciple's outstretched hand came to a halt, an icy sensation spreading from his arm. The next moment, with a sharp crack, his severed arm fell to the ground, blood gushing from the clean cut. Ah! The disciple let out a wretched scream. Despite being at the 3rd-layer innate realm, he failed to perceive the speed at which Zhang Tianze had drawn his sword. By the time he reacted, his arm was already severed. Without granting him a moment's reprieve, Zhang Tianze struck again, silencing the disciple's cries forever. His head soared into the air, landing with a thud, eyes wide open, filled with terror before death. One would expect a disciple of the 3rd-layer innate realm to be capable, yet he was too overconfident. Zhang Tianze's 1st-layer innate realm was underestimated. The initial strike had thrown the disciple into disarray, and the second had claimed his life. How formidable! On the slope, Lu Tong and the female disciple exchanged astonished glances, recognizing the extraordinary power of Zhang Tianze. As external disciples of Mount Shu, They had encountered numerous talents, but had never seen anyone so formidable at the first layer innate realm. Slaughtering a third layer innate disciple, as if he were a mere dog. Had they not witnessed it firsthand, who would believe such a feat? Tang Xian and his companions stood dumbfounded, their eyes filled with disbelief as they regarded the white-clad youth before them. Everything transpired too swiftly, within such close proximity. 2 swift strikes had dispatched their companion before they could intervene. The remaining 2 third-layer innate disciples instinctively took a step back, unable to suppress their fear. Your brother claims you are quite skilled. Defeat me, and the blood lotus shall be yours, Zhang Tianze declared, his battle intent surging. What have you done to my brother? Tang Xian's eyes widened in realization. His absent brother might have fallen prey to this young man. Zhang Tianze waved towards the slope. Xiao Feier and Lu Tong descended, pressing down on Tang Chong as they approached the valley. Brother, save me. Please, save me. Tang Chong cried, tears welling in his eyes, desperation evident. He knew that only his elder brother could save him now. Release my brother. Tang Xian's murderous intent was palpable, showcasing the strong bond between the siblings. Defeat me, and the blood lotus shall be yours. Your brother may yet live, Zhang Tianze proposed. He had no obligation to summon Tang Chong at that moment. He did so merely to provoke Tang Xian. With his unyielding sword, Zhang Tianze was eager for a battle of prowess. Using Tang Chong as leverage to ensure Tang Xian would have no choice but to unleash his full strength against him. Should Tang Xian fall, not only would the blood lotus be lost, but his brother's life would be forfeit as well. In such a scenario, Tang Xian would undoubtedly fight with all his might, engaging in a desperate struggle that would truly ignite Zhang Tianze's spirit. Very well. I shall see how formidable a mere first-layer innate realm disciple of Mount Shu can be. Tang Xian's battle blade hummed ominously, a wave of bloodlust emanating from him. Before encountering Zhang Tianze, Tang Xian had never envisioned standing here, facing off against a first-layer innate realm opponent. It was a humiliation he could scarcely bear. However, after witnessing Zhang Tianze's might, he recognized the youth before him was anything but ordinary. Break and kill slash. Tang Xian sought to conclude the fight swiftly, determined to resolve this conflict and escape with the blood lotus. Being in Mount Shu's territory, he could not afford to linger. Every moment spent here increased his peril. The black blade whistled through the air, slicing with deadly intent, forming a chilling network of blade energy that locked onto Zhang Tianze's presence, leaving him no avenue for evasion, compelling a direct confrontation. Tang Xian unleashed a ferocious assault, his fourth-layer innate realm strength pushed to its zenith. Zhang Tianze, radiating fierce battle intent, showed no sign of trepidation. Facing the lethal break and kill slash, he had no inclination to retreat. Unyielding sword, first strike. Zhang Tianze's heavy sword shimmered, striking forth like lightning, a blade devoid of mercy, cold and unfeeling. This frigid indifference embodied the sword's very essence, instilling an icy dread within the hearts of his foes. Unmatched in momentum, as Zhang Tianze's heavy sword emerged, Tang Xian's intricate network of blade energy shattered entirely, the precise strike landing squarely against Tang Xian's blade. Clang. As the resonant sounds of clashing swords echoed, sparks flew from the collision, and the indomitable spirit of the blades surged forth like a tempest. Tang Xian felt a numbing sensation in his arm, an indescribable discomfort, as he unexpectedly lost grip of his battle blade, sending it flying from his hand. What? Tang Xian was taken aback, realizing the terrifying might of the opponent's previous strike. A mere single sword swipe had instilled within him a profound sense of despair, causing him to forsake his weapon. This was utterly inconceivable. Such swiftness in swordplay. What appeared to be an unremarkable strike had decisively obstructed his path. What sort of sword technique is this? Lu Tong gaped in astonishment. Witnessing an opponent of 3 levels beneath him effortlessly sever the weapon of his foe, such prowess could not merely be described as monstrous. Chapter 54. Forbidden techniques. What manner of swordplay is this? Tang Xian exclaimed, unable to contain his shock. A technique capable of slaying you. Zhang Tianze replied without a hint of hesitation, unleashing his heavy sword once more. The sword aura surged forth like a rainbow, the blade striking towards Tang Xian's vital points like a venomous dragon. Tang Xian staggered back, retreating over a yard. Having previously lost his battle blade to Zhang Tianze's strike, he no longer dared to underestimate this youth, recognizing him as a true prodigy of unparalleled talent. But Tang Xian, now fully serious, was not someone to be trifled with either. His peak strength at the 4th level of the innate realm was no trivial matter. Kid, I concede your exceptional prowess. Your innate talent is the likes of which I have never witnessed. However, Even with a sword technique unparalleled in the world, it will not suffice to slay me. Ultimately, you will meet your demise, and the loss of such a promising disciple will surely grieve the elders of Shushan, Tang Xian declared coldly. Your blade has fallen. What can you do now? Zhang Tianze scoffed. Corpse puppet, Tang Xian bellowed, summoning a similarly powerful corpse puppet, which stood beside him like a zombie. If that corpse puppet is your reliance, it poses no threat to me. Do you possess any stronger means? Zhang Tianze taunted, his relentless swordplay seeking to challenge Tang Xian to a more exhilarating battle. Corpse transformation, unite with the corpse puppet. Tang Xian's aura suddenly turned exceedingly chilling, as a frigid vortex formed between him and the corpse puppet, swiftly evolving into a hurricane. The tempest howled, enveloping both Tang Xian and the puppet. And when the wind subsided, the corpse puppet had vanished. Or rather, it had not disappeared. Its essence had fully merged with Tang Xian. In that moment, he was both himself and the corpse puppet, his strength ascending from the 4th level of the innate realm to the 5th. What? Zhang Tianze gasped in disbelief. Having anticipated Tang Xian would reveal other formidable techniques, yet he did not foresee the merging with the corpse puppet. An unholy union that temporarily elevated his strength to the 5th level of the innate realm. This is dire. I have heard of a special forbidden technique from the Corpsine sect that allows the merging of a corpse puppet with its host at a critical moment, granting a fleeting surge of power. It seems this corpse transformation is indeed their forbidden art. However, this technique inflicts severe harm on the host. Tang Xian's enhancement is only temporary. Once the effects of corpse transformation fade, he will suffer great weakness, possibly for a month. Yet within this brief window, Zhang Tianze may find himself in dire straits. Seeing Tang Xian's newfound strength at the 5th level of the innate realm, Lu Tong's expression turned grim. Xiao Feier's tension mirrored his. While Tang Xian at the 4th level was manageable for Zhang Tianze, the 5th level was beyond his capacity to confront. Despite the might of the body of domination, overcoming a 4-level gap in combat was an exceedingly formidable challenge. The extraordinary talent, terrifying swordplay, and martial techniques unleashed were ultimately bound to the practitioner's own cultivation level. In the face of such an absolute disparity, even the most formidable techniques would prove futile. It was akin to an ant, no matter how robust, being crushed beneath the weight of an elephant. Kid, you have forced my hand to employ corpse transformation. Today, I shall surely kill you to compensate for the side effects it has inflicted upon me. Tang Xian's gaze towards Zhang Tianze was seething with fury and murderous intent. The corpse transformation was a true forbidden technique, one that no one wished to employ due to the severe repercussions it entailed. Even members of the Corpsine sect rarely dared to invoke it. Furthermore, due to the unique cultivation methods of the Corpsine sect, an individual could only utilize corpse transformation a limited number of times in their lifetime. Even the mightiest could only wield it thrice. Exceeding this limit would result in irreversible damage. The higher one's cultivation, the greater the peril following the use of corpse transformation. Destructive palm. Tang Xian roared, unleashing the destructive palm with fervor. The terrifying imprint of his palm surged towards Zhang Tianze, its power vastly exceeding that of the destructive palm previously executed by Tang Chong. Rakshasa seal. Zhang Tianze remained undaunted, even in the face of Tang Xian at the 5th level of the innate realm, harboring no fear. If he could withstand Tang Xian's pressure and break through to the 2nd level of the innate realm under such duress, there might be a chance to turn the tide. Boom. The destructive palm and Rakshasa seal collided with ferocious intensity. The Rakshasa seal was immensely powerful, yet against the insurmountable gap and strength, Zhang Tianze stood no chance and was sent flying several yards away. His complexion turned pale, his breath became erratic, clearly suffering from the impact. Truly astonishing. You could withstand my destructive palm with the strength of the 1st level of the innate realm without dying, not even sustaining severe injury. Shushan is indeed brimming with talent. It is enviable. Tang Xian's murderous intent intensified, yet could not mask his astonishment. He was all too aware of his own strength, with his current power. Killing someone at the 1st level of the innate realm was as effortless as crushing an ant. What now? Xiao Feier felt a surge of panic. Ever since departing Shushan, Zhang Tianze had been her pillar of support, an invincible presence in her eyes. Now that Tang Xian had invoked corpse transformation and heightened his strength, Zhang Tianze was no longer his match. This left Xiao Feier concerned. Should Zhang Tianze falter against Tang Xian, given the latter's ruthless nature, none would leave this place alive. You are all doomed. My elder brother has unleashed corpse transformation. He is invincible. If you surrender now, and the 2 of you beautiful ladies submit to me, I will plead for your lives. Tang Chong declared triumphantly. Lu Tong cut off his tongue. Xiao Feier angrily commanded, already fraught with anxiety. And Tang Chong's words were a further source of irritation. Understood. Lu Tong, driven by deep-seated hatred, acted without hesitation. This scoundrel had not only slain one of his comrades, but had also gravely injured him, nearly costing Lu Tong his life at Wanyao Mountain. With a swift stroke, Lu Tong's sword glided near Tang Chong's mouth, severing his tongue in a gruesome display, leaving a trail of blood. Chapter 55. The emergence of the Blood Wolf King. A piercing scream echoed as Tang Chong's mouth filled with blood. His eyes turned crimson, and in agony, he howled. The excruciating pain of having his tongue severed contorted his entire visage. Witnessing this, Tang Xian roared in fury, lunging towards Xiao Feier and the others. In a flash, Zhang Tianze acted even faster, brandishing his sword to block Tang Xian's path. Your opponent is me, he asserted. Why are you two standing there? Hurry and save him. Tang Xian directed his ire towards the other two disciples of the Corpsine sect. He recognized that Zhang Tianze was the most formidable adversary. If he did not eliminate him, rescuing Tang Chong would be impossible. However, the other two disciples remained motionless, incensing Tang Xian further. Who dares to approach? I shall sever his head, Lu Tong declared, his newfound resolve evident as his sharp sword sliced into Tang Chong's neck, blood flowing down the cold blade. The two disciples of the Corpsine sect exchanged uncertain glances, paralyzed by fear. Lu Tong's threat was no jest. With both sides now mortal enemies, he would not hesitate to kill Tang Chong. You insolent brat, I will slay you first. You shall all perish here today. Tang Xian's fury reached its zenith. With a sweeping motion, he summoned the fallen battle knife back into his grasp. Without a moment's hesitation, he swung the blade at Zhang Tianze. Zhang Tianze, possessing the heavenly absolute sword technique, matched Tang Xian's onslaught, parrying and countering with instinctual precision. Yet, Tang Xian's temporary ascendancy to the 5th level of the innate realm unleashed a power that overwhelmed Zhang Tianze, forcing him to retreat. Despite his best efforts, he was unable to match Tang Xian's ferocity. Tang Xian, increasingly frustrated, had never encountered such tenacity. The vitality of this opponent seemed akin to that of a cockroach. How could someone of merely the 1st level of the innate realm withstand him? This perceived humiliation gnawed at him. As Tang Xian prepared to unleash a devastating strike against Zhang Tianze, a thunderous roar erupted from a dark cave ahead. The sound reverberated throughout the valley, causing everyone to tremble in disbelief. In the next moment, an overwhelming bloodlust surged forth from the cave, accompanied by the emergence of a colossal creature, a blood wolf. Towering over 10 feet tall, resembling a savage beast of crimson hue. What is that? Xiao Feier gasped, her mouth agape in astonishment at the sudden appearance of the blood wolf. It is the Blood Wolf King. Run. Zhang Tianze shouted in alarm to Xiao Feier and Lu Tong. The Blood Wolf King, at the pinnacle of the 6th level of the innate realm, was but a step away from ascending to the 7th level. Such a formidable being was beyond their capacity to confront. Even Tang Xian, after utilizing the corpse transformation, would fall to the Blood Wolf King's might. Quickly, second miss, we must flee, Lu Tong urged, seizing Xiao Feier's arm and propelling her up the slope. He had slain Tang Chong with a swift stroke, recognizing that carrying him would only be a burden in their desperate escape. The Blood Wolf King, upon discovering the lifeless bodies of its kin, erupted into a frenzied rage. Its blood-red eyes scanned the valley, ultimately fixating on the 3 disciples of the Corpsine sect, for it sensed the lingering scent of its slain brethren upon them. In an instantaneous blur, the Blood Wolf King lunged, its terrifying claws descending without mercy. The 2 disciples, at the 3rd level of the innate realm, had no opportunity to retaliate. Their skulls were obliterated in an instant. Damn it! That scoundrel failed to inform me of the Blood Wolf King's presence here. I'm doomed. Tang Xian cursed vehemently before fleeing for his life. At this critical juncture, vengeance for his brother paled in comparison to the imperative of self-preservation. However, the Blood Wolf King had locked onto him, leaping forward with predatory intent. No. Tang Xian's desperate scream echoed as he raised his battle knife in defense, but he was no match for the Blood Wolf King's might. He was hurled backwards, crashing into the stone wall, silenced forever. Meanwhile, Zhang Tianze took advantage of the distraction to make his own escape. Though confident, he recognized he was no match for the Blood Wolf King at the 6th level of the innate realm. The creature possessed immense inherent strength, capable of tearing apart an ordinary human of the 7th level. The enraged Blood Wolf King was relentless, its massive form pursuing Zhang Tianze with terrifying speed, blocking his path in mere moments. Brother Wolf, let us negotiate. Zhang Tianze raised his hands in a gesture of peace, his smile belied by the tension in his voice. The Blood Wolf King, unyielding and merciless, extended a claw toward Zhang Tianze. The latter realized that the beast had sensed the aura of the innate blood lotus emanating from him, coveting it. With an air of feigned amiability, Zhang Tianze continued to retreat. He understood that he could not part with the innate blood lotus, no matter how precious it might be. It could not rival his own life. If surrendering it would save him, he would do so without hesitation. Yet, the Blood Wolf King, consumed by rage, would not spare him if he relinquished the lotus. The 3 disciples of the Corpsine sect would meet the same fate as Tang Chong. Meanwhile, Xiao Feier, pulled along by Lu Tong, abruptly halted. I cannot leave. Little Tianze has yet to emerge. I must go back, she declared, disregarding Lu Tong and the other female disciple. Turning to rush back. Lu Shixiang, what shall we do? The female disciple queried. What else can we do? We cannot abandon the second miss. Our lives are in her and Brother Zhang's hands. Lu Tong resolutely replied, hastening to follow Xiao Feier. Chapter 56. The rampage of Xiao Feier. The valley was suffused with the stench of blood. The scene of wolves and humans lying in pools of crimson resembled a hellish nightmare. Xiao Feier found herself in an unprecedented situation, engulfed in discomfort. Yet her foremost concern was Zhang Tianze's safety. As she witnessed the Blood Wolf King advancing ominously towards him, her heart raced with anxiety. Little Emperor. She couldn't help but call out loudly. Upon hearing her voice, Zhang Tianze was momentarily blinded by darkness, nearly succumbing to unconsciousness. You foolish woman. What are you doing back here? Leave now, he exclaimed in frustration, knowing that her presence only jeopardized their chances further. The Blood Wolf King, growing impatient with Zhang Tianze's reluctance to surrender the innate blood lotus, roared menacingly, raising its claws to strike. Zhang Tianze reacted swiftly, raising his heavy sword in defense. But the disparity in their strengths was insurmountable. In that moment, all his techniques and skills became utterly futile. With a resounding crash, Zhang Tianze was sent flying several yards. Crashing to the ground, his body aching and disoriented, blood erupting from his mouth as stars danced before his eyes. I am finished, he thought, utterly drained of strength and unable to resist. The Blood Wolf King was relentless, swiftly closing the distance, its formidable claws pressing down upon Zhang Tianze's chest, making it feel as though an immense weight had been placed upon him, rendering even breathing a Herculean task. Though the Blood Wolf King could not speak, its gaze bore into Zhang Tianze, and the roar it let out signaled a final opportunity for him to relinquish the innate blood lotus. Yet Zhang Tianze understood all too well that surrendering it would mean certain death at the claws of the beast. No, do not harm the little emperor. Xiao Feier cried out, her emotions running high as she feared witnessing the gruesome scene of the Blood Wolf King piercing Zhang Tianze's body, an image too horrific to contemplate. In the days they had spent together, Xiao Feier, the pampered second daughter, had developed an indescribable bond with Zhang Tianze. She could not articulate the nature of her feelings, but one truth resonated within her. The days spent with him had been the most joyous of her life. Moreover, she had insisted he accompany her to the Myriad Demon Mountain, and if he were to perish here, it would be a tremendous loss for Shushan. More gravely, should Zhang Tianze die on Myriad Demon Mountain, even if she survived, she would be haunted by guilt for eternity. At that moment, her yearning for power and strength reached its zenith, solidifying her unwavering resolve to save Zhang Tianze. Xiao Feier found herself enveloped in an emotion she had never experienced before, a force that surged through her being with the intensity of a long-suppressed volcano. With a piercing scream, she threw her head back, arms outstretched, her eyes transforming into an abyssal black, her lips darkening, her hair standing on end, morphing into an unparalleled female demon. Though still in the late martial realm, her strength became incomparable. An aura of malevolence enveloped her, as if she had become the embodiment of all evil. Feier, Zhang Tianze was struck with terror at her transformation. But he was not naive. He recalled Xiao Feier mentioning a formidable power hidden within her, a force that had hindered her progress. The energy erupting from her now was undoubtedly that mysterious force, but he had not anticipated its wickedness to such an extent. This power was beyond Xiao Feier's control. Evident in her eyes, it was the force that governed her, rather than the other way around, a situation highly detrimental to her. Zhang Tianze recalled his master's teachings about individuals born with ancient powers they could not harness, necessitating their sealing. Once unleashed, they could lose themselves to that power, becoming mere puppets to its will. If such a power was as malevolent as what had overtaken Xiao Feier, she would be lost forever, morphing into a merciless killer. No, please. Zhang Tianze, pinned beneath the Blood Wolf King's weight, struggled in vain. He watched helplessly as Xiao Feier transformed in her desperate bid to save him. Feeling his heart constrict with pain, tears welling in his eyes. He understood that her explosive power was solely for his sake. And recalling her earlier escape only to return for him filled him with profound emotion. Second miss. Lu Tong and the female disciple were astonished, unable to comprehend Xiao Feier's sudden transformation. The sinister energy was overwhelming, propelling her into a frenzy. With a thunderous roar, she charged at the Blood Wolf King, her aura striking fear even into the enraged beast. Yet, in the next moment, the Blood Wolf King leaped into the air, claws poised to strike. Xiao Feier did not flinch. Instead, she met the assault head-on, seizing the Blood Wolf King's claws with remarkable strength and tearing it apart. The anguished wail echoed throughout the valley as the innate realm's sixth-layer Blood Wolf King was brutally split in two, blood raining down as it fell lifeless. Lu Tong and the female disciple gasped in horror, their faces pale. The sudden surge of Xiao Feier's power was astounding. Feier, Zhang Tianze rose from the ground, rushing towards her. Stay back, Xiao Feier commanded hoarsely, urging him to flee. Leave this place, leave me. Zhang Tianze's heart ached at her words. He had never felt such helplessness before. He understood her fear of losing control to the malevolent power within her. If she lost her last shred of sanity, she would not hesitate to harm him. Xiao Feier recognized her peril and wished to spare him from her fate. At that moment, Zhang Tianze felt as if his heart was being ripped apart. Chapter 57. Zhang Tianze's Fury. Third update. Xiao Feier continued to roar. Each cry pierced Zhang Tianze's heart like a dagger. Helplessly watching her spiral into darkness, he felt an overwhelming sense of impotence. Just then, a figure clad in white descended from the heavens, exuding an icy demeanor akin to a celestial being. Xiao Feier's sister, Xiao Ruoxue. Miss, please save her. Zhang Tianze, captivated by the beauty of Xiao Ruoxue, felt as though he had glimpsed the dawn of hope. He was acutely aware of Xiao Ruoxue's deep affection for her younger sister, Xiao Feier, and he trusted that she possessed the means to assist her. Upon calling out Xiao Feier's name and witnessing her distressing condition, sorrow filled Xiao Ruoxue's eyes. Swiftly, she produced a medicinal pill and administered it to Xiao Feier, then struck her neck with a palm to render her unconscious. Cradling Xiao Feier tenderly, she shot a fierce glare at Zhang Tianze. If anything befalls Feier, I shall not let you go unpunished. With that, Xiao Ruoxue vanished into the horizon with Xiao Feier, leaving no time to settle accounts with Zhang Tianze, for aiding Xiao Feier took precedence above all else. Upon seeing Xiao Ruoxue's timely arrival and the safe departure of Xiao Feier, Zhang Tianze let out a sigh of relief. He paid no mind to Xiao Ruoxue's threats. His sole wish was for Xiao Feier's safety, for otherwise, he would forever be haunted by guilt. The events of the day had profoundly touched him. He had always been alone, lacking any kin, save for his master, and no one had ever truly cared for him. Xiao Feier, though willful and headstrong, concealed her own unspoken sorrows. Their recent interactions had been filled with laughter, and he had acted as her attendant, yet they shared a bond akin to true friendship. It was only moments ago that Xiao Feier had recklessly returned to save him, and had she not genuinely worried for his safety, she would not have unleashed the malevolent energy within her. Lu Tong and another approached Zhang Tianze, with concern etched upon their faces. Brother Zhang, are you all right? I'm fine. Zhang Tianze replied, shaking his head. His body was shielded by the formidable power of his blood, which possessed a self-repairing ability. As long as his injuries were not grievous, he would require no healing elixirs, and with the aid of his blood, he would soon recover, a privilege rare among mortals. A sudden fit of violent coughing broke the air. It was Tang Xian, awakening from his unconscious state. Zhang Tianze's eyes, ablaze with intensity, turned towards him as he strode forward. Today's events had been instigated by Tang Xian, whose actions had endangered Xiao Feier. With a swift motion, Zhang Tianze placed his foot upon Tang Xian's chest. Tang Xian was gravely injured, stripped of his combat prowess, and now weakened. He resembled an ant before Zhang Tianze, easily crushed. Who informed you that the innate blood lotus was here? Zhang Tianze inquired coldly. He was no fool. He had long suspected Tang Xian's collusion with the disciples of Shu Shan. The Corpsine sect could not have known of the lotus's existence otherwise, as the location was exceedingly remote, even for the often venturing Shu Shan disciples. It was inconceivable that Tang Chong, who had never ventured to the myriad demon mountain, could possess such knowledge. Had Xiao Feier's plight not arisen, Zhang Tianze would have likely remained indifferent to Tang Xian's associations, as securing the innate blood lotus was his only concern. However, with Xiao Feier in danger, guilt and fury surged within him, compelling him to unearth all involved in this affair, sparing no one. I will tell you, but will you not kill me? Tang Xian's voice trembled, grasping at the last thread of hope. Impossible. You will surely die today. If you do not speak, I shall investigate on my own, Zhang Tianze retorted icily. Do not forget, that person deceived you as well, withholding the truth. Coughing violently, Tang Xian expelled a mouthful of blood. Despair evident in his eyes as he recognized his impending demise at Zhang Tianze's hands. Yet, amidst his despair, a fire of indignation ignited within him. As Zhang Tianze had pointed out, he had been deceived. Had he known of the Blood Wolf King's guardianship, he would never have dared to venture into the myriad demon mountain, regardless of the promised rewards. Fine, I shall reveal it. It was Wu Sheng, an outer disciple of your Shushan Southern Academy, who sent me for the innate blood lotus. He promised me a sum of inferior spirit stones for my efforts. Tang Xian disclosed. Wu Sheng? Lu Tong exclaimed in surprise. Who is Wu Sheng? Zhang Tianze inquired. He is an outer disciple of our Southern Academy, possessing a cultivation of the 5th level of the innate realm. His grandfather is an elder of the outer sect, a master in the Yuan realm, which makes him a figure few dare to provoke. However, I fail to understand why he sought the assistance of the Corpsine sect instead of enlisting our Shushan brethren. Lu Tong remarked, perplexed. This is easily explained. Wu Sheng accidentally discovered the existence of the innate blood lotus and intended to claim it for himself. Knowing that involving you Shushan members would necessitate sharing the spoils, Tang Xian replied. Do you not intend to share the lotus? Zhang Tianze pressed. Our cultivation methods differ from outsiders. We do not require the blood lotus. Moreover, I had a good rapport with Wu Sheng, thus I acquiesced. Little did I know I had been deceived. He must have known of the Blood Wolf King's presence all along, which is why he did not intervene. Otherwise, with his 5th level innate cultivation, he could have easily come alone. I was such a fool, Tang Xian seethed, filled with resentment. Perhaps Wu Sheng believed the Blood Wolf King would not appear. Indeed, had I not intervened, you would have left with the innate blood lotus before the Blood Wolf King emerged. Regrettably, Wu Sheng was unwilling to take the risk. Leaving it to you to face it instead, Zhang Tianze scoffed. Go ahead, kill me. I know I am doomed today, yet I only hope that in death, you will avenge me by slaying that scoundrel Wu Sheng. Tang Xian gritted his teeth. Rest assured, Wu Sheng shall meet his end. However, my motive for slaying him will not be to avenge you, but to seek justice for Feier, Zhang Tianze declared, then ruthlessly thrust his sword, ending Tang Xian's life. Chapter 58. The first request having slain Tang Xian, an uncontrollable fury and murderous intent surged within Zhang Tianze, akin to a volcano poised to erupt. Brother Zhang, will the second miss be all right? Lu Tong inquired cautiously. I hope nothing has happened to her, Zhang Tianze replied, his expression darkening. He could not forget the frantic visage of Xiao Feier, overtaken by malevolent forces, nearly losing her sanity, and her desperate plea for him to leave. The pain in his heart became unbearable. Brother Zhang, let us return, a female disciple suggested softly. Despite her higher cultivation, she respectfully addressed him as brother, for in Shushan, strength dictated status, and those stronger held greater authority. Zhang Tianze had saved their lives. Had he not intervened last night, they would likely have met their end. Very well. Zhang Tianze nodded, urgency propelling him to return, eager to ascertain Xiao Feier's condition. He led Lu Tong and the female disciple away from the valley, heading towards Shushan. Lu Tong, take these 2 innate blood lotus cores. Zhang Tianze extracted 2 lotus cores and handed them to the pair. Brother Zhang, these cores are too precious. We cannot accept them. Lu Tong hastily declined, fully aware of the core's immense value. It would be disingenuous to claim he was unaffected by their allure, as no innate realm cultivator could resist the temptation of the innate blood lotus cores. Zhang Tianze's willingness to share one of the cores filled them with deep gratitude. Yet they felt unworthy of such a valuable gift, especially considering they had contributed little during the arduous process of acquiring the innate blood lotus, which Zhang Tianze had seized from Tang Xian through sheer skill. For them, merely surviving the expedition to Wanyao Mountain was a stroke of fortune. They dared not aspire to possess the cores. Everyone has a share, just take them. Without further ado, Zhang Tianze tossed the cores into their arms. He had never been one to be stingy. Since they had journeyed together, it was only fair to share the benefits. Besides, with 9 cores in total, giving away 2 still left him with 7. Very well, I shall not be modest then. In the future, should Brother Zhang require anything at the outer door of the south courtyard of Shushan, I, Lu Tong, shall comply without question. Lu Tong admired Zhang Tianze's generosity and, having set aside his reluctance, accepted the cores with a heart brimming with joy. With 1 core in hand, Lu Tong anticipated a breakthrough to the 4th layer of the innate realm, perhaps even reaching the 5th. Thank you, Brother Zhang. From now on, Qin Ling will look to you as a leader. The female disciple Qin Ling accepted her core, her eyes sparkling with unrestrained delight. Beyond mere happiness, Her admiration for Zhang Tianze grew, captivated by his handsome and extraordinary presence, a charm that no woman could resist. Let us be on our way. Zhang Tianze moved swiftly, quickly devouring one of the lotus cores. The energy contained within the core was potent and pure, typically requiring an innate realm expert to find a tranquil place to refine it slowly. It was unprecedented to see someone like Zhang Tianze consume a lotus core while on the move. Lu Tong and Qin Ling exchanged glances, unable to suppress their exasperated laughter. Comparing themselves to such a prodigy was disheartening. Zhang Tianze's physique allowed him to refine whatever he consumed at an astonishing pace, and his strength enabled him to withstand the overwhelming surge of energy from the core. Buzzing sounds erupted from Zhang Tianze's body as he raced forward, simultaneously digesting the core to reach higher realms. His natural speed, derived from his formidable physique, was unparalleled, leaving Lu Tong and Qin Ling struggling to keep up. Despite exerting all their strength, they quickly found themselves distanced by Zhang Tianze. Qin Ling, save your energy, we cannot catch up to this freak. Lu Tong sighed. Having finally witnessed the true meaning of genius during this expedition to Wanyao Mountain, Zhang Tianze was simply exceptional. The power of the dominant body was indeed beyond the reach of ordinary beings, with Zhang Tianze only at the first layer of the innate realm. His future accomplishments were boundless. Qin Ling smiled, her eyes filled with admiration. The dominant body was indeed a sensation in its time. Lu Tong sighed, envisioning a future where the dominant body once again stirred the continent. Upon Zhang Tianze's swift return to Shushan, he had successfully advanced to the second layer of the innate realm, soaring to the pinnacle of that layer, mere steps away from the third. The benefits of the innate blood lotus core were undeniably immense, allowing him to ascend a level with remarkable ease. In a flurry, Zhang Tianze sought out Li Hui in the back mountains of the 100 Vegetable Garden. What have you been up to these past few days? Li Hui greeted him with an impending reprimand. I went to Wanyao Mountain. Zhang Tianze recounted his experiences at Wanyao Mountain, deeply concerned for Xiao Fei's safety, and realized that to see her, he had to rely on Li Hui. At present, Li Hui was the only person he could trust in the entire south courtyard of Shushan. Oh no, you've landed yourself in serious trouble, Li Hui exclaimed, rising abruptly from his seat. The matter concerning Xiao Fei was significant in the south courtyard. Li Lao, is there still hope for Fei? Zhang Tianze's throat tightened as he looked at Li Hui with urgency. Sigh, I cannot say for certain. The condition of the second young lady has remained a mystery in the south courtyard, as the head has deliberately sealed the information. Very few know her true state. However, from what I understand, she possesses an ancient force within her, and from your description, it seems to be remarkably sinister. Her inability to break through to the innate realm likely relates to this malevolent energy. Still, do not worry too much. The head is a master of the divine essence realm and should have ways to assist her. Li Hui sighed. Li Lao, this misfortune befalls me as well. You must take me to see her. Otherwise, I cannot find peace. Zhang Tianze insisted. Young man, with your current strength, even if you go, you would be of no help. Even I, an old man, cannot assist much. Moreover, as you have said, this matter is closely tied to you. If you go, the head will not hold it against you, but the eldest young lady may not be so forgiving. Li Hui cautioned. I must know Fei's condition. I implore you. Li Lao to help me. Zhang Tianze clasped his fists in earnest, marking his first plea for assistance. Fine, I will take you. Li Hui nodded, understanding Zhang Tianze's current emotional turmoil. After all, he was a man of deep loyalty and affection. Grasping Zhang Tianze's shoulder, Li Hui soared into the air towards the center of the south courtyard. At that moment, in the center of the south courtyard, within the residence of the head, Xiao Qingfeng, Xiao Ruoxue paced anxiously before the closed door, her usually frosty demeanor marred by concern. Inside, Xiao Fei lay unconscious on her bed, the sinister force within her continuing to wreak havoc. The malevolent energy surged from Xiao Fei, filling the entire room, a sensation palpable even to Xiao Ruoxue outside the door. Xiao Qingfeng and 3 other elders of the divine essence realm positioned themselves at each cardinal point, collaborating to form a barrier of essence energy around Xiao Fei, attempting to subdue the wicked force. Head, this approach is futile. That ancient malevolent energy is too powerful for us to contain. Indeed, the sinister force is swiftly eroding the second young lady's consciousness. If her mind is entirely overtaken, her soul will be replaced by this evil energy, transforming her into a being of pure malice, a machine of slaughter. This cannot continue. The resistance from the malevolent energy grows increasingly fierce. Even if we manage to suppress it this time, the fundamental issue remains unresolved. The second young lady will continue to suffer. The 3 elders were drenched in sweat, struggling against this unyielding evil force, even their divine essence realm prowess proving insufficient. Elders, please hold on for a moment. I will seek the head. Upon uttering his words, Xiao Qingfeng pushed open the door and transformed into a streak of light, vanishing at an astonishing speed. His departure was witnessed by the recently arrived Zhang Tianze and Li Hui, who, upon seeing Xiao Qingfeng's urgency, felt an ominous premonition rise within Zhang Tianze. "What brings you here?" Xiao Ruoxue exclaimed, her anger flaring upon seeing Zhang Tianze. The hasty exit of Xiao Qingfeng, heading directly towards the inner court of Shushan, clearly indicated that he was seeking the master to intervene. This alone suggested that Xiao Feier's situation was far worse than she had initially imagined. In such a moment, Xiao Ruoxue's mood soured. The person she wished to see least was Zhang Tianze. Were it not for his status as the newly emerged dominator of Shushan, she might have already taken action against him. "Miss, how is Feier?" Zhang Tianze inquired, disregarding Xiao Ruoxue's disdain and fury, solely focused on the condition of Xiao Feier. "Feier is what you call her? Who gave you the audacity to take Feier to Wanyao Mountain? If anything happens to her, even if you are a dominator, I will still hold you accountable," Xiao Ruoxue retorted coldly. Zhang Tianze refrained from arguing, understanding that no words would suffice at this moment. Xiao Ruoxue's attitude stemmed from her concern for Xiao Feier, and she was undoubtedly suffering more than he was. "Zhang Tianze, I do not know what despicable means you employed to make Feier develop feelings for you, but I warn you, from now on, keep your distance from her. As her elder sister, I do not wish to see her endure further pain." Xiao Ruoxue glared at Zhang Tianze, her gaze capable of freezing an elephant in its tracks. "Feier likes me." Zhang Tianze was taken aback. "Humph, had it not been for Feier's genuine feelings for you, how could she have broken the seal my father placed within her? That seal was an emotional barrier, which could only be shattered by someone of significant importance in Feier's heart during critical moments." Xiao Ruoxue scoffed, her disdain for Zhang Tianze deepening. "Miss, what is the matter with the second miss?" Li Hui could not contain his curiosity. "Considering the circumstances, it is of no harm to inform you. When Feier was born, my father sensed an ancient, malevolent energy within her. This energy is exceedingly evil. If it erupts, it will take over Feier's body, turning her into a puppet. This force grows more restless as Feier's cultivation improves. Once her body becomes capable of withstanding this energy, it will erupt. Therefore, my father placed a seal within her to prevent her from breaking through to the innate realm. As long as Feier does not break through, that energy will remain dormant. Although it may seem cruel, it is the best means of protecting her," Xiao Ruoxue revealed, a secret known to only a select few in the southern courtyard. One she had never intended to disclose, even to Xiao Feier herself. However, Xiao Ruoxue now felt compelled to let Zhang Tianze know the sacrifices Feier had made for him. Thus, despite her extraordinary talent, Feier cannot break through to the innate realm, as doing so would threaten her very life. During the crisis at Wanyao Mountain, Feier shattered the emotional seal left by her father to save him and, driven by her desire for strength, inadvertently summoned the ancient malevolent force. Now, that energy could not be suppressed, and even the combined efforts of her father and 3 elders of the divine element realm could not contain it. Only the master could intervene. Xiao Ruoxue's words tightened Zhang Tianze's heart. It dawned on him that the reason Xiao Feier had been unable to break through was, in truth, a protective measure. He had been striving to help her transcend, urging her to unlock her heart and discover the opportunity to break through. Yet, Xiao Feier had risked everything for him, even summoning the evil power. In that critical moment, she had made such a profound sacrifice for him. At this instant, the once headstrong and willful second miss seemed to freeze in Zhang Tianze's mind, her androgynous figure forever etched into his heart, impossible to erase. Zhang Tianze stood in silence, at a loss for words, his emotions a tumultuous blend. All he yearned for was Xiao Feier's safety and a return to her carefree self. Should she recover, he would no longer attempt to push her toward breaking through. Even if Xiao Ruoxue insisted that he never see Xiao Feier again, he would willingly comply. Before long, Xiao Qingfeng returned, accompanied by an elderly man clad in a Taoist robe, exuding an ethereal aura. Xiao Ruoxue and Li Hui quickly bowed in respect, not daring to show any sign of negligence. Zhang Tianze, too, felt compelled to show his deference. If Xiao Qingfeng's prowess as a divine element was daunting, then this Taoist elder transcended mere terror. He appeared as an ordinary person, devoid of any peculiarities, yet the serene and exalted presence he radiated commanded deep respect. This man was the true figure of authority in Shushan, the master, Yujizi. Chapter 60. The archenemy of evil Xiao Qingfeng, deeply concerned for his daughter's safety, hastily opened the door. Before entering, Yujizi cast a discreet glance at Zhang Tianze, his expression remaining unperturbed. Inside the room, upon Yujizi's arrival, the three elders of the southern courtyard quickly rose, bowing deeply to him. The foremost figure of Shushan, who would dare show any disrespect, those on the heaven ranking, let alone them, would receive reverence even in the imperial palace of the Daxia dynasty. The current emperor would also treat Yujizi with utmost deference. Such was the prestige of Yujizi. His name was known throughout the continent. I have come to take a look. Yujizi approached the bed, slowly extending his hand. A gentle stream of energy surged from his palm, swiftly forming a protective barrier that enveloped Xiao Feier on the bed. Under the pressure of this energy, the once tumultuous malevolent force was instantly subdued, and Xiao Feier finally regained her tranquility. All right, the evil force has been suppressed. This is truly wonderful. The Master's methods are indeed remarkable, able to easily subdue such ancient and violent malevolent power. The second miss is safe this time, one elder remarked. Indeed. Alas, this child is so pitiful. If she could control that energy, how splendid it would be. Shushan would once again witness the emergence of an extraordinary talent, the elders expressed, their words filled with compassion for Xiao Feier. However, the fact that the malevolent force was subdued by Yujizi offered a momentary reprieve from danger for Xiao Feier, which was undoubtedly a positive development. Thank you, Master, for your assistance. Xiao Qingfeng expressed his heartfelt gratitude, visibly moved. Do not rejoice too soon. I have merely temporarily suppressed that force. It is ancient and embodies the essence of evil, looking down upon the world. Even I cannot completely subdue or make it submit. Moreover, this force has begun to rebound. It will not be long before it erupts again, and the frequency of these eruptions will only increase. When that happens, even I may not be able to contain it, and Feier will be in grave danger, Yujizi stated, a frown forming on his brow. What shall we do? The smile that had just graced Xiao Qingfeng's face vanished in an instant. If even a semi-saint like Yujizi was unable to fundamentally resolve Xiao Feier's predicament, who in this world could possibly assist her? As he gazed at the unfortunate child lying motionless on the bed, Xiao Qingfeng felt an unbearable anxiety welling within him. Perhaps there was one person who could help Feier, even entirely resolve her issues. Yujizi spoke. In a flash, the eyes of Xiao Qingfeng and the others ignited with a glimmer of hope, and they almost chorused, "Who?" The youth outside, Yujizi replied. Are you referring to Zhang Tianze? Xiao Qingfeng was taken aback. Master, Zhang Tianze has merely attained the innate realm. If you cannot assist her, how could he possibly help Feier? A look of disappointment flickered in Xiao Qingfeng's eyes. He had anticipated that Yujizi would recommend a more formidable individual or suggest some extraordinary method to aid Xiao Feier, only to find that the opportunity Yujizi mentioned was none other than the newly initiated Zhang Tianze. Is the master implying the body of dominance? An elder seemed to grasp Yujizi's intention. Indeed, do not forget, the body of dominance is the nemesis of all evils. The stronger the body of dominance, the more pronounced this suppression becomes. Although Zhang Tianze has only just reached the innate realm, it does not diminish the fact that he possesses the body of dominance. The malevolent force within Feier is ancient and profound, imbued with the essence of a ruler. In this vast world, only the body of dominance can subdue it. If I am not mistaken, the blood of dominance within Zhang Tianze can assist Feier in overcoming this calamity. Moreover, with the aid of this blood, Feier may gradually learn to control that malevolent power and blossom into an unparalleled genius, Yujizi elaborated. If that is the case, it is truly wonderful. Xiao Qingfeng's gaze burned with fervor, as if he glimpsed a flicker of hope. He had unshakable faith in Yujizi's words. If even he could not trust the master, whom could he trust in this world? More importantly, as a master of the divine origin realm. Xiao Qingfeng was far from foolish and understood that Yujizi's words bore substantial merit. The blood of the body of dominance is indomitable and radiant, a true nemesis of all evils. The malevolent energy within Xiao Feier was extraordinary, and it was likely that only the blood of dominance could effectively suppress it. With no hesitation left in him, Xiao Qingfeng pushed open the door and called to Zhang Tianze. Zhang Tianze, come in. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tianze, who had been consumed by worry, had no time to ponder why Xiao Qingfeng summoned him. In a flash, he dashed into the room. At this moment, even if Xiao Qingfeng intended to ask him to handle a grave matter, he bore no resentment. How is Feier? Xiao Ruoshui, concerned for Xiao Feier's safety, hurriedly followed him inside. The door closed once more, leaving Li Hui alone in the courtyard, pacing back and forth. This was a crucial area of the southern courtyard, and with Yujizi present, he, as a minor elder of the entry realm, was not entitled to enter without a summons. Zhang Tianze rushed to the bedside, staring at Xiao Fei'er, who lay there unmoving, feeling a sudden sense of helplessness. Zhang Tianze, only your blood of dominance can save Fei'er. Are you willing? Yu Jizi inquired. It was preferable to clarify such matters beforehand, as Shu Shan, being a reputable sect, never forced others into actions. Of course, I am willing. Zhang Tianze eagerly nodded. He would not hesitate to offer even a portion of his life if it meant restoring Xiao Fei'er to her former self. Moreover, if his blood could alleviate his guilt towards Xiao Fei'er, it would serve as a form of compensation. Only a drop is needed. But this drop must be the essence of the body of dominance, not mere blood, Yu Jizi instructed. I understand. A drop, or even 8 or 10 drops, is inconsequential. Zhang Tianze readily agreed without a second thought. The essence of blood was distinct from ordinary blood. It represented a person's origin, and losing a drop could inflict some harm. However, Zhang Tianze, possessing an unparalleled body of dominance, could recover from the loss of a drop of essence within a few days. The crucial point was that this drop of blood could save Xiao Fei'er's life. Very well, let us not delay. We shall begin. Yu Jizi nodded, his gaze toward the young man reflecting a hint of admiration. A person who valued loyalty and righteousness deserved commendation. At that moment, even Xiao Ruoshue's perception of Zhang Tianze subtly shifted. Master, what must I do? Zhang Tianze asked Yu Jizi, displaying no signs of nervousness despite the master's status and unmatched prowess. From the moment he entered the room, he had remained composed, with only his concern for Xiao Fei'er betraying any hint of anxiety. This composure drew silent approval from the senior members of Shu Shan, who could not help but mentally commend Zhang Tianze. It was known that many outstanding disciples had previously trembled before figures such as Master Yu Jizi or even Xiao Qingfeng, the head of the southern courtyard. But Zhang Tianze's calmness was remarkable. Simply put, you need to awaken a drop of essence and let it fall into Fei'er's mouth for her to swallow. As for how to utilize the blood of dominance to battle the mysterious malevolent force, that will depend on Fei'er herself, Yu Jizi explained. All assistance is external. The source of the malevolent force resides within Xiao Fei'er's body. This is an ultimate confrontation between her and the evil power. Others can only provide assistance. The true success lies in Xiao Fei'er's own will. If she can harness the blood of dominance to suppress the malevolent force and gradually master it, she will emerge as an extraordinarily formidable talent. Conversely, should she fail and succumb to the evil power, she would lose herself, becoming a mere puppet, living a fate worse than death. Understood, Zhang Tianze nodded, promptly awakening the blood of dominance within him. He placed his finger by Xiao Fei'er's lips, and a drop of pure golden blood from the body of dominance materialized from his fingertip. At the moment the blood appeared, everyone's eyes, including Yu Jizi's, gleamed with anticipation, sensing the indomitable and radiant aura emanating from the blood. Human blood is typically crimson, and Zhang Tianze was no exception. But the blood of dominance was a resplendent gold, exceptional in its quality. Without hesitation, Zhang Tianze successfully dripped the essence into Xiao Fei'er's mouth. The blood of dominance permeated her being, vanishing completely within Xiao Fei'er. This blood, closely connected to Zhang Tianze, possessed a certain spirituality. Thus, the essence carried Zhang Tianze's will into Xiao Fei'er's body, a will intended to assist her, ensuring that the blood would be under her control without any backlash. Having lost a drop of his primal blood essence, Zhang Tianze's condition immediately deteriorated. He stumbled beneath his own weight, nearly collapsing to the ground, feeling an overwhelming sense of weakness and discomfort. Observing this, Xiao Qingfeng hurriedly approached, producing a golden pill from his robe and presenting it to Zhang Tianze. Take it quickly, he urged, gratitude evident on his face. Previously, when Xiao Ruoshua had returned with Xiao Fei'er, Xiao Qingfeng had harbored resentment towards Zhang Tianze. After all, Xiao Fei'er was his cherished daughter, and it was impossible for him not to feel anger at Zhang Tianze for her current state. However, Xiao Qingfeng was aware of Zhang Tianze's true identity and the formidable master who stood behind him, someone who had once shown him kindness. Therefore, even if Xiao Fei'er had suffered irreversible harm due to Zhang Tianze, he would not seek retribution. Now, all of Xiao Qingfeng's dissatisfaction towards Zhang Tianze had dissipated, replaced by a burgeoning sense of gratitude for his presence. Today, Zhang Tianze's actions had filled him with relief, revealing him to be a person of deep loyalty and righteousness, affirming Xiao Fei'er's discerning eye. Furthermore, upon understanding the origins of the Wanyao Mountain incident, Xiao Qingfeng recognized that blame did not lie with Zhang Tianze. Xiao Fei'er's notorious temper and willfulness were well known, and her journey to Wanyao Mountain was certainly not Zhang Tianze's design. Often, in the face of his headstrong daughter, Even he, as the head of the south courtyard, found himself at a loss. "Thank you, Headmaster," Zhang Tianze said, accepting the pill and swallowing it in one swift motion before sitting cross-legged to meditate. The loss of a drop of primal blood essence would require several days for Zhang Tianze to recuperate. The onlookers' gazes shifted back to Xiao Feier, who, upon absorbing the domineering blood, felt the malevolent force that had been suppressed by the jade machine surge forth once more, even more violently than before. Xiao Qingfeng could not help but feel a surge of anxiety again. "Do not worry. The dark force is merely battling the domineering blood. We must await the outcome. This is a crucial process. If the domineering blood prevails, it will benefit Feier immensely for the rest of her life," the jade machine explained. "And if the domineering blood fails?" Xiao Qingfeng inquired. "The domineering blood is the nemesis of all evils. It has never known defeat," the jade machine replied with unwavering confidence. The jade machine's words calmed Xiao Qingfeng and the others, while also evoking memories of the unparalleled tyrant of the past, whose life had seemingly known no defeat. 16 years ago, in that fateful battle, the details remained shrouded in mystery. Perhaps that battle marked the only defeat of the war god, a defeat that led to his end, or perhaps he had not truly been vanquished by an adversary at all. For the past 16 years, that figure had become a taboo topic, and though Xiao Qingfeng and the others shared the same thoughts, none dared to voice them. Xiao Feier was engulfed in two distinctly opposing energies, the malevolent and the righteous, flickering like a candle's flame. This struggle appeared calm but was, in reality, tumultuous, teetering on the brink of catastrophe. This battle would last 3 days. Li Hui waited outside the courtyard for 3 days, not leaving, uncertain of what transpired within yet eager to know the outcome. Inside the room, Xiao Qingfeng and the others remained tense for the entire duration. Suddenly, the dark force that had resisted for 3 days began to recede like a tide, and Xiao Feier was enveloped in a golden glow. Her complexion grew rosy, and her aura transformed entirely. "Is it over?" Xiao Ruoxue asked, her face alight with anticipation. The domineering blood had ultimately gained the upper hand. Feier should now be able to initially harness that power, and if all went well, her cultivation would soon surpass the innate level, the jade machine remarked with a smile, as if everything was within reach. "Wonderful, truly wonderful," Xiao Qingfeng exclaimed, tears welling in his eyes. Even the usually icy Xiao Ruoxue had a hint of moisture at the corners of her eyes. For many years, Xiao Feier's physical condition had been a source of deep concern for them. Now, the perfect resolution of this issue was undoubtedly a moment of great joy. Henceforth, Xiao Feier would not only be free from the torment of malevolent forces, but could also leverage this power to become an extraordinary talent. Just the thought of it filled them with exhilaration. Crack! The sound of a breaking barrier echoed from within Xiao Feier as, under the watchful gaze of everyone in the room, her energy surged, and in an instant, she flawlessly broke through to the innate realm. "Look, Feier has broken through to the innate realm," Xiao Ruoxue exclaimed, filled with elation. Yet, what is the innate realm compared to that ancient power? Even if Feier can suppress it with the domineering blood, completely refining that energy at this stage is no simple feat. However, Feier has been tirelessly working towards perfection. Her physical form is nearly flawless, and her innate potential is exceptional. This is a case of accumulated power suddenly being released. Within her current limited capacity, she can refine a small amount of malevolent energy for her use. Just this small amount of energy, and not to mention the innate realm. I would wager that in less than 2 days, Feier's cultivation will likely enter the Yuan realm, the jade machine declared. "What? The Yuan realm?" Xiao Qingfeng and the elders gasped in disbelief. If such words had been uttered by anyone else, they would have scoffed, perhaps even regarded the speaker as a fool. Yet, spoken by the jade machine, it took on an entirely different significance. However, to leap from the post-martial realm to the Yuan realm in just 2 days seemed almost absurd. Many things in this world cannot be comprehended through ordinary perceptions. Just wait and see. The next 2 days will be when Feier truly unleashes her potential, and her cultivation will soar, the jade machine stated with confidence. With that, he vanished from the room, having fulfilled his purpose. Before departing, he cast one last glance at Zhang Tianze, who was meditating quietly, his eyes reflecting a depth that no one could fathom. Xiao Qingfeng and the others bowed deeply towards the spot where the jade machine had disappeared. Xiao Feier's successful breakthrough to the innate realm was largely due to the jade machine's guidance. While Zhang Tianze deserved the greatest credit, without the jade machine's suggestion, they would never have considered that the domineering blood could heal Xiao Feier. In the following 2 days, everyone in the room was engulfed in unprecedented astonishment as Xiao Feier's cultivation, just as the jade machine had predicted, surged forward. continually surpassing their expectations and delivering unimaginable miracles. At the peak of the innate realm, my heavens, could it truly be that she is about to step into the Yuan realm? Our south courtyard of Shushan has birthed another prodigious talent. As the sect leader had stated, Xiao Fei'er represented the essence of accumulated power being released and the ancient energy bestowed upon her unimaginable benefits. It was entirely reasonable for her to enter the Yuan realm. Finally, after so many years, they could put their worries to rest. The three elders were deeply moved, and some could not help but shed tears upon witnessing Xiao Fei'er's accomplishments. Having watched her grow, they had formed a profound bond. Her health had always been a sensitive topic, one they had been reluctant to discuss. For over a decade, everyone, including Xiao Qingfeng, harbored a singular wish for Xiao Fei'er, to see her grow up healthy and carefree, living a life free of worries. Thus, they showered her with affection and provided her with the utmost protection. Yet, no amount of love or safeguarding could compare to the complete resolution of Xiao Fei'er's challenges. Today, at long last, her troubles were elegantly resolved, and nobody could contain their excitement. Fei'er could finally embark on her cultivation journey, and with her innate talents, surpassing me would likely not be a daunting task. Xiao Ruoxue felt an authentic joy, grateful to Zhang Tianze. Xiao Qingfeng's gaze fell upon Zhang Tianze, who remained seated in meditation, his eyes reflecting unmasked gratitude. The Xiao family was destined to be intertwined with the body lineage, forever indebted to them. For the first time, Xiao Ruoxue observed Zhang Tianze closely. His face bore an air of indifference and seriousness, with sharp features that exuded both charm and authority. Suddenly, she felt that this individual was not as detestable as she had once thought. Amidst their conversations, a wave of formidable energy surged forth from Xiao Fei'er, reminiscent of a tidal wave. This energy, though still tainted by malevolence, was now under Xiao Fei'er's control. The prospect of her transcending into the Yuan realm was indeed terrifying. An elder remarked that the prophecy of Yujizi had indeed come true. Xiao Fei'er would break through to the Yuan realm in one fell swoop. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Xiao Fei'er's cultivation swiftly ascended to the first level of the Yuan realm. Although it was merely the initial stage, such a leap was nothing short of astonishing. In just 2 days, she had transcended from the 9th heaven of the post-Wu realm to the 1st heaven of the Yuan realm. A staggering progression that spanned 2 major realms and 10 minor realms. Such a terrifying rate of advancement would be hard to believe without witnessing it firsthand. When her cultivation finally stabilized at the 1st heaven of the Yuan realm, Xiao Fei'er's aura quieted. At this sight, everyone couldn't help but exhale a collective sigh of relief. Had her ascent continued, they would have truly reached their limits. Xiao Fei'er slowly opened her eyes, immediately sensing the transformation within her body. An overwhelming power surged through her, prompting her to sit upright with an exhilarated gasp. "My strength, what is happening?" she exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. "Fei'er, your cultivation has reached the Yuan realm," Xiao Ruoxue responded with a smile. "What? The Yuan realm? My heavens, how is this possible? Wasn't I unable to break through the innate level? Is this what the Yuan realm feels like? I remember tearing apart a blood wolf king, then losing consciousness. What about the little heavenly prince? How is he?" Xiao Fei'er's mind raced with questions, feeling as though she had merely awakened from a long dream. "Rest assured, he is perfectly fine. Right here," Xiao Ruoxue pointed towards Zhang Tianze, who was still deep in meditation. Seeing Zhang Tianze unharmed, Xiao Fei'er felt a wave of relief wash over her. "Sister, what exactly happened? How did my cultivation advance to the Yuan realm? And why is the little heavenly prince here?" She bombarded her sister with questions. Observing Xiao Fei'er's transformation, Xiao Ruoxue felt a surge of joy and hurriedly recounted the entire sequence of events, fearing that if she delayed, her sister would become increasingly anxious. Chapter 63. The most challenging debt of gratitude. Understanding that Zhang Tianze had willingly entered a state of weakness for her sake, gratitude flickered in Xiao Fei'er's eyes, mingled with a sense of secret joy. This joy stemmed from the realization that every girl harbors a hidden hero within her heart, and for Xiao Fei'er, Zhang Tianze was that hero who had saved her. Nothing could be more blissful than this. You need not be overly grateful. Had he not led you to the 10,000 demon mountain, you would not have faced such peril. His saving you now merely balances the scales, Xiao Ruoxue remarked. "Sister, how can you speak of Fei'er as savior in such a manner? Without the little heavenly prince, could the root of my issues have been resolved so swiftly? Fei'er desires to cultivate and to be as formidable as you are, not to remain sheltered under the wings of Father and you. Moreover, I coerced the little heavenly prince into going to the 10,000 demon mountain. You know my temper well. As his attendant, how could he refuse me? Thus, he bears no blame, Xiao Feier countered. This journey to the 10,000 Demon Mountain had indeed brought her and Zhang Tianze closer together. Very well, Feier has grown up. However, matters of the heart are best understood by oneself, Xiao Ruoxue conceded, recognizing that her headstrong sister's heart had likely been captured by Zhang Tianze, rendering any further admonitions futile. Xiao Feier's resolution of her personal dilemmas was a momentous occasion, and Xiao Ruoxue wished not to dampen her sister's spirits. Moreover, Zhang Tianze's performance today had revealed a different side of him, one that suggested he was indeed exceptional. What matters of the heart? Sister, what are you implying? My relationship with the little heavenly prince is merely that of friends. Xiao Feier blushed, realizing the implications of her sister's words. If it is just friendship, then that is for the best, Xiao Ruoxue replied. As Xiao Ruoxue finished speaking, Zhang Tianze, who had been seated in meditation, suddenly opened his eyes, two beams of brilliance emanating from them, his innate dominance unmistakably evident. The faint aura of royalty that enveloped him astonished Xiao Qingfeng and the others. The body lineage was indeed unparalleled. Although Zhang Tianze was merely at the innate level, his demeanor was extraordinarily impressive, far surpassing that of his peers. After 5 days of recuperation, Zhang Tianze had fully restored the blood essence he had lost, returning to his peak condition. Such a terrifying rate of recovery astonished everyone present. This was the essence of the body lineage. Rumors spoke of their innate restorative abilities, and it was evident that these claims held true. An elder of the divine realm could not suppress his admiration for the body lineage. Upon awakening, the first thing Zhang Tianze did was turn to the bed. Locking eyes with Xiao Feier, they exchanged no words, but their shared laughter was filled with pure joy, reminiscent of two innocent children. Zhang Tianze sensed the aura of Xiao Feier's entry into the Yuan realm and confirmed it. He recognized the distinct difference between Yuan power and true energy, a familiar sensation he had felt before with Li Hui. Congratulations, second miss. Zhang Tianze stood up, resuming his previous playful demeanor. Humph. I am now a master of the Yuan realm. If you disobey me, I shall surely punish you, Xiao Feier declared with a haughty snort. Please spare me, second miss. Unless you wish for a new attendant, one who is more obedient. Zhang Tianze feigned a pitiful expression. That would not do. No one else can withstand your blows. Xiao Feier replied, beaming with pride. Zhang Tianze laughed heartily, and the onlookers, including Xiao Qingfeng, could not help but join in the mirth. Feier, how do you feel now? Xiao Qingfeng inquired. The power within me is extraordinarily potent, akin to the vastness of the ocean. Currently, I can only harness a fraction of it. Yet I have gathered experience, and my will has triumphed over that force. Therefore, I foresee no immediate issues, provided that there are no instances of this power running rampant. As my cultivation progresses, I am confident that I will gradually master this power with finesse. However, I am still somewhat unfamiliar with it, necessitating time for adaptation. Thus, I intend to enter seclusion for a month, Xiao Feier stated earnestly. Very well, take this month to recuperate, but do not venture out unnecessarily, Xiao Qingfeng advised. Rest assured. Father, Xiao Feier replied playfully. Remain here in seclusion. Let us head out, Xiao Qingfeng said, ushering the others as they stepped outside. Upon their emergence, Li Hui appeared anxious and quickly approached them. Tianze, we owe you a great debt of gratitude for your assistance this time. Both Feier and I are indebted to you. Xiao Qingfeng expressed, his gratitude evident. There's no need for such formalities. This is what a disciple ought to do, Zhang Tianze replied, maintaining his composure. Excellent. I see that your cultivation has reached the innate realm. It's time for you to join the outer sect for further training. Please report to the outer sect and dedicate yourself to your practice. I hope that one day you can bring honor to our Southern Academy. As I trust you are aware of our standing in Shushan, Xiao Qingfeng remarked. I shall not disappoint you, Zhang Tianze vowed, clasping his fists in respect. In Shushan's 5 academies, aside from the esteemed Inner Academy, the 4 outer academies, East, West, South, and North, are considered equals. However, the Southern Academy holds the least prestige, often subjected to the bullying of the other 3. This was evident to Zhang Tianze during his initial experiences in the first sword domain. As the head of the Southern Academy, Xiao Qingfeng naturally wished to achieve some accomplishments, as being overshadowed by the other 3 academies weighed heavily on him. Very well. Go forth, Xiao Qingfeng nodded. Zhang Tianze departed with Li Hui, soon vanishing from sight. Headmaster, Zhang Tianze's assistance to Feier has been invaluable. Why not reward him? An elder of the divine origin realm inquired, puzzled by Xiao Qingfeng's apparent reluctance to offer any reward. Some things must be earned through one's own efforts. Xiao Qingfeng replied with a resigned smile. He wished to reward Zhang Tianze as a way to compensate for his debt of gratitude. for such debts are notoriously difficult to repay. Yet, the master of the Xiantian order had specifically instructed that Zhang Tianze be rigorously trained. Thus, Xiao Qingfeng had no intention of granting him any advantages. His growth in Shushan must rely solely upon his own endeavors. Chapter 64. Entering the outer sect on the journey back. Li Hui learned of the events that transpired within the room and could not help but feel relieved for Zhang Tianze, as well as pleased for Xiao Fei'er. Upon returning to the 100 Herb Garden, Zhang Tianze found Lu Tong waiting for him. Lu Tong had returned to Shushan with Zhang Tianze and, upon arriving at the outer sect, had been restless, eager to gather information about Zhang Tianze and Xiao Fei'er. However, his lowly status and the secretive nature of Xiao Fei'er's situation left him unable to inquire. Furthermore, after the incidents at Wanyao Mountain, both Lu Tong and Qin Ling had refrained from discussing their experiences, fearing the repercussions of doing so, given Xiao Fei'er's noble status. Any information regarding her condition was a closely guarded secret, and if leaked, could invite dire consequences. As for the matters concerning the Corpsine sect and the innate blood lotus, Lu Tong dared not utter a word, knowing that such knowledge could spell disaster for them if it reached Wushang. On the previous day, Lu Tong had come to the 100 Herb Garden in search of Zhang Tianze, and upon finding him absent, decided to wait there. Lu, what brings you here? Zhang Tianze inquired. I was worried, so I came to check on how the second miss is faring, Lu Tong replied with concern, acknowledging that both Zhang Tianze and Xiao Fei'er were his saviors. She is no longer in danger. By the way, have you shared anything about the second miss in Wanyao Mountain? Zhang Tianze asked. Rest assured, I have not uttered a single word. I understand the gravity of the situation, Lu Tong assured him. Good to hear. I was just planning to report to the outer sect. Zhang Tianze nodded, trusting Lu Tong to handle the matter with discretion. Excellent. I shall guide you to the outer sect, Lu Tong exclaimed with delight upon hearing Zhang Tianze's intentions. Boldly, I am heading to the outer sect. Please find someone else to manage this herb garden, Zhang Tianze said with a smile. You little rascal, as if you've done any managing here. Hurry and leave. You've done nothing but cause trouble and pilfer my herbs, Li Hui retorted, playfully kicking Zhang Tianze in the rear. Ever since Zhang Tianze had arrived at the 100 Herb Garden, he had done little more than stir up mischief and steal Li Hui's prized dragon ginseng. Boldly, try not to be so harsh. The term steal is rather damaging to my reputation, Zhang Tianze replied, raising his middle finger in jest before following Lu Tong out of the garden and toward the direction of the Southern Academy's outer sect. You little brat. Li Hui chuckled as he watched Zhang Tianze gradually disappear from view. On the way, Lu Tong explained the hierarchy of the outer sect in Shushan. Brother Zhang, among the 4 outer academies, the outer sect is also classified into ranks. All disciples of the innate realm are considered outer disciples, and among them, there are 2 classifications, A-level disciples and B-level disciples. Disciples below the 5th level of the innate realm are designated as B-level, while those above the 6th level are A-level disciples. As you are currently at the 2nd level of the innate realm, you will naturally be classified as a B-level disciple upon entering the outer sect, Lu Tong elucidated. The ranking is quite clear. By the way, what level is that fellow named Wu Shang? Zhang Tianze inquired, as he still intended to settle the score with Wu Shang, who had nearly caused a significant misstep. It would not align with Zhang Tianze's character to simply let Wu Shang off the hook, especially since he had secretly colluded with the Corpsine sect, which was enough to render him thoroughly despicable in Zhang Tianze's eyes. Wu Shang's cultivation is at the 5th level of the innate realm. Thus he is also a B-level disciple. However, he is not to be underestimated. He has made quite a name for himself among the B-level disciples, thanks to his grandfather, who is a second manager in the outer sect and possesses a Yuan realm expert as support. Consequently, Wu Shang often behaves arrogantly, and even the A-level disciples tend to give him some measure of respect, Lu Tong explained. It seems that wherever one goes, connections hold significant value, Zhang Tianze remarked. Zhang Tianze let out a scoff, indifferent to whether Wu Shang was connected or not. All he knew was that anyone who offended him, be it the grandson of the second manager or the manager himself, would face dire consequences. I believe, Brother Zhang, that since you have just arrived at the outer sect, it would be wise not to provoke Wu Shang, otherwise it could lead to considerable trouble, Lu Tong kindly advised, sensing Zhang Tianze's intent. I can handle myself, Zhang Tianze replied. Lu Tong shook his head in resignation. Seeing Zhang Tianze's nonchalant expression, he realized that his words had fallen on deaf ears. Lu Tong had witnessed Zhang Tianze's prowess. The formidable body of dominance was certainly not to be trifled with, as he had learned in the Wanyao Mountain. Lu Tong had a premonition that with the arrival of the body of dominance, the outer sect would soon be anything but tranquil. Before long, under Lu Tong's guidance. Zhang Tianze arrived at the outer sect of Shushan. Having reached a sufficient level of cultivation, he swiftly obtained his identity jade tablet as an outer sect disciple. Due to his status as a body of dominance, the elder in charge of the outer sect's trivial matters treated him with great respect, accommodating Zhang Tianze's request to reside with Zhou Yuchen. Zhou Yuchen's residence was a large courtyard with several simple rooms, ample enough to house a dozen disciples. Brother Tian, you finally arrived. Zhou Yuchen, the cold-faced devil child, managed a rare smile upon seeing Zhang Tianze. Come, let us talk inside. Zhang Tianze pulled Zhou Yuchen into the room and immediately produced the heart of a primordial blood lotus. This is the heart of the primordial blood lotus. Consume it. And with your innate divine body, you will swiftly ascend to the third layer of the innate realm, Zhang Tianze proclaimed. Such a precious item. Where did you acquire it? Zhou Yuchen gazed at the lotus heart, his eyes ablaze with fervor. That is of no concern to you. Just refine it and enhance your cultivation, Zhang Tianze urged. All right. Zhou Yuchen, not one to stand on ceremony, promptly accepted the lotus heart. Which one of you is the newcomer? Suddenly, a voice boomed from outside the door. The term newcomer clearly referred to Zhang Tianze. He gestured for Zhou Yuchen to conceal the lotus heart and opened the door to find a dozen individuals standing in the courtyard. Among them, 3 stood at the forefront, exuding arrogance, with the leader being a sharp-faced man of considerable cultivation, having reached the 4th layer of the innate realm. His name was Ma Hou, a subordinate of Wu Shang, notorious for his boorishness among the outer sect's B-class disciples. It appears they have come for you, Tian, Zhou Yuchen remarked. A flicker of coldness flashed in Zhang Tianze's eyes. He hadn't sought trouble with Wu Shang yet, but they had already come knocking. I am the newcomer. My name is Zhang Tianze. What do you wish to advise me? He responded. Ma Hou approached with a smirk. So you are the body of dominance that stirred the sword domain. But in our outer sect, especially in the B-class area, your dominance holds no weight. Here, Wu Yi reigns supreme. Typically, newcomers are expected to offer tributes to Wu Yi. However, you are fortunate, for he wishes to invite you for drinks. Will you honor him with your presence? Invite me for drinks? What if I refuse? Zhang Tianze replied, smiling. Refuse? Heh, kid, in this B-class area. Few can claim the honor of being invited by Wu Yi, especially newcomers. Do not presume that your status as a body of dominance grants you the liberty to disregard anyone's face. Wu Yi's invitation is a tremendous honor, should he be pleased. You might even join him at the tea gathering in 3 days. You ought to think carefully, Ma Hou said, his irritation evident as he felt Zhang Tianze was being ungrateful. No one had ever dared to defy Wu Shang in this outer sect's B-class area. What tea gathering? Zhang Tianze asked, intrigued. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Tong had entered the room and whispered beside Zhang Tianze. The tea gathering is a private assembly organized by the B-class disciples of the 4 courtyards. According to their claims, being invited signifies status. In reality, most attendees are individuals of prominence within the 4 courtyards, often backed by influential figures, grandfathers as elders, fathers as managers, or siblings as inner-sect disciples. They indulge in tea and philosophical discussions, relishing life. Wu Shang's true intention is likely to leverage your body of dominance, inviting you to serve him, which would elevate his own standing at the gathering. Seeking to enhance his prestige, is he? A glimmer of cunning sparked in Zhang Tianze's eyes. Initially, he had no intention of giving Ma Hou face, intending to rebuff them outright. However, after Lu Tong's explanation of the tea gathering, Zhang Tianze's attitude shifted instantaneously. When will Wu Yi be inviting me for drinks? He inquired with a smile. You finally caught on. Tomorrow at noon, I'll return. Kid, be sure to prepare a gift for Wu Yi, Ma Hou said, satisfied with Zhang Tianze's acquiescence, and swaggered away with his entourage. He believed Zhang Tianze was wise enough to comply. Had he dared to refuse, he would have faced a harsh reality check regarding Ma Wang's influence. Brother Zhang, why did you agree to that? Lu Tong asked, perplexed. This was not typical of Zhang Tianze's style. If Lu Tong believed Zhang Tianze was intimidated by Wu Shang's threats, he would never accept it. A mere Wu Shang could not possibly intimidate Zhang Tianze, especially considering Zhang Tianze still intended to settle scores with him over the Wan Yao Mountain incident. Does Wu Shang desire prestige at the tea gathering? I shall grant him that opportunity for fame. Zhang Tianze smirked, his smile sending a shiver down one's spine. Oh no, Tian, what scheme are you concocting now? Zhou Yuchen could not help but ask. Yuchen, you should refine the lotus heart today. Tomorrow, accompany me. One of us as a body of dominance and the other with the heavenly demon pupil. We shall give him ample face, Zhang Tianze instructed. All right, Zhou Yuchen nodded, unaware of Zhang Tianze's ulterior motives, but excited about the prospect of participating. It seemed he would need to return to the herb garden tonight to enlist the help of Li Hui, as his plans required perfect execution. That evening, Zhang Tianze returned to the herb garden, rudely pushing open Li Hui's door and startling him from his meditation. Don't you knock? Do you not understand manners? Li Hui glared. Aren't you supposed to be at the outer sect? Why are you back? Heh, old Li, I have a favor to ask, Zhang Tianze chuckled, approaching Li Hui and offering a shoulder rub. Not a chance. It surely can't be anything good. Li Hui immediately shook his head. Surely. You wouldn't be so unkind as to deny me after I traveled all this way. Besides, what I need from you is merely a trivial matter, after all. I am one of your disciples in the herb garden, Zhang Tianze pleaded. Spit it out, what is it? Li Hui asked impatiently, knowing that once this fellow was here, he would not rest until he had his way. I would like to borrow some herbs from you, Zhang Tianze grinned. What? I knew it couldn't be anything good. No, absolutely not. Li Hui immediately bristled at the mention of borrowing herbs, his thoughts drifting to the pain of parting with his precious blood ginseng. Are you truly not going to lend a hand? You did not even inquire about the medicine I wish to borrow. Zhang Tianze released his grip on Li Hui's shoulder, stating that there was nothing, no medicine at all. Li Hui shook his head in response. Well, I had intended to present you with a treasure. But since you were so unfeeling, I shall keep it for myself. Zhang Tianze tossed a core of the innate blood lotus back and forth before Li Hui. The core of the innate blood lotus. Li Hui's eyes brightened. While it held little use for a master at the Yuan realm, for an alchemist, it represented a rare and valuable material. Undoubtedly, this single core was worth far more than the blood ginseng Zhang Tianze had previously pilfered from him. Where did you procure this? Li Hui rose from his mat, reaching out to grasp it, but Zhang Tianze deftly dodged and tucked the core away. That is none of your concern. I need the medicine. Zhang Tianze extended his hand. Very well, what do you desire? Nothing too excessive, I trust. Li Hui conceded, the allure of the core proving too great to resist. Zhang Tianze glanced around, then leaned in close to whisper in Li Hui's ear. Damn it, nothing. What do you need this for? Upon hearing this, Li Hui realized Zhang Tianze was not up to any good. Are you truly not going to provide it? No, then I shall take my leave. With that, Zhang Tianze pushed open the door to depart. Hold on. Li Hui swiftly stepped forward, pulling Zhang Tianze back. All right, here you go. Li Hui flipped his palm, revealing a small paper package which he handed to Zhang Tianze. Does this actually work? It takes effect after 2 days. Zhang Tianze replied, having calculated the timing of his drinking session with Wu Sheng. If they drank tomorrow, it would be precisely 2 days before the tea party. Rest assured, within 2 days, the user will experience a sensation akin to ecstasy. Li Hui exuded confidence. Haha, thank you, old Li. Zhang Tianze contentedly tucked the package away, casually tossing the lotus core back to Li Hui. He had intended to give it to Li Hui all along, having forgotten during his visit to the outer sect. And now he could also extract some interest. Don't use this to harm anyone, Li Hui cautioned. Rest easy, this won't kill anyone. With that, Zhang Tianze vanished in a flash. Chapter 66. Flattery. Upon returning to the outer sect, Zhang Tianze sought to borrow 100 low-grade yuan stones from Lu Tong, intending to present them as a gift to Wu Sheng the following day. Yuan stones truly are remarkable. They are indispensable for future cultivation. Zhang Tianze gazed at the 100 low-grade yuan stones in his hand, and the thought of giving them to that rascal Wu Sheng made him wince with pain. After ascending to the innate realm, yuan stones would become exceedingly vital. Upon entering the yuan realm, one would encounter true yuan cultivators, and at that point, yuan stones would be absolutely essential. Of course, yuan stones are fundamental to our cultivation. While we may not require them after the martial realm, their significance becomes apparent upon reaching the innate realm, especially for masters at the 9th level. To break through to the yuan realm, a substantial quantity of yuan stones is necessary. Furthermore, in battle, yuan stones serve as the finest means to replenish innate true energy and yuan power. Lu Tong remarked. But why are you giving yuan stones to that fellow Wu Sheng? You mustn't forget what he has done. Lu Tong was perplexed. He believed this was entirely uncharacteristic of Zhang Tianze. He had witnessed the events at Wanyao Mountain from start to finish, and based on Zhang Tianze's temperament, it was impressive that he had not killed Wu Sheng. Now, he not only agreed to drink with him, but also sought to curry favor by offering him yuan stones. Haha, my yuan stones are not easily given away. I have my own plans, brother Lu. Just wait and see. Zhang Tianze chuckled. He had numerous methods to deal with Wu Sheng. The least wise course of action would be to confront him directly, for even if he were to strike him down, it would place him in a highly unfavorable position. After all, Wu Sheng had a powerful elder backing him. It is better to let a person live in torment than to hasten their death, Zhou Yuqin remarked coldly. Zhang Tianze had already informed him of the incidents at Wanyao Mountain, and Zhou Yuqin naturally maintained an adversarial stance towards Wu Sheng. As for Zhang Tianze's apparent attempts to flatter Wu Sheng, Zhou Yuqin believed he must have his own strategy, a plan to make Wu Sheng's continued existence more painful than death itself. You understand me well, Zhang Tianze said, patting Zhou Yuqin on the shoulder. Seeing the mischievous smile on Zhang Tianze's face, Lu Tong suddenly felt a sense of anticipation. The next day, Ma Hou arrived as promised, leading Zhang Tianze and Zhou Yuqin to Wu Sheng's residence. Wu Sheng, a notable figure within the outer sect's B rank, wielded his grandfather's status as an elder to exert his influence, and his residence was a relatively beautiful villa. When Zhang Tianze and Zhou Yuqin followed Ma Hou to the villa, Wu Sheng had already prepared a lavish banquet in the courtyard. The aroma of wine wafted through the air. At the table sat 4 individuals, each possessing formidable strength, all at the 5th level of the innate realm. Lord Wu, Zhang Tianze and Zhou Yuqin have arrived. Ma Hou bowed and greeted the young man in blue sitting at the center. Observing the youth, one noted his slight build, thin lips, and a demeanor laced with arrogance. It was evident he was none other than Wu Sheng. Zhang Tianze quickly discerned that Wu Sheng's cultivation was at the 5th level of the innate realm, and among the 4, he was not the strongest. A burly man beside him had already reached the pinnacle of that level. I pay my respects to Lord Wu. Zhang Tianze clasped his fists and offered a sycophantic smile. Allow me to introduce this individual, the recently renowned bully body of our South Courtyard, and also the personal attendant of our 2nd Mississippi, truly enviable. Wu Sheng chuckled. What of the bully body? In this South Courtyard, you still rely on Lord Wu's protection. Indeed, this fellow knows his place. He understands that without befriending Lord Wu, even as a bully body, he would struggle to survive in the outer sect. Exactly. This lad is wise enough to recognize that if he does not align himself with Lord Wu, he would find it difficult to navigate the outer sect. Even with his bully body and heavenly eye devil's eye, the trio exchanged pleasantries, praising Wu Sheng, while they paid little mind to Zhang Tianze and Zhou Yuqin. In their eyes, it sufficed to cling to the great tree that was Wu Sheng, regardless of whether one was a bully body or a devil body. Upon entering the outer sect, the first order of business was to curry favor with Wu Sheng. Well, since the bully body is so courteous, it is my honor. Wu Sheng, please, take a seat. Wu Sheng waved his hand at Zhang Tianze and Zhou Yuqin, not even rising from his seat. In the outer sect, he had grown accustomed to placing himself on a pedestal. Thank you, Lord Wu. Zhang Tianze expressed his gratitude, guiding Zhou Yuqin to their seats while discreetly signaling him to adhere to the plan. Lord Wu, as a newcomer, I present this to you. I hope for your continued support. Zhang Tianze offered 100 low-grade yuan stones, humbling himself. Well, who claims that the dominant body is arrogant and difficult to approach? I find the brother Tianze to be quite amiable. I will accept the 100 low-grade elemental stones. From now on, the 2 of you shall associate with Master Wu. Out here in the outer sect, I will protect you both, and no one will dare to bully you. Wu Sheng was exceedingly pleased with Zhang Tianze's actions. For him, 100 low-grade elemental stones were trivial, as it was primarily the attitude that mattered. After all, this was the legendary dominant body. The tales surrounding the dominant body in the Yuantian continent are numerous, nearly bordering on myth. The last time the sword domain trembled, it reverberated throughout the entire Shushan. Now, having the dominant body fawning before him greatly satisfied Wu Sheng's vanity. Master Wu, please take care of me, Zhang Tianze said with a grin, raising his wine cup. Witnessing Zhang Tianze's sycophantic demeanor, Zhou Yuqin found it quite unbearable. Had he not known Zhang Tianze had ulterior motives, he would have long since left in disgust. After downing his drink, Wu Sheng, in a state of blissful inebriation, proclaimed, Brother Tianze, allow me to introduce you to these 3 individuals, Chun Liang, Chun Guang, and Shen Xuan. From now on, we are all part of the same circle. I will take you to the tea party tomorrow. For the next while, Zhang Tianze endured his extreme disgust towards the 4 of them, drinking round after round. This banquet lasted for over an hour, and by the end, even Wu Sheng was muddled and tipsy. Drunkenness is the essence of life. One must revel in it. Wu Sheng felt that life was exceedingly beautiful. Yet, there remained a slight dissatisfaction, surrounded by a group of inept individuals. In a daze, Wu Sheng sighed once more. Master Wu has the wind when he wishes for it, and the rain when he desires it. Could he possibly have any worries? Chun Liang said enviously. You wouldn't understand. Wu Sheng replied, shaking his head. Zhang Tianze found this amusing, while others were oblivious to Wu Sheng's sighs. He was well aware it was due to the matter of the innate blood lotus. Undoubtedly, Tang Xian from the Corpsine sect had failed to deliver the innate blood lotus as promised. Given Wu Sheng's nature, he would certainly check on the situation at the Myriad Demons Mountain. Without the innate blood lotus, Wu Sheng would naturally feel a sense of incompleteness. Chapter 67. A humble sense of superiority. Brother Tianze, do you know the 4 talents of Shushan? Chen Guang draped an arm around Zhang Tianze's shoulder, his breath reeking. Zhang Tianze frowned and inhaled sharply. I would be grateful for your guidance, Brother Chen. Let me enlighten you. Our Master Wu from the South Courtyard, Huang Liao from the East Courtyard, Zhu Yilong from the North Courtyard, and Pang Fei from the West Courtyard are the 4 recognized talents of Shushan. This tea party is exclusive to them. Now you should understand how great an honor it is to accompany Master Wu to this gathering, Chen Guang said, feeling as though his attendance was a blessing from his ancestors. Zhang Tianze inwardly scoffed. The so-called 4 talents of Shushan, what audacity! It takes immense arrogance to label oneself as such. Merely 4 privileged offspring seeking to satiate their vanity. The 4 talents of Shushan, they are merely 4 fools. Honor? Zhang Tianze truly felt honored indeed. After paying them a compliment, he excused himself, taking Zhou Yuqing with him, as he feared that if he stayed any longer, he would be nauseated by their self-important airs. What nonsense about the dominant body and the demonic body. They are merely here to be Master Wu's lackeys. After Zhang Tianze and Zhou Yuqing departed, Shen Shuang snickered derisively. Outside the courtyard, Zhou Yuqing sighed heavily. What on earth was that? I almost lost my composure and overturned the table. He was deeply frustrated, having refined the core of the blood lotus. His cultivation had now reached the peak of the innate realm's 3rd heaven, just a step away from the 4th heaven. With his current cultivation, if he unleashed the 6 sword styles of demonic sorrow, even Wu Sheng would not stand a chance. Tomorrow will be entertaining, Zhang Tianze remarked. Did you take action? Zhou Yuqing's eyes brightened. Of course, Zhang Tianze replied with a smirk. When did you make your move? I didn't even notice. It was simple to slip something into their drinks, Zhang Tianze said, a glimmer of coldness in his eyes. This time, he intended not only to deal with Wu Sheng, but also with Chun Liang and his companions. From the moment they insulted the dominant body, their fates were sealed alongside Wu Sheng's. Upon returning to his residence, Zhang Tianze immediately entered seclusion. With 2 days until the tea party, he needed to find a way to elevate his cultivation to the 3rd heaven of the innate realm. His current cultivation was at the peak of the 2nd heaven, merely a step away from the 3rd. The participants in the tea party would likely have their highest cultivation at the peak of the 5th heaven. There would be no 6th heaven cultivators present, as the so-called 4 talents of Shushan were merely second-rate disciples from the 4 courtyards. With his formidable dominant body and the application of the Heartless Sword, Zhang Tianze was more than capable of handling ordinary 5th heaven experts. However, being merely at the peak of the 2nd heaven was insufficient to dominate the gathering, especially with several 5th heaven experts in attendance, not to mention the talented individuals at the peak of the 5th heaven. If he wished for his plans to unfold smoothly, he needed to reach the 3rd heaven of the innate realm to easily overpower 5th heaven cultivators. Then the tea party would be truly interesting. Unlike others, Zhang Tianze's approach to breaking through was unique. His foundation was profound, allowing him to temporarily forego elemental stones and pills. As for spiritual herbs, the residual powers of the heart lotus and blood ginseng within him had yet to be fully expended. Zhang Tianze locked himself in his room, dedicating himself to the study of the Rakshasa seal, an advanced dark combat technique of the innate realm. As his mastery of the Rakshasa seal matured, its terrifying power became unfathomable. Previously, at the Myriad Demons Mountain, Zhang Tianze had utilized the nascent Rakshasa seal to shatter Tang Chong's breaking kill palm. By harnessing the blood energy, he poured all his focus into this cultivation, which itself was a form of tempering and stimulation for the dominant body. After 2 days of dedicated practice, honing the Rakshasa seal, Zhang Tianze successfully awakened his inner potential and completely refined the residual power of the heart lotus and blood ginseng, allowing his cultivation to break through to the 3rd heaven of the innate realm. Pushing open his door, Zhang Tianze stretched widely, feeling invigorated and remarkably refreshed. The cultivation of the 3rd heaven of the innate realm filled him with an abundance of power, allowing him to exude an unparalleled air of arrogance. In truth, this was not mere arrogance, but rather the innate presence of the dominant body, emanating a forceful aura from deep within his being. Brother Tianze, you've ascended to the 3rd heaven of the innate realm. Zhou Yuqing exclaimed in surprise upon witnessing Zhang Tianze's cultivation. You are not far behind. Merely a step away from the 4th heaven, Zhang Tianze remarked, patting Zhou Yuqing's shoulder. Zhou Yuqing's talent was undeniably formidable compared to most. The divine body of the Eye of Demonic Vision provided him with unparalleled advantages. Do we really have to attend today's tea party? I'm not interested, Zhou Yuqing said, feeling bored. While we may not have an interest in the tea party, It will certainly be amusing, especially with us brothers in attendance. Come, let us not keep Master Wu waiting. Zhang Tianze firmly grasped Zhou Yuchen's shoulder, striding purposefully towards the residence of Wu Sheng. Before the entrance of Wu Sheng's abode, several impeccably dressed disciples radiated exuberance. Among the five, besides the four who had shared drinks with him 2 days prior, there was also Ma Hou. Brother Tianze, Brother Yuchen. You have arrived. Wu Sheng greeted them warmly. Greetings, Wu Gu and esteemed brothers. Zhang Tianze responded with a smile that was as refreshing as a spring breeze. Clasping his fists in acknowledgement. The tea gathering is at Xian Peak. It will take us about an hour to get there, and we should arrive just around noon. Perfect timing. Let us go. Wu Sheng waved his hand, leading the way. Chen Guang, Chen Liang, and Shen Shuang followed closely beside Wu Sheng, chatting and laughing as they walked. Zhang Tianze and Zhou Yuchen trailed behind, but were suddenly halted by Ma Hou. You too, walk at the back. Don't you know your own standing? Ma Hou declared, casting a derisive glance at Zhang Tianze and Zhou Yuchen before eagerly following the four ahead of him. Exchanging glances, Zhang Tianze and Zhou Yuchen shared a disdainful smirk. Some individuals, having been subservient for too long, failed to recognize an opportunity to rise. Ma Hou was the quintessential sycophant, perpetually assuming the lowest role beside Wu Sheng. Despite his superior cultivation level compared to Zhang Tianze and Zhou Yuchen, his ingrained humility compelled him to seek a semblance of superiority before them. What of the body of dominance? What of the demon body? You still have to obediently follow behind me. Ma Hou reveled in the thought of attending the tea gathering with Wu Sheng, feeling as though he had reached the pinnacle of his life. Chapter 68. The Four Talents of Shushan Xian Peak, situated at the intersection of the east and north courtyards, required more time to reach from the south courtyard. This independent peak, not formally belonging to any of the four courtyards, was nevertheless considered part of the east courtyard due to its proximity. While the aura of heaven and earth was not particularly dense here, the scenic beauty was undeniable, hence the name Xian Peak. This modest peak was often frequented by disciples for leisurely excursions, and over time, some began to covet it. The so-called Four Talents of Shushan had claimed it as their domain, with Huang Liao from the east courtyard constructing a manor halfway up the mountain. Rather than a manor, it resembled a larger villa. With his status and strength in the east courtyard, Huang Liao had nearly become the master of Xian Peak. The tea gathering was essentially a self-indulgent event for the Four Talents, involving tea, wine, boastful conversations, and idle chatter. Zhang Tianze was uncertain if there were any additional activities planned. Regardless, he had little interest, as he had his own agenda. An hour later, under Wu Sheng's guidance, Zhang Tianze and the others arrived at Xian Peak. The picturesque scenery of mountains, waterfalls, and the melodious chirping of birds made it a rare gem in Shushan. Upon entering the villa, they found a courtyard resembling a small plaza, spacious enough to comfortably accommodate over 1,000 people. To Zhang Tianze's astonishment, a fighting arena had been erected at the center. How could there be a fighting arena at a tea gathering? Zhang Tianze pondered, suspecting that this event was not as simple as he had initially assumed. Brother Wu, you are late. You shall have to drink 3 cups as punishment. A towering figure, dark as coal, approached them. But it hasn't even begun. Wu Sheng replied, hands clasped behind his back, striding confidently to his designated seat. The courtyard was adorned with dozens of long tables, each brimming with tea, fruits, and fine wines. The mingling aromas of light tea and rich wine, combined with the naturally grown fruits from Xian Peak, were utterly tantalizing, lifting the spirits of all present. Zhang Tianze casually surveyed the villa. The tables were arranged with care, oriented according to the cardinal directions. Aside from their group, most other seats were already filled, predominantly by disciples at the 5th level of innate cultivation, with a few at the 4th level. Only Zhang Tianze and Zhou Yuchen were at the 3rd level. Several enchanting female disciples occupied prime positions, their flirtatious glances drifting toward the 3 other talents of Shushan: Huang Liao from the east courtyard, Pang Fei from the west courtyard, and Zhu Yilong from the north courtyard. What do you mean, Brother Wu? This tea gathering is meant for distinguished disciples of the east, west, south, and north courtyards. Why have you brought along such riffraff, including those at the 3rd level of innate cultivation? Your taste seems to be diminishing, and it appears you no longer value this gathering, Pang Fei scoffed, casting a dismissive glance at Zhang Tianze and Zhou Yuchen. Humph, Brother Pang, you underestimate them. These 2 are rising stars from our south courtyard, one with the body of dominance and the other with the celestial demon eye. Now that they wish to accompany me, I naturally brought them to broaden their horizons. Wu Sheng retorted with pride. What? You are the one who stirred the sword domain with the body of dominance? I heard that those with the body of dominance are quite arrogant, having expelled our 3 courtyards from the 1st sword domain. But it seems you are not so impressive after all. I expected someone with such a reputation to be fearless, but it appears you are merely a sycophant. How disappointing. Zhang Tianze instantly became the center of attention. His notoriety had spread widely due to the sensational events in the sword domain, where he had expelled individuals from the 3 courtyards, making it impossible for anyone to overlook him. As disciples of their respective courtyards, they harbored a sense of pride in their affiliations. Thus, Zhang Tianze's actions had inevitably tarnished their perception of him. Yet, they had not anticipated encountering the body of dominance here. Zhang Tianze sat unfazed, peeling a banana and eating it, completely disregarding the jeers directed at him. Brother Wu, your reputation is remarkable indeed. You have even gathered the body of dominance and the demon body under your wing. Since we have both here today, why not engage in some preliminary stakes before the tea gathering begins? Huang Liao interjected. Are you in such a hurry, Brother Huang? We typically wait until after several rounds of drinks to commence the stakes. Wu Xing chuckled. Let us initiate the stakes first, and then begin the tea gathering. After a few rounds, we can showcase the real entertainment. Wouldn't that be splendid? Huang Liao suggested. Very well. But I wonder how many spirit stones the 3 of you have brought today. Enough to wager, I hope? Wu Sheng replied confidently. At this point, Zhang Tianze and Zhou Yuqin could no longer feign ignorance. They finally understood the true purpose of the fighting arena and the real significance of the tea gathering. It became clear why so many experts at the 5th level of innate cultivation were present. The so-called stakes were, in fact, a form of gambling, with participants prepared to duel on the arena, wagering spirit stones. This tea gathering promised to be quite the spectacle. Zhang Tianze's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Such words prompted a slight alteration to his plans. To forego the opportunity to acquire a bounty of elemental stones would be nothing short of wasteful. Wastefulness is a disgrace, and to spurn what is readily available is an affront to reason. Having heard tales of the dominant body's unparalleled prowess, Pang Fei decided to test its mettle. Which of you dares to challenge the dominant body? He inquired, casting a glance at the skilled individuals beside him. The dominant body had long been a legend of formidable strength, yet its true nature had never been witnessed firsthand. Given that the dominant body was merely at the 3rd level of the innate realm, it would seem unfair for another senior brother to intervene. Thus, Pang Fei thought it best to let Ho Chao engage the dominant body in a display of might. At this moment, a robust young man rose to his feet, his cultivation at the pinnacle of the 4th level of the innate realm, making him the only one of such caliber in the West Courtyard. Standing on par with Pang Fei, such individuals often sought to showcase their abilities, seizing any opportunity to exhibit their prowess. If he were to vanquish the dominant body, he would gain the right to boast and could also aid Pang Fei in acquiring some elemental stones, thereby elevating his status in Pang Fei's eyes. I shall fight you, announced Zhou Yuqin, stepping forward. Chapter 69. A single blow. Zhou Yuqin was all too aware of Zhang Tianze's capabilities. The mere 4th level of the innate realm that Ho Chao possessed was hardly worthy of Zhang Tianze's attention. You? Very well, Ho Chao responded, clearly dissatisfied with the challenge, as defeating the dominant body would indeed grant him a moment of glory. However, Zhou Yuqin's willingness to engage, despite his inferior cultivation, left no room for refusal. After all, the name Heavenly Eye Demon was quite illustrious. If he were to triumph over Zhou Yuqin, it would be a significant feat with unwavering confidence. Ho Chao rose from his seat and approached the combat stage, effortlessly leaping onto the elevated platform. Come forth and teach me. Let us see if the legendary Heavenly Eye Demon is truly deserving of its fame. Relishing the opportunity to showcase himself, he stood atop the stage, exuding an aura of supremacy, a display of pride evident on his face, as if Zhou Yuqin had already been defeated. Brother Tian, I am going, Zhou Yuqin remarked to Zhang Tianze. Indeed, do not hold back, Zhang Tianze replied, casually enjoying a banana. The disciples of the 4 courtyards of Shushan were known for their constant rivalry, and while Zhang Tianze harbored his own plans and aspirations, one thing was abundantly clear. He represented the southern courtyard and had every reason to uphold its dignity. Since the inception of the 1st sword domain, Zhang Tianze had vowed that no disciple from the other 3 courtyards would find superiority in his presence. With Zhang Tianze's assurance of no restraint, a cold smirk formed on Zhou Yuqin's lips. Should he have the luxury to hold back, it would only hinder his performance. He swiftly ascended the stage, an aura of chilling intensity radiating from him as he prepared to strike. Hold on, Pang Fei interjected, turning to Wu Sheng. What shall be the stakes for the bout between Ho Chao and Zhou Yuqin? Since this was merely an opening act, there was no need for excessive seriousness. A modest wager of 100 low-grade elemental stones would suffice, Pang Fei suggested. 100? When did you become so miserly, Brother Wu? Even for an opening. It should at least match the previous stakes of low-grade elemental stones. Otherwise, it undermines the reputation of our 4 heroes of Shushan, does it not? Or do you perhaps lack confidence in your heavenly eye demon? Pang Fei boasted, confident in Ho Chao's abilities, believing that while the heavenly eye demon was formidable, Zhou Yuchen's cultivation was still a tier below, a gap that was often insurmountable. Given this certainty of victory, Pang Fei seized the opportunity to exploit Wu Sheng. 1,000 it is, Wu Sheng retorted. He was a man of pride. To back down from even an opening wager would be beneath him. However, his expression betrayed unease, mirroring Pang Fei's skepticism of Zhou Yuchen. Wu Sheng had brought Zhang Tianze and Zhou Yuchen merely to satisfy his own vanity, while the subsequent battles would be contested by Chun Liang and others. Little did they expect that before the gathering had even commenced, a challenge would arise, with Zhou Yuchen responding as if he were a brash warrior. Zhang Tianze chuckled inwardly, having overheard the dialogue between Pang Fei and Wu Sheng. He discerned that the so-called 4 heroes of Shushan shared a relationship fraught with rivalry and deception. The southern courtyard, having been consistently oppressed by the other 3, was subjected to mockery even at this trivial tea gathering, as Pang Fei and Huang Liao seemed eager to witness the southern courtyard's disgrace. With this in mind, Zhang Tianze resolved to abandon all pretense of courtesy, showing no regard for anyone present. Zhou Yuchen, do not disappoint Lord Wu, Maho cautioned from the sidelines. Shall we commence? Zhou Yuchen replied dismissively, his impatience palpable. Let it begin, Pang Fei declared, cradling a beauty in one arm while raising a wine cup with the other. Relishing the moment, to him, the battle on the platform was merely a source of entertainment. Young one, I shall not show mercy. Prepare yourself for the thunderclap palm. Ho Chao declared, his aura surging as he initiated the attack, unleashing a formidable technique aimed at defeating Zhou Yuchen in a single stroke to claim the 1,000 low-grade elemental stones for Pang Fei, who would undoubtedly reward him handsomely thereafter. All eyes were fixated on the stage, many eager to witness Zhou Yuchen being cast down by Ho Chao's palm. However, what transpired next left them utterly dumbfounded. Zhou Yuchen remained as steadfast as a mountain. Only when Ho Chao's palms drew near did he spring into action with astonishing speed. His movements were swift, executing the dragon capture technique with a subtle shift of his body, seizing hold of one of Ho Chao's arms with unyielding grip and pulling forcefully. Crack! The sound of bones snapping resonated through the air, accompanied by a horrific scream as Zhou Yuchen ruthlessly broke Ho Chao's arm. Immediately following this, Zhou Yuchen took a step back and launched a kick toward Ho Chao's chest, a strike imbued with the force of a collapsing mountain. Having already rendered Ho Chao numb, he stood no chance of resistance. Bang! The impact caved in Ho Chao's chest, sending him hurtling off the stage like a lifeless scarecrow. He landed on the ground, writhing briefly before falling silent. The crowd fell into stunned silence. The encounter had unfolded in an instant. The once self-assured Ho Chao now lay on the ground, defeated. Pang Fei, with the wine cup just inches from his lips, found himself frozen, his smile fading into an expression of utter embarrassment. So strong? Murmurs rippled through the crowd. The heavenly eye demon was indeed extraordinary. The so-called innate divine body possessed advantages beyond imagination. Zhou Yuchen, at the 3rd level of the innate realm, had effortlessly defeated a practitioner at the 4th level. Indeed, while Ho Chao's talent may be mediocre, his defeat was far too complete. The youth's strike was indeed ruthless, as he effortlessly disabled Ho Chao's arm, showing no mercy whatsoever. The so-called innate divine body had only been hearsay for those present. Their understanding was primarily based on cultivation levels, believing that those with higher cultivation were inherently formidable. However, the battle between Zhou Yuchen and Ho Chao finally enlightened the onlookers. The innate divine body was genuinely powerful. Haha, Brother Pang, 1,000 low-grade essence stones. Wu Sheng laughed heartily, feeling immensely pleased. Zhou Yuchen's strength was truly unexpected, providing him with a delightful surprise that earned him 1,000 low-grade essence stones right from the outset. There was no reason for him to be unhappy. Furthermore, having a genius like Zhou Yuchen willingly follow him added to his prestige. Chapter 70. A stench in the air. Humph. Just 1,000 low-grade essence stones. I can't possibly default on that. Once the tea party concludes, everything will be settled. Who knows who will win more? Pang Fei scoffed, his mood considerably soured. The tea party had not even begun, and he had already lost face. He had intended to humiliate Wu Sheng, but he did not anticipate Ho Chao's woeful performance. Being swiftly defeated, Pang Fei felt as if he had swallowed a bitter pill, utterly miserable. Haha, splendid. The heavenly eye demon pupil is indeed remarkable. The innate divine body can easily surpass levels. Now, let the tea party officially commence. Let us indulge in merriment and revelry. After 3 rounds of drinks, we shall engage in the arena battle. Huang Liao chuckled, attempting to lighten the mood. In truth, there was little need for such an effort, as the 4 prodigies of Shushan had often found amusement at each other's expense. Brother Huang is correct. It is a rare occasion for the 4 prodigies of Shushan to gather. Harmony comes first, Wu Sheng exclaimed, raising his cup in toast. As Wu Sheng downed his drink, the atmosphere in the courtyard became increasingly lively. Zhang Tianze and Zhou Yuqin sat in silence, suppressing their laughter as they observed the 4 prodigies boasting about their exploits. Remarkably, amidst the joy of drinking, they even found the leisure to compose poetry. Pang Fei recited, "The wild geese fly southeast, traversing thousands of miles, coming and going, returning in the following year." Zhang Tianze nearly spat out a mouthful of blood, incredulous that this could be deemed poetry. Yet, applause erupted, showering Pang Fei with praise. His face beaming with pride, nearly considering himself a poet laureate. Several times, Zhou Yuqin felt the urge to overturn the table, but Zhang Tianze restrained him. One could not help but admire the self-indulgent talents of these individuals. Their innate sense of superiority was indeed beyond reach. "That's enough," Zhang Tianze signaled to Zhou Yuqin. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted from behind Wu Sheng. The noise shattered the jovial atmosphere like a clap of thunder. Following that, 3 more resounding blasts rang out. All eyes turned toward Wu Sheng, whose face had turned a shade akin to that of a liver, desperately trying to maintain composure, but failing miserably. The entire venue fell into an abrupt silence, and with that silence came an overwhelming stench, wafting through the courtyard like a foul miasma. "What an atrocious odor!" exclaimed one. "Have you consumed a dead rat? Wu brother, what did you eat? If you must relieve yourself, a warning would suffice. Moreover, what sort of occasion is this? It is a tea party, and we are all individuals of stature. How can one let such a foul wind escape in such a setting?" Wu Sheng's unfortunate omissions transformed the tea party's atmosphere into one of utter chaos. Everyone dropped their cups, covering their noses. It was undeniable that Wu Sheng's emissions were unbearable. At that moment, Wu Sheng was internally tormented, feeling as if he were being dragged through the mud. As a member of the 4 prodigies of Shushan, to have embarrassed himself so publicly at a tea party was simply humiliating. This was not a normal occurrence. One must remember that he was a practitioner of the 5th level of innate realm. How could he possibly lose control to such an extent? Yet, it was no longer a matter of controlling oneself, as Wu Sheng's stomach churned violently, threatening to unleash its contents, having already disgraced himself with mere flatulence. The thought of further embarrassment filled him with dread. Then, a cacophony of thunderous flatulence erupted, with Chen Guang, Chen Liang, and Shun Shuang each contorting their faces in a futile attempt to suppress their own uncontrollable urges. Their stomachs swelled with gas, demanding release. The closest, Ma Hou, was overwhelmed by the stench, promptly retching. Zhang Tianze and Zhou Yuqin had already stifled their breaths, exchanging glances filled with suppressed laughter, nearly suffocating from the effort. With a resounding slap, Pang Fei shattered the table beneath him and stood, pointing at Wu Sheng and the others. "What the hell is this? You're killing me with this stench." Had this been any other time, Wu Sheng would have retaliated fiercely against such humiliation from Pang Fei. But now, he only sought to escape, as he felt on the verge of losing control completely. As he attempted to rise, the violent cramping in his stomach prevented him from doing so. It was as if his very essence was beyond his command. Finally, Wu Sheng let out a howl, and the horrid sounds of his body betrayed him, resulting in a disgraceful scene. The 3 others, equally helpless, found themselves in a similar predicament. The 4 of them collectively succumbed to their bodily functions, completely beyond control, as an indescribable odor permeated the air, accompanied by the most absurd sounds. "I can't take this," Huang Liao retched. "Ugh." Zhu Yilong followed suit, as many others joined in their disgust. Even the most seasoned among them had never witnessed such a spectacle. What on earth is happening? Who can explain this? Wu Sheng felt as though he would perish. If word of this spread, how could he ever show his face again? Li Lao's potion is potent, Zhang Tianze thought, secretly giving a thumbs up. This was precisely the scene he had awaited, delightful chaos. Ma Hou was left dumbfounded. Entirely unaware of the circumstances, he had come to witness the world, only to find himself embroiled in such embarrassment. Grateful he had not shared in their fate, he cursed his misfortune and declared, "Let us go." "Stop." A commanding voice rang out, and Zhang Tianze, who had remained silent until now, stood up, surveying the room. "Today, none of you can leave. You have drugged our drinks to humiliate us in the south courtyard. How utterly shameless." "What? You dared to drug us? Wu Sheng was infuriated, smoke practically rising from his nostrils. He trusted Zhang Tianze's words implicitly. Surely, this could not be his own doing. Accusations fly. We all drank the same wine. Why are only they affected? Huang Liao, filled with rage, lamented the turmoil that had disrupted his event, now feeling the sting of being wrongfully accused. Regardless of the circumstances, if word of this spreads, it will tarnish the reputation of our South Courtyard. Do not think us easy to bully. Today, anyone wishing to leave Tsulong Peak has two choices. Either join Wu and the others in this humiliating display, or forfeit 10,000 low-grade essence stones. Zhang Tianze, brimming with arrogance, finally revealed his true colors. At today's tea gathering, he intended to reap substantial profits while leaving this group of individuals at a loss. Chapter 71. Utterly arrogant upon hearing his words, everyone was taken aback. Particularly the three heroes of Shushan, who simultaneously turned their gazes towards Zhang Tianze, convinced that their ears had deceived them. What did you say, kid? Have the audacity to repeat that? Pang Fei exclaimed angrily. Oh, so the so-called four heroes of Shushan are not only deaf, but also deserving of a name change to the four fools of Shushan, Zhang Tianze mocked, genuinely believing that none present at Suifeng Peak were worthy of his regard. A powerful aura began to emanate from various corners of the courtyard, igniting the fury of all present. Initially, they had doubted him, thinking that as a follower of Wu Sheng, he was merely a lackey, a timid lamb. However, they soon realized their misjudgment. Zhang Tianze, you seem unaware of the gravity of your actions, Huang Liao spoke coldly, asserting his dominance over Suifeng Peak, where a mere outer disciple of the third layer of the innate realm had no right to act so brazenly, particularly one from the southern courtyard. Historically, they had always held a sense of superiority over the southern courtyard. I have made myself abundantly clear. Anyone wishing to depart today must leave behind 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, or, like our Lord Wu, perform a humiliating display right here. Alternatively, someone may attempt to defeat me, Zhang Tianze stated nonchalantly, yet his words pierced the ears of those present like daggers. Even Wu Sheng and his companions gritted their teeth in anger, as Zhang Tianze's every utterance was a blatant insult. Wu Sheng, in his current state, wished he could disappear into the ground, yet Zhang Tianze continued to boast. Even more troubling was the fact that his own body was in a complete spasm, utterly unresponsive to his commands. Zhang Tianze, what do you intend to do? Are you not embarrassed enough? If I were you, I would leave with me immediately. Wu Sheng gritted through clenched teeth. Silence. You have brought shame upon the southern courtyard. If word of this spreads, the southern courtyard will become a laughingstock among the other three courtyards. I am here to reclaim our dignity, not to clean up after you, Zhang Tianze retorted, showing no respect to Wu Sheng, abandoning the previously cordial demeanor he had displayed. Zhang Tianze, how dare you speak to Lord Wu like that? Chen Guang and Chen Liang exclaimed in outrage, utterly shocked by Zhang Tianze's sudden transformation. Do not act recklessly. We must leave with Lord Wu at once. Today's events can be discussed later. Someone has poisoned Lord Wu, and he will uncover the truth. The reputation of the southern courtyard is not for you to represent. Ma Hou shouted, pointing at Zhang Tianze. Despite his surprise, he was not foolish enough to believe the wine was poisoned, as he had consumed it as well without any ill effects. However, this was not the time to investigate the poison. Their immediate concern was to leave, having already suffered significant humiliation. Shut your mouth. Zhang Tianze shook his head dismissively. Slap. Just as he finished speaking, a resounding slap struck Ma Hou's face, knocking him to the ground without any resistance. The assailant was Zhou Yuchen, who then placed his foot firmly on Ma Hou's face. You pathetic insect. I have tolerated you for far too long. Speak another word, and I shall remove all your teeth, Zhou Yuchen growled, his gaze fierce as if he were a demon, rendering Ma Hou silent with fear. Very well, Zhang Tianze, you must have been the one who poisoned us, Wu Sheng seethed, recognizing Zhang Tianze's intentions. It was evident that Huang Liao would not resort to poison, for this was not the first tea gathering of its kind. Moreover, Ma Hou had consumed a great deal of alcohol without issue, yet they had suffered. It could only be him. That scoundrel had poisoned them during their previous drinking session with Wu Sheng. Lord Wu, the identity of the poisoner is now irrelevant, and you possess no evidence. If news of today's incident at Suifeng Peak spreads, will outsiders discuss who poisoned you? Or will they speak of your disgraceful display? Or perhaps they will discuss how you have sullied the reputation of the southern courtyard beyond repair. Zhang Tianze said with a smile, his eyes gleaming with mockery. On the day at Wanyao Mountain, he had nearly led Xiao Feier into a pit of despair, and as the mastermind, Zhang Tianze would not let Wu Sheng off easily. Wu Sheng felt a surge of blood rise in his throat, and he spat out a mouthful of old blood, entirely incensed. Once hailed as one of the 4 heroes of Shushan, with a grandfather who was a revered elder, he had always commanded respect. Yet today, he had fallen victim to Zhang Tianze, just as Zhang Tianze had stated. Even if he knew Zhang Tianze was the one behind the poisoning, no one would discuss that. They would only speak of Wu Shang's humiliation. Even his grandfather would likely wish to beat him for his disgraceful behavior. What puzzled Wu Shang was why Zhang Tianze had targeted him. They seemed to bear no personal animosity towards each other. This answer, it seemed, only Zhang Tianze could provide. Pang, let me handle this arrogant fool and show him that the southern courtyard is nothing but trash. Even the most domineering body cannot flaunt their power in our presence. He has mistaken his opponents, a tall young man of the 5th layer of the innate realm said beside Pang Fei. Indeed, do not hold back, Pang Fei nodded, eager to witness just how capable this audacious body truly was. Zhang Tianze, come up to the arena, the tall young man shouted. Up to the arena? You are not worthy, Zhang Tianze replied, shaking his finger at the young man. How dare you? The tall young man was enraged. As a 5th layer innate realm expert, few dared to look down upon him, and no one had ever disrespected him in such a manner. His pride was severely wounded, and he felt compelled to subdue Zhang Tianze to release his pent-up anger. With a loud roar, the tall young man charged forward, launching a powerful punch at Zhang Tianze. Zhang Tianze barely glanced at him. Just as the young man's attack was about to reach him, Zhang Tianze unleashed a lightning-quick kick. Bang! With a wail, the tall young man was sent flying, unable to comprehend how Zhang Tianze had executed the kick. Having ascended to the 3rd layer of the innate realm, Zhang Tianze found handling an average 5th layer opponent as effortless as crushing an ant. Chapter 72. I am the king of the southern courtyard. The tall young man lay on the ground, clutching his abdomen in agony, struggling to rise, let alone fight again. The atmosphere erupted in uproar, with all eyes shifting towards Zhang Tianze, and even the typically arrogant Pang Fei appeared somewhat parched and anxious. He was acutely aware of the formidable strength of the tall youth. Otherwise, he would not have brought him to the tea gathering. It is essential to understand that the ultimate goal of this gathering is to engage in duels on the battle stage, a gamble to win precious yuan stones. Given that it is a gamble, one cannot afford to bring weaklings. To put it bluntly, the tall youth's prowess is on par with that of Pang Fei. Pang Fei mused that if he were to face the tall youth head-on, he might not even be his match. The greatest advantage of the 4 heroes of Shushan lies in their connections, as they are favored by the sect. Apart from that, they possess little else. In terms of talent and potential, most present here likely surpass them. I stand by my previous remarks. Today, those wishing to leave this place have 3 options. Either follow the path of Wu Shang, or pay 1,000 inferior yuan stones, or defeat me. Stepping forward, Zhang Tianze exuded an overwhelming aura, radiating an air of invincibility akin to a solitary warrior standing against countless foes. His words were delivered with a calm demeanor, yet it was evident to all that he was not jesting and was prepared to take serious action. In other words, the dominion over Tin Peak today no longer belonged to the 4 heroes of Shushan or even the resident Huang Liao, but had shifted to the outsider, Zhang Tianze. Zhang Tianze, have you considered the consequences of opposing us, the 4 heroes of Shushan? Huang Liao spat through clenched teeth. The so-called 4 heroes of Shushan are nothing. I am the king of the southern courtyard. Today, we cannot afford to lose face. You worthless lot, if you know what is good for you, quickly pay the yuan stones to avoid suffering. Zhang Tianze's arrogance was unparalleled. The title of king of the southern courtyard sounded far more imposing than that of the 4 heroes of Shushan, a mere innate realm of the 3rd layer. Even if he possesses a robust physique, how formidable can he truly be? Let me test him. A defiant figure emerged from the eastern courtyard, a youth clad in purple, who had remained close to Huang Liao. Zhang Tianze had long noticed him. This purple-clad youth was the strongest by Huang Liao's side, having reached the pinnacle of the 5th layer of the innate realm, just a step away from the 6th layer. Be cautious, Huang Liao warned. Fear not. The purple-clad youth replied confidently, believing that the tall youth's earlier defeat was largely due to underestimating his opponent. With a swift motion, the purple-clad youth drew forth a gleaming sword, leaping into the air as his vital energy surged, conjuring layers of sword energy. The strike was executed with precision, darting towards Zhang Tianze with remarkable speed. The sword's brilliance danced like waves, sharp yet aesthetically pleasing. However, what appeared flamboyant to the onlookers was of no concern to Zhang Tianze. Rakshasa seal. The opponent was not even granted the opportunity to draw his sword. Zhang Tianze formed a seal with both hands, a chilling aura enveloping the courtyard as a dark, menacing seal coalesced in his grasp. The terrifying Rakshasa seal. imbued with a sense of impending death, was chillingly powerful. Go! Zhang Tianze commanded, thrusting forth the Rakshasa seal, which collided violently with the purple-clad youth's sword. A piercing scream echoed through the courtyard as the two forces met. Under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, the purple-clad youth was struck from the air, his sword flying from his grasp. The overwhelming Rakshasa seal crushed into his chest, leaving a deep indentation as he coughed up blood thrice. In a single move, he was rendered incapable of further combat. Who else dares to defy? Zhang Tianze proclaimed, his white attire billowing, exuding an unmatched dominance. Wu Sheng and the others observed in disbelief, their minds reeling as they recalled the mockery they had once directed at Zhang Tianze. In hindsight, their previous derision seemed profoundly foolish. Such formidable strength was beyond their capacity to ridicule. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence. Even Huang Liao and Zhu Yilong found it difficult to breathe. The oppressive air, combined with the foul stench emanating from Wu Sheng and his companions, rendering all present ghastly pale. Now then, Zhang Tianze's piercing gaze fell upon Pang Fei. You shall begin. Present 1,000 inferior yuan stones. No, it should be 1,100, accounting for the 1,000 you lost to Zhou Yuqing. Pay the yuan stones, and you may leave. As the reality of the demand set in, many faces darkened further. For disciples of the innate realm, 1,000 inferior yuan stones was no trivial sum. Some would nearly face ruin to procure such an amount, while others would find it impossible, even at the cost of their entire fortunes. After all, not everyone possessed the wealth of the four heroes of Shushan. What if I refuse? Pang Fei seethed, itching with resentment. To him, 1,000 inferior yuan stones was inconsequential. Yet to hand them over willingly felt like a humiliation. If word of this spread, how could he ever show his face again? If you refuse, you shall meet the same fate as them. Zhang Tianze pointed towards Wu Sheng and his companions. Zhang Tianze, do not push your luck. I advise you to leave a path for future encounters, Zhu Yilong warned. Regrettably, I harbor no interest in ever seeing you again, Zhang Tianze declared, standing firm, clearly intent on playing the role of the bandit. Today, on Xian Peak, not a single master of the sixth layer of the innate realm stood against him. Zhang Tianze had truly become the king of the southern courtyard here. Whoever dares to oppose shall be subdued. Huang Liao argued vehemently. We, the four heroes of Shushan, cannot endure such humiliation. The tea gathering is our territory. If we do nothing today, and no one pays the 1,000 inferior yuan stones, the consequences could tarnish our reputation in Shushan. Pang Fei asserted, let us all attack together. With over a dozen masters of the fifth layer of the innate realm, Zhang Tianze will undoubtedly find it difficult to contend against our combined might. We shall make him wish he had never crossed us. Agreed, let us strike together. We cannot allow this brat to intimidate us, Zhu Yilong echoed. He must learn that the rules of Shushan are not dictated by the southern courtyard. We shall incapacitate him, break both his hands and feet, and cast him from Xian Peak. As the atmosphere within the courtyard ignited with tension and hostility, Zhang Tianze regarded their audacity with newfound respect. This is intriguing, he mused, glancing at Zhou Yuqing. Brother Tian, it seems we will have an opportunity to stretch our muscles. Zhou Yuqing's expression turned cold, his palms rubbing together, producing a cracking sound. Since they refuse to listen, let us teach them a lesson. When we strike, let each take an arm. Very well, Zhang Tianze replied nonchalantly. Zhou Yuqing, at the peak of the third layer of the innate realm, though his combat prowess did not quite match Zhang Tianze's, could certainly handle an ordinary master of the fifth layer with ease. After all, the heavenly demon I was a formidable divine physique, far beyond the capacity of ordinary individuals. Moreover, among those present, few were truly formidable. A genuine genius, endowed with exceptional talent, would never deign to attend such a trivial gathering, nor would they stoop to become a sycophant for the four heroes of Shushan. As everyone listened, Huang Liao bellowed, attack, with an imposing presence. In an instant, the air resonated with the sound of clashing swords, as all participants unleashed their battle swords, filling the courtyard with a dazzling display of sword energy. Nearly 20 masters surged forward, encircling Zhang Tianze and Zhou Yuqing. One expert from the western courtyard, a fifth-tier innate-level practitioner, immediately lunged at Zhou Yuqing, believing that it would be easier to target the seemingly weaker opponent instead of Zhang Tianze, known for his imposing physique. Yet, the terror of the heavenly demon pupil was beyond his comprehension. Zhou Yuqing wielded a sword, broad as a palm, imbued with a chilling demonic aura due to his demonic physique. Swish! The 6 sword techniques of demon sorrow. Zhou Yuqing executed his move with the precision of the 6 sword techniques of demon sorrow. Since mastering the technique within the second sword domain, He had trained tirelessly and was now capable of flawlessly performing the third move, comprising 6 strikes, each more formidable than the last. The current clash between the Western Courtyard disciple's sword and Zhou Yuchen's technique resulted in overwhelming force that the disciple could not withstand, causing his arm to tingle painfully, and his sword flew from his grip. Zhou Yuchen seized the moment, dashing forward with a swift step, employing the dragon capture technique to grip the disciple's shoulder. With a forceful twist, a sharp crack echoed as the disciple's shoulder was crushed, rendering one arm useless. Without a second glance, Zhou Yuchen turned his sword towards the second opponent. His strikes were swift and ruthless, akin to the arrival of a demon king. The assailants should consider themselves fortunate that they were in Shushan and not engaged in a life-or-death battle. Otherwise, the consequences would have been far graver than mere broken arms. Meanwhile, Zhang Tianze, fierce as a dragon, moved with such agility that it seemed as though he were in an uninhabited realm. He did not even draw his sword. With deft maneuvers, the sound of breaking bones filled the air as all those he encountered fell, howling in pain. Within mere breaths, the once boisterous crowd lay defeated. Swords scattered, with some howling like wounded animals, their plight utterly tragic. At this moment, only Huang Liao, Zhu Yilong, and Pang Fei remained standing, their faces pale with fear. Though they still clutched their swords, none of them possessed the courage to advance. "What is the matter, gentlemen? Why have you ceased your attacks?" Zhang Tianze inquired, a mocking smile on his lips. "Zhang Tianze, must you truly go to such extremes? Consider showing us some mercy. You have already injured so many of us, and we have saved face for the southern courtyard. Let us part ways amicably, shall we?" Huang Liao proposed, internally grappling with the humiliation of conceding defeat. "I think not," Zhang Tianze replied, shaking his head dismissively. "Very well, you are ruthless. We are willing to offer spirit stones." Zhu Yilong conceded first. "Too late. Spirit stones must be offered, and arms must be broken," Zhang Tianze declared as he advanced step by step towards the 3. "Zhang Tianze, do not push your luck," Pang Fei shouted, feeling the weight of indignation. They were of noble status and had already lowered themselves to plead, yet Zhang Tianze showed no signs of relenting. "I am indeed exceeding the bounds," Zhang Tianze retorted, swiftly delivering 3 resounding slaps to their faces, leaving clear imprints. The 3 were taken aback. Having not truly engaged with Zhang Tianze, they could not fathom his terrifying strength. Despite their 5th-tier innate level cultivation, they found themselves unable to evade his strikes. With 3 sharp sounds of bones fracturing, Zhang Tianze moved like the wind, pinning the 3 to the ground and breaking an arm each. This was not a complete severing of limbs, but rather a fracture, allowing for the possibility of future recovery. "Zhang Tianze, I vow that we will never coexist," Huang Liao screamed, having never experienced such humiliating defeat, especially within his own Qingyun Peak. How utterly disgraceful. Zhang Tianze crouched down, seizing Huang Liao's hair and forcing him to face him, declaring, 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. You shall hand them over first. Should you fall short by even 1, I will break your other arm." Huang Liao felt a chill at Zhang Tianze's seemingly harmless smile, particularly at the threat of losing another arm. In that moment, he finally understood the true nature of the body of domination. It was indeed not to be trifled with, embodying an overwhelming arrogance. Though he had never encountered that past madman, the current embodiment of the body of domination radiated a similar, if not greater, ferocity. "Fine, I will comply," Huang Liao relented, retrieving a low-grade storage bag and handing it to Zhang Tianze. Zhang Tianze accepted the bag with a sense of entitlement, filling it with spirit stones. He then approached Zhu Yilong, who, recognizing the situation, promptly surrendered 10,000 low-grade spirit stones without hesitation. Low-grade spirit stones were meant for innate-level practitioners. Those at the entry level would require medium-grade stones, while those at the Dan level needed high-grade stones, and the divine element level required top-grade stones. Above that were the royal grade stones. Though low-grade stones were of lesser rank, they held immense value for innate-level cultivators, making them essential for daily cultivation. For an average disciple, 10,000 low-grade spirit stones was no trivial amount. Only someone like Huang Liao could afford to produce such a sum so casually. "I concede." Pang Fei also tossed out a storage bag, filled with resentment but knowing he had to submit. In the current situation at Qingyun Peak, finding allies was impossible. Recognizing defeat was the only option. Given Zhang Tianze's ferocity, he understood that further resistance could lead to dire consequences, risking not only his spirit stones, but also his dignity. 1,001 for you, Zhang Tianze stated. Pang Fei cursed under his breath, reluctantly producing another 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, accounting for the loss incurred when Ho Chao had lost to Zhou Yuchen. One by one, Zhang Tianze continued to collect spirit stones, amassing a fortune. I do not possess so many spirit stones. I only have 5,000. My entire fortune. A disciple from the eastern courtyard lamented, handing over his 5,000 spirit stones with a heavy heart. That is quite all right. You hail from the eastern courtyard, yes? If your contribution falls short, Huang Liao shall supplement it, Zhang Tianze replied, returning to Huang Liao's side, extending his hand. On what grounds? I have already given you my 10,000. Huang Liao protested, utterly frustrated by the demand for further payment. Enough of your excuses. If the eastern courtyard's contribution is insufficient today, you will cover the difference. If one person falls short, I shall break your other arm. If two are lacking, I shall take your legs, Zhang Tianze threatened, showing no willingness to entertain Huang Liao's protests. Huang Liao, in a fit of rage, spat out a mouthful of old blood. He had brought at least 6 or 7 individuals with him today, and if he were to compensate for all of them, he would surely bleed financially. The loss of 10,000 low-grade yuan stones was already painful enough. But if he had to cover everyone's debts, the sum would be far from trivial. Hurry up, my patience is limited, Zhang Tianze said impatiently. With no other choice, Huang Liao reluctantly produced another 5,000 low-grade yuan stones to cover the debts of the disciples from the east courtyard. Zhang Tianze approached another disciple from the east courtyard, whose eyes turned red, nearly overflowing with tears. I only have 2,000. Upon hearing this, Huang Liao nearly coughed up another mouthful of blood. This was deliberate, he thought. That fellow could undoubtedly gather 5,000, but seeing Zhang Tianze insist that Huang Liao cover the shortfall, he was clearly trying to trap him. Zhang Tianze was unconcerned. He merely needed to collect enough yuan stones for himself. He turned back to Huang Liao and extended his hand. You need to make up 8,000 more. With trembling hands, Huang Liao handed over another 8,000 low-grade yuan stones. Zhang Tianze moved to the next east courtyard disciple, who, swallowing hard, uttered a phrase that nearly made Huang Liao faint. I only have 500. Huang Liao was beside himself with rage. He felt an urge to leap up and pummel that disciple. Zhang Tianze collected the 500 and returned to Huang Liao's side. You need to make up 9,005. Damn it, I have nothing left. Huang Liao felt as if he would be driven to madness. What started as a casual tea gathering had turned into this disastrous scene, suffering a beating and incurring such substantial losses. Is that so? Then I'll break your other arm first, Zhang Tianze declared, seizing Huang Liao's other arm. Terrified, Huang Liao shivered and quickly exclaimed, I have it, stop. Though he felt deeply aggrieved, he had no choice but to hand over 9,005. It was clear to him that Zhang Tianze intended to press the issue to the very end, and none of the people he had brought were loyal enough to stand by him in this critical moment. He would have to settle accounts with them later. Huang Liao's misfortune did not evoke any sympathy from Zhu Yilong and Peng Fei, as their turn would soon come. Their fate was unlikely to be any better than Huang Liao's, and they could not expect loyalty from their own people in such a perilous situation. As expected, they were met with similar responses. I only have 1,000. I have 1,005. I only have 100. Peng Fei and Zhu Yilong nearly collapsed in despair, realizing their companions were even less loyal than they had anticipated. 100? How could a 5th-level innate realm expert be so destitute? With heavy hearts, Peng Fei and Zhu Yilong could only surrender their yuan stones amidst tears, for Zhang Tianze, the king of the south courtyard, showed no mercy. One arm had already been broken. If he resorted to breaking legs, they might not even make it back to Xian Peak. Zhang Tianze, we have submitted our yuan stones. May we leave now? Huang Liao asked. Feel free, Zhang Tianze shrugged, reveling in his newfound wealth of 200,000 low-grade yuan stones, transforming him from a pauper into a tycoon of the outer sect. The acquisition felt both justified and exhilarating. Zhang Tianze, about today's events. Peng Fei attempted to stand and threaten, but Zhu Yilong quickly covered his mouth. This fool dared to issue threats at such a moment? Zhang Tianze was not the type to be intimidated, having already agreed to let them go. Any attempts by Peng Fei to coerce him could result in further losses of yuan stones, leaving them with no place to weep. The humiliation had already been suffered. How to take revenge on Zhang Tianze would be a matter for another day. Under the eaves, their immediate concern was to leave this place of turmoil. The others dared not utter a word, supporting each other as they departed the courtyard. Soon, 3 of the 4 heroes of Shushan had left, leaving behind only Wu Sheng and a few others, sprawled on the ground in a wretched state, the stench unbearable. Zhang Tianze, you were quite formidable today, decisively diminishing the spirits of the 3rd courtyard. With all these yuan stones you've amassed, don't you think you should share some with us? Wu Sheng boldly requested. I have no such grandeur as you, Wu. I wouldn't dare to relieve myself in public like you, Zhang Tianze scoffed. Why do you accuse me of poisoning you? I don't recall provoking you. Wu Sheng spat, his anger flaring. Do you have any evidence for your claims? Zhang Tianze chuckled. Enough of this bickering. Zhang Tianze, we are currently incapacitated. You and Zhou Yuqin must find a way to get us back. Chen Guang interrupted, emphasizing the urgency of leaving. For Huang Liao had already departed and might return with reinforcements. After all, Xian Peak was Huang Liao's territory, and it was relatively close to the east courtyard. Let us start with 1,000 low-grade yuan stones from each of you, Zhou Yuqin stated bluntly. What? Wu Sheng and the others were taken aback, wondering if these two had truly lost their minds, demanding yuan stones from them. Yuqin is correct. I previously mentioned that each person must contribute 10,000 low-grade yuan stones to leave here. Huang Liao had to do so, and you are no exception. If you refuse, I might consider breaking your arms, Zhang Tianze said with a serious demeanor. Zhang Tianze, do not go too far. We are all disciples of the South Courtyard. Let us not make things irreparable, Shun Shuang protested. Yu Chen, break his arm first, Zhang Tianze instructed, ignoring Shun Shuang's fury. Do you dare? Shun Shuang's face turned pale, shocked that Zhang Tianze would stoop so low as to turn against their own companions. Heh, Zhou Yuqin smiled, uncaring of Shun Shuang's outcry, and grasped Shun Shuang's shoulder, applying pressure until a crack echoed as Shun Shuang's arm broke cleanly. Without hesitation, Zhou Yuqin showed no mercy. Ah! Shun Shuang's anguished scream echoed, reminiscent of a slaughtered pig, and in his moment of agony, the loss of bodily control resulted in a deluge of foulness upon the ground. A scene too grotesque to behold. I will not let this slide. Shun Shuang felt a surge of madness, the humiliation unbearable, worse than death. Pay up, Zhang Tianze demanded, extending his hand towards Shun Shuang's contorted face. Fine, fine, Zhang Tianze, I will remember this day. However, I do not have that many yuan stones on me. I only have 7,000. Take it all, and let the rest fall to Wu Sheng. Shun Shuang grimaced, knowing he had fallen into Zhang Tianze's trap, now at the mercy of his whims. Shun Shuang, you dare to betray me. Wu Sheng was on the verge of spewing blood. He had not forgotten the scene of Huang Liao and his companions bleeding profusely. Now, before Zhang Tianze even spoke, Shun Shuang was already demanding to replenish his supply of essence stones. Wu Sheng, suppressing his anger, lamented that he simply could not produce the required 10,000. With a face as gloomy as a bitter melon, Shun Shuang admitted that 7,000 inferior essence stones constituted all of his wealth. After all, essence stones were essential for practitioners, and their consumption was substantial. Having 7,000 in stock was already quite commendable. You three, if you wish to avoid physical punishment, hand over your essence stones obediently. If it's insufficient, Wu Sheng will make up the difference later, Zhang Tianze declared, casting his gaze towards Chen Guang, Chen Liang, and the dazed Ma Hou, who had been previously beaten by Zhou Yuqin. The three gritted their teeth in hatred, yet dared not voice a single word of dissent, surrendering all their belongings. Fortunately, they were somewhat honest, seemingly not concealing any amount, unlike the previous trio from another academy, who had hidden 100 stones. The worst off was Ma Hou. His cultivation was low, and he held no status or connections to acquire essence stones, merely following Wu Sheng as a sycophant, a mere lackey. However, Zhang Tianze was unconcerned. If the amount fell short, he would turn to Wu Sheng. Should Wu Sheng fail to provide, Zhang Tianze would certainly not extend him any courtesy. Ultimately, with tears in his eyes, Wu Sheng surrendered 30,000 inferior essence stones to Zhang Tianze. Zhang Tianze, you plotted against me today. I shall remember this debt, Wu Sheng seethed. Very well, I await your reckoning, Zhang Tianze replied, patting Wu Sheng's face before standing and swaggering out alongside Zhou Yuqin. Upon witnessing their departure, Wu Sheng and the others were immediately anxious. Zhang Tianze, you cannot leave us here. You must take us with you. Wu Sheng shouted desperately. Wu Sheng, you're so capable. Surely you have a way out. Zhang Tianze shrugged, not sparing them another glance as he strolled away. Damn it, we're doomed, Chen Liang muttered. Ma Hou, can you still stand? Wu Sheng inquired, looking at Ma Hou. The four of them were in such dire straits that they could barely muster the strength to stand, let alone walk. Wu Sheng, I can't stand because Zhou Yuqin beat me, Ma Hou cried out in despair. It's over. Huang Liao and his group suffered such great losses today. They'll surely return with reinforcements. If they don't find Zhang Tianze, they'll vent their anger on us, Shun Shuang said worriedly. Surely not. Chen Guang's face darkened as an overwhelming fear crept into his heart. They knew well how Huang Liao operated on his own turf. The four heroes of Shushan were not to be trifled with. They were the type to seize every advantage and never accept a loss. If anyone caused them significant harm, they would undoubtedly seek retribution. Huang Liao had endured immense loss and humiliation on his own territory. He would surely return. Given that Suifeng Peak was in close proximity to the east courtyard, with Huang Liao's strength, he could assemble a group of experts at the 6th level of the innate realm within half an hour. Damn you, Zhang Tianze! I will not let this go unpunished. Wu Xing shouted, pounding the table in frustration. Yet, the situation left him powerless. All he could do was stew in his own bitterness. The thought of Huang Liao returning with a vengeance was too dreadful to contemplate. After all, Huang Liao and his companions had each lost an arm. With Zhang Tianze and Zhou Yuqin having fled, if the blame fell upon them, no amount of power would suffice to defend against the consequences. Outside Suifeng Peak, Zhang Tianze casually distributed the essence stones, tossing a storage bag to Zhou Yuqin. Here are a total of 240,000. This 12,000 is yours. Zhou Yuqin accepted the storage bag with a beaming smile, exclaiming, "Hey, Brother Tian, we've struck it rich." Receiving such a bounty without effort hardly seems fair, Zhang Tianze thought, feeling quite satisfied as he took possession of the essence stones. The events at Suifeng Peak unfolded just as he had planned. Not only had he dealt a heavy blow to Wu Xing, but he had also toyed with the other 3 academies, achieving dual objectives. Brother Tian, letting Wu Xing off the hook after he colluded with the Corpsine sect, which nearly cost you and the second miss your lives, seems too lenient, Zhou Yuqin remarked. Somewhat dissatisfied. We need not lift a finger. Someone else will take care of him soon enough, Zhang Tianze replied with a grin. Zhou Yuqin suddenly understood, bursting into laughter. Haha, Brother Tian, you truly are wicked to the core, but I admire it. Huang Liao suffered such a significant loss today. He will not let this go lightly. He will soon come seeking revenge, and if he doesn't find us, his wrath will surely fall upon Wu Xing and the others. Indeed, this fellow may yet find himself in dire straits, Zhang Tianze mused, his face alight with satisfaction. However, if news of today's event spreads, it may tarnish our reputation and invite trouble, Zhou Yuqin frowned. Trouble is inevitable. The 4 heroes of Shushan have suffered a grave loss, and they will not let it rest. Nonetheless, I doubt the events of today will leak out. These individuals would rather endure a silent humiliation than speak of it. At best, they may resort to some covert methods, Zhang Tianze scoffed. Today's occurrences will be a source of great shame for everyone present, especially the 4 heroes of Shushan. They would prefer to swallow their pride whole. Wu Xing's disgrace, if publicized, would leave him unable to face anyone again. The same goes for the others. A grand tea party interrupted by broken arms and extortion would be a blow to their dignity. More critically, Zhang Tianze and Zhou Yuqin hail from the south courtyard. The other 3 academies have never suffered such a significant loss before us. Consequently, Huang Liao and his companions will ensure this incident remains under wraps. Losing their own is one thing, but losing face in front of their own academy is another they cannot afford. Chapter 76. The Gathering of Thunder Pools upon returning. Zhang Tianze and Zhou Yuqin chose to enter seclusion for cultivation. In this world, the definition of genius is not solely based on innate talent, but rather on who exerts the greatest effort. Zhang Tianze and Zhou Yuqin, one embodying the dominant body and the other the demon body, shared a brotherly bond. Yet they secretly competed against one another, determined not to fall behind. They confined themselves to their respective chambers, with Zhang Tianze fully immersing himself in the cultivation of the Rakshasa seal and the Heartless Sword. He possessed ample resources, including a wealth of essence stones and the Lotus Heart. Zhang Tianze continuously pushed his boundaries, depleting his internal vital energy during each session and then using essence stones to recover. This relentless extraction of his limits yielded remarkable results. Within half a month, his cultivation had elevated from the 3rd level of the innate realm to the pinnacle of the 3rd level, now only a step away from the 4th level. Zhou Yuqin, too, was equally relentless. He practiced the 6 swords of demonic grief repeatedly, perfecting his mastery over his demon body. Previously at the pinnacle of the 3rd level of the innate realm, he achieved a breakthrough within half a month, ascending to the 4th level. During this time, the outer sect was unusually tranquil. Discussions arose regarding Wu Xing, as he and his companions had completely vanished for half a month since the tea party. Speculation began to swirl regarding the events of the tea gathering, as Zhang Tianze and Zhou Yuqin promptly returned, while the formidable Wu Sheng of the 4 heroes of Shushan seemed to have vanished. Just as many pondered the whereabouts of Wu Sheng, he made his return. Approaching the foot of the southern courtyard, Wu Sheng and his companions were suddenly overwhelmed with emotion, tears welling in their eyes as they recalled the harrowing experiences of the past 2 weeks, an ordeal so painful it was almost unbearable. Shortly after Zhang Tianze and Zhou Yuqin had departed, Huang Liao returned to Tian Peak with his men, and failing to locate Zhang and Zhou, he unleashed his fury upon Wu Sheng and his comrades, leaving them battered and barely recognizable, subsequently throwing them down from Xian Peak. The injuries they sustained rendered them nearly incapacitated, taking 3 long days before they could move again. Wu Sheng, though able to walk, was vehemently opposed to returning to the southern courtyard in such a state. Exposing themselves to the eyes of outsiders would spell doom for them. Thus, they sought refuge in a cave beneath Xian Peak, fortunate enough to have ample resources, including elixirs for healing. Despite this, it took nearly half a month for them to recover sufficiently. Enduring the solitude of the cave, their tears seemed to dry up, marking a profound low point in their lives. At last, they had returned. Shen Guang's eyes were slightly red. Listen closely, everyone. The events at Xian Peak must remain a secret. Otherwise, I shall break his legs. Wu Sheng gritted through his teeth. Rest assured, Master Wu, should this information leak, it would serve no advantage to us either. We are, after all, disciples of the innate realm. Such disgrace would be unbearable, Chen Liang replied. Master Wu, we cannot let this matter slide. We must not allow Zhang Tianze to trample over us, Shen Shuang declared fiercely. 3 days hence marked the opening of the Thunder Pool. A glint of cold light flickered in Wu Sheng's eyes. The Thunder Pool was a sanctum reserved for the elite disciples of the outer sect, opening only once a year. In a bid to stimulate competition and training among disciples, one individual from the second-tier disciples would be chosen to enter the Thunder Pool for cultivation. Zhang Tianze would undoubtedly seize this opportunity, yet his formidable strength rendered the innate realm's 5th layer a mere stepping stone, barring unforeseen circumstances. The spot in the Thunder Pool was assuredly his. Not necessarily, Wu Sheng retorted. Jiang Kuan should have reached the pinnacle of the 5th layer of the innate realm by now, reputed as the foremost among our second-tier disciples. He has long possessed the strength to defeat those of the 6th layer. He will certainly vie with Zhang Tianze for this opportunity. Are you suggesting we utilize Jiang Kuan to eliminate Zhang Tianze? Ma Hou inquired. Though Jiang Kuan is powerful, he may not truly be Zhang Tianze's match, especially since battles in the arena are not to the death. Shen Shuang frowned, lacking the confidence he once had after witnessing Zhang Tianze's prowess at Xian Peak. Fear not. I have my plans. Jiang Kuan was once guided by my grandfather, and he holds him in high regard. Shen Guang, upon your return, seek out Jiang Kuan and bring him to me. This time, I will spare no effort to rid myself of Zhang Tianze, as a means to alleviate my grievances. Wu Sheng declared with malevolence, striding forward albeit with a noticeable limp, consumed by the memories of the inhuman suffering he had endured over the past month. He yearned for revenge against Zhang Tianze. Meanwhile, after a month of seclusion, Zhang Tianze opened his door and stretched luxuriously, feeling invigorated and immensely comfortable, his internal energy surging, on the verge of ascending to the 4th layer of the innate realm. Furthermore, during this time, his cultivation of the Rakshasa seal had reached an extraordinary level, allowing him to unleash a deathly aura that struck fear into the hearts of his adversaries. At that moment, Lu Tong rushed over, his face brightening upon seeing Zhang Tianze. Brother Zhang, your cultivation has progressed impressively. Congratulations, Lu Tong remarked, astonished by Zhang Tianze's aura, feeling dwarfed in comparison to his own abilities. Brother Lu, I happen to be looking for you. Here are 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, principal and interest, returned to you. Zhang Tianze produced 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, unwilling to remain indebted to anyone. After all, he had borrowed 100 from Lu Tong, and now that he had come into fortune, he was generous in his repayment. Brother Zhang, you flatter me. A mere 100 low-grade spirit stones? Given our relationship, there is no need for such formalities. You even returned a lotus heart to me, which is worth its weight in gold. Lu Tong hastily pushed the stones back. A debt is a debt. Take them, Zhang Tianze insisted, forcefully placing the stones into Lu Tong's embrace. Lu Tong relented, accepting them with a sigh. Brother Zhang, you've certainly struck it rich. Lu Tong teased, perplexed by Zhang Tianze's sudden wealth, but choosing not to pry further. By the way, Brother Zhang, the Thunder Pool opens in 3 days. We only have one spot in the second-tier area. You must contest for it. Lu Tong informed him. The Thunder Pool? Zhang Tianze was taken aback. It seems you are unaware, Brother Zhang. The Thunder Pool is a cultivation treasure of our Shu Mountain Sect, opening only once a year. Within the Thunder Pool lies a natural array that can gather the power of thunder, forming a vast expanse of thunderous waters. Throughout the year, the Thunder Pool grows significantly. Its annual opening is a major event for our outer sect, with many disciples eagerly awaiting this day. If one can enter the Thunder Pool for cultivation and harness the power of lightning to temper their physique, the benefits are incalculable. Lu Tong explained. However, due to the limited size of the Thunder Pool, it is currently only accessible to first-tier disciples. Second-tier disciples are not qualified. Nevertheless, in Shushan, competition is always fierce. The sect will provide you with a chance. Thus, on the eve of the Thunder Pool's opening, a grand competition will be held among the second-tier disciples. Whoever can surpass the others will earn the sole opportunity to enter the Thunder Pool alongside the first-tier disciples. It's akin to the contest you faced for entry into the Sword Domain. Zhang Tianze's eyes lit up, igniting an intense interest in the Thunder Pool. The power of thunder and lightning is the essence of heaven and earth. Its pure and overwhelming nature perfectly complements his physique. Truly, Shu Shan is a revered sect, possessing such a remarkable location. Even for those of ordinary constitution, entering the Thunder Pool to absorb some of the thunderous energy would yield boundless advantages, enhancing physical strength and unlocking latent potential. For Zhang Tianze, whose physique is unparalleled, he could withstand the baptism of any force in the universe. The invigorating power of thunder would offer him unimaginable benefits. Currently, he stood at the third layer of the innate realm, and while it would be challenging to ascend to the fourth layer through conventional training in a short span, entering the Thunder Pool would make such an elevation virtually assured. And with a stroke of luck, even the fifth layer might be within reach. When is the grand competition? Zhang Tianze inquired. The day after tomorrow. The eve of the Thunder Pool's opening, Lu Tong replied. Very well, I understand. Thank you, Brother Lu, for the heads up, Zhang Tianze responded. Such significant matters. Even if I do not remind you, you will eventually become aware of them. With your prowess, it is highly likely that you will secure that position. In our outer sect's B-tier area, the most formidable is Jiang Kuan, who wields the Jiang water sword with extraordinary skill. His current cultivation has reached the pinnacle of the 5th level of the innate realm. He has previously defeated experts at the 6th level, so he should not be underestimated. He may indeed become your formidable rival, Lu Tong cautioned. Oh, are there still experts? That adds a layer of intrigue, Zhang Tianze replied, displaying no fear, but rather excitement. He was acutely aware of his own strength. It was challenging to find worthy opponents in this B-tier area. Thus, the upcoming grand competition felt almost effortless. Had it not been for the opportunity to enter the Thunder Gathering Pool, he would have shown little interest in such an event. However, the prospect of facing a strong adversary changed everything, making it much more engaging. It was reminiscent of his earlier bid for the Sword Domain position. Had he not encountered Zhou Yuchen, that battle would have been exceedingly dull for him. By the way, Zhang, did you not attend the tea party with Wu Sheng half a month ago? How is it that only you and Yuchen have returned? Wu Sheng and the others seem to have vanished without a trace. We have yet to see them. Did something occur at the tea party? Lu Tong inquired. Unable to contain his curiosity, he had been wanting to ask this for some time, but Zhang Tianze had been in secluded meditation for the past half-month, leaving him without the opportunity. Has it really been half a month since they returned? Zhang Tianze thought to himself with a smile. No one understood better than him why Wu Sheng had vanished for so long. It was unlikely that Huang Liao had outright eliminated Wu Sheng. After all, it was not to the extent of life and death. Wu Sheng must have felt too ashamed to return, waiting until he was completely restored before re-emerging. Indeed, it has been a full half-month, Lu Tong remarked. Yes, he should be back soon. Some events did indeed transpire that day, but they are not for outsiders to discuss, Zhang Tianze replied with a smile. Very well, I have no interest in Wu Sheng. In that case, I shall take my leave and not interrupt your cultivation. Prepare well for the grand competition ahead, Lu Tong said, clasping his fists in respect before turning to depart. Lu, take care, Zhang Tianze replied, raising his hand as a smile crept onto his face at the thought of Wu Sheng and the others. That rascal Yuchen has yet to emerge from his meditation. Nonetheless, I must inform him about the grand competition. He possesses the strength to contend for a spot in the Thunder Gathering Pool. With that, Zhang Tianze pushed open Zhou Yuchen's door. At that moment, Zhou Yuchen sat cross-legged on a mat in his room, his cultivation having ascended to the 4th level of the innate realm. An aura of surging demonic energy enveloped him, while a third eye at his forehead flickered in and out of visibility. He remained deeply immersed in a state of profound meditation, so much so that even when Zhang Tianze entered, he did not awaken from his trance. It seemed as though Yuchen's demonic body was on the verge of transformation. His master had once mentioned that many divine bodies in this world possess unique attributes, leading to various cultivation methods. The Thunder Gathering Pool may not be well suited for Yuchen's demonic body, as its energy is purely yang, while Yuchen's demonic essence leans towards darkness, creating a conflict. Furthermore, the heavenly eye demon pupils undergo transformations at different stages. Once transformed, the benefits are immense. I shall refrain from disturbing him. The transformation of his demonic body outweighs the significance of the Thunder Gathering Pool. By the time Yuchen emerges, his cultivation will likely soar to the 5th level of the innate realm, or even higher. Zhang Tianze sighed inwardly. Though merely 16 years of age, his years with his master had endowed him with extensive knowledge. His master had shared nearly all that he deemed necessary, aside from imparting truly powerful swordsmanship and combat techniques. As a result, Zhang Tianze's understanding surpassed that of any of his peers, even outshining many elders from Shushan. Gently withdrawing from Zhou Yuchen's room, Zhang Tianze quietly closed the door behind him, choosing not to disturb his friend further. In his leisure, he opted not to continue his own cultivation, instead directing himself towards the herb garden to seek out Li Hui and discuss the art of alchemy. Acquiring knowledge of alchemy would surely be beneficial. That evening, in the center of the independent courtyard within the B-tier area, Wu Sheng sat in his room with a sullen expression, his grip tightening on a valuable moonstone, which creaked ominously under pressure. His eyes occasionally flickered with a venomous glint. Creak. The door swung open, revealing a robust young man clad in coarse robes. The youth appeared to be around 20, his muscular physique evident beneath his garments. He exuded a calm and steady aura, his gaze radiating pride and confidence. Such demeanor was anything but ordinary in the B-tier area. Master, will you summon me? The newcomer addressed Wu Sheng with a respectful clasp of his fists. Jiang Kuan, I need your assistance, Wu Sheng replied candidly, getting straight to the point. Master Wu has a task for me. Please, command me, Jiang Kuan responded with a smile. His perspective of Wu Sheng differed from that of Chun Guang and others. He was powerful and proud, unwilling to play the lackey. His respect stemmed from a past favor owed to him by Wu Sheng's grandfather. Thus, he was generally willing to aid Wu Sheng, and he did so with full commitment. I need you to eliminate someone for me, Wu Sheng declared, his thoughts fixating on the person he despised, causing his grip to tighten further, resulting in the moonstone shattering in his hand. Jiang Kuan was taken aback. Wu Sheng had sought his help before, but this was the first time he had asked him to kill someone. Seeing Wu Sheng's deep-seated hatred, he could not help but inquire, who has angered you so greatly? Master Wu? There are countless disciples in Shushan, and a few deaths typically go unnoticed, especially for someone like Wu Sheng, who held some power. Silently eliminating someone was not uncommon. Moreover, Wu Sheng was no stranger to such actions. Zhang Tianze, Wu Sheng gritted his teeth as he uttered the name, recalling the events at Siyun Peak from half a month prior, an enduring humiliation in his life. You mean that body of dominance? Jiang Kuan furrowed his brow. Precisely. That body of dominance. I want you to kill him during the grand competition on the battle stage, Wu Sheng instructed. Does Master Wu mean to say that Zhang Tianze will compete for the spot in the Thunder Gathering Pool? Jiang Kuan asked, not taking Zhang Tianze seriously, as he believed that despite being a body of dominance, Zhang Tianze was still new to the outer sect and lacked the strength to contend for such a position. Indeed, do not underestimate the body of dominance. His cultivation has already reached the 3rd level of the innate realm, and he is the only one in this B-tier area who can challenge you, Wu Sheng warned. He never sought to diminish other strengths. But after witnessing Zhang Tianze's terrifying abilities firsthand, he felt compelled to caution Jiang Kuan. Master Wu, this is no trivial matter. If it were an ordinary disciple, it might be acceptable, but the body of dominance is no ordinary individual. Moreover, the battle stage is not a fight to the death. If I force a lethal strike, the higher-ups will surely investigate, and I could end up in serious trouble. Jiang Kuan expressed his concerns, feeling the weight of the task Wu Sheng had placed upon him. What is there to fear? Though the battle stage is not meant for life and death, there have been many disciples who have perished there, Wu Sheng replied. The sword you wield is blind to its own actions. A misstep can lead to unintended fatalities, and responsibility cannot be pursued. If one must assign blame, it falls solely upon the inadequacies of the opponent. Moreover, my grandfather holds the position of the second manager within the outer sect. As long as he offers you his protection, no one will dare question your actions. No one would investigate the transgressions of a genius for the sake of a mere dead man. Do you understand? Wu Sheng seemed to have anticipated Jiang Kuan's concerns and spoke up. Jiang Kuan furrowed his brow, deep in thought. What? You cannot assist me with this trifling matter? Do not forget how my grandfather values you. If you aid me, I will grant you 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. And I will persuade my grandfather to take you as his disciple. In that case, you will become a direct disciple of an elder in the Yuan realm. And who would dare to provoke you in this outer sect? Should you refuse my request, your future path will be yours alone to navigate, and you shall not expect any further assistance from my grandfather. Jiang Kuan, the choice lies with you. Wu Sheng cornered Jiang Kuan into a position where he had no choice but to comply, presenting both a lucrative incentive and a grave threat. Very well, I accept your terms. Jiang Kuan gritted his teeth, a glint of ruthlessness flickering in his eyes as he agreed. I trust that Wu Gu will not forget your promise. For Jiang Kuan, The terms offered by Wu Sheng were irresistibly tempting. 50,000 low-grade spirit stones was no insignificant sum. But the true allure lay in the prospect of becoming a direct disciple of an elder in the Yuan realm. The temptation was immense. As Wu Sheng indicated, should he achieve such a status, who would dare to confront him in the outer sect? Furthermore, the resources available to a direct disciple far surpassed those afforded to ordinary disciples. Even a slight favor could yield boundless benefits. Excellent. Here are 30,000 low-grade spirit stones. Once the task is completed, I shall provide you with an additional 20,000. Wu Sheng, too, was making a significant sacrifice, directly handing over 30,000 low-grade spirit stones to Jiang Kuan. Jiang Kuan did not hesitate. This was merely a transaction, and he accepted the spirit stones, preparing to depart. Not so fast, Wu Sheng called out, halting Jiang Kuan in his tracks. Is there something else, Wu Ge? Jiang Kuan inquired. I possess a battle talisman that can unleash the power of a 7th-level innate realm at a crucial moment. Take it, just in case. Wu Sheng produced a golden spiritual talisman, its runes shimmering with energy, exuding a suffocating aura. The battle talisman. Jiang Kuan's expression shifted slightly. Wu Sheng was capable of acquiring such a treasure. It is known that battle talismans are exceedingly rare, often invaluable. Few would engage in the exhausting task of crafting battle talismans, as it demands immense vitality and depletes one's essence. A battle talisman involves a cultivator infusing their formidable energy into a spiritual talisman, preserving it for a moment of dire need. The process is arduous, and an individual may only craft such talismans twice in their lifetime. Consequently, battle talismans are scarce, often created by those nearing death, seeking to leave behind a means of survival for their descendants, or by individuals in desperate need of spirit stones, who would go to great lengths to produce and sell them. Even then, failure is a constant risk, further contributing to their rarity. Wu Sheng's possession of a 7th-level innate realm battle talisman speaks volumes of his standing in the Shu Mountain Sect. To be candid, a single 7th-level innate realm battle talisman could fetch a price of 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Indeed, this was originally my life-saving measure, but I now offer it to you for the purpose of eliminating Zhang Tianze. Wu Sheng's eyes glinted with ferocity. He had kept this battle talisman for himself, initially believing he would not need it, only to find it relevant now. During the humiliation he suffered on Xian Peak, he had been unable to channel his internal energy, rendering even a battle talisman useless. Even if he could utilize it, the attack power of a battle talisman is inherently limited and can only be used once, necessitating absolute certainty in its deployment. Jiang Kuan's strength far surpassed his own. Should Jiang Kuan wield this battle talisman, Zhang Tianze would undoubtedly meet his demise. I am curious to know how Zhang Tianze has crossed you, Wu Ge, to warrant such relentless pursuit. Jiang Kuan pondered, bemused by Wu Sheng's unwavering determination to eliminate Zhang Tianze. That is of no concern to you. Your task is simply to eliminate him on the postnatal combat stage. Wu Sheng replied. Wu Ge, it seems you harbor doubts about my abilities. You should keep the battle talisman for yourself. A mere 3rd-level innate realm Zhang Tianze does not warrant my attention, Jiang Kuan stated confidently, refusing to accept the talisman. Jiang Kuan, I recognize your prowess. Yet I am acutely aware of Zhang Tianze's capabilities. Take the battle talisman. It is best if you do not need to use it, but return it to me afterward. Wu Sheng insisted, pressing the talisman into Jiang Kuan's hands. His lack of faith in Jiang Kuan stemmed from his understanding of Zhang Tianze's fearsome nature. Very well, I shall safeguard it for you. Once the task is accomplished, I will return it. Jiang Kuan accepted the battle talisman, turning to leave, still brimming with confidence in his own strength and dismissing Zhang Tianze entirely. Chapter 79. The Art of Alchemy. 3 updates. In the Herb Garden, Zhang Tianze lounged in a chair, legs crossed, observing an elderly man energetically tending to an alchemical furnace. Boredom washed over him, yet his eyes sparkled with intrigue. This was Zhang Tianze's first experience witnessing alchemy, and as he watched Li Hui's intricate techniques and the sweat dripping from his brow, he couldn't help but feel admiration for the alchemist. Alchemists hold an esteemed position in this world. Elixirs, much like spirit stones, are essential for a cultivator's progress. For an alchemist, having someone watch them while they work is considered a significant taboo. Alchemy demands undivided attention, and any misstep could lead to failure. Li Hui's prominence in Shushan and his exclusive control over the herb garden stem largely from his status as an alchemist. The only individual permitted such close observation of his alchemical process is likely Zhang Tianze, the persistent interloper. Open! Li Hui suddenly shouted, slamming his palms against the steel-crafted furnace. With a resounding boom, the furnace lid flew open, releasing a rich aroma of medicine that invigorated the senses. Li Hui beckoned, and a dozen milky white pills floated from the furnace into his hands. Well, how about it, young man? Have your eyes been opened? Li Hui beamed with pride as he looked at Zhang Tianze. Impressive. Although old, Li, you still possess great vigor. It seems you have no trouble managing the 7 women of the night, Zhang Tianze applauded. Get lost, you rascal, Li Hui retorted, feigning annoyance. Hey Li, what kind of elixir are you concocting? Let me have one to taste. Zhang Tianze chuckled, reaching out eagerly. Not a chance. Li Hui swiftly tucked the elixirs away, casting Zhang Tianze a disdainful glance. These are qi-gathering pills, innate-level elixirs meant for delivery to the sect. You cannot consume them. Greedy old man. What is so special about a few measly pills? Zhang Tianze scoffed. Ignorant youth, the art of alchemy is vast and profound. Otherwise, how could alchemists hold such esteemed positions? Li Hui was immensely pleased. Old Li, why not teach me the art of alchemy? Zhang Tianze chuckled, envisioning that if he could master alchemy, he would no longer need to rely on others for elixirs, and as an alchemist, he would be the center of attention wherever he went. Youth. Alchemy cannot simply be learned. It requires certain prerequisites. If it were as easy as mastering sword techniques, the title of alchemist would not carry such prestige. Li Hui imparted wisdom. Oh, pray tell, Zhang Tianze's curiosity was piqued. Very well, I shall enlighten you. In the Yuan-Tian continent, to become a true alchemist, one must possess a prerequisite, mental energy, which is not inherent to all individuals, Li Hui explained. Mental energy? I am aware of spiritual consciousness. It is said that upon reaching the Yuan realm, one sea of consciousness is unlocked, allowing one to emit spiritual consciousness, capable of perceiving everything even in darkness. However, I have not heard of mental energy, Zhang Tianze admitted, feeling as if he had stumbled upon a new realm of knowledge. His master, not being an alchemist, had never shared insights regarding alchemy, making this concept of mental energy entirely novel to him. Mental energy is distinct from spiritual consciousness. The latter is possessed by every cultivator. As you mentioned, upon reaching the Yuan realm, one can unlock the sea of consciousness, and spiritual consciousness is activated from this realm, enabling perception of all things. Conversely, mental energy originates from the mental vortex within the human body. Some are born with a mental vortex, while others gradually awaken it. Only those with a mental vortex can release unique mental energy, which is essential for qualifying as an alchemist, Li Hui elucidated. A mental vortex? Where is it located? Zhang Tianze inquired. It varies. Some have their mental vortex in the heart, others in the dantian, the mind, or even within the 8 extraordinary meridians. There is no fixed location. The entire process of alchemy relies on the control of mental energy. Without it, one cannot practice alchemy, Li Hui asserted. How can I sense if I possess a mental vortex? Zhang Tianze asked eagerly. I possess a rudimentary technique for cultivating mental energy. You may attempt it and see if you can sense anything. If not, it would indicate you lack a mental vortex and do not qualify to be an alchemist, Li Hui replied. The techniques for cultivating mental energy are exceedingly rare. Even Li Hui had painstakingly acquired only an introductory level technique. Each technique for cultivating mental energy is invaluable, and Li Hui's willingness to share his own with Zhang Tianze demonstrates the significance he places on him. All right, Zhang Tianze nodded, his eyes brimming with anticipation. This technique is called guiding flow. I shall now impart the incantation to you. With your formidable physique, you will cultivate at an extraordinary pace. If you cannot detect the mental vortex within a day using this technique, then you may as well abandon the endeavor. Li Hui instructed, articulating the technique with meticulous care. In this moment, Li Hui resembled a dedicated teacher, earnestly instructing his student. Gradually, Zhang Tianze became immersed in the profundity of the guiding flow technique. Even though he was not an alchemist, he could sense its exceptional quality. The guiding flow allowed Zhang Tianze to swiftly attain a perfect state of cultivation, fully engrossed in the experience. At that moment, he felt as though he were adrift in a gentle stream, with a soothing breeze caressing him, an indescribable comfort enveloping him. Zhang Tianze sensed his soul ascending. The state he found himself in was utterly sublime. The guiding flow transformed into a genuine stream that began to flow within Zhang Tianze, coursing from his head throughout his body, permeating every limb and sinew. Buzzing. When this current reached Zhang Tianze's dantian, which had been eerily silent, it began to pulsate fiercely, emitting a humming sound. The sudden agitation of the dantian caught Zhang Tianze by surprise, yet amidst the astonishment, excitement surged within him, for according to the guiding flow, such a phenomenon typically occurs only when the technique interacts with a mental vortex. In other words, it was highly probable that Zhang Tianze possessed a mental vortex. Located within his dantian, Zhang Tianze steadied his thoughts and introspected on his dantian, remaining calm and collected. The dantian is akin to a treasure trove with infinite potential, akin to a miniature world belonging to the cultivator. The dantian evolves with the cultivator's progress, storing increasingly potent primordial energy. At present, Zhang Tianze's dantian, although only a small expanse, was significantly larger than that of others at the same level, at least 2 or 3 times its size. This disparity stemmed from his unique physique. The heavenly tyrant body is not to be compared with ordinary physiques. Within the vastness of the dantian, true qi wafted freely, and at the very center, enveloped by this innate true qi, a vortex so minuscule it was nearly imperceptible began to take shape. This vortex was so small that only Zhang Tianze could sense it. Yet fortunately, its presence was undeniable, a genuine existence. Zhang Tianze was certain that he had not possessed this vortex before. It had emerged as a result of his recent application of the guiding flow technique. Could this be the mental vortex? Zhang Tianze's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he continued to execute the guiding flow technique, the stream continuing to stimulate the newly awakened mental vortex. In half an hour, the mental vortex within his dantian had grown to the size of a thumb. With a mere thought, an intangible force, akin to delicate waves of electricity, surged forth from the mental vortex, escaping his body and causing the air in the alchemy chamber to resonate with a humming sound. What is this? Li Hui gasped in astonishment, first widening his eyes, then vigorously rubbing them, doubting his own vision. Ultimately, Li Hui confirmed that the power released from within Zhang Tianze was indeed mental energy. As an alchemist, no one understood mental energy better than he did. So he could not be mistaken. By the heavens, what a prodigy! Is there no justice? Although the guiding flow technique is rudimentary, it took me an entire month of arduous practice to barely grasp it. Yet this lad, in such a short time, has awakened his mental vortex through the same technique. Oh heavens, let this beast perish. Amidst his exhilaration, Li Hui was also overwhelmed with frustration, pondering the vast disparities between individuals. Moreover, this rascal's mental energy was astonishingly potent. Such intensity could only be manifested by an alchemist at the 9th layer of the innate realm, just a step away from reaching the earth grade. Truly infuriating. Li Hui's face was filled with helplessness. He found himself at a loss for words to describe a prodigy like Zhang Tianze. Nevertheless, he did not feel a significant sense of defeat, for after all, the latter was a dominator, and with a dominator, nothing was truly impossible. A monster capable of shaking even the sword domain awakening a mental vortex was hardly surprising. With a deep exhale, Zhang Tianze retracted his guiding technique and released a cloud of turbid air, feeling an incredible sense of clarity and comfort wash over him. The emergence of his mental power heightened his senses, making his perception sharper than ever. Those who had not reached the Yuan realm could not open their sea of consciousness or awaken their spiritual thoughts, hence they were unable to utilize mental probing. Yet, Zhang Tianze possessed mental power that extended a full yard, allowing him to perceive even the tiniest speck of dust within that range. How extraordinary this mental power was. With it, nothing within a yard could evade his perception. Zhang Tianze chuckled. This skill was astonishingly formidable, and combined with his terrifying innate abilities, it would be nearly impossible for anyone to approach him undetected in battle. You, young man, are extraordinary, Li Hui could only express in simple terms. Master Li, how would you assess my mental power? Zhang Tianze inquired eagerly. Your mental prowess surpasses that of ordinary individuals. The classification of a refiner's mental power mirrors that of their rank and the quality of the elixirs they concoct, acquired, innate, earth grade, origin grade, and heaven grade, with the latter also including king grade. Your current mental power resides at the pinnacle of the innate level. To my knowledge, only a refiner at the peak of the 9th layer of the innate realm could possess such mental strength. If you were to choose a suitable technique for cultivating mental power, you could swiftly ascend to the earth grade, Li Hui explained. Though he was astonished by Zhang Tianze's exceptional gifts, he felt immense joy witnessing such transformation in someone he had brought into the sect. Over the time they had spent together, he had come to regard Zhang Tianze as a junior of his own. Additionally, with Zhang Tianze holding the Xiantian order and possessing deep connections to old Xian, Li Hui naturally hoped for his rapid and remarkable growth. At the pinnacle of innate mental power, I wonder what threat it would pose to an enemy if utilized offensively, Zhang Tianze mused. Currently at the 3rd layer of the innate realm, his mental power had already reached the peak of innate strength. The thought of potentially using it for attacks against masters at the 9th layer of the innate realm thrilled him. You are correct. Mental attacks can inflict significant damage upon an adversary, directly affecting their soul. A powerful mental strike, especially when executed covertly, could render an opponent incapacitated, robbing them of their combat capabilities, Li Hui elaborated. However, in this world, techniques for cultivating mental power are exceedingly rare, and offensive mental skills are even scarcer. Without supportive offensive mental techniques, merely releasing mental power would be chaotic and fail to pose a true threat to adversaries, potentially leading to self-harm. To put it plainly, for most, whether in refining or combat, mental power serves merely as an auxiliary tool. Li Hui, much like a mentor, imparted his wisdom to his junior. Chapter 81. The Legend of the Celestial Sword. Zhang Tianze listened intently, growing increasingly fascinated by mental power. It was formless and colorless, striking at the very essence of one's being, capable of plunging an enemy into irreversible despair without warning. Masterly. Surely there must be techniques for cultivating mental power within Shushan? Zhang Tianze queried. There are, albeit few, and they are exclusive to the Inner Academy. Techniques for mental power are exceedingly rare, and unlike other sects, all swordsmanship, combat skills, techniques, and movement arts in Shushan derive from the celestial sword within the sword domain. Even those techniques stored in the Zhongwu Pavilion were comprehended by Shushan's masters over countless ages from the celestial sword. Cultivating mental power is fundamentally different. It is immensely challenging to comprehend, and only refiners have the opportunity to sense mental power techniques. Moreover, such techniques are invaluable, and once sensed, few would willingly share them. The guiding technique is merely a rudimentary method for entering the realm of mental power that I discerned from the sword domain. Its purpose is primarily to maintain the smooth flow of my mental power during refining, Li Hui stated. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tianze was once again struck with astonishment, not at the rarity and value of mental power techniques, which was to be expected given the scarcity of refiners, but rather at the celestial sword within the sword domain. What an extraordinary artifact it must be, containing such profound truths of the universe that it could be deemed a manifestation of the principles of heaven and earth. Masterly. What exactly is the celestial sword within the sword domain? Zhang Tianze asked, his curiosity piqued. It is said that in ancient times, humanity was insignificant, with the 9 provinces dominated by the demon and divine races, and humanity suffered greatly under their oppression. One day, a celestial sword descended from the heavens, landing in Shushan, heralding an era of hope for humanity. Countless heroic figures emerged, most notably the human king, whose name has been lost to time, known only as Xia. He led humanity in a valiant resistance against the demons and deities, establishing the Great Xia dynasty. From there, the Shushan sword sect was founded to safeguard the celestial sword. Over the ages, Shushan has nurtured innumerable heroes and prodigies for the Great Xia dynasty, largely due to the existence of the celestial sword. Of course, these are merely legends. I can only convey what I have heard. One thing is certain, the celestial sword is indeed remarkable, Li Hui said, his eyes shimmering with reverence for the sword. A sword from beyond the heavens, embodying supreme truths and laws. Its presence ensured Shushan's enduring prosperity. Yet, given the sword's immense significance, could it not attract the covetous eyes of other factions? I have heard that the 6 great sects and 4 prominent families of the divine land harbor ambitions toward Shushan. Zhang Tianze pondered, perplexed. What of it? Is there not a realm where the emperor reigns supreme? The realm of humanity belongs to the Great Xia. The edicts left by King Xia state that no human should contravene the celestial sword's will. The place where the celestial sword lands is its sole rightful domain. Since it has settled in Shushan, it is our treasure. Naturally, Shushan exists in allegiance to the Great Xia dynasty, just as the 6 great sects and 4 prominent families do, all serving the Great Xia. For the Great Xia, controlling Shushan equates to wielding the celestial sword. Li Hui elucidated. Zhang Tianze silently nodded, understanding from Li Hui's words that the Great Xia dynasty was indeed the true bastion of the human race. It seemed he needed to find a way to enter the sword domain once more. If he could harness his spiritual power to extract a mental cultivation method from the heavenly sword, it would be nothing short of perfection. A glimmer ignited in Zhang Tianze's eyes, and his interest in the heavenly sword soared. Opportunities existed, albeit they were scarce, Li Hui remarked. What opportunity? Zhang Tianze's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Isn't there the external sect's B-grade competition coming up? Secure the first place, and you will gain the qualification to enter the Thunder Pool, Li Hui replied. Securing the first place grants access to the sword domain? Zhang Tianze's eyes lit up again, recalling how he had once claimed the top spot among the registered disciples, thereby earning his entry into the sword domain. Dream on. The sword domain is not so easily accessible. Even external disciples face extremely stringent conditions to enter. Each year, the external sect conducts various trials, and only those who demonstrate exceptional performance can enter the sword domain. Alternatively, one might complete tasks in the mission hall. Some rewards for these tasks include opportunities to enter the sword domain. However, for you, this time does present a chance. The Thunder Pool will open, providing 10 spots for entry into the sword domain. As long as you remain in the Thunder Pool long enough, there is a possibility of entering the sword domain. Li Hui explained. However, those 10 spots are not easily earned. Among the external A-grade disciples, many are exceptionally talented, and the top 10 are all adept at the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the innate realm. With your current cultivation at merely the 3rd layer of the innate realm, how can you compete with them? But how else will I know if I can't compete? Moreover, it merely requires staying in the Thunder Pool for an extended period. It doesn't involve direct combat on the battle stage. With my body of domination, I fear nothing in the Thunder Pool, Zhang Tianze asserted, his competitive spirit reigniting. Li Hui had initially intended to discourage Zhang Tianze with a few words, but suddenly recalled something, looking at him with newfound confidence. You might actually be able to do it. If you are fortunate enough to enter the sword domain, and even luckier to comprehend a mental cultivation method, remember to bring it back for me to practice as well. Li Hui's previously dormant heart began to stir with excitement alongside Zhang Tianze's competitive spirit. With the body of domination, truly nothing is impossible. The Thunder Pool primarily tests one's ability to withstand the power of lightning. The stronger the cultivation, the greater the body's resilience, allowing one to remain in the Thunder Pool longer. As Zhang Tianze noted, this is not a contest of combat. Li Hui suddenly recalled how, when Zhang Tianze was at the 6th layer of the back martial realm, he had boldly consumed a century-old dragon ginseng, fully withstanding its medicinal impact. It was worth noting that even a master at the 5th layer of the innate realm would hesitate to swallow such a potent herb directly. This underscored the unparalleled strength of Zhang Tianze's body of domination, exceptional and unmatched. Moreover, the body of domination embodies the essence of both rigidity and yang. While the power of lightning shares similar attributes, one could only wonder what wonders Zhang Tianze might conjure in the Thunder Pool. Now, it remained to be seen whether Zhang Tianze could secure victory in the upcoming B-grade competition. To obtain a spot in the Thunder Pool and subsequently a chance to enter the sword domain, he first needed to earn access to the Thunder Pool itself. Chapter 82. Initial alchemy trials. The emergence of the spiritual vortex stirred Zhang Tianze's heart. His unique spiritual power, born from his body of domination, had reached the pinnacle of the innate realm upon its inception. Such an unparalleled advantage must be leveraged to its fullest potential. Even if spiritual power serves merely as an auxiliary, Zhang Tianze was determined to maximize its utility. Boldly, now that I possess spiritual power, can I attempt alchemy? Zhang Tianze gazed eagerly at Li Hui, having been unable to suppress his excitement while watching Li Hui perform alchemy moments earlier. In theory, yes. Possessing spiritual power qualifies you as an alchemist, but to truly engage in alchemy is still a distant goal. The alchemical process is exceedingly intricate, beyond spiritual power. You must also understand the properties of the herbs involved. Furthermore, controlling the fire is a skill in itself. You must know the required temperature for each stage of the alchemical process. Any misstep at any stage can lead to failure, even if you manage to produce a pill. It may be nothing but a worthless concoction, Li Hui explained, imparting his knowledge to Zhang Tianze without reservation. Li Hui shared all his limited alchemical expertise and insights with Zhang Tianze, as if teaching a cherished disciple. Zhang Tianze listened intently, absorbing every detail without missing a nuance. Within just an hour, he had gained a rudimentary understanding of the path of alchemy. In addition, Li Hui elucidated the medicinal properties of various herbs, but as he spoke, he suddenly realized that Zhang Tianze was more familiar with most ordinary herbs than he was himself. Recognizing his own shortcomings, Li Hui huffed in frustration and ceased speaking. Nevertheless, he understood that as a disciple of the Master Xian, it was entirely normal for Zhang Tianze's knowledge to far exceed his own. Although Master Xian is not an alchemist, a figure of such caliber naturally possesses extensive knowledge of the world's substances. Frankly speaking, had Master Xian imparted all his skills to Zhang Tianze over the years, he would not have needed to come to Mount Shu for cultivation. His knowledge and learning could be aptly described as that of a generation's master. You have essentially grasped the guiding techniques, and your spiritual power is adequate. If you are interested, you may attempt to refine the most basic gathering chi pill, Li Hui suggested. All right. Zhang Tianze nodded, approaching the enormous alchemical furnace. Advanced alchemists often possess their own flames. Having a personal flame allows them to perform alchemy without a furnace, utilizing their spiritual power in conjunction with the flame to complete the process with a mere gesture. However, That level of mastery is beyond your current imagination. Since you do not possess a flame, you must rely on the alchemical furnace. This furnace connects directly to the Earth's core fire, though it can only access the most basic core fire, which should suffice for your needs, Li Hui explained. Retrieving the materials required to refine the gathering chi pill and placing them before Zhang Tianze. Remember, each herb has a distinct melting point and fusion point. You must utilize your spiritual power to perceive the characteristics of each herb perfectly. Then precisely control the flames to eliminate impurities and extract the essence of the herbs to fuse them into a pill, Li Hui cautioned. Fearing Zhang Tianze might not fully grasp the instructions. Understood, Zhang Tianze affirmed, his mind clear. With the body of domination, his insights surpassed those of ordinary individuals. Although he was newly acquainted with alchemy, he comprehended the underlying principles distinctly and was eager to embark on his endeavor. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Tianze attempted to release his spiritual power from the spiritual vortex, allowing strands of it to permeate the alchemical furnace. Under his control, the flames within the furnace began to dance and swirl. This fire, connected to the Earth's core, was indeed more refined than ordinary flames. Though slightly anxious during his first attempt to utilize spiritual power, Zhang Tianze quickly found that with the assistance of the guiding techniques and his innate abilities, he could control his spiritual power as smoothly as flowing water. Next, he prepared to place the first herb into the alchemical furnace. As the medicinal herbs entered the fiery abyss, they instantly emitted a sizzling sound. Zhang Tianze's spirit surged as the moment to test his mental control had arrived. To put it plainly, the entire process of alchemy is governed by one's mental prowess, controlling the flame's temperature, managing the melting point of the herbs, and ultimately orchestrating their fusion. One herb danced amidst the flames, and under Zhang Tianze's precise control, impurities were swiftly eliminated while the essence was gradually extracted. In less than a quarter of an hour, the essence of the first herb was completely drawn out, prompting Zhang Tianze to casually toss the second herb into the alchemical furnace. Upon witnessing this, Li Hui hurriedly attempted to intervene, but it was too late. This fellow was far too reckless. The essence of herbs must be refined one at a time. The first herb had yet to be fully processed when he carelessly introduced the second, and since different herbs possess varying melting points, this would undoubtedly hinder the complete extraction of their essences, resulting in significant waste. Li Hui inwardly lamented Zhang Tianze's youthfulness and impulsiveness. However, before Li Hui could finish his silent reproach, Zhang Tianze had already flung a third herb into the furnace. The gathering chi pill was a fundamental primal elixir, requiring the fusion of 9 different herbs, and Zhang Tianze's rapid succession of additions was nothing short of extravagant. Li Hui rolled his eyes in exasperation and immediately summoned his mental energy to probe the alchemical furnace, eager to discern the nature of this audacious endeavor. He chose to utilize his mental energy for observation rather than his spiritual force, fearing that an unwarranted intrusion might disrupt Zhang Tianze's concentration. The moment Li Hui's mental presence penetrated the furnace, his previously irritated expression transformed into one of sheer astonishment. He widened his eyes, as if witnessing an extraordinary spectacle in the world. Impossible. How can this be? Li Hui exclaimed, akin to a wild cat that had just had its tail stepped on. For within the furnace, the essences of all 3 herbs had been completely refined, with every last drop extracted without a trace of waste. At this moment, Zhang Tianze was wholly immersed in the alchemical process, feeling as if his mental energy flowed like water, ever more fluid, increasingly exquisite. The melting points of the herbs became crystal clear under his mental guidance, while the flames danced vividly. After a quarter of an hour, as the first herb was fully refined, Zhang Tianze seemed to have discovered a certain rhythm, significantly reducing the time required for the second herb. It was to the extent that he felt an overwhelming urge to toss all remaining herbs into the furnace at once. Just as this thought took root, he found himself unable to resist. Without a moment's hesitation, he cast all 6 remaining herbs into the furnace. What on earth? Are you out of your mind? Li Hui exclaimed, once again leaping in shock. This is sheer lunacy. Only a seasoned alchemist with years of rich experience would dare to conduct alchemy in such a manner. However, the ensuing spectacle left Li Hui utterly dumbfounded, his mouth agape, as if he had slipped into a stupor. Even with his extensive years of alchemical practice, he had never witnessed such a method. Within the furnace, although Zhang Tianze's technique appeared somewhat clumsy, it was steadily evolving towards mastery. The truly frightening aspect was that Li Hui observed 6 entirely different herbs being refined simultaneously. The flames in the furnace danced as if performing a ballet, and the herbs emitted sizzling sounds as impurities were continuously expelled. My heavens! It is said that unparalleled alchemical prodigies possess an astonishing capacity for comprehension, able to grasp the complexities of alchemy intuitively and seamlessly. I always believed such individuals existed only in legend, never to manifest in reality. It seems I have wasted half my life. Overwhelmed by shock, Li Hui could only smile wryly. Today, Zhang Tianze had once again astonished him beyond measure. He suddenly felt that no matter what miraculous events transpired in this young man's future, he would no longer be overly surprised. At this moment, Zhang Tianze was completely absorbed in the ecstasy of alchemy, scarcely aware of the mental depletion often associated with such endeavors. On the contrary, he felt his mental energy growing ever more robust, his spirit vibrant and full of life, showing no signs of fatigue. Soon, all the essences of the herbs were completely extracted, and the next critical step in alchemy awaited: fusion. Fusion involves melding herbs of differing properties, a process that poses the greatest challenge to an alchemist. One must understand that herbs with different attributes often generate a repulsive force, and should this force become too intense, the most direct and severe consequence would be an explosion of the furnace, commonly referred to as a blast pill. Li Hui watched intently, his eyes never wavering from the furnace as his mental energy enveloped the entire alchemical process. Although Zhang Tianze was the one performing the alchemy, Li Hui felt even more anxious than he did. The emergence of such a remarkable alchemical talent filled him with immense interest, and the fact that this prodigy was born under his guidance instilled a profound sense of pride within him. He yearned to witness a true miracle unfold. If Zhang Tianze could succeed in crafting an elixir on his very first attempt, he would indeed be an unparalleled alchemical genius. As the mental energy manipulated the fiery expanse, the essences of the 9 herbs began to blend seamlessly, the entire fusion process flowing effortlessly without a moment's pause. Zhang Tianze was wholly in tune with the task at hand, his formidable instinct finally unleashed. An unparalleled ability that elicited envy from the heavens made every action he took seem innate and effortless. After half an hour, the embryonic form of a pill emerged, pulsating within the flames. Now, Zhang Tianze shouted, and a burst of red light shot forth from the furnace, swiftly followed by the disappearance of the light, revealing a milky white pill. Before Zhang Tianze could make a move, Li Hui acted first, grasping the pill in his hand and scrutinizing it closely. Incredible! A 9-pattern pill. Upon recognizing the quality of the pill, Li Hui's reaction was one of complete astonishment. He stumbled backward, nearly losing his balance, and Zhang Tianze quickly rose to steady him. Elderly, why such a strong reaction? Is the pill I crafted truly that impressive? I know I am a genius in alchemy, a prodigy of the ages. But you need not be so ecstatic. Zhang Tianze teased. The 9-pattern pill, the 9-pattern pill. I never imagined I would have the chance to witness the legendary 9-pattern pill in my lifetime. Li Hui paid no heed to Zhang Tianze's jest, his hands trembling and tears brimming in his eyes. Elderly, what has come over you? Zhang Tianze asked, bewildered. His earlier playful banter about being an alchemical genius seemed to have struck a chord, but Li Hui's reaction was far too intense. Having known him for so long, this was the first time Zhang Tianze had seen Li Hui so animated, even more so than when he had awakened his body and triggered the sword domain. Zhang Tianze, unaware of the fact that Li Hui was an alchemist, found himself astonished by the allure of the 9-pattern pill, which was far more stimulating to him than anything else. Kid, you're quite impressive. I feel as if I've wasted my life. Li Hui gradually calmed his emotions, gazing at Zhang Tianze as if he were a specter. Old Li, what exactly is a 9-pattern pill? Isn't it merely a simple qi-gathering pill? How does it differ from the batch you previously concocted? Zhang Tianze inquired, utterly perplexed by the concept of the 9-pattern pill. Youngster, the 9-pattern pill represents the pinnacle of alchemical achievements, revered as the emperor of pills. The ranking of pills parallels that of alchemists, encompassing levels of innate, earthly, and profound. However, each pill also possesses its own grade. For instance, this qi-gathering pill, though also of the innate level, varies in quality. The quality grade ranges from 1 to 9 patterns, with each pill containing intricate patterns that only an alchemist can discern. I am an earthly level alchemist, yet I can only produce a 7-pattern qi-gathering pill, with an 8-pattern being a stroke of luck. For earthly grade pills, 6 patterns are the utmost I can achieve. Li Hui lamented. 9-pattern pills are exceedingly rare and represent the most flawless of concoctions, often unattainable despite their value. I have heard of formidable alchemical masters capable of crafting 9-pattern pills that correspond to their level, but I have never witnessed such a feat. I was fortunate enough to observe an inner court master refine pills, yet even his heavenly grade pills only reached 8 patterns. You, with your mere innate 3rd-level cultivation, have managed to create a 9-pattern chi gathering pill on your very first attempt. Truly a miracle. You are an extraordinary alchemical genius, unparalleled in history. The rudimentary techniques you possess are unworthy of your talent. Should you find a superior mental cultivation technique, you shall undoubtedly emerge as a master alchemist of your generation. Li Hui could hardly contain his praise for Zhang Tianze. The presence of the 9-pattern pill before them warranted such accolades. Chapter 84. The competition in the B-grade district. Li Hui's words left Zhang Tianze astounded. It seemed that his exceptional physique truly set him apart, granting him unimaginable advantages in every regard. In regard to the 9-pattern pill he had just created, the process had not been overly complicated. He had not fixated on the quality, merely believing he could successfully complete the pill, only to discover that such nonchalance had culminated in the 9-pattern achievement. Moreover, to think that he had produced a 9-pattern pill in just 1 hour during his initial attempt was simply prodigious. Li Hui, whose mental prowess surpassed his own, had taken 3 days to manufacture a single batch of chi-gathering pills, which was infuriating. All thanks to your guidance. Oldly, Zhang Tianze chuckled. Guidance my foot. I could never cultivate a talent like you, Li Hui retorted, casting a disapproving glare at Zhang Tianze, unwilling to accept credit for such an extraordinary alchemist. However, he felt a sense of pride in having discovered this prodigious talent. Oldly, it's just a chi-gathering pill. You seem to treasure it so. Allow me to gift it to you, Zhang Tianze offered, seeing Li Hui's infatuation with the pill. Are you serious? Li Hui's eyes lit up, quickly stowing the pill away, fearful that Zhang Tianze might retract his offer. Come on, it's merely a chi-gathering pill. Why the fuss? Zhang Tianze replied, bemused. This is not just a chi-gathering pill, it's a 9-pattern pill. I wish to treasure it for future boasting, Li Hui declared, treating the 9-pattern pill as a priceless treasure. For any alchemist, the allure of a 9-pattern pill was beyond comprehension. It represented a lifelong aspiration for countless alchemists, an attainment that many would never reach in their lifetimes. I must secure a position in the thunder-gathering pool, Zhang Tianze thought, his eyes shining with determination. Initially, his competitive spirit regarding the thunder-gathering pool was not particularly intense, but now it had escalated to an urgency that demanded his pursuit. As Li Hui suggested, the rudimentary techniques were beneath him. A talent like Zhang Tianze required a higher-grade mental cultivation method. In Shushan, the most direct path to acquire such techniques lay within the sword domain. Zhang Tianze had previously invoked the heavenly sword within the sword domain, sensing a subtle connection. He was confident that if granted another opportunity to enter the sword domain, he would acquire the techniques necessary to cultivate his mental prowess. Zhang Tianze spent 2 days in the Herbal Garden, immersed in the alchemical process, which consumed a significant amount of Li Hui's materials. Yet, rather than expressing discontent, Li Hui was elated, finding immense pleasure in watching Zhang Tianze refine pills, a sensation he had never experienced as an alchemist. Over the course of nearly 2 days, Zhang Tianze became increasingly adept at alchemy, albeit limited to crafting simple foundational pills, as his current rank restricted him to innate-level concoctions. Furthermore, intricate pills required specific recipes, and Li Hui's collection was limited. Through continuous practice, Zhang Tianze's mental strength solidified, and the vortex of spiritual energy within his dantian spun ever faster. This formidable mental power was Zhang Tianze's greatest asset, and he was eager to acquire an advanced technique for cultivating mental strength, ideally one suited for offensive purposes, which would make this advantage truly formidable in critical moments. Time flew by swiftly, and before long, the day of the external B-grade district competition arrived. As dawn broke, the sound of war drums echoed throughout the external B-grade district, invigorating the spirits of all present. The drums reverberated like thunder, resonating in everyone's ears. The martial arts arena in the B-grade district was teeming with participants. Shushan placed significant importance on each competition, even for the B-grade district, with high-ranking officials overseeing the event to ensure fairness. After all, each position available was reserved for a genius that Shushan sought to cultivate, and those who excelled would be prioritized for future training as A-grade disciples. Consequently, all 3 overseers of the external sect were present. The chief overseer, Bai Feng, was a formidable expert at the 6th level of the Yuan realm, nearly 60 years old, yet still exuded an air of majesty. The second overseer, Wu Yan, stood at the 5th level of the Yuan realm and was the grandfather of Wu Shang. The third overseer, Lu Baowan, reached the pinnacle of the 4th level of the Yuan realm. Additionally, several elders from the external sect at the Yuan realm level were also in attendance, underscoring the importance of this competition. In the arena, most disciples from the B-grade district had gathered, creating a lively atmosphere. Approximately 50 participants, all at the peak of the 5th level of the innate realm, were vying for a coveted position in the Thunder Gathering Pool, a prize that was only available to one. Thus, those who lacked confidence in their abilities, particularly those below the 5th level, refrained from competing, as it would only lead to embarrassment. However, among the registered participants, there was one notable exception, Zhang Tianze, who stood at the pinnacle of the 3rd level of the innate realm. Behold, that youth clad in white is none other than the one who recently stirred the sword domain with his formidable prowess, having only reached the 3rd level of the innate realm. To think he has come to participate as well. Do not underestimate his strength. For one of his caliber, challenging opponents beyond his level is but a trivial endeavor. Who knows, perhaps Zhang Tianze may emerge as a leading contender for the coveted position in the Thunder Pool. Yet, I remain skeptical. Surely there must be limitations on his ability to challenge opponents 2 levels above him. It is no easy feat to bridge such a gap, especially when all participants are prodigies in their own right. In my estimation, the first place will undoubtedly belong to Jiang Kuan. Regardless, it promises to be an enthralling spectacle. It is said that aside from the first-place winner, who may accompany the elite disciples into the Thunder Pool, there are rewards for the top 10 as well. Zhang Tianze quickly became the focal point of attention, for he stood alone among the throng, the sole representative of the 3rd level of the innate realm amidst a sea of those at the pinnacle of the 5th level. His presence was indeed striking. The tales of his exploits had spread throughout Mount Shu, and now, having arrived at the outer sect, everyone wished to witness the legendary figure known as the Bodhi Body and discern what made him so exceptional. Calm and composed, Zhang Tianze stood amidst over 50 others, seemingly oblivious to the gazes directed his way. However, a few stares bore into him with an intensity that felt almost palpable. Following the direction of those glances, Zhang Tianze found himself under the scrutinizing eyes of Wu Sheng and Chen Guang, whose glares were filled with a ferocity reminiscent of predatory beasts. Zhang Tianze chuckled to himself, finding amusement in their fury rather than fear, as memories of the events on Xian Peak surfaced unbidden, images of those individuals in disarray. As Zhang Tianze had anticipated, neither Wu Sheng nor Huang Liao spoke of that day as humiliation, keeping the incident confined to silence. Such a disgrace would be catastrophic for their reputations as the 4 heroes of Mount Shu. As the greatest beneficiary of the events on Xian Peak, Zhang Tianze felt no guilt in relishing his victory. They would not speak of it, and neither would he, for there was no need to invite trouble upon himself. Of course, Wu Sheng and his companions would not let this matter rest lightly. They would undoubtedly seek to create difficulties for him, though they would maintain a facade of indifference. Zhang Tianze remained resolute, adhering to his principle of non-aggression unless provoked, should trouble find him. His resolve would be to make matters even more troublesome for his adversaries. Is this fellow unhinged? In such a solemn occasion as the bee competition, he dares to laugh? What could possibly be amusing? The sudden laughter from Zhang Tianze drew scornful glances from those around him. They searched for the source of humor, but found none. Zhang Tianze continued to chuckle while the expressions of Wu Sheng and his group darkened further, their teeth clenched in rage, wishing nothing more than to pounce on him and exact revenge. Unbeknownst to them, Zhang Tianze's laughter was a reminder of their recent disgrace, a memory they desperately wished to forget. Such humiliation was unprecedented in their lives, and the thought alone sent shivers through them. Nearby, Maho suddenly felt a wave of nausea, as if his stomach were in turmoil, nearly succumbing to the urge to vomit. Wu Sheng shot him a glare, causing Maho to shrink back into silence. Compared to Wu Sheng and the others, Maho had fared somewhat better, having only been beaten by Zhou Yuqing rather than experiencing the same level of disgrace. Damn that wretched fool. Today shall be the day of your reckoning. Wu Sheng seethed with a hatred for Zhang Tianze that flowed like an unending river. In his life, he had never been so driven to eliminate someone. With the resounding beat of the war drum, the bee competition commenced. The rules were straightforward, opponents were determined by lottery, and the outcome hinged not only on skill but also on fate. A formidable combatant might rank among the top 10 based on ability, yet if they drew Jiang Kuan as their first opponent, they would have no choice but to accept their fate. Zhang Tianze drew the 3rd battle platform, and upon seeing his opponent, he could not help but burst into laughter once more. His adversary was none other than Chen Liang, a notable figure within the Outer Sect SB division. Previously, he had been Wu Sheng's trump card during the tea gathering on Xian Peak, where they had intended to win some spirit stones. However, the events had taken an unexpected turn, and all plans had been thwarted by Zhang Tianze. On the battle platform, Chen Liang trembled with fury, his fists cracking ominously as he beheld Zhang Tianze's unabashed grin, which ignited a flush of humiliation across his face. Tragically, Chun Liang was acutely aware of his inferiority to Zhang Tianze, a realization that struck a devastating blow to his pride. Will you concede and leap down? Or shall I force you to do so? Zhang Tianze taunted. How arrogant. Chun Liang ranks among the top 20 in the B division, on the verge of advancing to the 6th level of the innate realm, and yet Zhang Tianze, merely at the 3rd level, speaks such grandiose claims. Humph. Those who boast so brazenly seldom meet with favorable outcomes. Brother Chen will teach him a lesson in humility. Young man, maintain a low profile, otherwise, you shall find yourself facing a most embarrassing defeat. The attention on Zhang Tianze was palpable, and his remarks elicited numerous expressions of disdain. He shrugged nonchalantly and replied, I wish to remain humble, but my strength simply does not permit it. Such words sparked a torrent of outrage, deemed utterly shameless. Zhang Tianze, I shall witness just how formidable you truly are. Today, I seek vengeance. Chun Liang, thoroughly incensed, unleashed a wave of murderous intent, his sword humming with anticipation. Faced with Zhang Tianze, he could not afford to retreat. His dignity forbade him from conceding, even if it meant expending every ounce of his strength. He must confront Zhang Tianze. The specter of humiliation from Tian Peak loomed large, and should he falter now, the compounded shame would stifle his future growth and cultivation. Since you are intent on courting disgrace, then strike. Zhang Tianze scoffed. Chun Liang's desire for retribution elicited no sympathy from him. He regarded Chun Liang with disdain, prepared to respond without mercy. Die! Chun Liang roared, launching himself into the air, soaring over a meter high, his sword slicing through the air like mist. A flurry of sword energy surging toward Zhang Tianze with lethal intent. This display captured the attention of many spectators, even drawing the gaze of the overseers and elders. Clearly, Chun Liang was imbued with a chilling intent to kill, signaling a breach of the competition's spirit and rules. What has come over Brother Chun? Why this outpouring of rage? Such intense murderous intent? Could it be that there exists a deep-seated enmity between Chun Liang and Zhang Tianze? Unbeknownst to me. Observe how audacious Zhang Tianze appears. He likely enraged Chun Liang with prior verbal humiliations. Let us witness how this innate realm's 3rd-tier cultivator responds. The sudden surge of murderous intent emanating from Chun Liang astonished many, as such a grand competition is not a life-and-death arena, and Shushan prohibits disciples from harming one another. The goal is merely to defeat the opponent, not to unleash such lethal energy. Naturally, the animosity between Chun Liang and Zhang Tianze is not for outsiders to discuss. Upon the battle stage, as Chun Liang's vengeful intent surged forth, a faint smile curled at the corners of Zhang Tianze's mouth. Just as Chun Liang's assault approached, Zhang Tianze finally moved, his palms enveloped in swirling black mist. A pitch-black seal, imbued with a terrifying aura, materialized from Zhang Tianze's hands. The dreadful Rakshasa seal, exuding a chilling aura reminiscent of death, was powerful enough to plunge any adversary into despair. With a forceful push, Zhang Tianze unleashed the Rakshasa seal, which collided heavily with Chun Liang's attack. The ensuing chaos was marked by a piercing scream. Under the gaze of countless horrified spectators, all of Chun Liang's sword energy was utterly obliterated by the Rakshasa seal, and he, unable to withstand the seal's overwhelming impact, was thrown back, landing 10 zhang away from the battle stage, writhing in agony and spewing blood. Good heavens! This is overwhelmingly powerful. One strike and he is defeated. Can the body of dominance truly possess such strength? The entire arena erupted in astonishment, many with mouths agape. Unable to fathom that Chun Liang would suffer such a complete defeat, rendered utterly defenseless before Zhang Tianze. My Dantian is shattered. It is over. I have been rendered useless. Chun Liang cried out in anguish as onlookers witnessed his cultivation deteriorate, his true energy rapidly dissipating. One blow from Zhang Tianze had incapacitated Chun Liang's Dantian. For a Yuan cultivator, losing one's Dantian equates to total ruin. Every effort and training rendered meaningless, leaving him utterly powerless. Swiftly, Lu Baohuan, the 3rd manager, approached Chun Liang, grasping his wrist to assess his condition, then shook his head. The Dantian is shattered. He is a lifelong invalid. Lu Baohuan declared. No. Chun Liang wailed in despair, unable to catch his breath, and collapsed, losing consciousness entirely. How brutal. Shattering his Dantian is akin to ending his life. As fellow disciples, is it justifiable to strike with such severity? Indeed, how can this be permitted? Each gaze directed at Zhang Tianze shifted, imbued with a hint of fear. This is a true ruthless individual. Zhang Tianze, this is a competition among peers. Why did you strike so heavily? Wu Xing stepped forward, vociferously condemning him. Elder, Zhang Tianze has violated the rules and should be punished. Chen Guang seethed, the fury evident on his face as he witnessed his brother's disgrace. Zhang Tianze, why did you resort to such brutality? The second manager, Wu Yan, demanded. Zhang Tianze, standing proudly upon the battle stage, remained indifferent to the surrounding inquiries, paying no heed to Wu Yan, fully aware that this individual was Wu Sheng's grandfather, rendering any argument futile. Zhang Tianze's gaze fell upon the grim-faced chief manager. Chief manager, just moments ago, Chen Liang unleashed a torrent of killing intent, clearly intending to take the life of a fellow disciple. Is it not evident that Chen Liang harbored malicious intent? His words silenced the previously tumultuous scene. Indeed, if we are to discuss malicious intent, it was Chen Liang who initiated it. Zhang Tianze could only be considered a passive defender. After all, no one is a fool, and all present had witnessed Chen Liang's terrifying murderous intent, which was evidently aimed at Zhang Tianze's life. Pray tell, chief manager, if someone were to attempt to kill you, how would you react? What would you do? Surely, your instinct would be to retaliate with all your might to avoid being killed. Am I mistaken? Just moments ago, Chen Liang sought to kill me with overwhelming killing intent. I could only respond with all my strength. The dark combat technique, the Rakshasa seal, which I comprehended from the heavenly sword, possesses immense power, and under my full exertion, its lethality can be difficult to control. The destruction of Chen Liang's dantian was not my intention. It was merely an unfortunate accident, a consequence of his own weakness. Zhang Tianze's series of inquiries left both the chief manager and all present at the martial arts arena speechless. Indeed, all are human, and every human possesses instinctual reactions. When one is thrust into extreme danger, confronted by someone intent on their demise, the natural response is to retaliate fiercely. Furthermore, if someone seeks to kill you, why extend any courtesy? Zhang Tianze's assertions were flawless. To assign blame, one could only fault Chen Liang for overestimating his capabilities and attempting to kill. Yet, the phrase Chen Liang is too weak struck many hearts with a sting. Despite being at the pinnacle of the innate realm's 5th tier, his prowess was sufficient to rank among the top 20 in the B tier, yet to Zhang Tianze, he was merely too weak. Such words were profoundly demoralizing. Grandfather, Zhang Tianze has harmed a fellow disciple. He should be dealt with. Wu Sheng directed his gaze at Wu Yan, speaking loudly. Wu Yan's expression darkened. He held immense affection for his grandson and understood the bond between Chen Liang and Wu Sheng. Instantly, his demeanor shifted, preparing to reprimand Zhang Tianze. Hold on. Chief manager by phone interrupted Wu Yan's impending remarks, stating, the competition shall proceed. Zhang Tianze has committed no wrong. Upon hearing this, Wu Yan turned to Bai Feng, eager to speak further, but was silenced by Bai Feng's dismissive gesture. The Rakshasa seal possesses unfathomable lethality. Chen Liang initiated the attack first. Zhang Tianze merely reacted normally. Is that not correct? Do you, second manager, believe I am unjust? Bai Feng glared at Wu Yan, resolute in his pursuit of fairness as the chief manager of the outer sect. He had observed the events closely, discerning who was right and who was at fault. I dare not, Wu Yan replied, his expression grim, yet he refrained from further protest. Ultimately, Bai Feng held the authority in the outer sect, even as the second manager. Wu Yan could not speak freely in his presence. Brother, my brother has been rendered useless. Chen Guang's eyes blazed with fury and deep resentment. Humph, fear not. Zhang Tianze shall surely perish today. Soon, someone will avenge your brother, Wu Sheng coldly declared. Though he was deeply dissatisfied with the outcome, he could not voice further objections. Especially after the chief manager had spoken, Wu Sheng's spirits were dismal. The first battle of the grand competition had cost him a valued ally and allowed Zhang Tianze to grow more arrogant. Not far away, Jiang Kuen's gaze fell upon Zhang Tianze, his expression gradually shifting. Initially, he had no intention of employing the combat power talisman given to him by Wu Sheng. But after witnessing Zhang Tianze's strength firsthand, this talisman now weighed heavily on his mind. Even Jiang Kuen, despite his arrogance, recognized that he could not easily incapacitate Chen Liang with a single blow as Zhang Tianze had so effortlessly done. Thank you, chief manager. Zhang Tianze clasped his fists respectfully toward the chief manager, calmly descending from the battle stage. Zhang Tianze was never one to show mercy. When faced with someone intent on his demise, he would strike without a hint of hesitation. Today, he had not planned to incapacitate Chen Liang. But the moment Chen displayed murderous intent, Zhang changed his mind. This world is inherently cruel. To show kindness to one's enemies is a form of cruelty to oneself. One must never expect gratitude from those who seek to take your life. Chapter 87. The battle against Jiang Kuen. The competition continued. In the second round, Zhang Tianze faced a disciple who, recognizing the futility of the match, surrendered before even stepping onto the stage. Having witnessed Chun Liang's defeat, who would dare confront the formidable Zhang Tianze? With his unparalleled physique and ruthless strikes, the fear of being unable to control his own strength loomed large. It was far more sensible to concede defeat than to risk annihilation, especially in a situation where surrender would not bring shame. After all, Zhang Tianze's prowess was evident to all, rendering any match against him utterly meaningless. This scenario was not unique to Zhang Tianze. Jiang Kuan's opponents also chose to forfeit, as his strength was well established. The Jiang Shui sword was not merely a name. Jiang Kuan's reputation in the second tier was akin to that of Zhou Yuqin among the recognized disciples, widely regarded as the foremost in his category. For most disciples in the second tier, today's competition was a matter of luck. If they were fortunate enough to avoid facing Zhang Tianze or Jiang Kuan, they considered themselves blessed. They did not aspire for the opportunity at the Gathering Thunder Pool. Rather, they merely hoped to rank among the top 8 to earn some rewards from the sect. With over 50 participants, the matches progressed swiftly, concluding in a mere hour. As Zhang Tianze and Jiang Kuan's final opponents consecutively surrendered, only the two remained in the arena. In the last round, Jiang Kuan would face Zhang Tianze. The chief steward, by phone, announced with a booming voice. The arena buzzed with excitement. A clash of titans is always a spectacle. One, a powerhouse with an unmatched physique. The other, the number one of the second tier, two prodigies meeting would undoubtedly create a fierce confrontation. Who do you think will win? If asked before, I would have surely supported brother Jiang Kuan, but after witnessing Zhang Tianze incapacitate a master like Chun Liang with a single move, defeating him would not be an easy feat for Jiang Kuan. Indeed, Zhang Tianze's cultivation may still be lacking, and he might struggle against the Jiang Shui sword's onslaught. This battle promises to be extraordinarily thrilling, and the opportunity at the Gathering Thunder Pool will surely emerge between the two. The crowd murmured, for prior to the competition, almost everyone had presumed that the opportunity at the Gathering Thunder Pool belonged solely to Jiang Kuan. No one anticipated that a contender from the second tier could rival him so fiercely. Yet, with Zhang Tianze's overwhelming strength, he had transformed into a formidable contender for that coveted spot, leading many to doubt Jiang Kuan's ability to prevail. Amid the crowd, Wu Sheng exchanged a cold glance with Jiang Kuan, revealing his disdain. On the stage, Zhang Tianze and Jiang Kuan stood opposite each other, and Jiang Kuan's icy gaze bore into Zhang Tianze. Zhang furrowed his brow. He was unfamiliar with Jiang Kuan, yet sensed a murderous intent emanating from him. Jiang Kuan's malice was well concealed, but it did not escape Zhang Tianze's keen perception. Awakening his spiritual sense, he could discern the lethal intent behind Jiang Kuan's eyes. Humph. This scoundrel seems to be acting on Wu Sheng's orders. Very well, I shall see what skills you possess to kill me. Let us see who ultimately meets their end. Zhang Tianze scoffed internally, a cold, killing intent surfacing in his heart. In this moment, he would not concern himself with any sense of camaraderie. To him, those who sought his life were sworn enemies. Whoever wished him dead would find themselves facing their own demise. This was his guiding principle in navigating the world. With a swift motion, Jiang Kuan made the first move, summoning a sword that shimmered like flowing water. The blade appeared soft yet shimmered with an otherworldly brilliance. Clearly not an ordinary weapon. Draw your sword, Jiang Kuan commanded. As you wish, Zhang Tianze replied, grasping his heavy sword from his back. While he regarded Jiang Kuan with indifference, he remained cautious. After all, the number one of the second tier was not to be underestimated. The Jiang Shui sword was renowned, and Zhang Tianze was eager to test his own blade against it. His ruthless sword, the heartless sword, had not been wielded in some time, making this duel an opportune moment for assessment. Such a cumbersome sword, how primitive, Jiang Kuan mocked, deriding Zhang Tianze's heavy weapon. Primitive? Zhang Tianze chuckled inwardly, dismissing the need to explain himself to one lacking discernment. With a flourish, Jiang Kuan unleashed his great river flows east, a sweeping strike that resonated with a thunderous roar. The initially gentle sword transformed into an indomitable force under Jiang Kuan's energy, surging towards Zhang Tianze like a raging torrent. Zhang Tianze stood unyielding, his heavy sword roaring in response as he thrust it forward with a deceptively simple strike, yet it was imbued with a chilling resolve. His blade emanated a frigid aura that directly affected the opponent's spirit. At that moment, Jiang Kuan felt as though his heart had sunk into an abyss when confronting Zhang Tianze's sword. This sensation was unprecedented. What sword technique is this? A mere innate realm junior is capable of exhibiting such sword intent? The chief steward Bai Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. Sword intent manifests only after reaching a certain level of mastery. During combat, it profoundly influences an opponent's mindset and can even affect their swordplay. This was an understanding of swordsmanship that few ever achieve. Yet Zhang Tianze's technique radiated such intent, leaving spectators in awe. Zhang Tianze's sword intent was domineering and piercing, evoking a sense of impending doom in his adversary. Clang! The two swords clashed, sparking a brilliant display of light. What was once a fluid motion of the great river flows east was shattered by Zhang Tianze's strike, rendering Jiang Kuen's previously graceful swordplay erratic and uncoordinated. Stumbling back, Jiang Kuen found himself forced to retreat 3 steps, barely stabilizing himself. A sense of heaviness settled in his chest, an indescribable discomfort. Zhang Tianze's strike was overwhelmingly oppressive. What a swift sword! What technique does Zhang Tianze employ? It is too sharp. The Jiang Shui sword has been thwarted so easily. This is absurd. The crowd was stunned. In merely the first exchange, Jiang Kuen found himself at a distinct disadvantage, a turn of events many had not anticipated. Even the 3 chief stewards were taken aback by Zhang Tianze's formidable prowess, especially the overwhelming sword intent that sent shivers down their spines. Chapter 88. The power of the battle force talisman beneath the arena. Wu Sheng clenched his fists tightly, overwhelmed by a sense of anxiety. He anticipated that Zhang Tianze would pose a formidable challenge, but he could not have predicted the extent of the difficulty. It appeared that even Jiang Kuen was no match for Zhang Tianze. Fortunately, he had prepared a battle force talisman. Without it, his plan to eliminate Zhang Tianze through Jiang Kuen would have been nearly impossible. Wu Sheng silently lamented that he had lost all hope of relying on Jiang Kuen's strength to defeat Zhang Tianze, as evidenced by the previous sword strike. At this moment, Wu Sheng's only hope resided in the battle force talisman, which could unleash a terrifying strike equivalent to the 7th level of the innate realm. With Zhang Tianze's peak strength at the 3rd level of the innate realm, he would be unable to withstand such an onslaught, even with his formidable physique. Jiang Kuen, his momentum shaken, felt his anger surging. A proud and competitive individual, he refused to concede defeat. As for the battle force talisman, he was reluctant to use it unless absolutely necessary. He still desired to rely on his own strength to vanquish Zhang Tianze. With a thunderous roar, Jiang Kuen unleashed the sword technique, Sword Breaks the River, which was even more incisive than his previous move, Great River Flows East. The sword intent surged forth like an unending torrent, enveloping the entire arena in a web of terrifying sword energy that sought to ensnare Zhang Tianze. Zhang Tianze stood resolute as a mountain, undaunted by the tempest unleashed by his adversary. With a decisive stroke, he executed the heartless sword, the essence of which lay in its chilling nature. The unique sword technique, renowned throughout the world, was designed to instill despair in the heart of its opponent. Although Zhang Tianze had only mastered the first sword of this technique, the essence of its heartlessness was already palpable, sending a bone-chilling dread through his foe. The heavy sword struck with the swiftness of lightning, rendering any fanciful swordplay pale in comparison. Zhang Tianze's blade surged forth like a beam of light piercing through the clouds. Unimpeded by the layers above, the sword net, akin to a deluge, shattered under the impact of his heavy sword, with all sword energy dissipating into nothingness. Zhang Tianze's vital energy surged, exuding an overwhelming presence that reverberated throughout the martial arena. Jiang Kuen, wounded by the sword energy, bore deep lacerations on his wrist, causing his sword to slip from his grasp. Had he not reacted swiftly, he might have lost a hand. Impossible. What manner of sword technique is this? How can it be so swift? Jiang Kuen's visage contorted in disbelief. His confidence in his own Jiang Shui sword had been absolute. Yet Zhang Tianze's swordplay was so incisive that he found himself at a loss, particularly under the crushing aura of indifference that assailed his spirit. It seemed that no matter how fearsome his own sword technique, upon encountering Zhang Tianze's blade, despair would inevitably take root in his heart. How could he continue to fight under such overwhelming discouragement? Merely a lowly sword technique, Zhang Tianze remarked dismissively. The derisive comment turned Jiang Kuen's face crimson, for he had earlier dismissed Zhang Tianze's swordplay as inferior, only to now be met with a biting retort. You have been defeated, concede. Zhang Tianze remained impassive, indifferent to Jiang Kuen's initial murderous intent. He had already incapacitated Chun Liang and sought to avoid further complications today. His sole aim was to secure a place in the Thunder Pool. If Jiang Kuen surrendered, he would not pursue the matter further. Surrender? I still have a trump card. Jiang Kuen's expression sharpened, revealing a fierce determination. As the foremost figure in the B-class zone, he had long coveted a spot in the Thunder Pool and would not easily relinquish it. The humiliation of potential defeat drove him into a frenzied state. And recalling his promise to Wu Sheng, he resolved to eliminate Zhang Tianze. Securing victory would ensure the coveted place in the Thunder Pool, along with an additional 20,000 low-grade spirit stones from Wu Sheng, and the possibility of being accepted as an inner disciple by Elder Wu Yan. It was an opportunity too grand to forsake. Zhang Tianze, prepare to meet your end. In an instant, a violent killing intent erupted from Jiang Kuan, an intensity far surpassing that which Chun Liang had previously directed at Zhang Tianze. This is bad, the overseer thought, sensing the impending danger, but it was too late. On the arena, Jiang Kuan thrust his left hand forward, releasing a blinding light that erupted violently, engulfing the entire stage in a torrent of deadly energy. Jiang Kuan, what are you doing? Who permitted you to activate the Battle Force Talisman? The overseer, by foam, bellowed in outrage. Recognizing the violation of tournament rules and decrying the act of placing an opponent in mortal peril. What overwhelming energy! Jiang Kuan has actually resorted to using a Battle Force Talisman. This is utterly excessive. Observers noted the energy's intensity, undoubtedly equivalent to the 7th level of the innate realm. How could Zhang Tianze possibly withstand it? It's over. Zhang Tianze has been overwhelmed by the energy. He is doomed. Jiang Kuan, having already been bested, resorted to such underhanded tactics to ensure Zhang Tianze's demise. It was appalling. What a pity. The unparalleled physique is extinguished just like that. Had it matured, it would surely have become the brightest talent of Mount Shu. While many were dismayed by the arrogance of the physique, a greater number admired strength. Zhang Tianze had earned his reputation. This tournament was meant to be impartial. Yet Jiang Kuan's use of the Battle Force Talisman in front of the overseer was a blatant affront to the rules of Mount Shu. Such a person was unworthy to represent the B-class zone. Haha, Zhang Tianze is finished. Wu Sheng laughed heartily. Knowing that the Battle Force Talisman he had provided would ensure Zhang Tianze's certain demise. Brother, the great vengeance has been avenged. Chen Guang's face gleamed with exultation, reveling in the moment. Yet, just as everyone believed Zhang Tianze was doomed, the swirling energy dissipated, revealing a somewhat disheveled figure slowly advancing toward Jiang Kuan. It was none other than Zhang Tianze himself. At this moment, Zhang Tianze appeared somewhat ragged, his aura slightly disordered, but even more astonishingly, he stood entirely unscathed. My heavens! He is alive. The crowd gasped in disbelief. Zhang Tianze had survived the onslaught of a 7th level innate realm Battle Force Talisman. It was nothing short of a miracle. Indeed, it is the unparalleled physique. The martial arena erupted in excitement, with some starting to cheer. Chapter 89. Grievances have their roots and debts have their owners. Emerging from the tumultuous energy, Zhang Tianze appeared as a wild beast, his eyes gleaming with a blood-red hue. Only Zhang Tianze truly comprehended the perilousness of the situation. He felt grateful for his recent visit to the 100 Herb Garden, where, under Li Hui's guidance, he awakened his mental prowess. With the aid of this newfound mental strength, Zhang Tianze developed a precognitive awareness of danger. As Jiang Kuan activated the Battle Power Talisman, Zhang Tianze sensed it in advance, allowing him to evade the core of its energy. In retrospect, he had narrowly escaped death. With his current strength, he could not have withstood a full-force strike from a 7th level innate realm practitioner. With barely a moment's hesitation, Zhang Tianze lunged forward, his sword poised for a decisive strike. Caught off guard and in shock, Jiang Kuan could not evade Zhang Tianze's wrathful assault, resulting in one of his arms being severed at the shoulder. Blood gushed from the severed limb like a fountain, and the excruciating pain elicited a wretched scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Zhang Tianze, his expression devoid of mercy, pressed his heavy sword against Jiang Kuan's shoulder, causing him to collapse to the ground in submission. Please, do not kill me, Jiang Kuan begged, sensing the chilling intent radiating from Zhang Tianze. In that moment, he ceased to ponder how Zhang Tianze had survived the Battle Power Talisman. All he knew was that an enraged Zhang Tianze sought his life. Enough, roared the second manager. Wu Yan, Zhang Tianze, during the tournament, you must not kill your fellow disciples. Not kill your fellow disciples, Zhang Tianze retorted, a look of disdain on his face. Yet you did nothing when Jiang Kuan sought my life just moments ago. It was sudden. Even if we wished to intervene, we were unable to do so. Do not mislead yourself, Wu Yan attempted to justify. Your inability to act then mirrors your inability now. I will slay Jiang Kuan today, and I challenge anyone who dares to stop me. Zhang Tianze was truly enraged, his overwhelming strength surging forth without regard for consequences. Jiang Kuan stood defenseless beneath his blade. With but a thought, he could sever Jiang Kuan's head from his body. At this juncture, even the head manager, by foam, would find it impossible to intervene and save Jiang Kuan from Zhang Tianze's wrath. The training ground buzzed with anticipation. All eyes were on the unfolding drama. It was evident that Zhang Tianze intended to kill Jiang Kuan, yet many spectators felt no moral outrage at Zhang Tianze's actions. After all, if they were in his position, they would have acted similarly. Jiang Kuan had initiated this conflict by deploying the battle power talisman. Had it not been for Zhang Tianze's fortuitous survival, he would be dead by now. Could it be that only Jiang Kuan was permitted to kill Zhang Tianze, while Zhang Tianze was forbidden from retaliating? Such a notion was utterly absurd. Save me, Wu Yi, I beg you, Jiang Kuan cried, his face streaked with blood and tears. In this moment, he could only implore Wu Sheng for assistance. Were it not for Wu Sheng, even in defeat, he would not have faced such a life-threatening crisis. In the face of death, one becomes incredibly vulnerable. Notions of pride, dignity, and arrogance dissolve into insignificance. The only instinct that prevails is the instinct for survival. Why do you seek my life? Zhang Tianze demanded. It was not I, Jiang Kuan stammered. It was Wu Sheng who sought your demise. The battle power talisman was bestowed upon me by him. Without his influence, how could I have obtained such a treasure? At this critical moment, Jiang Kuan abandoned all notions of camaraderie, willing to betray Wu Sheng to save his own skin. After all, should he reveal the mastermind, Zhang Tianze would not dare to confront Wu Sheng, who had the protection of his grandfather, whereas Jiang Kuan had no such safeguard. What are you babbling about, Jiang Kuan? Wu Sheng's face turned ashen, shocked by Jiang Kuan's betrayal. He had not anticipated being so swiftly cast aside. Moreover, he was incredulous that the battle power talisman had failed to claim Zhang Tianze's life. I have no choice, Jiang Kuan continued, desperation lacing his words. You provided me with the battle power talisman and 5,000 low-grade spirit stones, promising to have the second manager accept me as a disciple in exchange for my actions against Zhang Tianze in the tournament. Jiang Kuan disregarded all else, shifting Zhang Tianze's fury away from himself. It was his only chance at survival. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly perish at Zhang Tianze's hands. Even if he were to die, the sect would not punish Zhang Tianze, as he had been the one to provoke the conflict. The recent example of Chen Liang, who had been crippled by Zhang Tianze without consequence, was a testament to this fact. Upon hearing Jiang Kuan's words, the training ground erupted once more. All eyes turning to Wu Sheng, who had not even participated in the tournament, yet was thrust into the spotlight. How is Wu Sheng involved in this? Does he harbor a deep-seated grudge against the dominant body? Wu Sheng, relying on his grandfather's influence, had long been a tyrant in the second-tier district, unchallenged by anyone. Yet now, he had engaged in such treachery, inciting anger among the onlookers. Indeed, he believes he can kill at will, treating us ordinary disciples with utter disdain. Today, it was Zhang Tianze's prowess that turned the tide against Jiang Kuan. If Wu Sheng were to target us in the future, with our strength and status, we would be at his mercy. Many disciples were enraged. Wu Sheng's actions demonstrated a blatant disregard for the rules of Shushan. If he could so easily manipulate Zhang Tianze, it was reasonable to fear he would do the same to others. Very well, I will not take your life, but I shall sever your other arm as a punishment. Zhang Tianze's eyes were cold as he swung his sword, severing Jiang Kuan's remaining arm. He then leapt from the platform, advancing toward Wu Sheng. What do you intend to do, Zhang Tianze? Wu Yin exclaimed in alarm, attempting to intervene. But it was too late. Zhang Tianze's sword was already poised at Wu Sheng's throat, its icy blade piercing his skin, blood beginning to flow. The swift turn of events left everyone, including Wu Sheng and Wu Yin, utterly astonished. They had not anticipated Zhang Tianze's sudden shift in target. Seeking to confront Wu Sheng, to many disciples, it would have seemed unwise for Zhang Tianze to challenge Wu Sheng at this moment, as most would have directed their anger toward Jiang Kuan, accepting the consequences in silence. After all, Wu Sheng's grandfather was the second manager present at the scene. Grandfather, save me, save me. Wu Sheng whimpered, his legs trembling, nearly causing him to lose control of himself. He had witnessed Zhang Tianze's ferocity firsthand. The events on Xiyun Peak were forever etched in his memory. When Zhang Tianze was enraged, he was not a force to be trifled with. Zhang Tianze, lower your sword. If you dare harm Sheng'er in any way, I shall obliterate you. Wu Yin threatened, his voice filled with fury. Zhang Tianze's lips curled into a cruel smile, ignoring Wu Yan's threats as he brandished his sword, its blade shimmering ominously. The innate aura of the dominant body, combined with his frigid intent and sword energy, had thoroughly terrified Wu Sheng. The sound of rustling echoed, followed by an acrid stench permeating the air. Wu Sheng, trembling uncontrollably, had completely soiled himself. He had never encountered such a situation before. He had always lived a life of luxury, relying on his grandfather's status as the second manager to intimidate others in the second-tier district. He had never faced the specter of death. The more privileged a person's life, the more they fear for their life. Wu Sheng was that person, having lived a life of ease. He had never pondered the nature of death, nor had he ever imagined that such a day would arrive so swiftly. What a disgrace! Some displayed disdain. And at that moment, no one felt sympathy for Wu Sheng. Instead, countless individuals rallied in support of Zhang Tianze. Even if Wu Sheng were to perish under Zhang Tianze's sword, it would be deemed his just deserts. Save me, save my grandfather. Wu Sheng wept inconsolably at this juncture. He cared little for pride or reputation. Preserving his life was all that mattered. Zhang Tianze, I implore you once more, lower your sword. Wu Yin spoke with a chilling authority, entirely in the tone of command. Second manager, Wu Sheng's life rests in my hands. Should you not plead with me? His attitude left no room for Zhang Tianze to consider sheathing his weapon. Zhang Tianze scoffed, having resolved to eliminate Wu Sheng that very day. He had no intention of showing deference to Wu Yin. He understood that once he ended Wu Sheng's life, Wu Yin would instantly regard him as a mortal enemy. Therefore, there was no need to treat Wu Yin with any semblance of respect. The matter of the combat symbol weighed heavily on Zhang Tianze's mind. He was not a magnanimous individual, especially when it came to his adversaries. Today, he intended to settle both old and new grievances with Wu Sheng. The affair involving Xiao Feier was far from concluded, and the reckoning with Wu Sheng was merely the beginning. Even if Wu Sheng refrained from causing trouble today, Zhang Tianze was determined to confront him in due time. However, Zhang Tianze had not planned to take Wu Sheng's life directly, especially since Xiao Feier was safe and he had resolved his own issues. Unfortunately, Wu Sheng's own foolishness led him to seek Zhang Tianze's demise, and thus, Zhang Tianze felt no obligation to show him mercy. Moreover, he possessed ample justification for wishing to eliminate Wu Sheng. You fool, you seek your own demise. Wu Yan's anger flared. As the second manager of the outer sect, his status was exalted, not only in this B-tier district, but even the most gifted disciples from the A-tier district who had reached the pinnacle of innate realms treated him with utmost respect. It was the first time he encountered someone like Zhang Tianze, who so blatantly disregarded him. The second manager might as well test his strength. Let us see who falls first, Wu Sheng or myself. Zhang Tianze exhibited no sign of fear. Countless disciples nodded in agreement, secretly giving Zhang Tianze a thumbs up. Just this display of courage and resolve was enough to earn their admiration. It must be noted that Zhang Tianze was not merely facing Wu Sheng, but also Wu Yin, a master at the 5th level of the Yuan realm. Had it been any of them in his position, they would hardly have dared to utter a word before Wu Yin. Even if Wu Sheng were to conspire against them, they would have to suffer in silence, swallowing their grievances like bitter gall. Wu Yan's rage simmered, his fists clenched tightly, yet he refrained from striking. Uncertain whether he could eliminate Zhang Tianze before he struck down Wu Sheng. This predicament left Wu Yin in a rather awkward position. He was worried for his grandson's safety. And as a distinguished second manager, it was a blow to his dignity to be so openly disrespected by an outer sect disciple from a B-tier district. Helpless, Wu Yin turned to the chief manager by phone, aware that Zhang Tianze was in a state of fury, especially after Jiang Kuan's reckless use of the combat symbol, a matter that would unsettle anyone. Now, it seemed the only solution lay in having the chief manager intervene, as Bai Feng held the most authority in the outer sect. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Bai Feng sighed in resignation. He had not wished for such an incident to occur during the grand competition. Zhang Tianze, put down your sword. Wu Sheng disregarded the rules and committed an offense. I shall deal with it myself. Bai Feng spoke, fully aware that his words would likely displease Zhang Tianze. He could not help but admire Zhang Tianze's audacity and fierce determination. Bai Feng had a keen interest in the potential of such a bold individual, recognizing that a talent like Zhang Tianze would undoubtedly achieve greatness in the future. However, Bai Feng also had to consider Wu Yan's dignity. After all, Wu Yan was the second manager. Moreover, Bai Feng's reluctance to allow Zhang Tianze to kill Wu Sheng was partly for Zhang Tianze's own sake. Wu Yan was notoriously protective of his grandson, and should Zhang Tianze indeed slay Wu Sheng, even if the sect did not pursue the matter, Wu Yan would not let it go unpunished. Being constantly pursued by a master at the 5th level of the Yuan realm was far from a favorable situation. I wonder how the chief manager intends to handle this, Zhang Tianze mused, holding firmly to his sword, with no intention of relenting. Yet he felt it necessary to grant the chief manager some consideration. This matter requires discussion, the chief manager replied, acknowledging that dealing with Wu Sheng was indeed a complicated affair. If it were an ordinary disciple who had committed such a grave error, they would be stripped of their cultivation and expelled from Mount Shu without hesitation. However, in the case of Wu Sheng, Wu Yin would undoubtedly intervene. And even Bai Feng understood that imposing a severe punishment was nearly impossible. No need for discussions. I can accuse Wu Sheng of 3 major offenses and execute him here and now, Zhang Tianze declared loudly, seizing the opportunity to eliminate Wu Sheng. What 3 major offenses? Has Wu Sheng committed further transgressions? The intrigue in the crowd grew, as it became evident that a deep-seated enmity existed between Zhang Tianze and Wu Sheng. Otherwise, why would Wu Sheng have resorted to using the combat symbol to eliminate Zhang Tianze through Jiang Kuan? Zhang Tianze's proclamation stirred the atmosphere once more, revealing that the situation was far more complex than it appeared. With the chief manager now involved, it was clear Zhang Tianze had no intention of sparing Wu Sheng, indicating his lethal intent. In truth, even Wu Sheng was bewildered by Zhang Tianze's so-called 3 major offenses, as he had no inkling of their origin. His actions were limited to instructing Jiang Kuan to employ the combat symbol against his fellow disciples. Where, then, did the other 2 offenses arise? Zhang Tianze, do enlighten us. What are Wu Sheng's 3 major offenses? The chief manager, now intrigued, could not resist asking, realizing that if Wu Sheng's errors warranted a death sentence, even Wu Yin would be unable to shield his incompetent grandson.